I just wrote my name on the military enlistment form, but it shocked the entire Huaxia leadership. Even the elite forces were fully armed and on standby. However, I remained calm about it, while my classmate next to me was scared to death on the spot, saying, I confess everything. This shocked the classmates nearby. What heinous crime did this guy commit to mobilize so many elite forces? My classmate immediately confessed that he shouldn't have taken out online loans to fund online games, as it was just borrowing to pay off previous loans, never actually paying them off. But I really don't know that online lending is illegal. This wave of operations left everyone present dumbfounded. I helplessly supported my forehead. Can these two idiots see clearly before making a move? In the next second, dozens of dark holes were aimed at my head. Put down your backpack and come with us. Beside me, Lu Ruyan excitedly recorded everything. Thousands of elite special forces appeared at the school to arrest people. This was an unheard of event. Soon I was taken to the interrogation room. I sat calmly in the chair as Director Luo looked at me sternly. Xin Lang, what did you do this summer? I pondered for a moment, not replying to him. Before long, I fell asleep directly. Director Luo walked over to me and woke me up. We received news that a person named Rayborn has surprisingly risen to the 8th position on the recent international mercenary ranking list. Every update of the international mercenary ranking list attracts international attention. I propped up my chin with my hand, peacefully closed my eyes. And this has surely angered many police officers. Director Gao's eyes were deep and unreadable. Xin Lang, please cooperate with us. Hearing this, I slowly raised my eyelids. Do you have evidence to prove that it was me you were talking about? Director Luo casually threw me a file bag. As a citizen of Xia country, why are you working as a mercenary abroad? I gestured with my finger. Naturally, I did it to earn money. Director Luo was furious, even considering dragging me out and executing me on the spot. Suddenly, I thought of today's conscription. Can someone like me still participate in Xia country's conscription? Director Luo's mouth twitched. If you want to participate in the conscription, it depends on whether you are willing to cooperate with us. I thought to myself, haven't I been cooperating well? Director Luo continued to ask, tell me, what did you do during the summer vacation? Without hesitation, I said, I retrieved a satellite chip, returned it to a gang leader, helped recover classified documents, assisted in rescuing compatriots overseas, and even managed to dismantle a human trafficking organization on the side. The surroundings fell silent as if the air had been sucked out, and everyone stared at me in shock. For a moment, a man clapped his hands and asked, do you believe what you're saying? Just because you're the 8th ranked mercenary on the leaderboard doesn't mean you can brag recklessly. Let me tell you the truth. Even if I do, you won't believe it. So, do you have any other accomplices? I calmly replied. In the world of Jianghu, one person is enough. Director Luo looked skeptical and still didn't believe what I said. Based on the analysis, Rayborn is likely a team. After failing to get any information, Director Luo left, and the interrogator continued to press me. The crime boss in the Cotton Triangle died miserably a few days ago. Do you have any connection to this? I honestly shook my head. I didn't do anything. It was his own men who turned against him. I just went with the flow and gave them something. The interrogator sternly questioned. So, you're saying you did a good deed by helping them unite internally? Of course. I signed a gentleman's agreement with them not to expand their operations into Xia country. Shouldn't you be thanking me? The interrogator sarcastically replied. Thank you. We'll make a banner for you tomorrow. At this time, Director Luo returned to the interrogation room again, and his aura was obviously much milder. Xin Lang, a month ago, our country's special forces encountered an unexpected test, and a stateless mercenary gave our army a helicopter. Was that person you? I pondered for a few seconds. That time. Just a coincidence. We are all Xia nationality. Can't stand by and watch. Director Luo confirmed repeatedly. That person is really you. I glanced disdainfully. For special forces soldiers dressed in yellow training uniforms, the location was at the Manghai Inland Special Gas Test Port. Director Luo's face changed drastically. Who are you exactly? I lazily replied. Xin Lang, a junior at Linhai University. Director Gao's expression became serious. Unable to get through to me, he sighed and could only let me go first, but secretly keep an eye on me. I stretched lazily, took my backpack, making sure the registration form wasn't crumpled. The interrogator said impatiently, no, and at that moment, the new student Lu Ruyan who was squatting nearby saw me coming out and immediately opened the camera to rush over. Classmate, may I ask if there was something important that so many special police officers were looking for you just now? I didn't intend to respond, took out my cracked phone screen, and started to hail a cab back to school. When I returned to school, many curious classmates gathered around, asking, Xin Lang, why did you come back? You're not really a spy. Are you? All the classmates gathered around with their mouths full. There were quite a few people who hadn't crossed paths with him much, but at the moment, they also curiously came over. Qin Lang calmly put down the book. Misunderstanding, they arrested the wrong person. The students' jaws dropped and they stared in disbelief. How can that be? How could that scene be a misunderstanding? Qin Lang looked at him indifferently. Why else would I come back? The students were dumbfounded. The teacher slapped the desk. What's all the noise? Class is in session. Why isn't that out away from your class here? Usually that gold chain is reflective. A girl laughed and said, Teacher, how do I online loan? Was taken away by the military recruitment office for a meeting to educate. The class burst into laughter. Jiang Wan deleted and picked an interview to post online. The text reads, hundreds of SWAT officers were deployed to arrest someone, but it turned out to be a big oops, and the guy is usually cool with cosplay. Although this video is exclusive, but the netizens are not buying it. Really think I don't watch the news? He's definitely got issues. I guess the police don't have enough evidence right now, but the more I see of him, the more thievish he gets. Qin Lang from Linping University, right? I'll remember you. At this time, Qin Lang did not know that he had become the object of attention of the entire network. Just outside, there were two little girls with cell phones videotaping him from a distance. The two of them sneakily trailed along until they saw Qin Lang go to the conscription office. What's he doing at the conscription office? He doesn't really want to be a soldier, does he? A spy like him can be a soldier? Then I, a nearsighted man, would like to try. I'll be damned. Spies stay out of the recruiting office and insult the air that soldiers breathe. In front of the conscription office. Knock, knock. Qin Lang pushed his way in and handed Director Su the enrollment form he had filled out. From the moment Qin Lang entered the room, the four pairs of eyes in the room were directed at him in unison. Director Su took Qin Lang's enrollment form and placed it on a side table alone. The police had a big battle today just to pick you up. It seems that your kid's identity is quite special. Qin Lang's face did not change. No record. No police notification. I should be able to sign up, right? Director Su swept a glance at the enrollment form, and Qin Lang's pen was pale and powerful, and the pen fell with abandon, and the font was majestic. As the old saying goes, words are like people, but this young man's appearance is half-assed with this word of good hand. Only the impenetrable eyes. People can't help peeping into his heart. Enrollment is fine, but you'll have to be ready for the political trial. Qin Lang indifferently swept a glance and slightly nodded. After Qin Lang left, the conscription offices have picked up Qin Lang's enrollment form and looked at it. This kid hasn't been out of Linping City since he was a kid. Is he mistaken? Director Su snapped. You can get it wrong. Can the Public Security Bureau get it wrong? Can the State Security Bureau get it wrong? I'm curious to find out what I can. 2. Qin Lang left the school and got on the bus. Along the way, he got the feeling that a number of people were snapping pictures of him with their cell phones, until Qin Lang was seen going to the bathing center. Qin Lang also didn't expect that one day he would be comparable to a star, and that someone would want to livestream even his shower. A watermelon-eating passerby was stopped. The staff impatiently waved her off. You're bringing a video camera to film a guest taking a shower? It's illegal, the melon-eating passerby said in annoyance. Brother, do you know who that man is? He's dangerous. The guard looked over. I know. Works part-time. At this moment, Qin Lang was sweating in the bathroom. The guest's backside was thrust like a hedgehog by him. Boy, that's some good acupuncture, Qin Lang said. Ancestral craftsmanship. Paralyzed people can be tied. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that Qin Lang ended his part-time job for the day. Next day, 8 in the morning, Qin Lang had just entered the classroom when he noticed that the atmosphere was not right. The normally sparse classroom was mostly seated. After seeing Qin Lang, someone took out their cell phone. Someone eyed him with suspicion. Contemporary college students lack everything but time. Contemporary college students, they eat everything, including gossip. Qin Lang sat down and fell asleep. The people around them were dumbfounded. Didn't he come to class? Do spies not understand the summer dialect very well? It's too advanced. After all, his roommate, David Howe, and the gossipy little girl next to him said, that's how he is, known as the god of sleep. The other man was rather puzzled. If he likes to sleep so much, why doesn't he sleep enough to come back? David Howe shook his finger. Oh no, he needs full attendance. Halfway through a lesson, Qin Lang always kept a movement. Even the people eating the melon were infected by his sleepiness, and one after another, they collapsed into a deep sleep. I'm so crazy. I don't have class at 8 a.m. myself, and I set my alarm to eat melons. I can't stay up. I'm going back to my dorm to sleep. Is he sure he's a spy? With his bad behavior? Aren't spies usually extremely intelligent, have excellent interpersonal skills, and a charismatic personality? Suddenly, Qin Lang? Still sleeping? Get up and talk about this. The old professor tapped the board. How Dawei disliked Qin Lang with his elbow. Qin Lang stood up in a daze and looked at the question on the blackboard. A bare desktop and possibly a bare brainstem. It would be strange for Qin Lang to be able to answer a question whose stem alone took up half the screen. The crowd of eaters began to whisper and discuss. It's a wonder he's the only one who can answer. One lesson without listening is enough for a schoolteacher to understand, isn't it? The old professor's half blackboard of arithmetic makes me dizzy just looking at it. Many people waited for Qin Lang to make a fool of himself and pulled out their cell phones with a bad smile on their faces. Ugh! Qin Lang blocked half a yawn with his hand. Dazed and confused says, to ascertain the frequency characteristics of a signal, as represented by the distribution of the individual frequency components, i.e., to ascertain the nature of the signal in the frequency domain. Qin Lang droned on and on for 4 minutes, and even the old professor, who had always been harsh, nodded his head as he listened. Very good. Accurate conclusions and clear steps. But I'm going to criticize you anyway. Don't always sleep in one position. It's easy to fall asleep, especially against the window. And it's also easy to have a stroke. Crowd. Are you kidding me? He doesn't sleep in class every day. And the old professor's questions are still coming out of his mouth. What kind of brain is this guy? You don't love it too much, do you, old professor? He's not even listening to the class. And you care about him. Is this a question of strokes and dropouts? It's clearly a question of morality and quality. After class, the professor left Qin Lang alone, disappointed for his session. The webmasters pinned their last hopes on this. Thinking to himself, the professor can't stand it anymore and is going to criticize Qin Lang. But the professor kindly invited Qin Lang to join his lab. Qin Lang, our lab's scientific research program is a national key support object, and I've invited you several times. You're a rare talent. I hear you still have to make money to support yourself. How about I offer you this salary of yours? The professor held out 3 fingers. A netizen muttered, it's only 3,000, which isn't much, but it's enough for college students. How Dawei sighed and wailed. You're missing a 0. What? Hey, God is not fair. I listen to every class without fail. Am I still no better than this guy who sleeps in class? The expressions of the group froze on their faces. God is not fair. Can I be reincarnated and reopened? Where's this loser's identity stacking up the buffs here? A spy, who doesn't listen to lectures, but makes a lot of money. For heaven's sake. Qin Lang smiled and refused. Professor, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm usually more liberal with my part-time job, and labs aren't for me. The professor also had to give him the green light, but was still rebuffed by Qin Lang. Half an hour later, the bus stopped in the middle of nowhere. Qin Lang took out a copy of the Encyclopedia of Plants from his bag and searched for grass on the mountain. Jiang Wan, who had been following him for a few hundred meters, began to regret her decision to follow him. Yesterday's video had given her over 10,000 fans, and if she had gotten a little more powerful content, she would have been able to take ads herself. Think about the amount of airplay that is beckoning to you. Think of the gold-digging bosses who will be there soon. Think about the glorious future of being a soon-to-be famous internet celebrity. This endured until dark. Qin Lang spent the entire afternoon either emulating Li Shizhen or learning from Shen Nong. He looked at all the flowers and plants in the neighborhood, and drained the rechargeable treasure that Jiang Wan had brought with her. Perhaps she shouldn't have entertained the idea of getting rich and famous. Until dark, Qin Lang picked a few green grasses. It's over? Instead, Qin Lang said, there's a part-time job as a webmaster at night. Jiang Wan thought to herself, goodness gracious, why is he so energetic? After agonizing all the way, he finally followed Qin Lang and appeared at the internet cafe. Keeping up with the times, internet cafes have now been renamed internet cafes. The previous rows of seats have been replaced with plush gaming lanes in groups of 2 or 2. There are greenery everywhere, and the lobby is even marked as a smoke-free zone. Next to the bar is a tea bar and a well-stocked food shelf, and there's even a youth hostel lounge upstairs. Physical conditions are all over the place. Chao Qin is here. 132. A dozen computers you see? Moving black screen. The big brother of the bar snorted and handed Qin Lang a toolbox. After seeing the beautiful woman behind Qin Lang, he whistled a snicker. Long night not lonely today? Brought the girl over Qin Lang said faintly. Not familiar. The barman raised his eyebrows and smirked with I get it all look. He plugged in his hard disk, and then a bunch of digital gibberish appeared on the screen. These messy characters seemed to have found a pattern in Qin Lang's hands. In 3 or 4 minutes, the computer was back as good as new. A dozen computers, repaired in less than half an hour. While Jiang Wan was waiting, she fell asleep. He sat down in front of one of the computers and made sure that he was in a dead center position so that no one else could see him. He typed in a website and subsequently began encrypting his IP in layers. After a few minutes, An interface similar to a communication software appeared. The whole site was full of foreign fonts, but Qin Lang was swimming in them. It had only been 3 days since he'd logged on, and he'd been approached by 4 dozen people on a mission. Varan. Fraud ring eliminated. Commission 5. The commissions here are virtual currencies on the site, in millions. Among the many requests for cooperation, this was the only one that made Qin Lang stop by. Varan. A country with few indigenous resources, wins in the beauty of its environment. There were many tourists visiting the place some years ago, but after that a wicked chain of business scamming was slowly spawned. With its pleasant environment, slow pace of life and low cost of traveling, many people use it as a gimmick to attract tourists from all over the globe. The portrait of a victim from the summer country accounts for more than 80% of their group of fraud victims. The genus is a real headache for the summer minister. Quick reply by Qin Lang, yes, but I need a little more. The other party replied in a second, what do you want? Quinn, I want 80% of the fraud group's funds. The other side was silent. Qin Lang was in no hurry and even made himself a cup of coffee. 10 minutes later, the other party replied, the value of your wants is too high, and your superiors do not agree. Qin Lang, Wallen's fraud group is over 100 in size, with more than 50 hitmen and mercenaries under his command, and the mercenaries who went there before have all gone without a return. I can guarantee that I'll eliminate all the core members, but I can't guarantee the other mercenaries. Reborn's other title on the mercenary list, no misses. There are quite a few people who are on the lookout for fraud in Varan. But nay, the local authorities are turning a blind eye and other countries are not in a position to intervene. But more than a few dozen people are said to have died here. The power of this fraudulent group is still expanding and has even spread to the mob scene in other countries. If they didn't fancy Qin Lang's title, they wouldn't have found him through various channels. Opponent, please give us time to think about it. Qin Lang, 5 hours. Qin Lang then directly logged out. Qin Lang switched to another computer and logged into another account. It took no time to lock on to the other side. The sleeping Jiang Wan muttered and frowned. He glanced at Jiang Wan and shook his head helplessly. It's really true that people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. Jiang Wan's body was sore from this sleep. Opening his eyes in a half-asleep state, he realized that Qin Lang was brewing water with the grass he had picked during the day today. Qin Lang glanced at her obliquely. Dandelion water. To remove fire, do you drink it? It was only 4 in the morning. Jiang Wan had followed Qin Lang in the middle of the night for a useless piece of material, and it was indeed enough to be on fire. Give me a cup. Jiang Wan furiously finished off a cup of water in one gulp and heavily banged the cup on the table. It seems the path to fame by making news is not for you. Jiang Wan looked at Qin Lang. I'm leaving. I hope I won't run into anything related to you in the future. It's too unlucky. 2 hours later, Qin Lang received an affirmative reply from the other party, but the other party demanded a quick battle. Qin Lang, however, said, there's no rush. It'll be done by October 7th. The other side is impatient. Can you hurry up? Qin Lang, that's not answering. Opponent. A sentence that choked the other man again. Opponent, okay, just do as you say. For the next few days, there was nothing unusual in Qin Lang's life. 2 or 3 part-time jobs a day, and some pro bono ones too. Black and white. Sleeping during the day and working until midnight at night. Netizens often stumble upon part-time Qin Lang on various occasions. Shake milk tea at a milk tea store. Acupuncture and cupping at the bath center. Mopping the floor at the gym. By the end of the day, the internet had almost disappeared on him. After all, the police department came out and didn't catch any horses. So I guess it's just an ordinary guy. This year's October 1st holiday goes from September 30th to October 8th. There were quite a few people who took a leave of absence to skip class on the 29th. That afternoon, Qin Lang received a call from the conscription office. Qin Lang, the conscription physical examination is scheduled for October 5th. You don't have any other arrangements for your vacation, do you? Qin Lang thought to himself, how come the medical checkup and the part-time job are rushing together? Medical checkups are a big deal and should not be delayed. It looks like I'll just have to adjust the hours of the part-time job. Qin Lang said, there are no arrangements. Director Su of the conscription office said, okay, I've sent you a form. Fill it out and send it to me later. Meet at 9 a.m. on October 5th at PLA Hospital 217 in Linping. Have a nice vacation. Bye. Qin Lang, see you later. Looks like the plan will have to be reworked. Physical on the 5th, and I have to be back on the 4th. Then I have to finish my part-time job on the 3rd. Not much time left for him to work part-time. It'll just have to be a quick fix. Qin Lang hasn't been home for 3 or 4 days. First I took the subway, then I changed buses, and finally I walked for half an hour before I saw a rotten building. It's a mall built by a developer on the outskirts of town over a decade ago. A big part of it was built and the developer ran away. Thousands of square meters of buildings without even a window to protect them from the wind and rain. An unobstructed view of gray walls and a complex mall design make for an indistinguishable sense of direction. The overlapping walls are confusing and depressing. Qin Lang walked directly toward the basement, which was like a black hole without electricity. It devours the endless vibrancy and amplifies the fear within. Indifferent to his surroundings, Qin Lang frankly turned a few corners in the darkness and walked up to a wall, pulled out the card and stuck it on one of the bricks. Drip, swish, an elevator appeared as if out of nowhere, and the dim light in the elevator seemed to adapt one from darkness full to light. This place was just like a different world transformed by Qin Lang. The interior has 4 floors. Qin Lang pressed the 3rd floor. Drop. The moment you open the door, it's like entering the Matrix. There are dozens of displays in the eye, and there is a wide range of various instruments of different sizes and models. The computer in the upper left corner provides real-time updates on the current unrest. The computer in the center is constantly updating where international black market transactions are going. Each computer does its own thing. Qin Lang determined the course of action. This time it might be slightly more turbulent. Then went to the 2nd floor to pack the weapons for this operation. At 2 a.m., Qin Lang left in a black jeep. In the meantime, the police side also sensed that Qin Lang seemed to have made another move. The police had installed a locator on Qin Lang's cell phone, and the reason they were so relaxed these days was because they were locking onto the locator in real time. But today is different. Qin Lang's positioning hadn't moved for a full 5 hours. 2 plainclothes policemen came to Qin Lang's dormitory according to the positioning, and found that the people had gone empty, leaving his switched-off cell phone lying alone in the cupboard. Roommate Hao Dawei woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and was scared out of his wits by the 2 men at the door. Qin Lang isn't in the dormitory? Hao Dawei said with wide eyes. Qin Lang always disappears when he goes on vacation. What are you looking for him for? The 2 of them frowned, thinking, oh no, this kid isn't going to become a mercenary again, is he? The phone is dialed to the Public Safety Department. Director Luo, the person is missing. Director Luo said, don't panic first, it's only been a few hours. The person shouldn't have gone far. Check the surveillance immediately. The last surveillance footage was of Qin Lang getting off the bus. The land area on the outskirts of the city is vast, with dozens of towns and hundreds of villages stretching over hundreds of kilometers. Qin Lang entered the area where there was no surveillance, and it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find him again. I really didn't think that a nice person would just disappear into thin air. Director Gao contacted the NSA. Director Zhao, is there any movement of Reborn on your end? No. Reborn hasn't logged on in the last 3 days. Do you guys have a way to hack into Reborn's account? Director Zhao sighed. If we could have hacked in, we would have done so long ago. It would have been an encrypted system on the darknet, and we've done everything we can to find out the IP. Director Gao's face was grave. Under his own supervision, this kind of discrepancy had occurred, and he could only hope that the boy would not get into trouble this time. 1 day later, at this time, across the ocean, Qin Lang was sitting on a speedboat zipping along. He'd had a few bumps in the road and his bones were almost falling apart. The man who drove the boat was named Butler and had some dealings with Qin Lang. Butler asked, how many lives wouldn't be enough to kill yourself inside their group? Qin Lang said, don't worry, I'll give you all that gold if you die. Butler said cheerfully, how's that for talking like I expect you to die? Qin Lang said coldly, I have the life to give, but do you have the life to take? Butler winced. No. Reborn, you spare my life. Qin Lang logged into the account that he hadn't logged into for a few days and talked to the other party about the latest time of the operation. At this point, domestic, Public Security Department. The red locator on the computer starts blinking. It's online. Reborn is online. Director Rowe nervously asked, where is the location? Wherever Reborn is, it's a sign that there will be a war. It can only be localized in the vicinity of Kakama Heights. Director Luo, there are more than 30 small countries in that neighborhood. How did this kid get that far? We'll locate it right away. But it will take some time. Director Luo's face was cold as ice, the sooner the better. A huge sum of money had just been transferred from one of Qin Lang's private accounts. Qin Lang, however, followed the transaction path, hacked into the other party's IP, and implanted a certain self-developed virus all over an area, causing a total paralysis of the opponent's system. As he neared the coast, Qin Lang told Butler to leave first. He leapt into the vast ocean. Butler only felt that Qin Lang was as terrifying as he was, 5 or 6 nautical miles away from the coast, and Qin Lang, the madman, swam through. He muttered, I must protect my little life when I follow him. After all, I'm human and he's supposed to be a monster. The summer country across the ocean. After heavy deciphering, the location of Qin Lang was locked. Reborn is at the Varan border. What's he doing there? Another gang infighting? Director Zhao, someone from the National Security Bureau, and someone from the Public Security Bureau got together. Being in another country, They can't give orders, they can only scout through satellites. Qin Lang's every move touched the hearts of many people. Report, one of the reborn transaction accounts we currently have just had a large sum of money transferred out of it. Director Zhou rose, alert, and asked, where are the arrears headed? The staff immediately queried. They are all spoofed IPs. It takes a little time. 10 minutes later. Found it. It's a trading company registered in the islands, but it's actually a shell company, supposedly to move some illegal property. After much corroboration, it was one of the collection accounts for the Varan fraud ring. Even Director Zhao couldn't sit still this time. He narrowed his eyes, his expression serious. Qin Lang, how did you get involved with the Varan scam? You're really not letting us off the hook. Before they could figure out the connection between the two, the staff member panicked. Another huge amount of money in the same amount has entered Reborn's account. A few minutes later, the staff was sweating in a hurry. What's going on here? Shouldn't I? It's amazing how much money the shell company is spending in one lump sum. Director Zhao looked aghast. Keep checking. Can you find out where the money is going? Whether it's a batch flow into Reborn's account or a transfer of assets from a fraudulent company. Suddenly, Director Law's phone rang. What? Are you sure? That's a big deal. You'll have to double check and tally up the other victims. Hang up. Director Gao asked. What's wrong? What happened? Director Luo looked to Director Zhao and sighed helplessly. I seem to know where the money in the account went. Both men looked at him at the same time. Their gazes banded. I just received news that several people who were defrauded back then suddenly received a refund of the amount they were defrauded of back then. Director Luo said. Qin Lang. No. It's Reborn who was most likely helping people return the amount they were cheated of back then. Director Gao's expression changed. Then he laughed twice. This kid, he can really surprise people. Lao Zhao. Never mind who this Reborn really is, but he's helped us once again. Director Zhao smiled slightly. I'm getting curious about him. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere in the office wasn't as tense as it had just been. The amount in the account was still flowing and more good news was being received. Director Zhao's eyes were unfathomable as he looked at the red dot on the screen as if he was looking at Qin Lang himself. In the meantime, Qin Lang, who is in Varan, has already stirred up the fraud gang by himself. The network system was paralyzed and several important office buildings were blown up. They had sent dozens of mercenaries and thugs, but they hadn't even seen a shadow of the intruder. Qin Lang destroyed all their surveillance lines in passing before invading. He muttered, the system's matrix skill is simply too easy to use to clean up this bunch of ants. That's right. In fact, Qin Lang had long since bound the host system. As early as 3 years ago, the host was activated inside Qin Lang's body at the beginning of the summer vacation after the end of Qin Lang's college entrance exam. Qin Lang thought to himself, am I, an orphan who grew up without a father or mother, finally favored by God? Heaven will send a great task to the people. Must first suffer their minds, labor their muscles and bones, and starve their bodies and skin. It seems that my poor loser has a day of reckoning. Come on, a monstrously rich system, the all-consuming money game. Is it the luck of winning every bet? Or do I get a peach promotion and surrounded by beautiful women? Ha! As a result, the first task of his system left him dumbfounded. Host, complete 1,000 push-ups, rewarded with 100 shots within 300 meters. Are you kidding? The novels are all bound to a racy system, a fairy cultivation system, or at worst a gambling king system. How come you're so different from everyone else? Well, at least it's good for the body. In this way, Qin Lang started from strengthening his body and slowly moved to performing small tasks of catching thieves. The more skills he acquires, the more capable he becomes. In 3 short years, Qin Lang had utilized his mercenary status to carry out missions during his summer and winter vacations. Even he himself didn't expect to climb to the 8th place in the mercenary rankings. The stronger the skill, the greater the responsibility. He, Qin Lang, was bound to take this system with him and join the Xia troops, and must serve his country honorably. The current Qin Lang possessed dozens of skills, which was why he dared to break into a city alone. At this point in time, explosions were going off inside the Varan fraud group. Damn! How many bombs did he plant? Who exactly is it? What is his purpose? A dozen or so mercenaries were at a loss. Not to mention the silhouettes of people. Not a single ghost was seen. The fraud syndicate boss saw the situation and told his men to take themselves and hurry to evacuate from the underground. Thud! Suddenly, the henchman beside the boss staggered and fell to the ground. The boss clutched the box in his hand, curled up, and looked around. Who? Don't you play dumb? You come out. What do you want? How about we talk about it? You want money? I'll give you money. I've got tons of it. Thud! The other henchman's chest was scarlet, and he collapsed at the boss's feet. He appeared with a bulletproof helmet and a bulletproof vest of his own design. Said, I should have known better. Reborn? You're the mercenary Reborn? The fraud syndicate boss was paralyzed with fear. He didn't recognize Reborn, but his clothes were the mark. There shouldn't be any of these people who wear their heads on their pants every day who don't recognize Reborn's unique clothing. Reborn, I'm begging you. I'll give you money. All this is money. Spare me, okay? I'll kowtow to you. I'll work for you as a cow. You let me go. Qin Lang crouched down and said with a smile, too late. How can you stand up to the dozens of lives you tortured to death? The fraud syndicate boss is sweating like a pig. Give me a chance. I can make amends. I have money. I'll give them millions. No, tens of millions. Qin Lang stared at him coldly. In your eyes, is it true that all human lives can be measured in numbers? The fraud syndicate boss was trembling. One after another, he kowtowed to Qin Lang and chattered, please spare my life. I'll give you all the money. I don't want any more money. From now on I'll do good. I'll donate. I'll be a cow for the rest of my life. I really know I'm wrong. Please give me a chance. I'll definitely change my ways. Boom. The next second, the man stared in horror, his body lolling to the side. Qin Lang said indifferently, save your words of repentance for talking to Hades. Afterwards, Qin Lang took out his cell phone and took a few pictures of the fraud group boss at different angles. He sauntered off to the office, and it took a little work, but he was able to find all of the collection accounts that had been traded during the interval. However, because of the limited information available, he was only able to refund the last 3 years of fraudulent payments, and the fraudulent group was profligate and a lot of money was transferred from the account. Qin Lang of other countries couldn't care less, but the victims of the Xia country, he would definitely do everything he could to keep as much property as possible. At this time, the Summerland, more than 100 victims have received refunds, and the cumulative total has added up to tens of millions of dollars. Inside the NSA, a few people were chatting leisurely, and even Captain Chen had brought afternoon tea. Try this Gong Fu, top 3 on the list. Director Zhao happily ate 2 bites. It's not bad, it feels a lot more soothing. Director Gao snickered. Director Zhao, your comfort is because of Reborn, isn't it? Director Zhao pointed to the milk tea on the table. Give me the one with extra pearls. Never mind what missions Reborn has actually carried out, but he's done Natsu a huge favor every time, and that's something we'll have to think long and hard about. Suddenly, the staff member came over and whispered a few words in his ear. Director Zhou said, bring those profiles over here. Seeing that Director Zhao was busy at work, Director Gao was prepared to take Director Luo back first. Director Zhao, since we've already figured out Reborn's purpose this time, we'll go back first. Director Cho stopped him. Don't leave yet. It's about Qin Lang. There's no rush to leave later. Director Gao and Director Luo looked at each other and sat down at the same time. A few moments later, Director Zhao handed them a copy of Qin Lang's conscription enrollment form. The conscription office is reviewing Qin Lang's information over there. Director Gao's expression was grave as he murmured, Qin Lang's identity is special. No matter what, he's a mercenary. I wouldn't recommend such a person to join the Xia forces. Director Luo suggested the same thing. I feel the same way. Is he doing Xia a favor to dispel our suspicions? Or is it something else? We don't know, but he's extremely deep in the city, so it's likely that he's up to something else. Director Gao looked at Director Zhao's obscure eyes and thought that he might have other considerations. Director Cho, what do you think? Director Zhao smiled and said, don't you guys think this kid is a talent? Director Gao, Director Ro, he was on a mission in Volant and consumed 2 whole days. The matter of getting refunds is more complicated than expected, and this scam group is staffed by complex people. Qin Lang had wasted a little more time in order to protect the safety of the hostages. On the day of the 3rd, those who had succumbed to Qin Lang's ability and reformed their ways were shunning him at the moment. Low pressure confused the entire base. Qin Lang's eyebrows condensed into a Chuan character, and at that moment, he was as fierce as a devil from hell. The 3rd in charge disappears and you guys say you didn't know? The captured minion kowtowed 3 times in a row on the ground and cried out, Grandpa, you're my grandfather, my ancestor. I really don't know where he is. We were so preoccupied with ourselves that we didn't have time to pay attention to anyone else. Qin Lang used the micro-expression skill to observe the other party's expression. It was found that the other party showed no signs of lying and indeed did not know. But one's mission is to take care of all the people in charge, and the fraudulent organization must be destroyed once and for all. Anything less than a key player is not a mission accomplished. God damn it. I have to take my draft physical on the 5th. This grandson is really delaying me. You'd better enjoy life these days. These are your last days on Earth. After all. Qin Lang kicked over the table and snapped, call all the losers to the square. 10 minutes later, all the members of the fraudulent group were either helping with straps or on crutches. 100 or so people stood in the square in a sorry state. 2 minions drove a car, and Qin Lang leapt to stand on the roof of the car, holding a loud hailer in his hand. I release you to reflect. Do you realize in the last few days that you were wrong? In the past few days, they had seen Qin Lang's punching and kicking kung fu, which was so strong that it was almost unlike a human being. All of them shouted neatly, "We were wrong. We'll never do fraud again." Qin Lang added, "I've submitted all your information anonymously, and you'll be punished for doing wrong, and the relevant departments will come back to pick you up for a big meal." The group burst into sighs of relief. The old days of having the blessing of the syndicate will be gone. Qin Lang said, "But such a big base can't be deserted. We have to leave some food for you losers." The crowd instantly widened their eyes, listening to Reborn. This is not going to be so them? Next, Qin Lang said, "Starting today, you will be embracing a brand new career. Stand in a row if you are strong. Stand in a row if you are handy. Stand in a row if you have quick reflexes." The 100 or so people instantly split into 7 groups. Qin Lang lazily said, "Those who are strong, work as unloaders and go to the docks to carry luggage for travelers. Those who are handy, be the janitorial staff. Convert the office into a hotel, and you'll be in charge of cleaning and sanitizing. Fast responders, be the driver. Take travelers nationwide." The crowd was dumbfounded. "Ha? Let's do the hard work? Are you kidding me?" Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and asked, "Any comments?" Everyone's heads shook like rattlesnakes. "No, no, no. Don't dare to have. How could I?" Qin Lang said, "Prices are transparent and childish. If I find out that you are ripping off customers, then I..." Qin Lang smiled and said, "Slaughter you all." Everyone was busy saying, "Don't dare, don't dare. We've reformed, and we'll definitely be good people in the future." 4 p.m. Qin Lang drove a car directly to the beach. Butler had been waiting for a long time. Qin Lang got on the boat and then urged, "Hurry up, hurry up. The faster the better. When you drive a speedboat on the sea, the faster you go the more dangerous it is, the more violently the cutter bumps." Even Butler, the veteran driver, couldn't help but get seasick under the strong bumps. But Qin Lang never changed his face. "Hurry up. I'm in a hurry." Butler looked at the unresponsive Qin Lang, thinking, what kind of monster is this? Is his body structure different from ours? At this moment, Qin Lang was thinking, I have my physical on the 5th at 9 a.m. I can't be late. Later that night, Qin Lang logged into his mercenary account on his way back to Xia, accounted for the current progress with the other side. The opponent wanted Qin Lang to strike while the iron was hot. As a result, Qin Lang said, "I'll deal with it after the 6th. The other side questioned, why? Obviously now is the best time. Qin Lang, go home and get a medical checkup. Opponent. The other man's curses were held in his mouth and swallowed hard. What kind of medical checkup is it that has reborn? The 8th in the mercenary rankings. Attached to it? Xia. State Security Bureau. Report, Director Zhao. Reborn is online. Director Zhao brightened up. Looks like he's finished the job? Where's the location? It's still in the vicinity of Kakama Heights. Director Zhou said, can you find out what really happened in Wallan? After investigating, the staff looked at the video in front of them and fell silent. In local news from Baran, the largest fraud syndicate officially declared bankruptcy today. An anonymous source submitted evidence of crimes committed by members of the fraud group, and the arrest of the offending members was announced locally. The head of the scam group has now disappeared and the innocent victims involved have been sent back to their countries of origin. Meanwhile, the remaining 100 members of the fraudulent group set up a tourist hotel and are currently engaged in social volunteer work, picking up garbage. Director Zhao was also shocked beyond words. This was done by Reborn? The staff member shook his head. But that's all that's happening in Volland at the moment. Director Zhou walked around the floor twice, holding her shoulders, and pulled up the video to watch it twice more, noticing the raw working posture of many people. I think they must have been senior executives with 5 grains before, but now they are forcing a smile to pick up garbage under the hot sun. If this kid really did this, he's a real wizard. 10 p.m. on the 4th. Qin Lang was still changing to the last mode of transportation. At this time, Qin Lang's mood was also a bit anxious. This driver's speed is slower than an old ox plowing a field. I won't be able to arrive tomorrow night. There were 3 other strangers in the car, all going abroad to beg for food. Qin Lang said to the driver with a cold face, get down and give me back my car. The driver drove as slowly as he spoke and said, that's not good. I earn your money. How embarrassing for you to drive for me. Next, the driver let out an ouch and was thrown into the back seat by Qin Lang's clothes. I'm in a hurry, and you're paid as you are. The next second, Qin Lang kicked the gas and the car speed directly soared to 80. Could have scared the others silly. What about you playing dead? You went racing in a foreign country? We're not playing with you. Drive slower, my heart can't take it. Qin Lang, however, was full of medical checkup tomorrow morning. Never delay a medical examination. It's a mountain road, and because of their special status, they can't drive lights. where but the slightest abnormality causes alarm. That's why they usually look for seasoned veteran drivers who can move like a snail through the darkness with the experience they've gained. But when it comes to Qin Lang, he himself came with night vision skills, and with the addition of his ace driving skills, he drove all the way. But the people in the car looked like they had lost half their lives. The organs turned around in his body, and his stomach was convulsing. Qin Lang, accompanied by a gust of shocked vomit, froze the 10 hours of driving, compressed into 5 hours. One person looked at Qin Lang with a face of indignation. Are you in a fucking hurry to get reincarnated? I'm going to be tossed by you. The driver feels like he just got off a roller coaster at this point and his soul hasn't returned. Trembling, he stretched out a finger and pointed at Qin Lang. I will never take your job next time. Take other people's jobs to make money. Take yours to get killed. Qin Lang, however, was completely unconcerned. He grabbed his luggage and ran wildly. At this time, 3 a.m. on the 5th. 6 hours until the medical exam. Qin Lang took advantage of the fact that no one was around at night and brought the car's speed up to 160. At 6 a.m., Qin Lang finally arrived at his house. He changed his clothes, put all his weapons back in their place, and even took a shower. 7 points. He went out wearing dull, large-rimmed glasses and ordinary clothes. 8:45. He arrived at the school dormitory and tried to get his cell phone. Hao Dawei rolled over and got out of bed. Qin Lang, your cell phone was taken by a few people. I think it was the police, right? Hao Dawei always felt that something was wrong. He suddenly realized. Qin Lang, you've changed. How did you become like this? Qin Lang looked at him suspiciously. Next, Hao Dawei slapped himself. I guess I'm dreaming. The vacation isn't over yet. How could Qin Lang appear in the dormitory? Qin Lang shook his head helplessly and said, conscription physical examination at 9 o'clock. Don't you forget. Hao Dawei was so muddled that he didn't know whether he heard it or not. Qin Lang thought to himself, it seems that the cell phone was taken away by the people from the Public Security Bureau. He went downstairs, swiped his card and rode a bike, and went straight to the 217th PLA hospital. 9 o'clock sharp. The recruiter's office started the roll call. Gao Tianyang. 2. Yu Tong. Su Yuquan. Zheng Muin. 2. Qin Lang. No one answered. Director Su repeated. Qin Lang? Did the person not come? 2. A shout came from a dozen meters away. It drew sideways glances from passers-by. Qin Lang parked his car and hurried over. Sorry, forgot my cell phone. Not late? Director Su glanced at the time with a mischievous expression and raised his eyelids to sweep a glance at Qin Lang. Quite a good jam. 9 o'clock sharp. Not late. Over 100 people signed up in total, and it took 4 minutes just to do the roll call. David How? Are the How to Wei people here yet? Qin Lang thought to himself. This grandson won't really not enroll. Will he? Director Su put a cross behind his name and said, the people are all here. So let us report. I'm late. In the next second, a figure panted and rushed to Director Su. Director Su asked with a bad expression. It's already a full 5 minutes late. For people like you who have no sense of time, are you still qualified to be soldiers? Su Dawei apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, please give me a chance. I promise this is the last time. There was a fight on the bus and it was delayed for a while. Director Su snorted coldly. What's the name? David How. Director Seo remembers his last gold chain vividly. No gold chain for you this time? Hao Dawei shook his head back and forth. I've changed my ways, and I'll definitely be an upwardly mobile young man in the future, and put an end to hip-hop culture. Hao Dawei returned to the team and stood behind Qin Lang with gritted teeth. Why don't you kids wait for me? Qin Lang swept him a glance. Waiting for you? Late together? Hao Dawei's face reddened. Undeterred, he argued. I played the game too late last night and ended up not getting up this morning. I just called you on the way to ask you to mop up for me for a while, but your cell phone was off. Qin Lang sighed helplessly. Somewhat pitifully, he looked at Hao Dawei. Dawei, in fact, I think your online loan money should go to look at the brain. Don't charge any games. Hao Dawei said with an innocent look on his face. Why are you still scolding me? Then suddenly remembered, shit. Qin Lang's cell phone was taken away. Inside the public security office, Director Gao had just gone to work when he received the news that Qin Lang was in the hospital. He said unexpectedly, isn't he involved? Is this kid done with his work? He asked Director Luo to take Qin Lang's cell phone and go to PLA Hospital 217 together to meet Qin Lang. The draft screening programs are numerous and rigorous. When the doctor saw Qin Lang wearing glasses, he thought it was another low-degree one ready to fish in troubled waters. But I didn't expect this kid's naked eye vision to reach 5.2. And he can even see a lot of things that normal people can't see. There are only a few of these people out of the tens of thousands of people they've examined. The doctor was shocked. Classmate, you have such good eyesight. Why do you need glasses? Xin Lang picked up his dorky glasses and put them on, saying, "More internet access, normal protection." The inspection went on until 3 p.m. without even a lunch. After finishing, Xin Lang and Hao Dawei were going to go to a nearby restaurant to eat something random. But I didn't expect to run into Director Luo, who had been waiting for a long time. At the entrance of the hospital, Director Luo, dressed in plain clothes, drove his own car and waved at Xin Lang from afar. "Xin Lang, your cell phone." Xin Lang smiled and took the phone. Hao Dawei, who was on the side, said in shock, "So it was you who broke into our dormitory in the middle of the night that day and took Xin Lang's cell phone?" Xin Lang turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Director Luo. Director Luo said seriously to Hao Dawei, "Classmate, you go first. I have something to talk to Xin Lang alone." The scene of 100 people surrounding Xin Lang with guns was still fresh in his mind. Hao Dawei swallowed his saliva and ran away in gray. You guys talk. I'm going to eat first." Xin Lang followed Director Luo into the car. Director Luo asked, "Xin Lang, where did you go the other day?" Xin Lang said, "I'm resting at home." Director Ro sneered, "Is your family in Volland?" Xin Lang didn't move. "Volland, I heard that place has a good environment, so I can consider it in the future when I'm old." Director Luo gazed at Xin Lang with cold eyes. "Xin Lang, don't talk poorly to me. Did you go to Varan to eliminate the local fraud organization?" Director Ro handed him the local news. The scene shows the group of villains, once armed with knives and electric batons, now with brooms and mops in their hands, walking the streets and cleaning up. Some people were careful to sneak a peek at them for fear that the broom would fly in their face the next second, but the group was talking to the camera like they were on crack. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. This is such a strange sight that it scares passers-by straight away. Xin Lang, however, smiled. "Good execution." Director Luo narrowed his eyes. "I'm sure you're the one who's up to something. I'm just along for the ride. The refunds should all be processed. Did you guys get the message?" At the mention of this, Director Luo's hostility weakened considerably. His voice softened for a minute. "Roger that. How'd you kid do that?" "Xin Lang, by the way." Director Luo looked at Xin Lang helplessly. This kid was really soft and hard. However, his mercenary status was really quite convenient, and the problems that Xia couldn't solve well due to the international relations in its way, Xin Lang was able to ghostly solve. Director Law said, "You left the country illegally again?" Xin Lang closed his eyes drowsily. Having hardly slept for the past 2 days, it was an inexplicable feeling of relaxation to be sitting next to a police officer at this moment. What Director Luo said afterward was completely unknown to Xin Lang. 2 hours later, Xin Lang woke up in the police station. Regarding his part-time job, the police also want Xin Lang to cooperate with the investigation. But Xin Lang said, "I'm sorry, I still have some personal matters to take care of. Some other time." Then, it was time to hurry back to his house. He entered his room on the second floor and, among the many computers, began searching for news of the man who had escaped from the fraud ring. Over the course of a few days, the other party rolled over a few times and actually made it to the Cotton Triangle. This region is incredibly close to Xin Lang and is relatively close. He contacted a local group directly to get their help in arresting someone. The group was the same organization that had been involved in the infighting in the first place, with Xin Lang adding fuel to the fire. The other party's boss graciously invited Xin Lang over for a small gathering and promised to bring the person there. That night, Xin Lang rushed to the Cotton Triangle again. It was the evening of the 6th when we arrived at the Cotton Triangle after the long trek. Xin Lang used Reborn's identity, solved the escaped person, and finally completed this task after handing over the mission with a photo. The other party was quite cognizant of Reborn's abilities. Opposite, it's a little longer, but you're good value for money and have a 100% kill rate. Xin Lang, remember the 5-star reviews. I'm 3 stars short of moving up 1 spot in the rankings. Opponent, don't worry, 5-star reviews, and I'll introduce you to customers in the future. Xin Lang, 20% discount for regular customers and referrals. Xin Lang refused the local invitation and had rushed back to Linping overnight. On the drive back, Xin Lang pushed the gas pedal to the floor. Hell, there's an early 8 tomorrow. If you're late for this class, you lose credit. You can't be late. After rushing around, Xin Lang still managed to catch up with the early 8. He sat down in his classroom and took a long breath. Immediately afterward, lie down on the table and sleep straight through the morning. Near the end of class, David Hao poked him in the arm with his elbow. "Brother, your old acquaintance is here to see you again." Xin Lang half yawned and looked at the doorway, only to see Director Gao's familiar face. Hey, waking up is a nightmare. He had been to the police station more times in the past few days than he had in his earlier years combined. I didn't realize that this time it was Director Gao himself. Xin Lang, quite busy on October 1st vacation? Xin Lang yawned. Not bad, quite fulfilling. Director Gao smiled and said, "It's quite fulfilling. You're so busy you don't have time to sleep." Afterwards, Director Gao handed Qin Lang a pile of information. It's Reborn's landing position. Before the 4th, Reborn was positioned in Volant. 6. Reborn is in the Cotton Triangle. Qin Lang, you made a special trip back for the conscription's physical examination. It seems like you take it quite seriously. It was only then that Qin Lang stubbed out the soft flesh that hadn't grown any bones. Said, "After all, everything else is part-time, and being a soldier is the important thing." Director Gao laughed twice and said, "Qin Lang, I'll say it straight. You can't pass the political trial with this status." Qin Lang raised his eyelids to look at him. Undeterred, he confirmed, "Are you sure? After all, I didn't commit a crime in the country." Director Gao stared at Qin Lang's every move. The Summerland forces are not child's play. You have a complex composition of identities, and you should be thanking God that we haven't arrested you. There is no room for potential danger in the Summer Army. Qin Lang also looked at Director Gao without being humble, and at the end, let out a light laugh. "That's a shame," he added. "Can I go now? I've said all that needs to be explained." All the way out of the police station, Qin Lang began to wonder. That's what stuck me down. It shouldn't be. This political trial is really strict. So what should I do? I can't be a mercenary for the rest of my life, can I? Office of National Security, the Public Security Bureau, the Conscription Office, and the National Security Bureau are all gathered together. The crowd was looking at Qin Lang's profile with serious faces. This Qin Lang. I didn't expect to have such a rich resume at such a young age. I've just received news that after October 1's mission this time, his ranking on the mercenary rankings has risen one more place, and he's now at number 7. Wasted some effort to find out what assignments he's gotten in the past. The vast majority, either directly or indirectly, do a favor to the Summerland. This kid, so capable. The man from the recruiting office looked grave and said, "Actually, he's good enough to go straight into the special forces." Director Gao stood up from his chair and said in disbelief, "Old Su, you're really planning to let him enter the army? This man is a potential bomb, and I advise you to be careful not to set yourself on fire." Director Su said, "Not me. I don't have that much power. This matter of Qin Lang has alarmed the chiefs in the army, and they feel that Qin Lang should be used for the army." Director Zhao of the National Security Bureau nodded. "I also think that, as a special matter, this kid's reflexes are quite uncomplicated. His sense of secrecy alone is so strong that he was able to toss around for 2 years before being discovered under the noses of our group of us. Do you think he's a good guy?" Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang for Director Su of the Military Recruitment Office. "Xiao Su, I'm Ruan Dongsheng. You still remember me, right?" Director Su stood in awe. "Chief, of course I remember you. Do you have any instructions for making this call today?" The opposite party let out a laugh. "Xiao Su, I'm not going to beat around the bush. This person Qin Lang, we have our eyes on him." Director Su was dumbfounded. He knew that his superiors attached importance to it, but he didn't expect to alert the Chief of General Staff of the 76th Group Army to call him a tiny director of the recruitment office. Director Su asked in a low voice, "Then are you trying to transfer him directly to your staff?" Ruan Dongsheng had brought several very famous special forces in recent years. Could it be that he intended to train Qin Lang? Ruan Dongsheng said, "No, this kid is a wild card. Capable and high-minded, usually used to being disorganized and undisciplined. He must be allowed to hone and thwart under the system of the army." Director Su swept a glance at the table. Qin Lang's danger profile. Uneasily, he reminded, "Chief, regarding Qin Lang's past missions as a reborn mercenary, you should know something about them, right?" Ruan Dongsheng responded, "Don't worry, we know only as much as we need to know. You just pass. I'll take care of the rest." With his words, Director Su's hanging heart finally dropped. Several people looked at Director Su, all of them quite curious about the content of that call just now. The Special Forces side is all up for grabs. Director Gao was alarmed. "No way? Amir Qin Lang has even alarmed the Special Forces? But there's so much mystery about him that I still think it's dangerous." Director Zhao of the National Security Bureau unloaded his burden and leaned back comfortably on the sofa. "Director Gao, don't worry about it. He can slip away under our noses. And it's not because he's so free. In the army, maybe it wouldn't have gone wrong." Despite everyone urging him to drop it, Director Gao was bent on serving his country. He had never let go of his scorn for Qin Lang, someone who could have carried out dozens of dangerous missions in just 3 years. Is he sure that he will really come out of the mud even if he is upright? October 15th. The day the draft comes out with results. Qin Lang has been depressed since he last returned from the police station. Hao Dawei had asked him what was wrong, and he kept his mouth shut. It wasn't until this morning that Hao Dawei excitedly dragged Qin Lang out of bed. "Brother, don't sleep." The results of the draft will be out at 8 in the morning. My mom has already called me 3 times this morning, and our whole family is on alert and more nervous than I am. Qin Lang rolled over in bed. Never mind, I should have enough. Hao Dawei looked at the glasses on Qin Lang's pillow. I've told you that something is definitely wrong with that eye of yours. Don't think you're taking a chance just because you have a low degree. Getting the surgery sooner is better than anything. Qin Lang put the quilt over his head, not bothering to listen to Hao Dawei's nagging. It's a rare day when I don't have class in the morning 8, and I ended up being woken up by this grandson. Holy shit, it's 8 o'clock. Why is it so stuck? How many people are checking at the same time anyway? It's killing me in a hurry. Scratch that. It's been refreshed 7 or 8 times and the lines are still crowded. Qin Lang was yelling at him. He was completely energized. Hundreds of messages have been swiped from our school's recruiting group. Every few moments, someone sends out the link to the query once. Qin Lang smoothly clicked, smoothly entered the information, smoothly logged in successfully, and smoothly inquired about the results. Qin Lang's pupils widened and his upper body instantly popped up. Shit! And Hao Dawei, who was on the bottom bunk, let out a shocking howl. Ah! Qin Lang was taken aback by him. What are you yelling for? Did you pass? With tears in both eyes, Hao Dawei grasped the handrail of the bed and cried like a pig. I passed. I get to be a soldier too. Did you check? How's it going? Did it pass? Qin Lang smiled and said, it passed too. Hao Dawei excitedly jumped up and hugged him, both legs dangling and hanging from his waist. Excitedly, he said, great. We are worthy of being good brothers without words. It seems that in the future in the army, we should also take care of each other. The corners of Qin Lang's mouth twitched. Nothing to talk about? How on earth did you presume to come to that conclusion? We're a long way from talking to each other, and we've only just taken the first step of nodding acquaintance. However, Qin Lang was indeed surprised that Director Gao's words that day clearly indicated that it was impossible for him to become a soldier. After all, those resumes of his own were there, and he was prepared for them. Why are you suddenly able to go to the army again? Qin Lang shook his head. Forget it, whatever. Anyway, he was able to go to the army himself, so the rest was a matter of soldiering on and letting things take their course. I don't know if it's coincidence or fate. The troops that Qin Lang and Hao Dawei served 2 years afterward were surprisingly the same. Hao Dawei was so excited that he even dragged Qin Lang for a big drink. Taking advantage of the drunkenness, he said a lot of heartfelt words to Qin Lang. Brother, when I was in school before, you didn't take care of me. In the future, in the army, we have to care for each other even more. And if anything happens, I'll carry it for you. Even though Qin Lang thought that he was not considered to be familiar with Hao Dawei, still, a warm feeling welled up in my heart to have a familiar face in the army. After a few bottles of wine, Qin Lang's head was still clear, but Hao Dawei's brain mixed with alcohol. Groggy several times chiseled the tabletop. Qin Lang, be honest with did the police take you there because you are a spy? Qin Lang was speechless for a while. He took back the fellowship he had just felt so warmly. This dude is just trying to satisfy his curiosity while he's drunk. I ended up drinking myself down first. A drunk's body is like a puddle of dead meat. But Qin Lang used one arm to pick up Hao Dawei from the table. Single-handedly, the 5-foot-something, 150-pound lad was stuffed into the cab. Master, go to Linping University. The next day after sobriety, Hao Dawei felt as if there was a scale in his head, knocking his temples one by one. A little more movement and you get dizzy right away. Qin Lang pushed the door in. Wake up, Hao Dawei asked dizzily. How did I come back? I don't remember the back at all. It's broken. As he packed his bags, Qin Lang said, so you remember when you asked me if I was a spy? Hao Dawei froze on the spot. There was a flash of red and white in his face. After a long time, he moved his mouth awkwardly. Ha ha, I'm a person who can't hide things and am curious. But you don't talk to me. He came over and said curtly, but I know you must not be, or how else could you be a soldier? The report came 3 days later. There will be various meetings about college soldiers in the next few days and they will also be given military items. Qin Lang carefully touched the collar of his shirt, smelling the unique smell of his new clothes. He looked at the full camouflage uniform he had received and was overcome with emotion. I've been working on myself for so long, and I'm finally getting what I want. In the future, no matter how hard it is, one has to persevere. No matter what challenges he faced, he would not give up and must protect the people of Xia with honor as a soldier of Xia. Without short steps, he would not be able to reach 1,000 miles, and he, Qin Lang, would have to prove himself one step at a time. Director Su of the conscription office, looking at a group of vibrant faces, a rare smile appeared. This is the future of Xia, a group of the pillars of the country. The first thing he wanted to do was to go back to his residence before he left. After all, when you go away, you must empower. Otherwise, With the level of attention the police were paying to themselves, surely the lair would be locked down by them in less than half a month. As a result, Xin Lang had just gotten out of the car when he sensed that a car was following him not far away. The other party thought that he was very secretive, but unexpectedly, he had long been discovered by Xin Lang. Xin Lang rode his car and deliberately scrambled through the countryside roads. There were some narrow alleyways that the other party's car couldn't even enter. There was no choice but to shed the car and go for a trot instead. But when Xin Lang burrowed into this trail, he was like a fish in the water and completely disappeared. The other party smashed a wall in helpless rage and said into the phone, "Director Luo, lost him. This kid is a master of counter-surveillance, and there's no way to find anyone." After getting rid of his stalker, Xin Lang lurked around the house for a while, and then changed his path to go home. It seems he made a wise decision to go home today. He cut off all the equipment in the house. Even the weapons he moved to a different basement to make sure everything was secure. Day 2. Xin Lang brought his luggage and caught up with the large group, waiting for the train together at the station. Many people took pictures with their cell phones. He had finally taken off his large framed glasses and his hair was cut to an inch. The eyes that had been covered behind glasses for years finally stopped being so lazy and became glowing. Xin Lang is of outstanding height, handsome and elegant. Many people at the station took out their cell phones to take pictures. Wow! There are still more handsome guys in the military. No wonder it's said that an inch is the only test of face value. There are a few soldier boys who could just become actors. That little brother in the second row is so handsome. Handsome, yes, but why do I think he looks so familiar? Seems like I've seen him before. The photo was uploaded to the internet, and already some quick-fingered netizens have begun to help with the review. In less than 5 minutes, Xin Lang's previous affairs were turned over. Holy shit! Isn't that tall guy in the second row with the inch head the same Xin Lang who made the SWAT team rise up before? Hey, it's really him. No, isn't this kid a spy? It's quite a change. I didn't even recognize it until you guys told me. How can he be a spy and still be a soldier? It shouldn't be a spy. If it is, the political trial will definitely not pass. Maybe we misunderstood him. And so it was. Everyone embarked on a journey to become a soldier. The crowd began to get acquainted with each other on the train. And there were 128 recruits in their compartment. This includes 34 student soldiers. There were a lot of people who had been working for a while and re-enlisted. And people were making introductions to each other on the bus. Hao Dawei is a social cattle. A carriage he slipped once. Everyone mixed a familiar face. He also pulled Xin Lang. Xin Lang, come out and talk to everyone. All get to know each other. And in the future you might all be comrades in a company. Xin Lang looked down at the book in his hand and said without lifting his head, "There's no rush. We'll have a chance to get to know each other later." But someone had long since noticed Xin Lang. Someone purposely said loudly in the carriage, "Oops, I heard that there seems to be a student from Linping University who was quite famous on the internet before. Are you talking about the guy who surprised hundreds of SWAT officers and went to the school to arrest him? Is he in this compartment too? Wasn't he rumored to be a spy?" Hao Dawei stood up and said, "Don't talk nonsense. The act of indiscriminately labeling spies is also illegal." Immediately, someone found out the online video and pointed at Hao Dawei. "I remember you. Weren't you standing with that little spy? You're not a spy too, are you?" Hao Dawei was infuriated. "Who are you calling a spy? I'm a man of honor." Those who serve in the military are people who are bent on serving their country, and they are even more sympathetic to spies. At this moment, quite a few people stood against Xin Lang and the two of them. And be honorable? I don't think so. It's not your business. What are you saying for Xin Lang? Hao Dawei said angrily. "Don't bully yourselves too much. Several people across the street have work experience and are very good at reading people." Seeing that Hao Dawei is a college student and does not know how to cope with this kind of scene, he first established a prestige. Xin Lang closed the book heavily. Coldly, he said, "Have you all investigated whether I am a spy or not?" At that instant, everyone looked in Xin Lang's direction. Hao Dawei even clenched his fists. He was already prepared to make a move with that group of people. However, Xin Lang walked to his side and patted his back in passing. A slight nod was given to Hao Dawei. One of the people on the opposite side snorted disdainfully. "How can we have that right to investigate?" Xin Lang said, "Since I have no problem with my political examination, what are you all worried about?" The man across the street is old. Even though Xin Lang had solved the trap he had set up in 4 different ways, but he was unconcerned, saying, "We didn't say anything. We were just curious and read the online segments." The other party's eyes were like knives, staring fiercely at Xin Lang's face. Xin Lang smiled slightly. Watching a video and reading a paragraph is casual for everyone, but aggressively and indiscriminately putting labels on people is not too much like what a soldier does. The man on the other side sneered, "You're a student. Less lecturing others." Xin Lang rapped Hao Dawei and sat down, saying, I'm not qualified to teach others a lesson, and neither are you guys. After all, we're at the same level. Qin Lang paused for a moment and slowly opened the book. It's a discussion at best. The face of the man who argued with Qin Lang was devastated as he stared at the back of Qin Lang's head, as if his eyes were bursting out with a fiery snake that would completely destroy Qin Lang. The few people around them looked at Qin Lang, and their eyes were also responsible. At the end of the day, the man who had just lost the battle against Qin Lang said in a conspiratorial manner, I won't try to show off for a moment. If you have the ability to see the real thing inside the force. Qin Lang silently turned a page of the book without replying, but Hao Dawei beside him was secretly pleased. Giving 2 thumbs up to Qin Lang, you can do it, brother. With reason. Qin Lang whispered, don't bother with them, everyone is going to be disciplined. They are deliberately provoking us. Hao Dawei looked at Qin Lang adoringly. Brother, from now on I'll follow you around, and I'll listen to whatever you say. Qin Lang smiled. Director Su, who led the team, just went to the dining car to order a meal effort. The carriage turned over. From a distance, he heard this carriage making a racket, and he jogged back to see a new recruit standing in the aisle with a red face. He frowned and shouted, what's the noise? Who has dissatisfaction? If anyone provokes trouble, tell me right away. You're soldiers, so I'll see who's still getting upset over trivial matters? Everyone hung their heads. Several people looked in Qin Lang's direction with indignation, but Qin Lang didn't care at all. But the next day, Hao Dawei realized something profoundly. Qin Lang, we're being ostracized. 32 student soldiers, most of whom befriended other ordinary students. Someone as sharp as Qin Lang is likely to be a prick. It's easy to get close to a prick and get dragged into it. It was better to do more than less. They wouldn't target Qin Lang, but they wouldn't intentionally get too close to him either. As for the remaining ones, they hugged each other and were happy to see Qin Lang laughing. By Qin Lang's side, there was only one Hao Dawei left. Qin Lang said, Dawei, you don't have to alienate yourself from them in order to compensate me. Hao Dawei patted his chest and said, Qin Lang, if you are a brother, you will always be supported. You didn't do anything wrong. Why should we be soft? Qin Lang felt more and more that Hao Dawei, despite his strengths and weaknesses, was righteous and sincere enough. It warmed his heart. Qin Lang said, you're mistaken. It's not that they ostracize us, it's that we ostracize them. Irrelevant people, their ostracism, hostility can't affect us in any way. Be yourself. Hao Dawei envied Qin Lang more and more. How can anyone be so strong inside that they can remain immovable in the face of xenophobia from over 100 people? Get off the bus and transfer to another bus. It took an hour to get there. 76th Army Group Army Training Base. Everyone carried their luggage, like Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Listening to the company commander in charge of reception, Xu Baoping introduced them to the environment of the base. This is the cafeteria, and you're not allowed in except during meal times. This is the dormitory. Yours is in the 3rd building. The environment is very good. Behind is the mountain. We also have a lot of sheep and poultry on this side. All the cooking class then take care of. This is the training ground. Carrying dozens of pounds of luggage, the crowd had expected to drop off their bags at the dormitory before moving on to the rest of the presentation. As it turned out, they didn't expect the company commander to let them take their luggage and wander around the base for a whole hour. Each one was tired, panting and sweating, but they all hung tough, until the company commander circled around and took them back to the 3rd building. The crowd was relieved. It was all 8-person dormitories here, and Qin Lang and Hao Dawei were assigned to the same dormitory, and the pricks, who had been at odds on the train in the first place, had been assigned to the same dormitory as them. Qin Lang just wanted to put his luggage on the lower bunk near the door. The other then snatched the backpack and threw it onto the bed. Hey, this is a great spot. I'll sleep here. Qin Lang was expressionless as he tried to go to the other bunk, only to be grabbed by another person. Qin Lang then realized that these few people were going to target him all the time. Hao Dawei occupied a lower bunk and waved at Qin Lang. Qin Lang, you sleep here. As a result, Qin Lang leaped and jumped directly onto Hao Dawei's upper bunk. I'll sleep here. On the first day of entering the army, the dormitory was tied up. After the crowd put their luggage away, Class President Li Xin came to each dormitory to emphasize the rules of hygiene. All pots are arranged in a line and the tops of all cabinets are wiped spotless. Housekeeping is the most basic thing a soldier can do, and it will be checked every day from now on. Each man was then given a copy of the house rules. The entire book of house rules is to be memorized, and today it is memorized. After the squad leader left, the other 6 had headaches. They came to the military after working and got a headache when they saw how many words there were. When he looked at Qin Lang and the 2 of them again, their expressions were unchanged, and he was instantly disgruntled. In the afternoon there was another recruits meeting, a meal, and housekeeping. After all the hustle and bustle, it was time for lights out. As a result, The crowd didn't even get a chance to flip through the book of house rules and regulations. Hey, it's been a busy day. There's no time to memorize it. Why don't you forget it? Surely there won't be no spot checks today. It's midnight. Yeah, we can't just get us out of our blankets in the middle of the night to memorize it. Can we? Forget it. Just go to sleep. Qin Lang took the housekeeping manual and quietly left the door. David Hao followed closely behind. He whispered, Qin Lang, is it really going to be a spot check? I'm going to die of exhaustion. Qin Lang said indifferently. This is the army, so it's not surprising that anything happens. The two of them were originally students at Linping University and had their own unique techniques for these recitations. Qin Lang had the skill of never forgetting, so after he read it once, he was able to recite it backwards. Although Hao Dawei usually looked less reliable in the professional field, he could still easily hang a group of people. The two had been in the washroom for a short while when they ran into their roommate who had come to use the restroom. The roommate who picked a fight on the train is named Liang Yuming. He's the typical type who learns poorly on his own and drags those around him down with him in a total sinkhole. He had been tossing and turning in his bed ever since he realized that Qin Lang and Hao Dawei had both gone out with the book. He was afraid that these two people would secretly use their energy to backstab him. I didn't expect to crash in the washroom, he said in a conspiratorial manner. Yo, really worthy of two college bullies. Out memorizing in the middle of the night? Qin Lang winked at Hao Dawei and the two of them were about to head outside. As a result, Liang Yuming's pincer-like hands tightly fixed Qin Lang's shoulders. He gritted his teeth and said, Don't get ahead of yourself. You kid, we all came together as soldiers. Don't be too special. Qin Lang, however, lightly swept him a glance. A group of animals raced, and the pig that was so good and lazy ran the slowest. Guess what happened to it? Slaughtered. With that said, he shook the arm off his shoulder and headed back to the dorm, leaving Liang Yuming in place. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Damn Qin Lang, to compare me to a stupid pig. Day 2. At 6 a.m., the wake-up call sounded. After all, they had just joined the army, and all of them rose from their beds in high spirits for a brand new day. What awaited them was not a delicious meal, but a long line in front of the cafeteria entrance. Holy shit, what the hell? How can you start lining up in the middle of the morning when you haven't even had a drink of water? I don't suppose we'll be denied breakfast? Suddenly, Li Xin said coldly, only if you've memorized the house rules. Those who can recite will report. Those who can't will be here to smell. Qin Lang stood at the end of the line, looking at his teammates who were sighing in front of him. Report. A mid-air roar drew everyone's attention. Liang Yuming pointed wistfully at Qin Lang and said with a wicked smile, My roommate Qin Lang can recite. Li Xin frowned and said, He'll carry. What are you shouting for someone else? He doesn't have a mouth of his own? In the army, keep your mouth shut and stay out of other people's business. Li Xin walked to Qin Lang's side and asked, Since he said you can recite it, you recite it. Liang Yuming looked at Qin Lang with a provocative face. The people in the same dormitory were all smiling and waiting to see Qin Lang's hilarity. There have just been a couple of stumbling recitations that passed, all of which were students from Linping University. This made a lot of people, towards their group of student soldiers, carry a natural hostility. Qin Lang said calmly. Qin Lang threw his voice, and his fluency was as if he was reading from a book. It left a lot of people in a state of shock. Even the corners of Liang Yuming's mouth were getting downward. Article 11, strengthen inspection and supervision, and conscientiously implement and enforce. Word for word, the rhythm of recitation is the same. Li Xin raised his eyebrows unexpectedly, pointed at Qin Lang, and said to the others, See, this is qualified. Get in. Many people clenched their teeth and stared at Qin Lang's back in annoyance. Hao Dawei stumbled a bit with his recitation, but finished the task. Dozens of men, hungry, stood in front of the mess hall with house rules to memorize. Goo 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 goo. The crowd's eyes were fierce, as if they wanted to stare through the book in their hands. On the first day of his enlistment, Qin Lang had formed a bond with the crowd. After breakfast, there was physical training. Instructor Guing Jie said expressionlessly, 5 kilometers cross-country run. Start now. Originally thought it was running around the training ground, but I didn't realize that Li Xin, the squad leader, took a different approach. Took them around to the back of the mountain. Guing Jie proudly said, Our back of the mountain is a natural training ground, a circle down just 5 kilometers. The can not be lazy. 40-minute limit, and whoever fails will be cleaning the sheep pen today. Dozens of goats were bleating at them on the back hills. I don't know if I'm laughing at them. This physical training has boosted the confidence of Liang Yuming and others. Even blurted out, Do those nerds do anything other than memorize? Li Xin walked up to him and pulled Liang Yuming to the last column of the line. You're so talkative, so count for me. Size count. 10 words count for a minute, and I'll see who has to clean the sheepfold at the end. This time the crowd didn't dare to complain directly. Li Xian clearly had a baby face, but he looked inhuman at the moment. Everyone could only look at his face and spit a few harsh words in their minds. What's with all the tricks the troops use to torture people? Never sigh or gasp. Training has officially begun. At the sound of the whistle, the crowd began to trot around the back of the hill. Xin Lang stood at a position off to the back, with just a few people separating him from Liang Yeming. At first, everything was fine. After 20 minutes, some people began to feel physically exhausted. Ugh, how many meters is this? I'm so tired. I'm getting a little sidetracked. Although Liang Yueming was exhausted, he kept his mission in mind. For those who sigh and keep drawing positive words after them. But a mere 5 kilometers was not as far as the station to his house for Qin Lang. He'd gotten so used to it that not even a drop of sweat fell from his face. How Dawei was panting and tired by now. Ah, my soul is going to be drained. Exhausted. I'm going to go off on a tangent. Qin Lang said. Long-distance running should be adjusted to the rhythm of breathing. Adjust the breathing. 3 steps, 1 breath. 3 steps, 1 inhalation. The few people who followed Qin Lang also started to run according to Qin Lang's rhythm. Slowly, it really doesn't feel as overwhelming as it did just now. A few people couldn't help but exclaim, Qin Lang, you're awesome. Are you that good at running too? Shoo! Qin Lang pointed at Liang Yuming behind him. At this moment, Liang Yueming's face was red with exhaustion, but she still couldn't resist the smile at the corner of her mouth. How Dawei thought to himself, this is a disaster. That grandson Liang Yueming will definitely target Qin Lang. But the lack of stamina becomes more and more apparent in the later stages. Insufficient air supply to the chest and many people begin to cough and have leg tremors. Qin Lang and the others gradually jumped from the backward position to the center in a single bound. The distance between him and Liang Yueming is getting farther and farther. Many of those who were lagging behind watched the neatly organized pace of Qin Lang and the others, and slowly caught up with them. The group grew to 3 dozen. To match the speed of most of the people, Qin Lang was on the verge of turning into a racewalker. They were stuck with a 40-minute line to finish the job. Many braced themselves on their trembling legs for the dawn of victory. The moment they saw Li Xian, they collapsed on the spot, breathing heavily and violently. 40 minutes is the worst possible score for a private. Still, 8 listed soldiers failed to meet the standard, including Liang Yutming. But Liang Yueming condescendingly handed Li Xian a list, reporting to the squad leader. This is the list of talking personnel, of which Qin Lang talks the most. The two had produced friction twice since morning. Li Xian swept a glance between the two, then called the 3 people on the list. Qin Lang, Jiang Yundi, Chen Rui and the 8 of you are responsible for cleaning the sheep pen today. Someone wanted to fight for Qin Lang, but was stopped by Qin Lang with a look. Several people were internally indignant. Qin Lang clearly said what he said because he was helping us. So why should he be punished? Liang Yueming just wants to mess with Qin Lang. Class president can't fail to see that, right? Why do you always target Qin Lang? People seldom run such a long way on weekdays, and many of them had sore feet at this moment. Li Xian told everyone to stand in formation. Remember how you felt on this run, and you must run 5 kilometers every day from now on. I've already made a deal with the cooking class. We'll take care of the sheep pen for this month's recruits, so you guys have to fight for me. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched twice. Can you wrap something nice? Cafeteria food is fine. What are you wrapping the goat pen for? People dared to be angry. Back on the training ground. Begin formation training. Luckily, it's not too hot at the moment, so I'm spared the pain of sun exposure. Li Xian, attention. At ease. Some people stretch their legs when they hear the first word. Others listen to him shout both words before they make a move. Just standing in military posture took all morning. Li Xian, troops, it's all about being neat and tidy. Everyone's movements must be consistent. You guys can't even do a slight rest well. Are you a bunch of losers? The morning passed and the first results were already visible. But after all, trying to get so many people to be completely consistent in such a short period of time is almost impossible. But Li Xian made it clear that he wasn't thinking of letting them go. It was hard to get through the morning, and the crowd felt as if half their souls had been drained out of them. A group of people wandered like zombies to the entrance of the cafeteria, only to face the torture of house rules. Many of those who had been hungry all morning were now pale. Resentment enveloped them even more. The cafeteria was silent. Only the sound of chopsticks touching plates could be heard. The others tiredly wolfed down their food as if they had swallowed 2 accumulator batteries. And even though the taste of the meal was not considered delicious, at this point even the last cabbage could be nibbled down to the roots. But Qin Lang hadn't changed at all. After leaving the cafeteria, Hao Dawei asked curiously, Qin Lang, don't you feel tired? Qin Lang asked rhetorically, isn't this very basic? Why is it tiring? Hao Dawei's eyes widened. No, Qin Lang was unassuming in school. and his physical test scores were just about passing. So how come after he came to the army, he was a revelation? Could it have been taken over by a military spirit? Originally, it was only Hao Dawei who was following Qin Lang, but now there were 3 more people. The 3 of them were all students of Linping University, and they were previously afraid of getting too close to Qin Lang and causing trouble. However, ever since this morning, Qin Lang had made them, who should have been penalized, complete the task at the stipulated time. They were convinced of Qin Lang. Qin Lang, are you that physically powerful? Yeah, it feels like you have a lot of experience in training. Can you pass it on to us? Have you practiced before? Qin Lang thought about it. Train yourself, every day, with 20 kilograms of sandbags. He practiced frog jumps. Practice arm strength by standing upside down with sandbags strapped to your arms. Hang dozens of pounds of sandbags in front of your sniper rifle to practice arm stability. These really aren't very easy to share, he said lightly. Practice makes perfect, mainly in the control of the body. Everyone worshipped Qin Lang's pretentious words. Wow, so much for the ability to control your body? I'll have to be diligent about controlling my body from now on. 2. Qin Lang, when you train in the future, share your insights with us a little. Qin Lang nodded awkwardly. Can you use what I'm sharing? Back to the dorms. Rustling just climbed into bed. Suddenly, the rallying cry woke everyone out of bed again. Aha! What a way to lose your mind. I'm so tired my bones are falling apart. Can't even get a nap now? No wonder they say you regret being in the military for 2 years. I'm only 2 days in and I'm already regretting it. A group of people hung their heads and assembled under the dormitory building. Company Commander Zhu Baoping said sternly, "Look at your listless appearance. How do you look like soldiers? You can't memorize things. You're a physical drag. And with the likes of you, you're going to go to war to give someone a gun? Many people are upset. Think it's just new recruits. What gives you the right to treat us the way you treat veterans?" Others have righteous indignation and dissatisfaction written all over their faces. Zhu Baoping said, "Don't even rest at noon today. I'll take you to see how the veterans train." The company commander took them to another training ground. A group of veterans were practicing their military posture, and from the side, only the figure of one man at the head of the platoon could be seen, neatly kicking in the right direction, as if all were tied together as puppets on strings. The sound of landing at the same time made it feel like the ground was trembling underneath their feet. This magnificent and majestic scene has only been seen on TV. Originally, I thought those were for drills and specialized training, but I didn't realize that a random team drawn from within the force would be able to meet this standard. It was as if this drill was rigged just for them. After the end of the walk-in formation, the men of the first platoon came out at the same time, held their rifles up, and stood in the firing line. The instructor on the sidelines whistled and everyone fired at the same time. Even the gunshots converged. Rifle target display, within 500. All 10 rings for all. This is a real gun. Every soldier dreams of touching a real gun. At this moment, finally seeing the rifle he had longed for, he was even more adoring in his eyes. So handsome. It's awesome. 500 meters and 10 rings. I'd love it if I could reach that level. Is this the true strength of a soldier? I probably haven't even stepped through the threshold. Among these people, there was only one person who did not change his face from the beginning to the end, especially when Qin Lang saw the movement of their shooting. He had other thoughts in his mind. From shooting, to going over obstacles, for half an hour, everyone was treated to a great spectacle of maneuvering. Zhu Baoping grunted coldly. See what it means to have a real power gap? Are you guys so novice that you'll ever reach this level of shooting in your lifetime? You're the most wasted class of all the recruits I've ever taken. There are quite a few pricks on the team, already physically and mentally exhausted and variously dissatisfied. He was now so insulted by the company commander. Inevitably, he was angry in his heart and subconsciously said, "We have just joined the army. There is no need for you to call us losers one sentence at a time, right?" Immediately, someone else around us picked up. "Yeah, if we train for a long time, we'll definitely be at their level too." Zhu Baoping mocked. Less than capable, but quite beautiful in his thoughts. "Do you think you're all gifted? Do you think you're all sharpshooters if you hold a gun?" The crowd didn't say anything, but their untamed eyes looked as if they were saying, "It's just shooting. Who wouldn't? I know it's hard to be a sharpshooter, but I might be the exception. Maybe I'm the one that's different." Zhu Baoping sneered. "Since you guys are so confident in yourselves, why don't you compare yourselves to the veterans?" This statement instantly demoralized the recruits. "Yeah, just compare. Then it's fine, but we're inexperienced and 500 meters is a bit far. I want to try," Zhu Baoping said. "Since the recruits feel that they are not losers, they will prove it with strength. Let's give you recruits a 200-meter challenge. Anyone want to give it a shot?" There were a few less people signing up, but a lot more up in arms. "Comrades, does anyone have confidence? Go and try. I'm not strong enough, so I won't drag my feet for everyone. Those who have played with guns before, go and fight for our recruits. Some even looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang, you kid is being secretive. Do you have a killer weapon? Yeah, it's that time of year, so don't hide it. Qin Lang said faintly. I haven't played it. Really haven't played with this model of gun. What lifetime is this old? The guns Qin Lang used were the latest scientific research achievements of the moment, and this mechanical rifle had to be at least 8 or 9 years old. Liang Yueming said in a conspiratorial manner. You guys are still counting on Qin Lang? You're desperate for help, aren't you? I'm on. I've had access to a gun before. Many people asked curiously, is Liang Yueming so powerful? And touched a gun before? Wow. It's still up to me. Liang. At the critical moment. Brother Liang is mighty. Show them the strength of our new recruits. That's right. Never let anyone look down on you. Liang Yeming, surrounded by the crowd, picked up his rifle. The actual weight of the resulting gun surprised him. He had been to a professional shooting gallery before, but the equipment there was obsolete from earlier years, and it was usually pistol-based. He hadn't touched a mechanical rifle once. At this moment he felt the heavy weight and felt that his arms could not straighten up, but his comrades, on the sidelines, were cheering him on. Brother Liang, show them the strength of our new recruits. It has to be a hit to prove that we're the ones who aren't losers. Make a clean break for our new recruits. Qin Lang stood motionless. He had just sensed that Liang Yueming's power postures were not right, and his arms were not straining correctly. At his current level, the shot would probably send bullets back to his old house. Fruity. Boom. One shot down, and everyone's heart hangs in the air. The recruit company stared wide-eyed at the distant gun targets. Did you win? How many rings? How much? Did either of you see it? Qin Lang shook his head helplessly. That bullet just went out less than 100 meters before it went headfirst into the ground. How can you take up the hope of the whole village at this level? Perhaps Qin Lang's speechless expression had caught the attention of Liang Yueming's best friend. The other party immediately pointed at Qin Lang and said, Qin Lang, what is that villainous look you just had? Who are you to mock Liang? Never mind my brother Liang, at least he stood up for us, don't you? Their internal squabbling gave Zhu Baoping even more opportunity to taunt them. Zhu Baoping snapped. Is this how you recruits relate to each other? Pushing each other off and attacking each other? Just you guys. When you go into battle, do you fight because of who goes which way? The group looked like frosted eggplants. Their heads bowed and they didn't speak. And Liang Yueming's face was pale, feeling that he had no place to go. If you don't have a diamond drill, you should take less porcelain work. If you don't show off just now, you won't be so humiliated. The recruit company was in a state of internal disarray. The veterans stood teasingly watching them. When the laughter began to materialize, it seemed to turn into a sharp blade and cut into the recruit's body. Zhu Baoping's eyes were filled with sarcasm as he looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang, I saw the look in your eyes just now. And you boys aren't convinced? Qin Lang didn't say a word. The others immediately said, just if he can be better than Liang, I'll kneel down and kowtow to him. Qin Lang, don't go over there, or it'll really end badly. Even Hao Dawei looked at Qin Lang with concern. Qin Lang, why don't we forget about it? After all, we haven't trained. Don't try it. The uproar and taunts around them grew louder. Many of them held their arms and swept their sneering eyes over the group of recruits. The recruits felt, at once, strangely humiliated. I'll try. Suddenly, Qin Lang stood out. Everyone's eyes looked toward Qin Lang. Liang Yeming clenched her teeth and said, Qin Lang, are you guilty of hero disease? What's the point of showing off? Hurry back. Don't be a disgrace. Qin Lang, don't add to the confusion. Haven't we lost enough face? In the next second, Qin Lang walked over to Zhu Baoping. Company commander, give me a gun. Zhu Baoping narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Lang with complicated eyes. He had someone give Qin Lang a gun. From the moment Qin Lang took the gun, he had taken in all the movements. Whether it's the grip on the gun, or the standing position, all of it is considered standard grade. It doesn't even compare to veterans. But the other recruits couldn't see out of the door. Still taunting, still pretending to carry a gun. Just he probably can't even see the target. Qin Lang, you hurry back. Don't lose face. Ugh. Hasn't it been enough for us recruits to lose face once? Liang Yeming clenched his fists, hoping that Qin Lang would miss. It doesn't matter if two people are humiliated together, but one person is really humiliated. And those other veterans who were watching, after seeing Qin Lang's professional posture, all of them were also shocked. However, they felt that Qin Lang was most likely just a flamboyant person. It's easy to learn a position, but shooting is really about technique. Boom! The bullet left the chamber in an instant and rushed the target. Did you hit it? Can you guys see? It feels like I'm hitting the target, not so sure. Everyone craned their necks in the direction of the gun target. Li Xian and Zhu Baoping picked up a gun and looked in the direction of the target with their magnifying glasses. For a split second, both of their expressions moved. Zhu Baoping stared at Qin Lang and said, "Qin Lang, how do you think you played this shot?" Qin Lang leisurely said, "It's not bad, middle of the road. It's only 200 meters. He could have hit it with his eyes closed. Okay, not challenging at all." However, when the recruits heard Qin Lang's words, there was a sigh of relief. "See what you can do. You can lighten up on the pretense, right? Splat the big face later." The crowd waited with eager anticipation, very eager to see Qin Lang's expression as he was criticized. "Every time I see him in this condescending manner, I can't wait to rush up and punch him twice." Qin Lang, 10 rings. Zhu Baoping calmly stated Qin Lang's ring count. The veterans were stunned. The recruits, on the other hand, are all out of expression management. Each of them stared blankly at Qin Lang. Only Qin Lang remained with a cloudy expression. Liang Yueming, who was on the side, was indignant. He really let Qin Lang get lucky. And David Hao was shocked. "Qin Lang, you really practiced? I thought you were just bragging. I didn't realize you were this good." "Ha!" The recruits burst into whispers. "Coincidence, right? Must be a coincidence. This kid cleaned the sheep pen yesterday and stepped in sheep shit. So lucky today. I'm going to go. Maybe Qin Lang really does have a couple of skills? What are you thinking? The most experienced among us, Liang, was defeated. How powerful can he be? A brat?" Jubilee listened to the gossip of the crowd. Said Qin Lang, "Qin Lang, do you dare to try 300 meters? Qin Lang didn't say a word, not knowing what he was thinking. The other recruits thought Qin Lang had wimped out. It's over. It was a coincidence just now. He's definitely revealed himself this time at 300 meters. It seems he's not stupid enough to know to take what he can get. Qin Lang, if you're capable, why don't you give it a try? Prove your strength. Yeah, don't act like a shrinking violet. What's the point of pretending to be a grandson?" Zhu Baoping also said in a conspiratorial manner. "What's wrong, Qin Lang? 300 meters is too much for you? Then it looks like you recruits aren't very good. So from now on, run 2 more kilometers a day." The crowd sniffed. All of them put the blame on Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, don't take up porcelain work if you don't have that diamond drill yourself. Now drag us down with you. We all have to take the fall for you." "That's right. You're pretending and we have to pay for it." Hao Dawei couldn't listen any longer as he clamored. "What do you guys mean by this? What does it have to do with Qin Lang? Wasn't it Liang Yeming who first met the battle on behalf of the new recruits? If you say that, Qin Lang even helped Liang Yeming wipe his ass. Both sides don't give an inch." Liang Yeming's brother said righteously. "Was there no punitive measure at that time? Was this measure only in place because Qin Lang didn't take the 300-meter shot? Yeah, if Qin Lang hadn't gone to play the hero, where would all this have happened?" Hao Dawei's face went a shade of red and white. These people are also too deceitful. Suddenly, Qin Lang took a step forward. 300 meters is not challenging. Go straight to 500. This time, the recruits and veterans let loose with laughter. Is he still awake? 500 meters? We veterans don't even dare to make a big deal out of it. But he's a new recruit who really dares to say it. I'm getting more and more curious about how a new recruit is going to end up like this in a while. Even Hao Dawei couldn't help but worry. Qin Lang is too daring to say anything in order to fight for this. But isn't this 500 meters a bit of a fool's errand? Zhu Baoping, however, raised his eyebrows slightly. Immediately, he clapped his hands. "Good, courageous. Since you dare to boast, then I also want to see if you have the strength or not." Qin Lang took the gun with an expressionless face and walked to the firing position. Zhu Baoping had already told someone to set up a 500-meter gun target. Qin Lang picked up the gun this time, adjusted it for about 5 seconds, and fired directly. The gun was then handed to Zhu Baoping in a dashing manner. Even the crowd hadn't even shouted a few slogans of pouring cheers before Qin Lang had returned. "It's over? Must have given up then. I don't even know where that shot just went. Alas, less pretense. Pretense is easily struck by lightning." Zhu Baoping took the gun and used the scope to look at the target. This time, his expression froze completely. He looked at Qin Lang with a complicated expression, not realizing that this person was really not simple. No wonder the people up there are taking special care of him. The crowd was talking and discussing. "What's wrong? It's over. It's a disaster. I'm sure I'll have to run an extra 2 kilometers. Ugh, what a sin." Zhu Baoping handed the gun to the man beside him and said, "Qin Lang, how do you think you played this shot?" "Qin Lang, it's not too bad." The corners of Zhu Baoping's mouth twitched twice. Does it mean that he didn't even give a damn about the 500 meters? What is his true strength? He was also getting more and more curious. "Qin Lang, shoot at 500 meters. The crowd perked up their ears and listened, fearing that they would miss a second's chance to mock Qin Lang. 10 rings. This time, the whole room was petrified. The recruits were shocked beyond words. It was only after a long time that someone looked at Qin Lang in a trance. Are you kidding? That's right. How is it possible to shoot 10 rings at 500 meters? It's not supposed to be a coincidence, is it? How can it happen twice? Someone even went to Qin Lang's side and lifted his arm to question. Qin Lang, did you cheat? Qin Lang looked at him like a fool. Shooting competition. You think it's you playing a game? And cheating. The other party was disliked by Qin Lang for a few moments, so much so that he forgot to fight back. All he could think about was, Qin Lang actually hit 10 rings? How is that possible? How could he, Qin Lang, have hit the 10th ring? The eyes of the veterans looking at Qin Lang also became complicated. Some teased. Some were curious. Some were jealous. After all, not everyone can hit 10 rings in one shot. On his second day of enlistment, Qin Lang became a target with 2 shots. With these 2 shots, he was given a new name in the recruit company Marksman. The many new recruits were already displeased with him, and now he had become the imaginary enemy of the crowd. But it also gained a bunch of fanboys. The people following Qin Lang also gradually became a dozen or so people from Hao Dawei alone at the beginning. This horrible Hao Dawei was overjoyed. Your own good brother is so good. You're following in his footsteps, he excitedly said to Qin Lang. Qin Lang, you're too powerful, aren't you? Before not showing your face, I thought you were also an ordinary person. I didn't realize there was a hidden identity. Qin Lang said calmly, watch less dramas. There is a technique to everything. Hao Dawei gambled. We are good brothers. You don't have to hide. Tell me the truth. What's going on? Qin Lang looked at Hao Dawei's expression that said, he would not stop until he achieved his goal. A helpless sigh. Rolling over, he stepped out of the sheep pen's enclosure and picked up a small rock from the ground. To David Hao, he said, do you believe I can hit that tree in the distance with the surveillance? Hao Dawei turned around and searched for half a day before finding the tree Qin Lang had mentioned. He shielded his hand from the direct sunlight on his brow and said incredulously, how is that possible? This looks like it's almost 100 meters. And you hit it with a small rock? No kidding. But Qin Lang smiled faintly. Then, it was thrown directly at the tree. Probably because he was afraid that Hao Dawei didn't see it clearly. Qin Lang also estimated that he hit the position a little below the monitor. Hao Dawei was dumbfounded. Qin Lang, how did you do that? He looked at Qin Lang with stars in his eyes and a face of adoration. Nearly 100 meters away. Small stones were weapons in Qin Lang's hands. The more he felt that Qin Lang's identity was definitely not simple. He had also known Qin Lang for more than 2 years, and it seemed that he had never heard Qin Lang mention his family. This not only made the brainy Hao Dawei start to associate it with a movie he had seen before. Inside, children would be caught and groomed from their teenage years with the aim of becoming important spies for the country. Start with a few hundred kids and let them kill each other as they grow. In the end, only 2 or 3 were left to be entrusted with the task. Qin Lang should not. Qin Lang guessed from the degree of change in his expression that he was probably thinking about something unrealistic again. He said, what were you thinking again? It's really all about technique, the right angle, the right amount of force, and a throw that's constructed ahead of time. Hao Dawei was listening to the clouds. Qin Lang even gave him a demonstration of 2 different throws. The routine is the first one, where people throw things with their hands unconsciously downward. The distance still would be limited and the parabola would be downward from the start. But the second, keeping the hand position still, or making a high throw, or throwing motion, when throwing, it would then extend the landing time, but these are measured. Even though Qin Lang was talking out of his ass, Hao Dawei didn't think much of it. Instead, it dawned on me, so that's how it is. Can any of this have anything to do with shooting? Qin Lang thought to himself, relevant my ass. I shoot accurately, and that's because my system gave me the marksman skill. Within 2,000 meters, 100 shots, he suddenly felt that Hao Dawei, this person, was fortunately not too smart. Otherwise, he couldn't really muddle through with these 3 or 2 sentences. Still, he explained, of course it's relevant. Shooting arcs are all basic, but staying away is all the same. I'll teach you slowly later. Hao Dawei excitedly tapped his chest. Qin Lang, a great favor. I'll take care of the sheep pen today. It was only in the following period of time that the lasting effects of Qin Lang becoming a target became more and more apparent. The comrades in the recruiting company make a few snide remarks now and then. Qin Lang had seen it all before. But how is it that squad leaders, company commanders and instructors are starting to be in cahoots with them too? Every time he trained, Qin Lang would always have additional tasks. For example, if others ran 5 kilometers, Qin Lang would have to run 6 kilometers, while others stood in military posture for an hour. Qin Lang had to add 10 more minutes. While others practiced push-ups for 500, Qin Lang had to do 800. At first, there were quite a few people who felt that Qin Lang was too favored. All the instructors paid extra attention to Qin Lang. No matter whether it was physical fitness or theory class, the probability of Qin Lang being called by name was double that of theirs. But gradually, whenever he saw Qin Lang sweating profusely and still clenching his teeth, they then began to feel secretly happy, feeling that this favoritism from Qin Lang was completely deserved by him, who let him pretend every day. Serves him right. Often the others were already lying on their dormitory beds before Qin Lang dragged his tired body and limped back. Occasionally even Hao Daoi's heart ached for Qin Lang. However, he admired Qin Lang even more. For so many days, he had never heard Qin Lang say a single word about bitterness or tiredness. Although no fear of hard work is the slogan they shout every day, everyone returns to the dormitory exhausted and inevitably complains a few times. Qin Lang was really a breath of fresh air in the recruit company. On this very day, Qin Lang had just laid down on his bed in a daze. It was probably less than 10 minutes of sleep before a muster whistle woke everyone up. Everyone's eyes hadn't even opened yet their body's conditioned reflexes had already begun to fold the quilt. Lian Yueming muttered, "Are people still allowed to have a good night's sleep?" Exhausted as I was during the day, I was called up just as I was lying down. Hang in there, get through 3 months of boot camp and times will get better. A few people in the dormitory cheered each other on. Instead, Qin Lang was the first to descend the stairs with tired dark circles under his eyes. When he arrived at the meeting place, he saw Zhu Baoping looking at him with a smirk. "Qin Lang, are you tired?" Qin Lang puffed out his chest and raised his head, his voice high as he said, "Report, not tired." Zhu Baoping listened to Qin Lang's resounding voice, skimmed his lips, nodded and said, "Good, listening to your voice, you can run another 5,000 meters. The others went out one after another, only to hear Qin Lang's remark about not being tired, and what the company commander said behind them. The crowd's expressions were agonized. In his heart, he spat out, "Qin Lang, can you not drag us down if you kill yourself? You're a battery-operated robot. We're not. Those of us who are flesh and blood, we train a little more every day and half of our lives are gone. You don't toss us ah?" But Zhu Baoping said, "You guys have been in the recruit company for almost a month, right? Do you still feel comfortable?" The crowd was speechless, in the middle of the night, calling us out to talk, but cooperated by saying, "Adopt." Zhu Baoping said with a smile, "Our recruit company has a tradition of throwing a celebration for recruits who have been enlisted for a month." When they heard the word celebration, their eyes instantly lit up. Is there such a thing as a good thing? We've been tossed around for so long that something good is finally happening. Company commander, when does it start? Do we need to prepare the program as well? Are they all our new recruits? I play the guitar. Do we have a guitar here? The crowd has been talking about their strong points. After that, Qin Lang stared at Zhu Baoping, feeling that this celebration should not be that easy. Sure enough, in the next second, Zhu Baoping said, "But our daily training tasks are fixed. You can only have celebrations at night. Evening? Did I hear you right? How can you have the energy to have a celebration at night when you're exhausted during the day? Company commander, can we stay out of this?" "Yeah, company commander. It's okay to celebrate us getting a good night's sleep." Zhu Baoping's expression suddenly became serious, saying it's a tradition means it has to be carried out. "Don't you understand?" The crowd shut up instantly, and the group, which had just been chattering, was silent in an instant. But the crowd was still spitting mad in their minds. Inhumanity. We recruits were simply a tool for their amusement. Are they that idle? If they're so idle, send them to herd sheep in our pasture and get themselves some work. Looking at the wrathful expressions on the faces of the crowd, Zhu Baoping smiled with satisfaction, then began to announce the rules of the celebration to himself. "Let me say a few words about the do's and don'ts of the celebration. It officially starts at 12 o'clock and consists of military stand, 100-meter dash, 400-meter relay, 1,000-meter run, push-ups. A dozen or so physical competitions were sprawled out, and not a single entertainment-related one was found." The crowd was dumbfounded. "What is this? What's this? I thought we agreed on a celebration. Who is it to make happy? Anyway, this is a clear attempt to take us and make the veterans happy, isn't it? This is too shameless." As expected, a group of veterans approached with smiles and laughter. Zhu Baoping even said rather emotionally, "Look, I've even got an audience for you. Everyone do your best to never draw an imperfect symbol for the first celebration of the recruiting company." "Oh, what the fuck? We KO you?" I guess the resentment of the crowd was so great that it gathered a rain cloud. Before the celebration could officially begin, there was a light drizzle in the sky. The veteran had come prepared and had set aside 2 large umbrellas. Instead, the recruits braved the rain and performed what is known as a stand-up routine. Zhu Baoping drank a mouthful of goji berry water and said slowly, "This competition is divided into individual and group matches. The group that wins the championship at the end will have rewards, and in a while you can group yourselves." It was expected to be a simple military stand, but to my surprise, the veteran found a couple of ropes from somewhere. with a row of small bells tied to them. Stick 2 sticks in the ends of the line. The height of the rope is 0.5 centimeters below their calves. Anytime anyone moved a little bit, it would startle the ropes beneath them. Hold on for 10 minutes, by platoon. And whichever platoon's rope is rattling, extend it by 2 minutes. The rain had a tendency to get heavier, and the clothes were gradually getting wet. The wetness on my calves wasn't pleasant, and what had been a manageable height caused the edges of my pants to begin to sag because of the rain. Qin Lang, seeing that his pants leg was about to touch the bell, directly raised his leg a few points higher. This action is like dominoes that directly affect those around them. Both sides at the same time were doing the cat and mouse, but slowly it became clear that lifting the leg proved to be worse for the strain. At the 7-minute mark, one of the men rang the bell. Jubilee said, "First row, add 2 minutes. In this case, 1 second is torture, and 2 minutes is simply pushing someone into the fire." Xu Baoping curiously sized up Qin Lang. Qin Lang was found to be like a statue, looming motionless except for the movement of lifting his leg. "I just got a call yesterday from Wen Dongtang, who is the Chief of General Staff of the 76th Group Army." Ruan Dongsheng had already inquired about Qin Lang twice since he entered the army. He also instructed Xu Baoping to make sure to probe Qin Lang's bottom. As a result, so far, Qin Lang was like a bottomless pit, and all of the new recruits programs were just a house to him. He's all on cloud 9, and he probably knows a little bit about who he is, but did not understand what exactly Qin Lang had done. In fact, he was curious. Qin Lang was only just in his early 20s. Even if he has a superior skill set, who the hell brought him in for training? There are so many mysteries surrounding Qin Lang. It looks like it will take a long time to unravel them all. Qin Lang stood in the first row, and by the time his teammates had lasted 10 minutes, there were already people with agonized expressions. The leg that was standing on the ground began to tremble. That's when the bell rang once more in the back row. "Second platoon, 2 more minutes, 6 more minutes already." Just like this, a standing military posture, under Xu Baoping's torture, stood for 20 minutes. When the end of this item was announced, the crowd was relieved. The one that kept lifting its leg was literally shriveling up and everyone was walking with a limp. The next item, a 100-meter sprint. This is the grouping item, where teams of 4 run at the same time and the average of the 4 is taken. Many people grabbed a team with Liang Yueming. He had been on a tear lately, and had treated Qin Lang as a hypothetical enemy in many of his projects, just to win over Qin Lang. But Qin Lang never cared about that. His training was more intense than everyone else's. So far, Qin Lang's true level was not even clear to his teammates, but know that he should be first class. How to Wei and a dozen other people also wanted to group with Qin Lang. Qin Lang said indifferently, "1 group of 4. There are still 3 spots. I don't care. Let me know when you guys are sure. The game is officially on." Qin Lang's first team had a person who was not very coordinated physically, especially in the aspect of sprinting and sprinting. He'd always been at the bottom of the pile before, and the other groups thought he was a drag. Qin Lang, however, said without a care in the world, "It's fine. I won't let you be last." Still, the team was incredibly apprehensive. Inwardly, he secretly said, "We mustn't drag our feet for Qin Lang. We must put in our best effort." The sprint race has officially begun. Liang Yeming's group had priority over Qin Lang and the others. Several of the men were sprinters, and after the gun went off, the crowd sprinted forward like a shadow of light. Jubilee announced the scores of several people. The average time was 12.73 seconds. Liang Yeming's few people looked at Qin Lang provocatively. This level is that of a national level 3 athlete. Even if Qin Lang was good, he was still at the level of a national level 2 athlete. A single person could beat them by a second. But after all, there was a drag in their group. This time, even if Qin Lang wanted to pretend to be a pussy, he couldn't possibly achieve it. A few people whistled and pretended to cheer on Qin Lang's group from the sidelines. "Wow, go Qin Lang. Shorty, you have to work hard. Don't be an excuse for Qin Lang to lose. Hurry up and run. Been waiting to see you guys for half a day." The dwarf's name is Han Zhongyi. He was a freshman at another university in Lincoln, and had spent his high school years getting up early and studying. Sports are also just coping, so he had a poor foundation and was often at the bottom of the pile inside the army. Privately he cried a few times in secret. Qin Lang walked over to him and patted his shoulder. Said, "Don't listen to what they say. They're doing it to deliberately provoke you. Remember what I said. Keep your mind at ease. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. Just follow my lead and play steady with every kick." Han Zhongyi nodded his head as he was moved. Qin Lang trusted him so much and didn't give up on him in this situation. He must fight for Qin Lang. Liang Yeming still had 3 members of the group guessing Qin Lang's speed on the sidelines. Although usually Qin Lang doesn't show his true strength, I estimate that it's at most 12 seconds at most. "You're flattering him," Several times I've seen him run at a pace he can't keep up with. 12 hours 89 minutes is about right. Never mind what speed Qinlang has. That drag queen in their group is at least 14 ah? A few people looked at each other and then laughed. Especially the smug Liang Yuming, as if he had already seen Qinlang's fallen stance. After a horn sounded, Qinlang was like a bullet that left the chamber and instantly ran to the target point. Qinlang's speed was amazing, and Han Zhongyi, who was following him, quickly fell behind him by a few meters. The surrounding people looked at Qinlang curiously, feeling that he was like a shooting star. Before he could remember to make a wish, the person reached the end of the line. Xiaohong looked at Liang Yueming with a mute face and said dully, "Brother Liang, looking at it this way, this kid is quite fast. Why do I feel as if he's faster than us?" Zhang Wenguan, who was beside him, disliked him with his elbow. "You're blind, aren't you? How can that be?" "That's because we don't have a concept of time because we don't look into the scene of our own running." Xu Hong nodded awkwardly. "Guess so. I really don't have a clue about that." Despite what they say, everyone is still curious about the outcome, especially when Zhu Baoping led the veterans, whispering and occasionally looking at Qinlang and the others with strange eyes. The hearts of Liang Yueming's few people were even more in their throats. Inside, "I'm panicking. I don't think I'm really going to let these kids run a good race, do I?" But Qinlang said to Han Zhongyi without slowing down, "You just did a great job and were fast." But Han Zhongyi still lowered his head guiltily. "But I'm still so much slower than you that I'm dragging everyone down again." Qinlang said calmly, "You're slow as compared to me, but you're much faster compared to yourself before." Even though Han Zhongyi knew that Qinlang was comforting himself, his heart was still much more comfortable. He let out a long breath and waited for the results with an expectant face. Qinlang's average score for a group, 12.39. Zhu Baoping announced the result and the scene was in chaos. How is that possible? Qinlang and Han Zhongyi are a huge difference, and he's still faster than Liang Yeming and his group? Shady, right? Is it a mistake? I don't believe it. Something is definitely wrong with this result. The crowd defied the rules and stimulated discussion. Even Han Zhongyi himself was caught in the whirlpool of public opinion. Han Zhongyi, the drag queen, is estimated to be over 14 seconds. Han Zhongyi ran so slowly, that's not the right score. Han Zhongyi felt a pang of aggravation in his heart. However, Qinlang did not move and walked to his side, gently patting his back. A slight smile. Han Zhongyi's frustration instantly disappeared quite a bit. Boom! Suddenly, Zhu Baoping fired a shot into the sky. There was silence all around. Questioning us for shady behavior? You guys don't bring that outside stuff into the force. Since none of you believe it, I'll reread the results of Qinlang's group. Hao Dawei 12.52, Song Yan 12.72, Han Zhongyi 13.11, Qinlang 11.2. Hao Dawei and Song Yan were both more than satisfied with their results. It's below even, but it's all up to the standards of a Division 2 athlete. Han Zhongyi, on the other hand, stared in excitement that he had run in 13 seconds. He was hovering around 14 seconds every time before, and this 11.2 score of Qinlang had stirred up a lot of turmoil among all the new recruits. Holy shit, really? I can't believe I ran an 11.2. Is this something a human being can achieve? With that kind of strength he could be a national level athlete. What's he doing in the army? Grass. I should have known I'd be in a group with Qinlang. A great god saving the whole team. I can't believe that I'm a little bit enamored by Qinlang's strength. If I had this level, I'd hate for all the new recruits to know about it. Amidst the crowd's discussion, Qinlang remained motionless. Zhu Baoping narrowed his eyes at him. Only he noticed that Qinlang slowed down as he immediately reached the finish line. If Qinlang hadn't slowed down, what would his strength have been? The corner of his mouth lifted a bit. Qinlang was like a Pandora's box. Once opened, there would be a surprise. Han Zhongyi followed behind Qinlang step by step. He was emotionally agitated. Qinlang, you're too good. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to run so well at all. Qinlang said, it has nothing to do with me. If you don't have the ability, I said nothing. Han Zhongyi didn't insist on anything else, but he knew in his heart that he usually had a bad heart. It was easy to be influenced by others, but Qinlang gave him great encouragement. He made up his mind that he must follow Qinlang in the future, and he would definitely be able to gain a lot. With Qinlang as the dark horse, the pressure on each of the recruits at the back was doubled. With this pervert Qinlang on our head, we definitely won't get first place. This grandson is too perverted. I thought he was pretending before, but now I realize that he's really reserved his hand. Crap, I should have known to pick Qinlang's group. You guys don't drag your feet for me. A lot of people are starting to feel like they have a piggy bank that's definitely going to get them in trouble. After that, Qinlang's group even set a new record in the 400-meter relay. According to the order of the draw, Qinlang's group was the last to appear. With the previous 100-meter sprint, everyone's speed was more or less compromised. Liang Yueming's set was 51.98. The rest of the group finished behind 52 seconds. Xin Lang estimated in his mind that he only needed to run into 50 seconds. It's just a competition in the recruit company. No need to put your best foot forward. Xin Lang was in charge of the last bat so that he could control the time perfectly. Han Zhongyi had even improved a bit with Xin Lang's encouragement. After he handed the last bat to Xin Lang, he slumped to the ground as if he was relieved. Despite being tired and panting, she still eyed Xin Lang's sprint with her eyes. Xin Lang's overall running speed this time was slower than just now, but the others didn't realize that Xin Lang was almost stuck with a 50-second sprint to the finish line. The veteran in charge of timekeeping hummed out at the top of his voice. Xin Lang's group, total time 50.03 seconds. The veteran whispered, "You slowed down again for the final sprint." Xin Lang smiled a little and did not speak. However, the veteran felt, "Xin Lang, you can less pretend a little bit of pussy?" The recruits had been in the military for a short time and had a limited number of total gun touches, so this time there was no competition to see how well the crowd shot. But the rain got heavier and heavier, and by the time it was about 4 a.m., the rain from the sky gradually turned into a downpour. Well, this ridiculous celebration has come to an end. The recruits, who had each been on their toes, were thoroughly baptized by the tournament. Not only did it make them realize their true level, the most terrifying thing was that they realized how terrifying Xin Lang was. The words they had taunted Xin Lang with earlier had all been turned into knives and inserted into themselves after the match was over. Before, I said that people are vegetable pussy, but in the end, the vegetable pussy is actually myself. After being a clown for such a long time, Xin Lang didn't even move. Why is this dude's mind so stable? Originally, everyone thought the celebration was over and rushed back to catch up on 2 hours of sleep. As a result, I didn't expect that Zhu Baoping would wave his hand. "You guys haven't practiced pulling in the rain, have you? Just in time to teach you a lesson today." They were in the southern part of the country, and even though it was December at this point, the temperature was still in the mid-20s. But the feeling of heavy rain on your body is still not good. Wet clothes that simply clung to his body, and with every step he ran, he could feel the fabric sliding against his body. The rain ran down the brim of his hat and onto his clothes. The crowd had to wipe their faces with their hands every now and then to keep their eyes open. The pullout is the backcountry. Usually runs are around the perimeter of the mountain. But this was different. Follow the trail up the hill, which is steep and would have been a dirt road trodden by man. It was mixed with rain at the moment, and the fluffy ground was laced with weeds that sucked in every foot like a swamp. A rainy day of pulling and an unlucky day. At first everyone kept a trot, but slowly the band slowed down. All of them moved forward as slowly as a snail. Shit, this damn weather is still killing me. A little slip of the foot and that's not a straight domino? The crowd finally took the trouble to reach their destination by 5:30. The destination remained empty, but a note was left for them. Zhang Wenguan was so tired that he was practically out of his mind when he suddenly saw this note. He shouted, "Hold it everyone, someone left us a note. Let me see what it says." Zhang Wenguan opened it and was directly dumbfounded. It just says, "It suddenly occurred to me that you guys didn't bring any luggage, so this isn't a pullout. Luggage standard 25 kilograms. A sentence without a beginning or an end." Zhang Wenguan looked the paper over and over several times. What does it mean? Are the words washed out? We didn't even bring our luggage up here. Did we? Does that mean we climbed for nothing this time? Isn't that a clear tosser? What does this luggage 25 kilograms mean? We go back and prepare 25 kilograms of luggage and come back up? The first thing he did was to listen to it and start looking around. There's a surveillance camera nearby, pointed right at them. Xin Lang carefully scanned the circle with his eagle eye skill and found that there were quite a few tools around. He smiled slightly and whispered, "So it is." Song Yan beside him asked, "Xin Lang, do you know what it means?" Xin Lang said, "What I understand that to mean is that we have to prepare 25 kilograms of weight. Whatever it is, there are trees, rocks, turnstiles, and some bags around, all of which should be usable." Xin Lang's voice was not loud, but through last night's match, everyone was reacquainted with Xin Lang. There were quite a few people listening sideways as he spoke at the moment. Someone frowned and questioned, "Is that so? This is speculation, right? What if we bring it down and it's still not right? Then wouldn't we be carrying a heavy load all the way down there for nothing?" "Yeah, I don't think that's what it's supposed to be. Maybe it's a hint for us to go back and get our bags?" Hao Dawei ignored the voices around him and directly asked, "Xin Lang, what should I do?" "I'll listen to you." Song Yan and Han Zhongyi also said firmly, "Xin Lang, us too." Subsequently, just like the uprising of Chen Shang and Wu Guang, more and more people around them responded. Gradually, half of them chose to believe Xin Lang. Xin Lang calmly said, "Everyone, this is my speculation. It may not be completely correct. Are you still willing to believe me?" Someone said, "Yes." Otherwise we have to go back and get our luggage. Yeah, try this one time. What's the harm in being wrong? I think you're right. What should I do? Qin Lang said. I just found a few bags on the side of the road on my way here, and I need 5 people to go back and get them. Immediately, 5 people responded. Me? I'll go get it. Qin Lang then said. I noticed that there are a lot of sandbags and rocks around here. Would anyone like to go and carry those over? Still a call to arms. After that, Qin Lang pointed at 2 nearby trees. Everyone had a vague feeling that there was something strange about the tree, but they couldn't say exactly yet. Qin Lang said, that tree, there are 2 axes in the trunk. In a short while, the crowd gathered all their things around Qin Lang. Everyone then noticed that the sandbags were labeled 10 kilograms, and the stones, although their shapes looked irregular, were all similar in weight. Liang Yuanming and the others on the side, looking at such an ample package of materials, also realized that it might really be like what Qin Lang and the others had said. However, they were unwilling to do so, as if they were like being Qin Lang's little brother. A few of them said with a stiff upper lip, I don't think so. I have other ideas, so you guys just mull it over here. The total number of bags they found was just over 30. A lot of people start to worry that they don't have bags for their heavy loads. Qin Lang calmly said, don't panic for now. There must be more in this neighborhood, so everyone can look for them. For some reason, at this moment, Qin Lang was like a military advisor. The crowd couldn't help but trust him. After a while longer, they carried back quite a few more heavy items. Qin Lang assigned each person by weight. There were a few rocks left at the end. Qin Lang weighed the axe in his hand, not realizing that it was useless. But the axe wasn't light. The 2 together were enough for 10 pounds. I don't know if it was God's favor to sympathize with them, the new recruits who hadn't slept a wink. It's amazing how the rain has stopped at this point. The sky was gray and uncertain when the next heavy rain would fall. At this time in the monitoring room, Xu Baoping and Guing Jie were both looking at the scene. It was a trick they used every year on new recruits, but only a few of them actually grasped what they meant. However, he did not expect that Qin Lang would directly guess the hidden meaning. This kid Qin Lang, he's got something. He's very observant, and it's amazing that he pays attention to things that are put on the side of the road. Yeah, normally, on a rainy day like this, there shouldn't be many people paying attention to what's actually around. And haven't you noticed one thing? He's got leadership skills. Guing Jie nodded back. I can relate to that. And on his first day here, it was just David Hao following him around. These days have gone by and he's surrounded himself with more and more people, and he's now the opinion leader of the recruiting company. Xu Baoping narrowed his eyes and said, but Qin Lang is still acting with us. Is he not going to show us his true level? Guing Jie said with a wry smile. It's all revealed now. What about when it's time to go to the special forces? Xu Baoping laughed twice. Then he came over and said mysteriously, Old Gu, do you know what Qin Lang did before? Guing Jie nodded. I've heard a little about it. Xu Baoping gossiped. I recently heard that he, one speaks gossip with a fluttering brow, the other listens with a glow. When Qin Lang and the others were about to reach the bottom of the mountain, they ran into Liang Yuanming and the others, walking towards the mountain with their heads hanging down. Qin Lang had wanted to rub his shoulders, but I didn't realize that someone behind myself had jumped out ahead of me. Isn't this brother Liang? Why are you back again? It's not like you're following our example and looking for bags to carry your stuff in, is it? How could it be? Liang Yuanming has always been opinionated, so he must have his own ideas. Everyone's cynicism made Liang Yuanming clench his fists. He glared viciously at Qin Lang, gritting his teeth. He said, Qin Lang, you wait for me. Qin Lang faintly swept a glance at him. I thought to myself, what's it got to do with me? You can't blame someone else for being too smart if you're stupid, can you? After Qin Lang and the others descended the mountain, Li Xian was standing in front of a scale. Looking at the bag behind them, he said, it's not bad, it's not stupid, and you can read what it means. Okay, put your backpack on the scale and pass before you go. The crowd puffed out their chests and placed their bags on the scale with rather smug expressions. All of them, all qualified. Li Xian said, all of you, qualified. Go eat. There should still be food at this moment. It was already 9:30 a.m., long past the cafeteria's opening time. They hadn't slept in almost 20 hours since noon yesterday. My last meal was my dinner yesterday, and I'm sleepy and hungry at this point. I was shaky from carrying my luggage down the mountain before, and I was completely strong and braced myself to get to the bottom of the mountain. Coo coo coo. The guy's stomach sang a symphony of your words and mine. I was hoping for a full meal, but to my surprise, the cafeteria was left with leftovers. The group looked at the few scattered leaves on their dinner plates and the various star anise and garlic, and froze, unable to pick out a second piece of red meat for the red meat. Eyes closed momentarily. I'm dreaming. I'll be fine when I wake up. Suddenly someone let out a laugh and whispered, "We at least have something to eat." A moment later when Liang Yueming and the others come back, there won't even be any vegetable soup left. Yeah, at least we have some dry stuff here. Not bad, not bad. Hurry up and eat. Just by comparing them, it instantly feels like a delicious meal in your bowl. Pour the vegetable soup into the rice and wolf down the meal. Probably because he was hungry and tired, the meal was extraordinarily flavorful. The same is true of a long drought. Because of the lack of personnel, the instructor did not assign them a training mission. Instead, they were told to go back to their dormitories and get some rest. Even though everyone no longer believed in the good intentions of the instructor, there was always a feeling that there might be some kind of conspiracy hiding behind it. But with their upper and lower eyelids continually fighting, they went back to their dorms and fell asleep. Forgot even lunch. Bing bong 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 bong. Xin Lang was woken up by a noise, and Hao Dawei looked at the source of the noise indignantly. Liang Yueming's few people had just completed their mission, and the delay before and after added up to more than 2 hours. Just after returning from dinner, he saw Xin Lang and Hao Dawei sleeping soundly in bed. There was a moment of discontent. Deliberate noise making. Xin Lang swept him away and closed his eyes again. The other party's noise was not quite there. Hao Dawei exasperated. "Can you be quieter? We are still resting?" Liang Yueming said in a snarky manner. "Haven't you guys slept enough? I'm afraid you won't have any food when you go to the cafeteria, so I'm kindly reminding you." He walked over to Xin Lang's bedside again, stared at him and said, "Xin Lang, are you happy to see me in such a mess? Are you especially happy to see us get screwed?" Xin Lang said expressionlessly, "You've misunderstood. I don't have any feelings for you." Liang Yueming was simply on fire. What does Xin Lang mean by this? Not giving a damn about him? Xin Lang got up and looked down at Liang Yueming. "Liang Yueming, I don't know why you've been hostile towards me, but I've never targeted you. Just like today. Your misery has nothing to do with me. My thoughts are straight out of the box and you don't believe me. You can't blame me for the results of your own bent." What Xin Lang said, Liang Yueming went in with his left ear and out with his right. All he could think was, what gives Xin Lang the right to look down on me? Is treating me like an ant? I'm completely worthless in his eyes. Hao Dawei also got up with a cold face. "Liang Yueming, are you done? Are you too inferior? Xin Lang didn't do anything and he can be treated as an imaginary enemy by you? You're too jealous of him, aren't you?" Liang Yueming's voice rose steeply. "I'm jealous of him? Which one of your eyes can see that?" Hao Dawei smiled skinlessly and used 2 fingers, gesturing at his eyes. Xin Lang also leapt down from the top bunk. "Be less condescending, more sincere, and make a friend." Liang Yueming's face flushed red for a while and said disdainfully, "Don't get close to me." Xin Lang left indifferently, leaving Liang Yueming silent. He wanted to ask his 3 friends to see what they would do if it were them. As a result, these 3 people, as early as when they were fighting with him, Xin Lang, had already huffed and puffed. The afternoon was shooting practice. All the fatigue was swept away the moment everyone saw the gun. This most unheated lump of iron is the treasure that everyone longs for. When I first did my shooting training, there were no bullets in the gun. Everyone practiced their poses first and came mainly to get a feel for the hand. Even though it's the most loved treasure, after 10 minutes on the end, it's not as fresh as it was initially. Arms fell uncontrollably. At this time, Xu Baoping and Guing Jie would take the ruler and line up heavily on their arms. Arm taut, gun target on the ground? At the rate you're playing, I guess you'll just have to play gopher. Everyone had been hit with the ruler with submouth fangs, and several were grinning and sucking air through their teeth. Among the hundreds of people, Xin Lang was the only one who hadn't been beaten. Several times, Xu Baoping stood right beside Xin Lang, but Xin Lang always loomed large. He couldn't pick a fight, so he had to go after other people. After a long time until he could rest, Song Yan shook off his hands while sweating profusely and asked, "Xin Lang, aren't you tired? Do you have a steel plate implanted in your arm? You'd have to weigh 10 pounds to hold a gun. How come you're not even shaking?" "Yeah, Xin Lang, be honest, is it a robot, or a reformed human?" Hao Dawei recalled that before. Xin Lang had once told him that there were techniques in many trainings. He came over to Xin Lang's side and whispered, "Xin Lang, not interesting enough. There are skills that you don't even say to tell your buddies. You're happy to see me being beaten, right?" Jubilee listened to the whispers between them. He also came over and said loudly, "Yeah, Xin Lang, what's your technique? Tell the group about it? You're both the same age, and your techniques are definitely more practical." Xin Lang looked at Zhu Baoping's unsuspecting smile. The mind had already greeted all the elders on the other side. "What's my trick? Does carrying a gun for years, practiced on the front lines, count as skill? Is it a skill that comes from the experience of killing people? Is it skill to hold a gun every day, firefight in a hail of bullets, and not hold a position long enough to get a hiccup from the other guy? Still, he calmly babbled. It does have tricks. The crowd immediately came over, waiting curiously for Qin Lang's next words. The end gun is mainly a test of arm strength. And when I was a kid with a kettle, I like to unfold my arms and carry the kettle full of water in both hands. One handshake and I'll punish myself by carrying it for another minute. Then when I went to college, I had time to go back to the gym and lift barbells the same way. Hao Dawei listened especially carefully in front of him, and nodded along fervently. But when I heard the gym, it just didn't feel right anymore. He whispered over and said, Qin Lang, aren't you busy with your part-time job every day? How do you have time to go to the gym? Xu Baoping cast a playful smile, wanting to see how Qin Lang would explain. As a result, Qin Lang calmly said, vacation. Hao Dawei clapped his hands in excitement and came to a realization. I see. No wonder you can't find anyone once you're on vacation. So you went to the gym. Ha! Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily, Hao Dawei is good at fooling around. He nodded and said, I'm big on exercise, so I run a lot of marathons and go to the gym when I can. Han Zhongyi also came to a realization and said, I see. No wonder you are so good at running. It must have something to do with your participation in the marathon. Qin Lang let out a locking eyes with a playful Xu Baoping, who had a look of admiration on his face. He counted his thumbs at him. This action appeared to the others as the company commander recognizing Qin Lang, but in Qin Lang's opinion, he knew that Xu Baoping was doing it on purpose. Xu Baoping also didn't expect that Qin Lang's bullshit would come out of his mouth. After a short break, it was back to repetitive training. Many people felt that Qin Lang's skills were good, only that they couldn't be improvised. That was basic. It seems that you can only discipline yourself in general. The moment the gun was loaded, the crowd's hearts stood in awe. Obviously, at this point, they feel they are taking on more responsibility. Guing Jie said, for the first shooting, you are not required to hit 10 rings, just hit the target. 10 men stood in a line, aiming their guns at a distant target. How come it's only 50 meters? Didn't Qin Lang shoot 500 meters before? Yeah, on our first day in the army, didn't Liang Yueming shoot still 200 meters? The old days are being revisited. Liang Yueming's face turned blue. He started out admired by all and slowly became an irrelevant fringe character. On the contrary, Qin Lang had slowly turned from a target into the center of everyone's attention. He was quite upset. Always wanted a chance to prove myself. I wonder if, this time, it will just be a good time. Guing Jie swept a glance at the recruits who were still blabbering at this point. Said, did you guys think 50 meters was handily done? The recruits didn't say it with their mouths, but their expressions said, isn't it? How hard can 50 meters be for us? Guing Jie said, you guys try to see if you can hit the target first. Everyone raised their guns and slowly brought their eyes close to the sights as instructed. This thing is like a telescope, a gun target 50 meters away, close at hand. But at the same time another problem arises, the stability of the arm. One little shake of the arm and the target in the center of the sights will be offset. It can only be adjusted bit by bit. Even a slightly larger breath can affect aiming. A few times, the recruits were already sweating from the rush just to get an aim. Guing Jie teasingly said, how about 50 meters? Is it as easy as you think? This time, the recruits shook their heads helplessly. Guing Jie emphasized a few techniques with them, then said, I'll count to 3, and after 3, everyone must fire. 3, 2, 1, boom boom boom. The gunfire was intermittent, and several others did not fire. Seeing that the men were still hesitant, the rest of the recruits urged, shoot. Ha, why don't you shoot? The ones who had fired their guns had even more shocked expressions. The numbness in his arm continued, the recoil of the gun. Guing Jie walked over to the recruits who hadn't shot yet and said, why don't you shoot? A few hesitantly said, for not aiming the gun at the target. Geringer, what are my orders? Several, shoot after 3. Geiner, are you disobeying orders? A few people were even more afraid to speak. Guing Jie turned around and faced all the recruits. In the army, obeying orders is the number one thing. Never hesitate. In the time it takes you to hesitate, the enemy is likely to run away. Winning or losing is sometimes a matter of a split second. Your heart hesitates and your hand hesitates. Guing Jie then rushed at the few who had not fired. I will count 3 more times, and you must fire this time. 3, 2, 1, boom. The shooting was as if a weight had been lifted for several people. The results of the hit were predictable. It was a personal best of 7 rings, and 3 off target. Guing Jie said, now do you think 50 meters is easy? The first recruits shook their heads neatly. Qin Lang, I blame you for playing it so easy. Made me think shooting was easy. This time, the shooting grouping, Qin Lang was assigned to the second row. It turned out that when it was the turn of this group, there was an accident. Qin Lang, you step forward. Guing Jie called Qin Lang to the edge position alone. Qin Lang walked over to him with good grace. The crowd looked at them curiously. Guing Jie pointed to the front and said, Qin Lang, everyone else's gun targets are 50 meters, with the exception of yours. You're 600 meters. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow and looked at the gun target that was about as big as a tape in the distance visually. The crowd dropped their jaws even more. I guessed the contrast would be harsh, but I didn't think it would be such a contrast. I thought Qin Lang would finish this 50 meters with his eyes closed, but I didn't realize that he didn't give this 50 meters a second thought. 50 meters and 600 meters. Is that the difference between our starts? Will I ever be able to reach the achievements of Qin Lang's recruit company in my life? This 50 meters of ours is probably an achievement that Qin Lang unlocked in his mother's womb. The crowd was even more envious of Qin Lang. Even Liang Yueming's emotions towards Qin Lang were becoming more and more special. From jealousy, it slowly turned to envy as well. Qin Lang helplessly took the gun Guing Jie handed him. Same holding position as the others. Only, other people had to adjust for half a day for 50 meters. But Qin Lang, facing the 600-meter gun target, only moved slightly, and then his body shape was fixed. Others have shaky hands and legs, jumpy eyelids, and all sorts of things going on all the time. However, Qin Lang did not move a muscle from the beginning to the end. 3, 2, 1, boom, boom, boom. This time, everyone fired at the same time. But the crowd was not as curious about their own results as they were about Qin Lang's. They all stretched their necks and looked in Qin Lang's direction. They even used their scopes as binoculars, only to see only a blurry outline even with insufficient magnification. On to the announcement of the results. The second group had 2 good prospects that hit the 10 ring. Only one person was off target. The crowd looked forward to Qin Lang's results. Qin Lang, 600-meter shot. Guing Jie purposely pulled into a coda, and everyone looked at him curiously. 10 rings. Wow. A few people actually cheered. This is truly a true marksman. Guing Jie said. Qin Lang, your movements are quite standard. They can be textbook level. You can take Qin Lang as the standard and learn from more than one. He came over again and said, Qin Lang, what shooting skills do you have about shooting? Share more. Qin Lang took a deep breath and said, Don't worry, I will. He turned around for a split second and his expression changed abruptly. The company commander and the instructor. It's a clear-cut case of giving him a hard time. He wanted to simply stay in the army. And now it's good that his recruiting company is still not over. And he's about to become a legend of the recruiting company. It seems that his uneventful life is really coming to an end. Guing Jie didn't make things difficult for Qin Lang again. But every time Guing Jie would turn to Qin Lang with a meaningful smile, Qin Lang would always think, is he trying to fix me again? Well, the next few times, Guing Jie was only consistently shooting at a distance of 600 meters. It was the other recruits who couldn't resist their curiosity and always wanted Qin Lang to try 700 meters. Qin Lang, challenge me. You've got a 10 ring every time in the 600 meters, so I guess you can't drop an 8 ring in the 700 meters, right? Each time Qin Lang laughed it off and said, not always, a lot depends on luck. 3 months have passed like a white horse. In a flash, it's time to part ways. In the latter part of their time together, Liang Yeming gradually let go of her hatred and wariness towards Qin Lang. He even took the initiative to befriend Qin Lang, who still had a nonchalant expression towards him, but he seemed to be like this to everyone. Liang Yeming didn't feel that Qin Lang was targeting him anymore, but cherished the time he spent with Qin Lang. This time the recruits were assigned and a volunteer sheet was given to each man. People are told to fill in the company they want to go to, but this stuff is just a reference. There are a lot of specific items to look at, and most of the time things don't work out the way they want to. How David asked Qin Lang where he wanted to go. Qin Lang said, I want to go to the scouting company. How Dawei was surprised. I thought you were such a good shot that you must have gone back to the sharpshooter company. Qin Lang didn't explain, but it seemed to him that the reconnaissance company trained a person more fully. He was very confident in his shooting skills and would never slack off, even in a reconnaissance company. How Dawei, however, was hesitant to take the doctrine. I want to go to the sharpshooter company, but it's not like I'm that good, and spots are tight and I'm worried. He asked Qin Lang, do you have any suggestions? Qin Lang said, my suggestion is that you don't think about the quota and the strength, just think about yourself. David Howe asked, are you very confident in me? Qin Lang shook his head, because it's not up to you to decide back there. All you can decide is where you want to go. Hao Dawei pulled the corner of his mouth with a leathery smile and said, thanks, but I don't feel comforted. Qin Lang ended up filling out the scouting company. However, Qin Lang also didn't expect what consequences his move would bring. 2 days later, Zhu Baoping's office. The commander of the sharpshooting company and the commander of the reconnaissance company. The two of them argued with each other. The atmosphere was so tense that if it wasn't for the rule of law, it was expected that the two of them would have gone straight for the jugular. Qin Lang is a good seed. He was already good at sniping. He should come to our sharpshooter company to continue refining. Old Li, you can't not speak of martial virtues, can you? Qin Lang chose us. It's useless for you to think about it. A melon twisted by force isn't sweet. Haven't you heard of that? Old Tian, are you still holding a grudge against me? Didn't I knock away a good seedling of yours back then? You hold a grudge until now. You also know that it was knocked away from me? When he was in the same situation as Qin Lang, he had to be from our scouting company. You're good. I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup you've put in people's mouths. Old Tian, we're not enemies we're all for the sake of Xiagua Shu Baoping's ears hurt from the two of them making so much noise. Stop. I know that both of you cherish talent, but if you're arguing heatedly here, other people Qin Lang doesn't necessarily appreciate it or not. That kid Qin Lang is not simple. He has his own logic in what he says and does. It's not something that can be dunked in 3 or 2 bowls of mesmerizing soup. Both of them are each putting on airs and feeling like they're 10 out of 10. That night, Qin Lang was called to Zhu Baoping's office. Curious, everyone asked Li Xin, the messenger, squad leader, what's the situation? Hasn't Qin Lang been doing quite well lately? Did he get into trouble again? Did the company commander ask for him because of the split company? Of curious speculation from the crowd, Li Xin said, don't make any wild guesses. It has nothing to do with any of you. All, of course we know it has nothing to do with us. We just want to eat a melon. Knock. Come in. Zhu Baoping's low voice came from the office. Qin Lang realized that Zhu Baoping was not the only one in the office at this time. There was another person who was sitting on the sofa, and his eyes had been sizing him up since Qin Lang entered. Qin Lang noticed that his rank was a line of 3 bars, and also saluted respectfully. Good day, Chief. The other nodded. Zhu Baoping, in a rare change from his usual reticence, even took the initiative to chat with Qin Lang today about the recent situation. Qin Lang, how have you been feeling lately? Qin Lang said. Report, everything is fine. Thank you company commander for your concern. Zhu Baoping smiled and said, aren't you going down to the company recently? I've read your filled out volunteer book. Are you thinking of going to the reconnaissance company? Qin Lang nodded. Zhu Baoping asked again. Your shooting level is the best in the recruit company. In fact, if you want to cultivate specialization, the sharpshooter company is also very suitable for you. The person who had been silent on the side sniffed and swept a glance at Zhu Baoping without moving. There was displeasure in his eyes. Qin Lang said, company commander, I know what you said, but I want to become a more all-around soldier, and the reconnaissance company tests a soldier's comprehensive abilities. Zhu Baoping nodded. Then he said, Qin Lang, I haven't introduced you yet. This is the company commander of the reconnaissance company, Li Shijin. He wants to talk to you. Qin Lang was a bit surprised. He understood the process of assigning a company after the end of the recruit company. It was all set from above. So how come he still needed to talk to the recruits now? Qin Lang saluted Li Shijin and said, good day, company commander Li. The more Li Shijin looked at Qin Lang, the more satisfied he became. Just now Zhu Baoping went to give Lao Tian steps directly in front of him. Qin Lang did not even take it. It seems destined to be my Li Shijin. He smiled and said to Qin Lang, in the future you'll be a member of my scout company. I'll first welcome you to the scout company in advance. Qin Lang said, thank you, company commander Li, for your appreciation. Afterward, Li Shijin said, Qin Lang, I've seen all your accomplishments, and even if you come to my reconnaissance company, you're definitely at the top of the list in terms of your abilities. But I heard that. Li Shijin didn't move and glanced at Zhu Baoping, who pretended to look down and pour water without seeing it. You didn't play your best? All the tests you just crushed second place. Qin Lang said. No, it's all just luck. Li Shijin laughed twice, then said, Qin Lang, you're a typical person who is strong when he meets a strong person. Then it can be the best choice for you to come to our reconnaissance company. Qin Lang looked at him without moving, waiting for the next step. Li Shijin said a lot to himself, but finally said, Qin Lang, if someone digs you, have you ever considered it? Qin Lang immediately thought of the Divine Gun Company that Zhu Baoping had just mentioned. Could it be that the commander of the sharpshooter company also wanted him to go? I didn't expect in school as a small transparent can't even catch up with the girl. The result to the army let 2 30-something men for their own fight for the head. How embarrassing. But Qin Lang still said, everyone has different plans. In my opinion, the reconnaissance company is my goal, because if you want to become a special forces soldier, the first thing is to be all round. Zhu Baoping said in a salty voice. Then do you know that quite a special forces soldier, the level of shooting is also vital? Qin Lang smiled faintly. Shooting is not difficult for me. If he didn't know Qin Lang's level, Xu Baoping couldn't help but want to rush up and smack him just by hearing those words. Look at giving him a wild ride. Isn't it first in long-distance running? First in sprinting? First in shooting? First in physical fitness? What's your problem? Li Shijin of the reconnaissance company also didn't expect that Qin Lang would be so resolute. Then the little old field is out of the way. Even if he gave Qin Lang a bucket of mesmerizing soup continuously, it wouldn't matter. In a moment of excitement, Li Shijin didn't hold back to say a few bad words about old Tian. Qin Lang, the Divine Gun Company's Tian Company commander is also teared up about you, so I thought of talking to you first. The focus of our scout company's late training is, Xu Baoping, who was on the side, coughed twice in succession, sighing helplessly. This old Li, the person has not yet been determined to get his hands on it. The subsequent training priorities have all been told to Qin Lang. Whose company commander are you to? Looking at Qin Lang sitting on the sofa in a cloudy manner, his expression was focused, but with a clear coldness. For a while, it felt like old Li was really reporting to Qin Lang. If Lao Tian says anything to you, just take it as his fart. Qin Lang smiled and said, both company commanders are seniors that I respect. I will show my own attitude. Thank you for your appreciation. Li Shijin said proudly. Alright Qin Lang, then go back and rest first. It's quite late. After Qin Lang left, Li Shijin frowned and slapped heavily at Xu Baoping's desk. Even the goji berries in Xu Baoping's cup are going to be fish out of water. Old Xu, the three of us have known each other for so many years, and you're still making peace in the middle? Xu Baoping, Li Shijin and Tian Yunfei of the Sharpshooter Company. The three were in the same recruit company at that time, and came out from inside a dormitory. Then went to separate companies, but all in the same military district. The three of them just got better and better. But whenever it came to the situation of the company under the new recruits, the three of them would always quarrel over the slightest trifle. Xu Baoping looked at the situation, and there was no way he could do it alone. He sighed, but then he said in a bitchy manner, Old Li, Lao Tian gave me 2 cans of the finest big red robe. There's no way I can help. Li Shijin gritted his teeth. 2 cans of big red robe convinced you? Where is your dignity? Where is your moral bottom line? Where is the justice you defend? Xu Baoping's eyes fluttered wildly. Anyway, they are all in our military region. We are all family. Isn't it the same at anyone's place? Besides, I'm just helping to say a few words. In the end, it's still up to Qin Lang himself. He spoke in a smaller and smaller voice, to the point where he finally ran out of breath himself. Li Shijin pointed at him for half a day, unable to say a word in anger. Finally, he copied the cup of goji berry water that Xu Baoping had just brewed with one hand. Jubilee crossed both hands in front of her face and turned her head to the side. You didn't splash me? He opened one eye, only to see his favorite pot of monarchs, already dotted with grainy goji berries. He stood up with a slam of the table in a fit of rage. Li Shijin, if you want to take it out on me, what's the point of touching my flowers? Slap. Li Shijin slipped away a long time ago, leaving Xu Baoping looking at his juniper with a sad face. My flower, why are you so unfortunate? He then gritted his teeth and said, Qin Lang, I've folded all my flowers, so you have to be a bit firmer. When Qin Lang returned to the dormitory, the entire dormitory was curious and asked him what was going on. Qin Lang said, Didn't I fill out the reconnaissance company? The commander of the reconnaissance company is looking for me today. Several people asked in confusion, why did the scout company commander want to see you alone? Qin Lang, listening to him, it seems like the company commander of the Divine Gun Company also wants me, and is here to probe me this time. Crowd, brother, can you not make such a big deal out of it? Make it look like we're a bunch of losers, like we're here to make up the numbers. After being a soldier for so long, I've never heard that the commanders of 2 companies would engage in this kind of battle over a new recruit. Some people were excited for Qin Lang, while others screamed for themselves. Damn, I filled out the scouting company too. Why didn't the company commander call me by the way when he came looking for Qin Lang? Is this the gap in strength? Qin Lang brought me to realize that there is such a thing as digging inside the army. Thank you, Qin Lang, for bringing me to the market and making me more aware of my world NPC's cobbled together identity. How Dawei, however, said excitedly, Qin Lang, then where do you want to go? Qin Lang didn't even think about it and said directly, Scouting Company. The next day, Qin Lang once again arrived at the familiar Xu Baoping's office, only this time, it was another, less familiar face that I saw. The line of 3 bars on his shoulder made him guess that this person was probably Tian Yunfei, the commander of the Sharpshooter Company mentioned yesterday. Qin Lang greeted them in turn. This time Tian Yunfei didn't wait for Xu Baoping's pleasantries, but opened the door. Qin Lang, I'm Tian Yunfei, the company commander of the Divine Gun Company. Your level of shooting is objectively speaking. You should enter the Sharpshooter Company for intensive training. I heard that you want to enter the special forces, right? Actually, as long as the ability is achieved, in any unit can be a springboard to enter the special forces. Qin Lang listened attentively, but he still insisted on his idea. Thank you, Company Commander Tian, for your appreciation. If I go by my heart's desire, I still prefer the Scout Company, but if you insist on keeping me in the Sharpshooter Company, I have no problem with that. Qin Lang spoke in a light tone, not condescending, but it made its point. It had been heard before that Qin Lang was a person with great mental qualities. Today, I see that this is indeed the case. No matter what kind of person you are dealing with, you can be steady as a rock and still make your thoughts clear. Even though Qin Lang had just politely rejected himself, but Tian Yunfei was still undeterred. He continued to throw an olive branch to Qin Lang. Qin Lang smiled faintly. Thank you for the invitation. I will think it over. Afterward, Qin Lang left. Tian Yunfei asked Zhu Baoping, what did Qin Lang just mean? Is he ready to consider coming to our Divine Gun Company? Zhu Baoping said helplessly, Old Tian, you can't fail to see that, can you? Qin Lang is afraid of hurting your face and politely rejecting you. Tian Yunfei was furious. Old Zhu, didn't you say you'd help me put in a good word in the middle? Zhu Baoping sighed. I've said all the good words, but Qin Lang he has a clear attitude. Outsiders can't sway him. Tian Yunfei looked at Zhu Baoping indignantly. At the end of the day, the 2 cans of Big Red Robe on the table were taken away. It didn't work out, and it's a pure waste of this good stuff for you. Then, without looking back, he walked away. Zhu Baoping chased after him. You could at least leave me a can. It's not like I didn't help you. You're really looking at yourself in the mirror, inside and out. I didn't get the Big Red Robe, and I lost a pot of monarchs. What a sin. Next time you two grab someone, don't toss me. A few days later, the results of the lower company are in. David Hao lost touch with his beloved Sharpshooter Company and went to the Artillery Company. With him was Han Zhengyi. What no one expected was that Liang Yueming, who was in the dormitory, went to the Sharpshooter Company. Liang Yueming comforted Hao Dawei, it's okay, we're still good brothers and comrades in arms, and I'll teach you again if our company learns any tricks in the future. Hao Dawei was depressed, but still envious. Hey, can you apply for a transfer to a different company? Can't I just try to improve my shooting in the future? And Qin Lang lived up to his name and went to the scouting company. It looks like this confrontation between Old Tian and Old Li is still won by Li Shijin. With him in the scouting company was Song Yan. When Song Yan learned of this result, he jumped in place with excitement. Great Qin Lang, I'm relieved to have you here. Han Zhengyi was very reluctant to let go of Qin Lang. He was able to reach his current level entirely under Qin Lang's encouragement and shelter. Now that he was separated from Qin Lang, he didn't even know what would happen to him afterward. Qin Lang urged Hao Dawei to take care of him. They were just in different companies, but they were both in the same military region, so they would still have the chance to meet in the future. Even though the congregation had only been together for 3 months, but in the past 3 months, they've had their share of tit for tat, and they've had their share of talk. There have been times of encouragement when we are tired and times of care when we are exhausted. What was once a vague jealousy has long since turned into a catalyst for friendship over time. Liang Yeming appreciated more and more Qin Lang's calmness, wisdom, clear logic, ability, and also the ability to take care of everyone. Everyone in the dormitory was upset about the separation from each other. Qin Lang said, separation isn't a complete departure. There are many opportunities for us to meet in the future. The sub-companies are assigned to you based on your abilities, and I hope that by the time we next meet, you will all have become the best of the best in your respective companies. We're always on call whenever we're needed. Everyone repeats the phrase with determination. We are always on call whenever we are needed. That evening, the men packed their bags and reported to their new companies. On the way to the scouting company, Song Yan was quite excited. I still don't know what a scouting company looks like. We're second squad, first platoon, in the same quarters as the veterans. Qin Lang, it was said before that the veterans of the army would set rules for the new recruits. Do you think they will set rules for us too? Qin Lang was argued all the way by him and said, remember the words, do what you should do, and what you shouldn't do, don't do. Song Yan nodded. Qin Lang, it's still with you that I'm relieved. I don't feel afraid of anything now. Upon arriving at the dormitory, everyone was probably training. There were 2 bunk beds with iron beds both empty. Song Yan directly placed his luggage on one of the lower bunks, while Qin Lang placed it on his upper bunk. The 2 made their beds just as the veterans returned from training. 2 abrupt figures were seen standing in the dormitory. Song Yan nervously greeted, hello everyone, I'm newly assigned. My name is Song Yan. Qin Lang said, my name is Qin Lang. Hearing Qin Lang's name, several people immediately looked at him. You're that Qin Lang. A few people sneered disdainfully. Didn't I hear that you're particularly good at shooting? Why did you come to our reconnaissance company? You're particularly famous in our company. You know, the first place person in the recruit company is you, isn't it? There shouldn't be anyone who doesn't know the name Qin Lang. Song Yan didn't expect to detect a strong smell of gunpowder just after arriving at the new company. He looked cautiously at Qin Lang. Qin Lang said indifferently, "Thank you all for your appreciation. Song Yin, brother, how can you tell it's a favor? They're clearly targeting you, okay?" The veterans were also stunned by Qin Lang's words. The words of the attack did not have a satisfying effect. It was as if a punch had hit soft cotton. One laughed and said, "We're not appreciating you. We're curious about you. Curious to see what you do next." Qin Lang said, "Thank you for your concern. I'll behave myself in the future." A host of veterans. Qin Lang doesn't know what he's talking about. Does he? Is that what they mean by that? Of course, Qin Lang could understand. But it was better to muddle through than to do more. But the other side is clearly picking on the recruits. When new recruits arrive at the dormitory, the veterans give a standing ovation, defending the majesty of the veterans on the one hand, and finding a few people to do odd jobs on the other. One of the veterans, named Wang Kong, pointed at the bed Song Yan had just made and said, "Who let you guys stay in this bed?" Song Yan said awkwardly, "Not allowed to stay? We saw that both beds were empty, so we put our luggage." The other man snapped, "This is the bed where we usually rest, so hurry up and take everything away." Song Yan's face turned pale as he was reprimanded, and he didn't dare to breathe. He was about to dutifully pack up his things, only for Qin Lang to say, "Can't someone sit in that empty bunk?" Song Yan froze. Is Qin Lang trying to call the veterans' bluff? The veterans also looked at Qin Lang unexpectedly with teasing expressions, looking forward even more to the good stuff to come. Wang Kong raised his eyebrows and said, "We'll sit on both beds. Both of you go sleep on the top bunk for me." Song Yan watched Qin Lang and Wang Kong confront each other, fearing that the two of them would fight the next second. He immediately said, Okay, I'll clean up right away." As a result, Qin Lang said, "2 iron beds. There's no rule that new recruits can only sleep on the top bunk." The corner of Wang Kang's mouth twitched twice, not expecting Qin Lang to dare to refute him. He said, "What do you mean? Going against us? You won't listen to what we say?" Qin Lang frowned slightly. "I'll listen if it makes sense, but right now, you're being unreasonable." Wang Kong laughed a few times. A few of the remaining veterans were laughing their asses off. The rule of the army is to obey the orders of the veterans. Do you know that? Qin Lang shook his head. "We are all on equal levels. I listen to you because I respect you, but you can't be disrespectful for the old." The eyebrows of the several veterans twitched a few times, not realizing that this Qin Lang was really a tough guy. This looks like it's going to be hardcore with them. One of them winked at a couple other roommates. The other man immediately went to close the doors and windows. Song Yan instantly reacted to what was going on, and he cowered behind Qin Lang in fear. Qin Lang also guessed what was going on. He said, "Troops are forbidden to fight." A couple of veterans sneered. "Who fought?" "We didn't. We're concerned about our new teammate." Qin Lang asked rhetorically, "Are you guys sure? This is not a fight?" The other party clenched his fists with a clicking sound, as if he was about to greet Qin Lang's face in the next second. Wang Kong said, "Yeah, no one saw any fights." Qin Lang let out a sigh of relief. "If you say so, I'm relieved." Everyone was stunned. Before he could react to what Qin Lang meant by this, in the next second, Qin Lang directly grabbed Wang Kang's collar, swung the man halfway in the air, and heavily pressed him to the ground. The smiles on the veterans' faces froze straight away. The person in question, Wang Kong, doesn't even know what happened. Song Yan was dumbfounded with his mouth open. Qin Lang's speed was too fast. Qin Lang had just grabbed Wang Kang's collar and lifted the man up with his toes off the ground, then pressed the man backward to the ground in a smooth motion, even preventing the other party from hitting his head. Qin Lang thoughtfully lifted the other party's collar, allowing Wang Kong to land as first. Qin Lang said, "There was no fight or brawl. It's about caring for the veterans, right?" Qin Lang smiled faintly, but this smile made Wang Kong furious. The others also finally reacted and rolled up their sleeves to charge Qin Lang. Qin Lang grabbed an outstretched fist and directly turned the opponent's arm behind his back. The veteran hissed a few times in pain. Qin Lang stopped a few other people who were ready to rush him with a soft touch. Song Yan's eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. Recruiting company grunts are just sprinkles. A few basic moves practiced over and over again simply don't reach the level of real combat. But Qin Lang's movements just now were so beautiful that they were silky smooth to the extreme. Unlike traditional fighting, the moves are sharp and deadly. Qin Lang's movements were more like Taijiquan. 4 or 2 pairs of jinjins, easily defusing his opponent's movements. A group of veterans, either pressing their shoulders or their wrists. It's amazing how hard a group of guys didn't beat a single recruit. Wouldn't that make people laugh? Qin Lang did all this with an expressionless face. then said, "It was just a simple greeting, right?" The veterans grimaced and said nothing. Qin Lang repeated, "It was just a simple greeting, wasn't it?" This time, Wang Kong squeezed out of his throat, "Aha." Qin Lang pointed at Song Yan's bed and asked, "Is this bed still allowed to sleep now?" Wang Kong was quite dissatisfied, but still gave a hum. Afterward, Qin Lang opened the door and window and said, "Thank you for taking care of the veterans, and I hope that we can get along better in the next few days." Just then, the squad leader returned. Looking at the group of veterans with unfavorable faces, each of them looked at Qin Lang angrily as if they were looking at an enemy. Then he snapped, "What's going on? Didn't I tell you to be friendly to the new recruits?" A few of the men grimaced and grunted. "We are indeed friendly." The class president's name was Wang Yiyuan, and he enthusiastically introduced the members of the dormitory to Qin Lang and the others. Finally, "I made it a point to say, we're a united and loving group, so if anyone bullies you, you talk to me." Song Yen thought after the robbery, "You said this earlier, ah? Otherwise it wouldn't have been so horrible to see the scene just now." Qin Kong said, "Okay, class president. I will cherish this friendly group." The corner of Wang Kang's mouth twitched twice. He felt that Qin Lang was hinting at him. Each company has its own training area and some are assigned to other military areas as well. Scout Company and Sharpshooter Company, both in the original military district. Each company had its own mess hall and dormitory. The squad leader showed them the way, and then told them to follow along with the training in the afternoon. The squad leader said, "You guys just got here. The first few days of training might be a little tough, and you'll be fine if you slowly get used to it later. Scouting is certainly different than you were in the recruiting company. There are a lot of specialized aspects that you need to learn from the ground up, and if there's anything that doesn't fit, you can talk to me about that." 2. The squad leader, Wang Haiyuan, is an enthusiastic person and has said a lot about everything. This made Song Yan, who had seen the scene of brotherly friendship as soon as he came to the new company, feel more intimate. "Every time I see the squad leader, I feel as if I'm seeing a loved one." That afternoon, an entire company assembled on the training ground. The reconnaissance company consisted of 3 platoons and 9 squads, plus a cooking squad. More than 100 people stood on the training ground, waiting for the company commander's speech. Li Shijin saw the tall and outstanding Qin Lang at a glance, and a rare smile was added to his face. He said, "Today, we have a number of new recruits coming to our scout company, so give a round of applause." There was a flush of applause. Li Shijin said, "We reconnaissance company, not just teach people to detect, computer, sniper, survey of the environment, assault these we have to learn. The name of the company is just a term of endearment, and you all can't let that make you slack off on your shooting." The end of his eyes darkly poked and swept at Qin Lang. 5 months to go. It's the annual large-scale military exercise event, and it's not yet known exactly which military districts they'll be exercising with. But just know that this year's scale is very grand. So don't you guys disgrace me, and give me as much power as you can muster. After Li Suk-jin's speech, the classes were dismissed for their own training. However, with that incident in the morning, everyone in the dormitory was hostile to Qin Lang and Song Yan. Physical training. Teams of 2 lift 50-kilogram logs. It tests both how well the two work together and how physically fit they are. Originally, when new recruits first arrived, some squad leaders would give them special treatment. Maybe if the veteran runs 100 meters, the recruit just has to run 80 meters at the same time. But this time, Wang Kong directly came over to provoke Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, I heard that you're also very good at physical fitness. Do you dare to compete?" Qin Lang asked. "Then Roundwood?" Wang Kong said. "Scared? Or do you want to compete with something else?" Qin Lang looked at him and said with a smile, "I am curious. Is there any punishment or reward for winning or losing?" Verbalizing winning and losing isn't much fun. Wang Kong was full of thoughts about being bullied in the morning, thinking about finding a chance to get back at him. Then he said, "Whoever loses will clean the dormitory for a week, and in addition, also have to pour foot washing water for the winner." He looked at Qin Lang provocatively. "How about it? Dare you have a match?" Song Yen frowned. The veterans had all been in the army for at least a year, and their physical abilities had been built up over time. Even if Qin Lang and the others were powerful, they were only the result of short-term surprise training. He asked Qin Lang worriedly, "Qin Lang, I'm not good at strength, so I won't be dragging you down, right?" Qin Lang, however, said, "It's fine." He turned his head and said to Wang Kong, "I accept." He whispered to Song Yen, "I'll adjust my position so that the logs just have to eat at my place. You just have to keep up with me." Song Yen was very worried. "Qin Lang, that's 50 kilograms. You can't carry the big head yourself." Qin Lang, however, said to Song Yen, "If they will pick a fight once, they will pick a fight a second time. We must prove ourselves with our strength to make them give up the idea of picking a fight." Only then did Song Yen realize that Qin Lang wasn't actually insensitive to the environment. He just doesn't care. He doesn't flaunt it, but he doesn't leave it to chance either. He would use his strength to make those who look down on him look at him squarely again, just like Song Yen and the others in the recruit company back then. Didn't they also start out hostile and become close comrades? He nodded firmly, choosing to believe Qin Lang. The squad leader came over and shouted, "What are you guys doing? Everyone else has been training for half a day, and you're still having such a hard time finding a piece of wood?" The veteran on the side coaxed. "Squad leader, they want to spar, so let them compete?" The squad leader let out a laugh. "You guys are pretty good at taking advantage of inexperienced recruits by having them compete against you veterans." The veteran said, "Squad leader, new recruits aren't necessarily less capable. He's the famous Qin Lang from the recruit company. Who wouldn't be curious about his strength?" In fact, the squad leader was curious, but he was in the way of his squad leader and couldn't pull his punches. He asked Qin Lang, "Qin Lang, do you want to compete with them?" Qin Lang nodded. Yes. The class president was instantly interested. "Well then, I'll be your referee." Qin Lang and Song Yen carried a log and stood to one side. Beside them were Wang Kong and Zhong Ning. The logs are about 1.5 meters long and weigh about 50 kilograms. The surface of the log was so rough that every time I stood it on my shoulder, I felt like I had to wipe off a layer of skin. Qin Lang stood directly in the off-center position, and Song Yen stood behind Qin Lang. The distance between the two was less than 50 centimeters. The other veterans smiled darkly. This Qin Lang is stupid enough to not realize that standing in the middle would be much more strenuous. What a bit of inexperience. You'll see how hard it is when you run in a while. The man is quite arrogant, but he still loses because he doesn't have enough experience. Gee, don't worry about hygiene for the next week. There's someone to wash your feet. The squad leader stepped aside and tried to remind Qin Lang that he was in the wrong position, but he felt that since it was a competition, and both sides had defaulted to the premise that it was unfair, it would be better for him to keep his mouth shut. He announced, "Let the game begin." Both sides departed at the same time. Wang Kong and Zhong Ning both worked well together, taking the same steps at the same time, exerting the same amount of force and speed. On the contrary, Qin Lang and Song Yen, the two of them were doing their own thing, and with Song Yan's hands busy behind them. Gradually, the two sides gradually pulled apart, but it's in a direction that people don't expect. The two of them, Qin Lang and Song Yen, had unexpectedly overtaken the Wang Kong duo. At first the two were not at the same pace, it was slower, but later on, both sides slowly found a rhythm and stepped forward at the same time, as Qin Lang began to gradually accelerate, with Song Yen following closely behind. The log on his shoulder seemed to have no effect on the two men at all. This left Wang Kong and Zhong Ning dumbfounded. Holy shit, how did these two do that? No training at all, and you can run that fast? That log was so upside down. They both must have skinned their shoulders. In the end, when Qin Lang and Song Yen reached the finish line, Wang Kong and Zhong Ning were black-faced. 6 meters away from the finish line, Qin Lang put down the log and said, "We're done for now." The green camouflage uniform was permeated with dark red blood. The veterans were originally all up in arms to watch the fun, but now that the victory and defeat had been decided, the expressions on everyone's faces were one after the other grave. Wang Kong and Zhong Ning both panted as they ran to the finish line. Both of their faces flushed red and white. Someone said sullenly, "Wang Kong, what's going on with you two today? Isn't it a shame to lose to two new recruits?" "That's right. Where do we put our veteran faces?" Question after question. But the men in their dormitory never said a word. The people in their dormitory couldn't be clearer about Qin Lang's fighting strength. It seems that this kid, he is deliberately hiding his strength just to embarrass Wang Kong. Class President Wang Haiyuan whistled. The winner has been decided. Qin Lang and Song Yen won. The squad leader looked at Qin Lang's dark red shoulder and frowned. "Qin Lang, you have the strength, but you're not very good at techniques, and if you train with just brute force, you'll get yourself hurt." Qin Lang, however, said indifferently, "I know the technique, but I'm not using it." Wang Haiyuan froze for a moment, thinking that Qin Lang was deliberately trying to show off because he had a stiff upper lip and was good for face. From the point of stress on the shoulders, to the distance between the two of them, to the position in which they are holding the log in a circular embrace, there is something to be said for it. "I can, but Song Yen can't. If you want to win, you'll have to do it in a different way." Qin Lang combed through the techniques of the round wood in an organized manner. Listening to Wang Haiyuan was a flash after a flash. He really knows. It doesn't look like fake understanding. Wang Haiyuan had originally prepared several didactic words, but they were gambled into his throat by Qin Lang's words. He looked behind Qin Lang at Song Yen, who was still leaning over and propping up his knees, panting violently. What started out as a sermon ended up being, "Then you take your teammates." Fuck, do I need to say anything? Qin Lang's current strength had already surpassed the vast majority of the people present. Okay? Why do I feel like I'm just opening Qin Lang's blind box to see what new treasures, new big moves, I can open? Song Yen came over and said excitedly, Qin Lang, you're too good. Let's see how they can still bully us this time. But when he turned his head, he saw Qin Lang's blood-red shoulder. The corners of his excited mouth collapsed. Qin Lang, is your shoulder alright? Hurry to the infirmary. Song Yen hadn't been professionally trained, and the run he just did was all about skill. Occasionally, when you run a little faster, the upside-down logs look like hammered nails. He was slightly shorter, but Qin Lang, who was tall enough to stand on top of the sky, became the point of force. For the moment, his shoulder only felt a slight scrape of skin. Looking at Song Yen with a guilty look on his face, Qin Lang said, he hasn't claimed his prize yet. Song Yi? What claiming? Song Yen came to a sudden realization. If you lose the game, you have to clean your dorm for a week and pour foot wash for the winner. Song Yen hesitated for a moment and said, why don't we just forget about it? After all, we're new recruits and they're veterans. Qin Lang's gaze crossed over him and landed on the few men behind him. Said, rules are rules. Wang Kong and Zhong Ning were still caught up in their feelings of being a loser for losing the match. Zhong Ning complained, no, what kind of god is this Qin Lang? A 50 kilograms log. He is a new recruit who carries it and runs away. I don't believe it when I say he hasn't practiced. Wang Kong said nothing in silence. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Lang walked up to Wang Kong and said, does the bet we talked about before still count? Wang Kang's face was blue. He glanced at his face at the log on the ground, the culprit who had cost him the match. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed out a mosquito-sized voice through his teeth. Willing to bet? Qin Lang said. Then it's going to be a hard week of hygiene and foot washing in the dormitory for the next week. Song Yen followed behind Qin Lang, carefully watching Wang Kong and Zhong Ning's faces, only to see those two people's expressions as if they had stepped on an electric switch, staring in shock, as if they didn't expect a new recruit to have any respect at all. Wang Kong was simply dumbfounded. That's not right. Isn't it normal to be polite for a couple moments and then say the bet is off? Why did this Qin Lang not follow the rules at all? You're giving us a hard time with this style of play. The others in the dormitory also heard the conversation between the two, and all of them were bewildered. It's pretty much unheard of for a veteran to pour foot washing water on a new recruit. Song Yen looked at everyone's expressions, and although he felt that he didn't respect the veterans too much, he was insanely secretly happy inside. Afternoon training as usual. Perhaps it was because of this incident of losing a veteran PK. Throughout the day, the veterans did nothing but look at them with measuring eyes, or lock them with hateful gazes, but Qin Lang turned a blind eye and continued to eat well. Song Yen was at the bottom of the pile before, and when he suddenly came to a new environment, he was even more unable to keep up in every aspect. Taking advantage of the free time after training, Qin Lang took the initiative to bring Song Yen to connect his physical fitness on the training ground. When I think of Song Yen when he first arrived at the army, his two arms were so thin and weak as if they would turn into winged butterflies if he did a few push-ups. It's only been a little over 3 months, and easily doing 300 push-ups is no longer a problem. It was 9:30 p.m. by the time the two of them returned to their dormitory dripping with sweat. Pushing the door open, everyone sat on their ponies on the floor and looked at the door at the same time. Qin Lang took his basin and went straight to the shower. Song Yen muttered in a small voice, they're not holding anything back, are they? Qin Lang calmly said, see what happens and don't worry about what doesn't necessarily happen. The dormitory environment here is relatively good, with a total of 10 shower heads in the showers, and all with separate partitions. The two men were taking a shower when a sudden influx of several veterans, a group of 10, came in. As a result, he saw Qin Lang and Song Yen who were taking a bath. One of them directly rushed Song Yen and said, let me rush first. Song Yen's hair had just been lathered up, and he hadn't realized that someone was even grabbing a spot in the shower. He was surprised and said, ha, but the other man had already put the basin on the shelf. Qin Lang raised his eyes. In the next second, a man also put the basin on Qin Lang's side as well as the same way. Song Yen looked at the oppressive feeling of the other party being half a head taller than himself. He grayed out and gave the other man his place. Qin Lang frowned slightly. Continue to soap yourself up without panicking. The corner of the mouth of the man standing on Qin Lang's side stiffened. Brother, make way. Qin Lang slowly flushed the water. It's not finished. The others were looking at them with smiles and laughter, and the man felt a little embarrassed about his face. You're a new recruit, aren't you? All the more reason for a new recruit to behave. Qin Lang's gaze crossed over him and looked behind him. A table of civilization ordinances is posted on the wall. No fights allowed. Conserve water. There's no rule that makes new recruits give way to veterans. The faces of those few people who were watching changed. All of them gathered around. Song Yi took the opportunity to rinse the foam from his own head. Suddenly I heard someone say, "Why do you have gunshot wound marks on you?" "A gunshot wound? How can that be? Isn't he a new recruit? And never been on a mission? How did he get a gunshot wound?" "You're not so blind as to be mistaken, are you?" A few people looked in the direction of the veteran's finger and found that there was really a red, swollen, irregular wound on Qin Lang's body, which was covered with dense stitches and traces of healing and proliferation. Qin Lang finished his fiery rush and directly prepared to retreat. But it didn't occur to me that the 10 men had surrounded their little cubicle. "Are we sure we want to talk without an inch of skin?" The veteran's expressions were one by one stony. Song Yan was listening from the side and also glanced curiously over Qin Lang's shoulder. There was indeed a hideous scar, not unlike a normal laceration and suture wound. Song Yan immediately associated it with the previous rumor that Qin Lang was a spy. He shook his head hurriedly. "Don't think too much. How is this possible?" Qin Lang saw that the veteran soldier did not have the slightest intention of backing down. He repeated politely, "Sorry, I'm done washing. I'll leave the spot for you." Qin Lang took the basin and set aside one person to prepare to leave. But unexpectedly, the other party directly pinched Qin Lang's wrist. "We're asking you? Are you deaf?" Qin Lang looked at the other party's murderous eyes and lifted his chin to sweep the wall. "Fighting and brawling are prohibited." A group of veterans suddenly laughed out loud. "Fighting? Who told you that this is a fight? The ground is slippery when bathing. Even if you bump into it, it's normal." The corners of Qin Lang's mouth tugged upward in an unnoticeable manner. "Oh, it's normal for the ground to be slippery and bumpy." Song Yan, who heard these words, suddenly shook with a tiger's body. Oops, this familiar feeling, how it's déjà vu. In the next second, the basin in Qin Lang's hand directly snapped onto the head of a veteran soldier. The man in question was laughing, and he was unprepared for this blow. He hooked his foot on the calf of one person, and the other person fell to the ground at once. In the already cramped space, as one person fell, the others were like bowling balls that were hit, and they also fell to the ground one after another in 7 different directions. Hitting the ground naked is not a good feeling. The veterans yelled in pain. "Hiss ah! Don't you move! My leg hurts with you under it!" "Shit, Qin Lang, are you fucking looking for death?" Qin Lang stepped over them and said, "It's normal for the ground to be slippery and bumped." Afterward, Qin Lang and Song Yan left without looking back. The veterans were furious. 3 or 2 support each other and get up slowly. One veteran's knee knocked right into a bruise, and his expression grew more and more sinister. "Damn, is this grandson playing with us? Or maybe we should report back to the platoon leader." "What report? That 10 of us were beaten down in the bathroom by a single recruit of Qin Lang? If you're not ashamed." "I am?" A veteran's eyes rolled back in their sockets. "Isn't it just a matter of tossing a new recruit? There are ways to do that." He grunted, his eyes looking deep into the doorway. Song Yan followed behind Qin Lang, recalling the wound on his shoulder just now through Qin Lang's clothes. He whispered, "Qin Lang, did we just offend the veterans again?" Qin Lang looked at him sideways. "It's the veterans who are looking for trouble with us." Song Yan thought with some hindsight. "They're not going to toss us around in the future, are they? If you're not around one time, Qin Lang said, "Soldiers come and go." Song Yan hesitated before speaking. "Qin Lang, is the wound on your shoulder a gunshot wound?" Qin Lang immediately said, "No, certainly not a gunshot wound. That's a fucking grenade fragment popping wound. It has nothing to do with guns." Those veterans were also unseasoned enough to associate gunshot wounds with the sight of large, irregularly stitched wounds. When I had my own medical checkup, the doctor didn't even say anything, but these reincarnated Hua Tuo directly issued a diagnosis. Song Yan didn't ask any more questions. Although he had heard a lot of rumors about Qin Lang, he was more convinced of what he felt after coming into contact with him personally. Qin Lang is a good man. He takes responsibility for himself and takes care of those around him to assist. So how could he possibly doubt the other person's original intentions? "Does the wound still hurt?" Song Yan asked. Looking up, "Qin Lang, it stopped hurting a long time ago, and the scar will fade after a while." The two returned to the dormitory one after the other. Finding everyone still in the same position they were in before they left, they sat on their ponies and stared at them with deep eyes. Qin Lang ignored the situation and continued to busy himself with the work at hand. However, Wang Kong could not sit still and kept a close eye on Qin Lang's movements, until Qin Lang had already climbed onto the bed. Wang Kong breathed a sigh of relief as if he had survived a robbery, but the clenched fists and the veins on his neck revealed his nervousness and panic. Song Yi also got into bed, reviewing the day's events in his mind. It had just been a day, but they had clashed with 2 different classes of veterans one after the other, so you could expect how deep their lives would be in the future. Thinking of this, Song Yen sighed heavily. Ugh! The sigh was like an alarm bell that struck directly at Zhong Ning's heart. Zhong Ning frowned for half a day, and finally broke down and walked over to Qin Lang and Song Yan's bedside, saying stiffly, If you guys want to do something, just say it directly. Don't hang people's appetites here by sighing. Song Yen froze, thinking, what did I do? What makes me appetizing? Qin Lang, however, did not even open his eyelids and said, I'm not washing my feet today. Zhong Ning wanted to kill someone. If you want to take a hold of someone, who can be better than Qin Lang? Zhong Ning is a hothead. He can't hold things in his heart. He directly said, Qin Lang, if you want to do something, or have any opinions about me, just say it directly. Don't wait for me to guess. I don't have time to guess your little mind. Song Yen didn't dare to breathe a word in the bottom bunk. Instead, Qin Lang hummed, now I'm going to sleep. Zhong Ning, is this what a fucking punch in the gut feels like? Every time he talked to Qin Lang, he was half dead from his own anger, while the other party acted as if nothing had happened. A few of the veterans in the dorm looked at each other and went to bed as well. 2 o'clock in the morning. The call for emergency assembly sounded. Qin Lang bounced up from the bed like a reflex and kicked the edge of the lower bunk. Song Yen, get up and gather. Song Yan's body came to his senses before his consciousness, and in a panic, he began to pull on his pants. Then the veterans in the dormitory got up one after another. This is to see the new recruits come and start tossing us around again. It's been a long time since the early morning assembly. Sleepy, hurry up and finish, I have to come back to bed. At 2 a.m., a group of people ran 5 kilometers hard around the base. As a result, Qin Lang and Han Zhongyi glanced at each other in the crowd across the long line. For the next 3 days, the daily training schedule was lined up from morning to night, especially the use of the relevant programs. Qin Lang was handy. After all, he had the system. However, Song Yen was in 2 minds, and his head was filled with all kinds of new words every day. Quite a few of the acronyms and codes for specialized terms were extremely similar, and just distinguishing between these made his head spin. The two returned to their quarters, and it was as if a chow line had been drawn between the veterans in them. Usually not a word is said, and they are treated as if they don't exist. In addition to the fact that hygiene was contracted by Wang Kong and the 2 of them by default, the matter of pouring foot washing water was not mentioned again. The veterans are sort of relieved for now. It's one thing to say yes, but it's another thing to actually do it. After dinner one day, there was an hour of free time. Many people can take advantage of this time to receive their cell phones back, and extraordinarily value this hour each day when they can be connected to the outside world. Qin Lang was busy helping Song Yen review what he had learned during the day. The 2 of them did push-ups while Song Yen answered Qin Lang's random vocabulary recitation. With Qin Lang's help during this period of time, Song Yen had gone from being the complete old end of the year's dragons to the middle of the pack. Qin Lang, Song Yen. Suddenly, they heard someone calling them. Looking around, he saw a thin, monkey-like figure quickly scurrying over. Song Yen got up from the ground and said in shock, Zhongyi, why did you come over? Qin Lang pinched Han Zhongyi's shoulder. It hasn't even been a month. Why have you lost so much weight? Ran into a familiar friend. Han Zhongyi heart aggression instantly found a breakthrough. He let out a long sigh, as if he had aged 10 years. Don't mention it. I didn't realize the artillery company was that heavy, and I don't know if it's because I've just joined the army and my body can't carry it, or if all their daily training is that sick. A couple dozen pounds of guns. It's like they grew on me, and it wasn't just physical destruction. It was mental torture, especially from the veterans in our dormitory. I couldn't even speak out loud. Their eyes were so scary. Han Zhongyi looked at Qin Lang reluctantly. Qin Lang, the days without you. You don't know how much I suffered. I am now incomparably nostalgic for the time when we were living together. Song Yen touched the scene. At this time also have feelings said, alas, get used to it. Our dormitory situation is no better. Now we every day well water off river water. Han Zhongyi's thin gills have shrunk, at an angle, like a mask of a skeleton on the verge of drying out. Qin Lang patted his shoulder. Don't be influenced by others. Be firm in your goals. What are you here for? Han Zhongyi looked at Qin Lang and said, I want to become a good Xia soldier. I want to become a special forces soldier. Qin Lang nodded. When you have a clear goal, then you have a direction to execute. Just think about one thing and you'll realize that none of these things that are bothering you matter. Han Zhongyi looked at him in disbelief, and Song Yen came over to listen. Qin Lang said, go to your training for your own advancement, and the people around you are your temporary teammates. Song Yen suddenly realized, I see, no wonder you never bothered to curry favor with them. So that's what you think? Qin Lang shook his head. You're wrong. It's not about currying favor. I don't have to curry favor with anyone. Everyone is equal. I was actually hoping to be friendly, but the other side spikes have not been put away, and we don't have to put a hot face on it. Han Zhongyi seemed to understand. He gave Qin Lang a thumbs up. Qin Lang, to say that psychological quality is generally inferior to you? The long road is long. I still have to go back and keep learning. After a short reunion, it was time for everyone to go back to their respective fields and do their own thing. Han Zhongyi realized one thing. This half hour with his potty-mouth friend is literally a dozen times more useful than reading psychological books. However, he gradually understood the meaning of Qin Lang's words, and when all the starting points were changed to himself, he found that it was really not that tiring. 2 months have passed. Qin Lang became the first in their company in every category. There were even quite a few categories that the veterans had been studying for as long as a year, but Qin Lang still captured the top spot. At first, there were quite a few veterans who were unconvinced, plus they had more or less friction with Qin Lang before, thinking of taking the initiative to find trouble with Qin Lang. However, it was found that Qin Lang was doing things seamlessly, and he froze and could not find a single thing wrong with him. They had no choice but to turn to Song Yan, whose performance level was in the middle of the pack. Song Yan, the unlucky one, had suffered a lot of trouble. It's almost time to approach the annual exercise. Everyone has to participate in this exercise. Previously, certain maneuvers would involve difficult, risk factor operations that would not allow recruits to participate. One is that their training time is too short, and the other is that their overall level is unstable, going up and down, and they are afraid of accidents on the field. But this time is different. They considered the abilities of all the recruits together and found that their average was in the middle of the pack, the best it had been in years. However, a small test was conducted to make their levels more consistent. Different companies test different programs and in different ways. Divided team reconnaissance operations conducted by the reconnaissance company. Each group of 5 people will be organized in platoons, and there will be 6 to 8 newcomers in a platoon, using a lottery pattern, with groups of 5 to 6 people, which can be divided into 6 groups in total. The specific task is for each of the 2 groups to be hostile to each other. One person from each group is exchanged with a hostage from the other group. The remaining 4 or 5 are free to do as they please, whether it be ambush or defense, and the first to rescue their hostage wins. When the draw was made, everyone prayed that they would never be with the new recruits, and although the relationship had eased in the meantime, trust had never been established. As a result, when Wang Kong and Zhong Ning drew lots, they coincidentally drew a group with Qin Lang. They were both about to pass out instantly. How come it's him? Wang Kong had an icy face the entire time, until when it was time to assign tasks. Qin Lang said, "I'm suitable to be a scout. I can feel my way into the opponent's base camp," but it was opposed by Wang Kong. "Just do as we say. You're a new recruit, don't tell us what to do." Qin Lang didn't say anything. The last task assigned to Qin Lang was an ambush. The site of this mission was in the backcountry, with the 2 sites positioned about a kilometer apart. Tents were used to represent base camp, and each team member had a walkie-talkie. Qin Lang was in the middle of debugging their walkie-talkies when they suddenly heard the veteran next door seem to be furious. "What a waste. Can't you recruits even do that? Won't the real drill competition be a drag for us? If you can't even do this little thing, what else can you do? What a bunch of drags." The new recruits were trained not to breathe a word. This veteran had an average hand himself, and drew a group of 5, with 3 new recruits, and the remaining veteran who was a perennial bottom feeder. He couldn't take it out on the veterans, so he took all his fire out on the new recruits. Coincidentally, Song Yan is in this group, but Song Yan has jumped up from the middle of the pack that year to the upper echelon of the total. From the aspect of the last physical fitness test alone, Song Yan's level was above this veteran's ability. Moreover, during this period of time, under Qin Lang's cultivation, Song Yan's character was also much more composed than before. Song Yan was also going in one ear and out the other at this moment at the veteran's words. Qin Lang called out to Song Yan. Song Yan looked up at him. Qin Lang said, "Song Yan, play normally." A smile suddenly surfaced on Song Yan's expressionless face. This smile instantly made the veteran feel offended, and he pointed at Song Yan and said, "What are you listening to others say? We're on the same team. Who knows if others are ghosts? 3 or 2 words affect you, and I don't think you're in the right frame of mind to be a soldier." Song Yan remained silent. Over here, Wang Kong had also divided their positions. Wang Kong was responsible for scouting, Zhong Ning was responsible for giving him assistance, and the 2 of them carried out the hostage rescue work. Qin Lang was in charge of the ambush and held out near the camp. There was also a veteran from another class who was guarding the other hostage. The veteran in charge of the guards had a slightly disgruntled expression. Guarding was an unskilled but rather unappealing job. After all, if a hostage is lost, the first recourse is the guards. But the veteran just stood grimly, holding his gun with a disgruntled look on his face. The 2 sides exchanged hostages and then proceeded to their respective camps. Along the way, Wang Kong was explaining this deployment mission. "Listen up all. This mission is not a big competition, but for showing off our strength, at least it will make others not dare to underestimate us." Wang Kong glanced at Qin Lang obliquely. "I know that certain people have been doing quite well lately, so I guess their minds have drifted, and they can't even listen to what I have to say, right? Qin Lang didn't say a word. Wang Kong continued. Previously, one person was fighting alone. So what if you were all number one? The real mission doesn't depend on how fast you run alone. The test is teamwork. But you're a newcomer, and I don't expect you to stand out much. Just listen to us and cooperate. Qin Lang shrugged out of his nostrils. Wang Kong did not hear whether he said or hum. After the match officially started, Qin Lang directly found a relatively leafy tree and climbed onto the trunk, bounding one leg and tying two branches to the other leg wound. The man in charge of the guards froze for a moment as he watched that. In the blink of an eye, Qin Lang had scurried to the trees, muttered, "This Qin Lang is the reincarnation of a creeper, right? How come he scurries so fast?" And the main thing was that Qin Lang was located particularly close to their tent. In general, in order to ensure the success of the mission, the personnel responsible for the ambush will be arranged relatively far away, but will also try to control within 100 meters, which is the current reconnaissance company's more secure level of sniping. As a result, Qin Lang was sitting on his butt in front of the house. The guard veteran wanted to remind him, but on second thought, he can't remind him. This can still be dumped on Qin Lang if the other party takes a hostage. A line of people each with their own agenda. Qin Lang sat on the tree and utilized his eagle eye skill to clearly watch the movements of the opposing camp. Two men were sent out at this moment, also in their direction, and the other side has a more capable sniper who occupies a high ground. When he was about to narrowly meet with the other side's scouts, the veteran in charge of the other side's cover took a direct shot at Wang Kong. Wang Kong looked at the white smoke rising from his shoulders before realizing that he had actually been eliminated. He flung his helmet to the ground in a fury, squeezed his walkie-talkie, and gritted his teeth. "What's wrong with each and every one of you? Qin Lang, one of your ambushes should be within your range by now. Why don't you cover me? And Zhong Ning, your mission was to cover me. I was going to go inside the other camp to save people, and now well, I'm dead." With a black and blue face, Zhong Ning lay down on the ground and carefully scouted around. The other party struck too quickly. "I really didn't see it. What's the use of complaining when you're dead? Qin Lang, give me cover. I'll go save the others." Qin Lang really didn't want to agree, but Zhong Ning was particularly persistent and had to have an answer for everything. Qin Lang then squeezed another hum out of his throat. Suddenly, Zhong Ning heard what seemed to be the sound of slight grass movement. He looked up from the grass at the slowly approaching military boots, adjusting the position of his gun. He was just about to fire when, suddenly, his hat felt stoned. The next second, a puff of white smoke rose. Zhong Ning slammed his fist on the ground in anger. "Damn! How did the other side do it so fast? Qin Lang, didn't I ask you to cover me? Such a grown-up approaching me. Didn't you see it?" Qin Lang said. "You're almost 500 meters away from me. Sure, I can cover you with a shot?" Even though Zhong Ning knew that Qin Lang had a point, she still said with a stiff upper lip, "Aren't you a good shot? You must be good. You just did it on purpose." Qin Lang said, "You guys assigned me a mission to ambush, so why are you asking me to cover now? What exactly do I do?" Wang Kong felt that Qin Lang was deliberately messing with them. He said, "Qin Lang, you can't take it out on us even if you're mad at us during the game? What about so many people accompanying you?" Veterans from other classes are kind of listening. He hadn't produced a positive conflict with Qin Lang, and although he felt that he was a bit arrogant, he couldn't stand to watch these two veterans flinging pots and pans. "Cut the crap. The game isn't over yet." Qin Lang turned off the walkie-talkie and blocked all the words of that group of flies. He took a long leap out of the tree, holding his gun forward. After the veteran had spoken for half a day and saw that Qin Lang didn't react at all, he also broke the pot. "Never mind. Destruction. That's all." Qin Lang's ears twitched twice after he had walked more than 100 meters with the gun. He suddenly crouched at the base of a tree, blocking his gun with a bush. Boom! The opposing scout froze in place and looked ahead in panic. "Where's the other guy hiding? I can't believe I didn't notice it at all." The other side's cover had been following less than 100 meters behind the scout, and it was startled at the moment. They were all veterans and worked together pretty well. The cover immediately switched paths and became a scout, allowing the original ambush to extend its range into cover. Just as the ambush moved down from the vantage point, a shot knocked him directly in the heart. Ambush was dumbfounded. "Didn't we take out two guys already? Did all four of them come out?" The point was, there was actually someone who had approached their territory unnoticed, and he being in ambush had completely missed it. When did such a great character appear in this group? Ambush racked his brain and froze. The guard, hearing the sound of gunfire close at hand, also panicked and came out of his tent, only to lock eyes with a bewildered Ambush. The guard's brow furrowed at the sight of the white smoke on his opponent. "Why are you hanging up?" Ambush shook his head and spread his hands helplessly. The guards are feeling the pressure. As for Wang Kong and Zhong Ning at this moment, The two of them also turned silent after hearing two successive gunshots that took away 2 heads each. I told you, he must have done it on purpose. This kid, he's just holding back and doesn't want the two of us to win. But he does shoot pretty good. After cursing, he was again impressed by Qin Lang's technique and started to boast about it. He just missed the ambush with the other side by what must have been over 600 meters, and he took care of it with one shot? Don't forget that he was able to reach a range of 600 meters when he was in the recruit company. This should not be too difficult for him. As they spoke, the two suddenly realized something was wrong. His face turned pale and he sighed helplessly. The opponent's original cover position and adjusted his tactics to intentionally draw the snake out of the hole. He fired 2 shots in the direction of the empty space, interfering with Qin Lang. But after all, everyone hadn't gone through training as harsh as that of the special forces, and they simply couldn't tell the direction of the shooter from the bullets. But for Qin Lang, these were as easy as breathing carved into his bones. Next, the other man's arm holding the gun suddenly shook. White smoke then filled the room, clouding his vision. He's out too? Who the hell is the other guy? But it was too late for him to think more. Qin Lang directly and brightly passed through him and ran towards their camp. When Qin Lang brushed past him, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was, Qin Lang didn't put him in his eyes at all. The thought frustrated him. What's the alternative? Qin Lang is a top 7 internationally ranked top mercenary. How many times had he licked blood from the tip of a knife, been shot 3 times, dragged a wounded leg that was almost incapacitated, and still managed to run out of the opposing camp carrying a hostage? This kind of competition is just over the top for him. If it wasn't for the fear that I would win too much and scare the others again, I wouldn't be able to explain myself. If not, Qin Lang would have already sat on the tree and shot those 4 people from the other side and popped them all to death. LOL. Being too strong can sometimes be a nuisance. Qin Lang's figure was like a ghost as he slowly approached the other party's camp. Amidst the vigilant scouting of the other party, Qin Lang resolved the only remaining person of the other party with a single shot, until the other party was eliminated. He didn't expect to understand that Qin Lang was clearly standing in front of him. How did he freeze and not see? Qin Lang walked into the room and untied the hostages. He looked up at the drone and said, "Mission accomplished." A few seconds later, the drone said, "For this match, the winner is Team Red." Wang Kong and Zhong Ning, the two first to give away their heads, still felt like dreaming at this moment. Are we laying down to win? Qin Lang, alone, solved 4 people and saved the hostages. Holy shit, what kind of novel plot is this? Veterans and new recruits who didn't participate in the game stood in front of the monitor and watched the live footage captured back by the 2 drones, especially after seeing the scene of Qin Lang killing 4 in 1. The recruits were even more excited and clapped their hands. Same new recruits. How come people are so powerful? But it's so cool. Is this top strength? How come I'm not on the same team as Qin Lang? It's a complete layup. Yeah, this is the all-round soldier king, right? Being able to be a scout, an ambush, and a blaster. It's so awesome. The veterans had 100 bad feelings in their hearts when they heard that a new recruit was so popular, and crucially, his strength had crushed the veterans. He said with a stiff upper lip, he doesn't have any team spirit at all. This is clearly a team fight, but he's showing off his skills for the sake of showing off his skills, with no regard for anyone else's feelings at all. Yeah, you'll know how unlucky it is to run into this kind of teammate when you're actually on a mission. He's great, but he doesn't care about the lives of his teammates. Do you see how much he cares about the lives and deaths of his teammates? Suddenly, out of nowhere, came the words, "And does the team care about him?" Several people followed the sound and looked over, only to see Song Yen say with a stern face, his teammates didn't respect him either. Instead, the first thing that came to mind after they couldn't give away their heads was to complain about him. The recruits all nodded in agreement. Instead, there were a couple of veterans who chimed in. It's not all that. Even if you're assigned to a position you're not good at, it's a soldier's duty to follow orders. And how can the mission move forward when everyone has their own ideas? Song Yen grunted. None of the captains or commanders are specified, and everyone in this small competition discusses their roles. When one word fails, they make excuses to dump it on others. So true of them. When Qin Lang came back, he saw that everyone had a tense face, and when they looked at him, they were even more eager to speak. Wang Kong and Zhong Ning like this. Every time it seemed like they had done half a day of mental construction. They ended up deflating once again when they saw Qin Lang's sharp eyes. Eventually, Wang Kong mustered up enough courage. Twistedly, he spoke to Qin Lang. Sorry Qin Lang, I didn't speak in a good tone just now. Qin Lang froze, instantly realizing that Wang Kong was looking for a step down. He nodded and said, next time work with each other to bring out everyone's strengths. Wang Kong was all ready for Qin Lang's cold words. I didn't expect Qin Lang to suddenly become so talkative. He hurriedly said, Qin Lang, how did you just aim for the other side's ambush? You two are not a star and a half away from each other. Qin Lang said. Make a prediction of his movements in advance and estimate the right time. Zhong Ning said excitedly. You mean you judged where he could go next? That's a bit too much, isn't it? How do you know that people are following the position you want? Qin Lang said. It's simple. The square theorem. Qin Lang clenched his hand into a fist and placed it on the tree trunk at his side. From a distant viewpoint, this is the physical vista of a man, far smaller and nearer. Relatively speaking, the range of his actions will be small. In 5 seconds time. For example, he can only pan down a fistful of times, but I usually might shoot in about a second to 2 seconds. No matter which way he goes, the overlap is always there. Just shoot straight. The group listened in awe. Qin Lang was talking about this math for a while and physics for a while. They couldn't do it even if they could hear it. After all, he said near big, far small, and they are still in the near big stage. That far away is a daydream for them. Qin Lang's attitude was calm as he explained, and it wasn't like he usually always put up barbed eyes. It gave many people a feeling that perhaps Qin Lang was approachable. Someone then had the guts to ask, Qin Lang, I'm curious about how your marksmanship is so accurate. What do you usually use to practice? Do you have any techniques? Most of the people here didn't know what Qin Lang had done before. All that is known is that he was riding high in the recruiting company. Qin Lang thought to himself, how did you practice? Practiced on the battlefield with a gun. Why is everyone asking me this? Had to make up another excuse. At home I like to play shooting slingshots, but the principle is similar. The veterans were amazed. Slingshot? Shooting a gun? Is there any necessary connection between the two? Song Yan listened and couldn't help but look at him. But then he was frightened by a warning look from Qin Lang and immediately pretended that he hadn't heard anything. As for what exactly Qin Lang did before, Qin Lang hadn't said anything to him, but he felt that it should be somewhat inevitably linked to guns, or military status. But spies are out of the question, or they wouldn't have made him a soldier. Since Qin Lang didn't want to talk about it, he wouldn't ask too much. It was just that every time he watched Qin Lang having to rack his brain to make up excuses to put off other people, he would find it a bit funny. Other than Qin Lang's group, the best achievement of the other groups was to behead 2 people. 1 kill. 4. It's one of the few legends in the whole scouting company. Through this matter, Wang Kong and Zhong Ning were considered to have completely found a breakthrough in getting close to Qin Lang. From the initial prejudice, it gradually turned into admiration and finally converted into envy. Just like Liang Yeming back then, everyone's skepticism towards Qin Lang would eventually be shattered by his punches and kicks. The only thing that made the crowd remember him was his strength. Previously, it was just Qin Lang leading Song Yan and the two of them in training, but one day Zhong Ning followed along and ran as well. Not only did Qin Lang not drive him away, he also instructed him on 2 more relaxing techniques. Since then, every day during free time, Qin Lang was always followed by the pile of pendants from their dormitory. The rest of the class couldn't look away. In the dormitory muttered, why how this is? Every day is tired enough. Qin Lang how this is still inside the volumet? I just want to lie quietly on my bed and touch the fish. And play with my cell phone when I'm not training. But Qin Lang is good. Taking them to a dorm room and rolling us. You guys don't say. Last time the physical test. Their dormitory that 10,000 years at the bottom of the old way. Grades upward a lot. People who play with their cell phones suddenly feel that their phones don't smell good anymore. I also heard a rumor that the Special Forces selection is just 3 months away. 3 months? Isn't that after the military exercises? The top bunk poked his head out and nodded frantically. Yeah. And I also heard that our company has 5 slots. And even though there's C slots, that's a pretty high percentage. Indeed, in previous years' auditions, it was already considered rare for a company to get 1 or 2 turns. Those 5 spots this year screwed up everyone's desire to try. You guys, Qin Lang and the others shouldn't be rushing for those 5 spots, right? Someone sighed helplessly. Alas, is there any need to think about Qin Lang's strength? He's definitely in those 5. There are just 4 spots left. 4 isn't a fight. I think there's still hope. The squad leader poured a glass of water and said, thinking about playing with your cell phone when it's time for a break, and thinking about mixing it up every day when you're training. Just like you guys. I guess this life has nothing to do with the special forces. Someone grumbled. Squad leader, can you say something nice? We haven't even started working on this yet and you're pouring oil on us. The class president said. I'm sorry. I take back what I just said. Go to bed early tonight and dream of everything. The group rushed at the class president's back and silently clenched their fists. Under Qin Lang's leadership, the group of people also felt anxiety. And this time it was really hard to sit still. Many people also joined Qin Lang's army of pendants. Luckily, Qin Lang came to the rescue. And when he saw movements that were not standardized, he pointed them out. At first there were quite a few veterans who felt that they couldn't lose face. They had been in the army for 2 or 3 years. And they were using you, a new recruit, to tell me what to do. However, they slowly realized that what Qin Lang said was indeed helpful to them. Some of the movements change the point of origin and the whole body is much lighter. A bunch of hard mouths that harden into sweet mouths. Qin Lang is really something. I didn't realize that all my power positions for the past 10 years or so were wrong. No wonder my knees are slightly deformed. The bystanders looked at him in shock. You're running in the top 3, and you have the wrong posture? Are you messing with us? The man said smugly. Qin Lang could have told me that if I practiced in my current position, at least for every 100 meters, I would be able to go 1 second faster than before, with clear values to back it up. They then looked at him in shock. It's a second faster? Really? Is Qin Lang so powerful? You're making me want to train after him. Let's not talk about whether or not special forces will make it. Just enough to keep me off the bottom. Originally, every day after dinner, the instructors took the recruits through night training. But then he realized that a bunch of people were practicing after Qin Lang, and that Qin Lang would actually teach according to his ability, which made him feel a bit surprised. At first, it was a coincidence outside of that, but after observing it a few times, he realized that Qin Lang would really create a specialized training program for his opponent based on his weaknesses. After a few times, let everyone train with Qin Lang except for the necessary ones on the schedule. One night, Tian Yunfei and Li Shijin just came back from a business trip. Thinking that they would first go to the base to see their soldiers, Tian Yunfei smiled and said, "Let's go to your place first. I haven't seen Qin Lang for quite a while. I don't know if this kid is spoiled in your place." As soon as Qin Lang was mentioned, Li Shijin had a smug look on his face. "I deliberately didn't mention him all this time because I was afraid you'd be jealous," Tian Yunfei jokingly said. "What am I jealous of? People have their own destinies, but Qin Lang is indeed a rare and good seedling," Li Shijin said. "He was quite powerful. Just arrived in our company less than a month. Various assessments, various instructions, all ranked first. When there are veterans are not satisfied with the results, found me here. The results of a look at the process of the game. Qin Lang deserved it." As they spoke, the two had arrived at the scout company's training ground, but the training ground was empty at that moment. Tian Yunfei narrowed his eyes. "Old Li, isn't this time training time? How come the dormitory lights are off and there's no one at the training ground?" Li Shijin frowned and looked at the empty training ground, and directly dialed the platoon commander Wang Lu's phone. "Company commander, when did you get back?" Li Shijin directly asked. "Isn't it training time? How come there's no one on the training ground?" Wang Lu said in a veiled voice. "Company commander, they said that they are practicing shooting today, and it should be at the back range." Li Shijin's eyebrows twitched twice. "They said? Supposedly? What are your soldiers doing that you don't know? How did you become a platoon leader?" "Report company commander. I know I'm wrong. I'll take you to the range now." Li Shijin hung up the phone immediately, his chest heaving violently with anger. On the side of Tian Yunfei, but as if he had caught the handle, although the smile on his face is not too exaggerated, but his voice has revealed a few points of watching the fun meaning. "Geez, once the soldiers are trained into a system now, they can train themselves for themselves. I'd be curious to see what kind of training you scout company soldiers can get when you go practicing shooting in the dark." He said that he was curious, but in his heart, he was very disdainful. Their sharpshooter company, pulling out any soldier at random, could now shoot at a level of 100% 10 rings within 200 meters. The last time he had inquired about the scouting company's shooting level was still at 100 meters, so he guessed it wouldn't improve much in such a short time. Wang Lu arrived in a flurry of wind, only to run head-on into Li Shijin's black face. Li Shijin wrinkled his brow and said, "Wang Lu, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation for this matter, or else 10,000 word review will be handed in tomorrow afternoon." Wang Lu was originally a school slag. When he was in school, he could scratch his head for a day when he was holding back a 500-word essay. It had been so hard to give up literature and turn to martial arts, and now he was going to be pushed back to those desperate years. Wang Lu's expression was worse than tears as he lowered his head in pain. "Yes, company commander." They glimpsed from a distance that the range in the back of the hill was not lit. Tian Yunfei finally found an opportunity and said loudly, "Didn't you say it was at the shooting range? Why aren't the lights on at this range?" Wang Lu also froze for a moment and immediately gave Wang He Yuan. "What's going on? Didn't I say you were at the shooting range? How come the lights aren't even on?" Wang He Yuan said, "Here we are, practicing night shooting." Wang Lu's phone microphone was not loud. When the two company commanders heard night firing, they had different expressions on their faces. Li Shijin's expression was, okay, but stop. Isn't it humiliating enough?" Tian Yunfei's expression was, "What a joke. Have been a soldier for so long? How do you still not know that you have to turn on the lights even for night shooting? It's not the name that carries nighttime. It's only dark day." Wang Lu also said stiffly, "Company commander, they are practicing over there. Just a few steps away, a volley of gunfire was suddenly heard. The next second, a man was heard saying, Group 2, 200-meter night shooting, all 10 rings. The 3 who were approaching were all immobilized. Wait a minute, what's going on? Did you hear me right? No lights on for night shooting, still 200 meters away. Surprisingly all 10 rings. The first one to rush out was Tian Yunfei. He didn't believe the scouts were capable of that level of skill, and figured it was a joke, or there were holes in the paper in the first place, fooling them. He then saw that the person who had just reported the final ring count was Qin Lang. Qin Lang held the binoculars in his hand. When he saw Tian Yunfei coming over, he handed him the binoculars in his hand. Tian Yunfei disbelievingly glanced toward the distant gun target. Despite the night vision device, the target is still blurred, and at such a distance, you can only roughly see that there seems to be a bullet in the center of the target, but you can't see the exact location. Are you kidding? You can't even see with the night vision of these binoculars. Reporting blindly, Wang Lu hurriedly brought the ones he usually used. Company Commander Tian, you use this. For once, it can be seen. It can be seen too clearly. A row of 5 gun targets, all of which have a bullet hole in the center of the positive red heart. Tian Yunfei didn't believe that the soldiers of the reconnaissance company could be so skillful. This is what you hit. How is that possible? I don't believe it. Qin Lang said. Company Commander Tian, we have only recently started practicing night shooting, so we may not be very accurate. 5-10 ringers, and you're telling me the accuracy isn't great? Are you messing with me? Li Shijin, who had a dark face all the way, had a steep change in expression at this moment after seeing the scene. The smile gathered on his face and he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. He feigned modesty and said, Ila Ocean. They usually like to train secretly. If you hadn't come over today, I wouldn't have known that they've even started practicing all-black shooting now. It was hard to see Tian Yunfei's face at this moment, but from the arch of his tensed eyebrows, one could tell that he seemed to be holding a fire. Tian Yunfei brewed for half a day and said, we didn't see it just now. You guys changed the batch of people and fight again for me to see. Qin Lang didn't say anything, and Wang Lu looked at Qin Lang nervously, fearing that the move they just made was intentional. Li Sigin is on a roll, he said cheerfully to Qin Lang. It just so happens that while the company commander of the sharpshooter company is here, let him give you some good instruction. This is a great time to steal and worship. Stealing and worshipping is fake, but showing off is the real intention. Seeing that his own company commander agreed, Qin Lang changed a group of stations up, so that those who stood near the gun targets in the distance would switch to target paper without bullet holes. The 2 company commanders each held a telescope and inspected the clean target paper before Qin Lang shouted the slogan. Qin Lang said, prepare, and everyone adjusted their grip on the gun in unison. The movements flowed in a cloud, and even Li Shijin couldn't pick any faults. But he said with deliberate modesty, Old Tian, take a good look and give us some pointers later. Tian Yunfei gasped and squeezed out a disdain through his nostrils. Shoot! Qin Lang gave an order and everyone fired their guns at the same time. Normally, this model has a stronger recoil, and the arm and shoulder driving the gun move up and down with the gun. This group, however, did not move a muscle, as if the recoil from the shots they had just fired had a negligible effect on them. Tian Yunfei's brows pulled together again. How is this possible? It shouldn't. Even their sharpshooter company only had a handful of people who could reach this level. There was no reason for the soldiers of their reconnaissance company to be better than them, right? Ha ha ha, Old Tian, see if this result is still satisfactory? Li Shijin's smug voice reminded Tian Yunfei to look at the row of gun targets behind him. 200 meters away, the red centers of 5 gun targets carried 5 bullet marks. The only one was slightly off and rubbed on the edge of the red color. The veteran who fired the gun had a chagrined look on his face. Ugh, I just fired the gun and misread it. A small flying insect in front of the scope interfered with the line of sight. Qin Lang announced the results of the 5 and said to the one who had a mistake. A mistake is a mistake. Don't make excuses for yourself. After noticing the deviation caused to you by the small flying insects this time, think about what you should do to avoid it and don't make that mistake next time. Qin Lang taught the others a lesson. Even Wang Lu was stunned, thinking, isn't this usually my word? How come Qin Lang got his hands on it? Li Shijin asked Wang Lu. In the past few days, it was Qin Lang who led the training? Wang Lu was afraid that Li Shijin was here to hold himself accountable. Hurriedly, he said, yes, but there's a reason for that. Song Yan, who came with Qin Lang, was weak at first, so Qin Lang took him to train alone. Then the ones in their dormitory followed together. And then it slowly became like this. He looked at Li Shijin's gloomy face and said, Qin Lang, he's really a bit of a level when it comes to leading people in training. He'll teach them according to their abilities. And he masters a lot of skillful things. Otherwise they wouldn't have progressed so quickly in a short period of time. Li Shijin's expression became more and more complicated, and old Tian on the side was even more worried. Had he known that Qin Lang was so precious, he would have had to snatch him up in the first place even if he had stepped on Zhu Baoping's threshold. Well now, it's not just Qin Lang who's missed out. The overall shooting prowess of their reconnaissance company was now on the verge of surpassing that of their sharpshooter company. It made him, a company commander of a sharpshooter company, sit up and take notice. He didn't have time to listen to how Li Shijin reprimanded the veteran. Putting down. I suddenly remembered there was something else, so I'll go first. Li Shijin hurriedly chased him out. Leaving now. Ha, I'll see you off. Tian Yunfei didn't dare to delay, fearing that if he stayed here for a second longer, the reconnaissance company would burst out with some appalling new skill. In the end, Tian Yunfei didn't use Li Shijin to send him off, and led himself back to their base. After the outsiders left, Wang Lu was obviously much more relaxed. He removed his tightly tensed face, smiled and said to Li Shijin, "Company commander, we're still giving you a fight, aren't we?" Li Shijin glanced at the soldiers who were standing by. There were 6 groups, each group being 5 people, except for the 5 men who had just practiced shooting and were still standing there with their gun grips. The remaining 5 groups, each with their own canteen hanging from their arms and a canteen hanging from the nose of their guns, had a canteen hanging from their arms. Li Shijin glanced at Qin Lang. "You let it happen?" Qin Lang nodded. "Yes, to ensure a sense of power in the arm, and stability in aiming." Li Shijin turned around for a while and said to Qin Lang and Wang Lu, "You two come to my office." Qin Lang said to Wang Heyuan before he left, "Squad leader, you take them to finish the rest, and when this group is done, hand over the weapons before disbanding." Listening to Qin Lang methodically arranging all of this, Li Shijin gave Qin Lang a deep look. The 3 of them went back to Li Shijin's office. Wang Lu hurriedly boiled water to make tea for Li Shijin, while Qin Lang stood in front of his desk like a log. Li Shijin looked at Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, what is your identity, do you know?" Qin Lang said, "Private, member of the 2nd squad of the 1st platoon." Li Shijin said, "You know you're a private, so isn't what you're doing now a bit of an overreach? You did what instructors and platoon leaders are supposed to do." Wang Lu's face went white. "What does the company commander mean by that? It's clearly implying that I don't work and give all the work to Qin Lang. Isn't this a joke after all? There's not a lot I should be doing. I'm just dividing up the evening a little more for them, and if I fall into disciplinary action because of that, how much of a loss it would be." He was just about to open his mouth to explain when he was pressed to death by a cross look from the company commander. Li Shijin just looked at Qin Lang, waiting for what he would say. Qin Lang pondered for a moment and said, "Company commander, I need to explain one thing. I didn't do anything beyond my status. What I did was all based on helping my comrades. Sung Yim pads a lot. I like to train. He follows me around and reminds me in time when I notice something he's not doing well. Lately he's been doing so well that our dormitory's trying to train together, and it's slowly affecting the rest of the company. It's the butterfly effect." Li Shijin looked at him sternly. "Your starting point is indeed good, but your behavior of not caring about the results will seriously affect the platoon commander and instructor's training plan for you." Wang Lu didn't dare to breathe at the side, fearing that the next second the cannon fire would fall on his head. Qin Lang, however, directly said, "I was wrong. I accept the punishment." Just when Wang Lu was praying frantically in his heart, "I can't see me. I can't see me." Li Shijin, however, said, "Wang Lu, what do you think should be done about this matter?" Wang Lu couldn't figure out what the company commander meant for a while. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Company commander, Qin Lang has done something bad in this case, but there are good influences as well. You cannot let him continue to lead the other soldiers in training, but you don't need to punish him." Li Shijin suddenly let out a laugh as he pointed at Wang Lu and said, "Why should I punish Qin Lang? He brought my soldiers to a level that exceeded the level of the Divine Gun Company. I'm more than happy. Why should I punish?" "Wang Lu, why are you so uncertain? Didn't that just mean he was going to be punished? How come you're singing in the white face now?" Qin Lang also lowered his eyes to look at Li Shijin with some uncertainty. Li Shijin smiled and said, "Qin Lang, it's a good thing that you have such solid fundamentals. Not only will I not punish you, but I will also let you serve as an assistant instructor, and work with Wang Lu to formulate the next training program." Qin Lang, Wang Lu, both of them thought at the same time, "What's this all about?" Afterward, Li Shijin looked at Wang Lu with a stern face. "I am indeed angry with you. Qin Lang is the person I explained you to focus on. He has such high leadership ability and power to bring up. How dare you not tell me at all? I've been traveling for less than half a month, and my soldiers are now surging forward. But I, the company commander, didn't know about it, so do you think I should be angry?" Wang Lu finally heard it. The company commander was bending over backwards, not meaning to get really angry, but just walking the two of them around. He immediately smiled and poured tea for Li Shijin. Company commander. It's my negligence. I was thinking of letting them make some achievements before I show you, but I didn't expect you to come and do a surprise inspection today. It's a good thing that Qin Lang didn't drop the ball at the critical moment. Li Shijin glanced at him. Don't involve others, Qin Lang. It's you. Well, there you go. Li Shijin waved his hand at him, and Qin Lang followed Wang Lu towards the door. Qin Lang, you stay. After Wang Lu left, Li Shijin carried a teacup and walked over to the sofa, pointing to the most face position. Qin Lang, sit down and chat. Qin Lang stood aside with a serious expression. Reporting to the company commander, if you have any instructions you can just say them directly. Qin Lang had always disliked engaging in the kind of bending and twisting that brought relationships closer. Just now Wang Lu nodded his head and poured tea for the company commander. This kind of behavior, Qin Lang could not do it in his life. It was good that Li Shijin was not angry, and felt that Qin Lang's arrogance was even more valuable. He smiled and said, Qin Lang, I don't mean anything else. If you want to stand, fine. Then I'll stand with you and talk. Saying that, Li Shijin also got up. In the next second, Qin Lang said with an odd expression, Company commander, it's better to sit down then. Couldn't do the dog-licking kind of thing, but it was still unauthorized to let the company commander go along with it. Li Shijin laughed twice, looking at Qin Lang simply how he was satisfied. No wonder at New Year's this year, an old man in his family said he would meet a nobleman and have great luck this year. He originally thought that it was the old man at home who saw him in a bad mood and nonsense, but he did not expect the nobleman to come when he said he would. Qin Lang, you've been down in the company for over 2 months now. Are you still used to it? Did anyone give you any trouble? Qin Lang said, Thank you for the company commander's concern. It's very customary. Everyone gets along well. Now get along well, of course. Think of when the dormitory and the next class of people are looking for a fight. Hard to be Qin Lang to beat submissive. They could only tolerate it even if they didn't like what they saw. Li Shijin nodded and said, It's good to get used to it. I know you're more capable. I was worried at first that our company's shooting training would hold you back, but I didn't realize that I'm now being led by you. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about Tian Yunfei's defeated face. Li Shijin couldn't help but want to laugh. Li Sigin said a bunch more. To put it simply, it is to praise Qin Lang for his excellence and for being a rare general of the reconnaissance company, who will lead the company to a high level in the future. Finally, he urged that it would soon be time for the annual military exercises, and this year, he hoped that Qin Lang would be able to kill a few more heads. There's no expectation of staying to the end, but it must get the attention of the other companies. Toward the end, Li Shijin said in a serious tone, You know about the Special Forces selection in May, right? It's been spreading like wildfire in the company for a while now. Training overtime every day in the hopes of getting into the Special Forces. Qin Lang's ears were calloused from listening to it, so it was hard not to know. Qin Lang, I know. Li Sigin said, If nothing else, there's a guaranteed spot that I want to give you. Qin Lang had never heard of Special Forces having a bailout. Li Shijin explained, Bailout is not a direct entry into the Special Forces, but exemption from passing the selection test of the Special Forces, directly becoming a member of the reserve team. But it's up to you to get through the reserves. In past years, there weren't many spots in each district, and I heard that this year is wide open, so I'm giving one to each company. Li Shijin mysteriously said to Qin Lang, Qin Lang, perform well, and this spot is yours. Reporting to the company commander, I don't need it. The tea in Li Shijin's mouth sprayed right out. What did you say? You don't even want the guaranteed spot? Did I hear you wrong? Say it again for me to hear. Qin Lang also repeated the word for word seriously. Reporting to the company commander, I don't need it. Li Shijin's recent face fell for the first time since this evening so far. Qin Lang, do you realize what you're saying? Qin Lang's waist was straight and his gaze was firm. Reporting to the company commander, I know, but I think that if I am asked to compete for a guaranteed place with those who have trained hard and even enrolled for 2 or 3 years, I would rather not. Li Shijin frowned. For the first time, he felt that Qin Lang seemed to be a bit of a goody-goody. I give you a reward, and you're here to play fair with me? Are you trying to sing against me? Qin Lang of course sensed that Li Shijin was angry, but he felt that he could be selected with or without the slot. But that spot goes to someone else, and that's one more point in their company's chances of getting into Special Forces. Li Shijin looked at Qin Lang's expression without saying a word. All of a sudden the good mood evaporated. Okay, compliment you a few words. Are you all looking for the north? Hurry up and go. Think about this matter. Qin Lang got up and saluted Li Shijin. Thank you for the company commander's appreciation, but I still refuse your kind offer. After saying that, Qin Lang left without looking back. Li Shijin blackened his face and heaved his teacup down on the table. This Qin Lang, he's really getting more and more lawless. saying he's fat and he's still panting. Still really think I'm up for giving him this spot? It's not because he's been doing well lately. Li Shijin alone in the office gasped and drank 2 more cups of tea. As a result, in the evening, I couldn't sleep again because I drank too much tea and sulked half the night again. In the same boat as him was Tian Yunfei of the sharpshooter company. Tian Yunfei returned to his own company in flames after seeing the reconnaissance company's surging level of shooting. As a result, on the training ground, I saw only a few sparsely trained classes. The dormitory lights were brightly lit. And even downstairs, I could see people chasing and playing in front of the window. Tian Yunfei was burning with rage and directly pressed the emergency assembly bell. Everyone was swiftly downstairs, and as a result, 2 people were delayed because of the shower, and suddenly became the first objects of Tian Yunfei's anger. What are you guys doing? Treating the troops like a farm? Unorganized and undisciplined. Bringing all that scatterbrained look at home to the army? The army is not a nursing home. You didn't come here to enjoy yourselves. Look at the flesh on your stomach. Did you come here to eat and drink every day? What about grades? What about training? What about your shooting skills? Tian Yunfei's voice bellowed. Toward the end, he couldn't get his own breath and coughed violently twice. Come, aren't you all idle? Go to the range. I'll see how well you guys shoot. And if tonight, whoever doesn't hit 10 rings on their 200-meter shot, they'll get a 10-kilometer run from me. No, 20 kilometers, or a weighted run. Everyone stared in horror. Inwardly, he wailed madly. What kind of wind is the company commander drawing today? What's with calling us to company shooting in the middle of the night? Who's giving him a hard time? Inwardly apprehensive, everyone fetched their guns and stood very uneasily waiting. As a result, Tian Yunfei looked at everyone standing in a row with their rifles, and was instantly reminded of those soldiers of the reconnaissance company, who had water bottles hanging from their arms and rifle butts while they waited. The fire in his heart flared up again. Look at the way you guys look now. Just waiting while you wait? Can't you think about how to practice the basics? Can't that gun stand idle? Can't it be brought up to the end? Hang the kettle and practice for me. This time, everyone practiced not daring to breathe, afraid that the next moment, the company commander will say, breathing that loud, "Are you the reincarnation of an alarm clock?" The training progression of the sharpshooter company is gradual. Some of the veterans did reach the level of 200 meters and 10 rings, but many of the new recruits still folded here. Either you hit the 9 ring, or you hesitate to lay down a shot. Anyway, whatever the reason, there was no escaping a reprimand. Liang Yuanming felt that tonight. He had heard all the dirty words he had never heard in his life. The result was a reprimand and another 20 kilometers around the backcountry with a dusty backpack. As they ran, they complained, "Holy shit, I'm so going to die. Just got out of the company less than 3 months ago and directly asked us to shoot 10 rings on a 200-meter target. Are you kidding? Yeah, we were required to shoot 50 meters in the recruit company. And at the level I'm at now, a 9-ring shot is the best I can do. What's gotten into our company commander?" A group of people ran 20 kilometers with a sigh of relief, only to be dragged up by Tian Gong while lying on their beds before they had a chance to meet the god of the week. Starting today, every morning at 5 o'clock, give me arm training. Over the next week or so, the company commander, who had always been busy with his usual duties, actually began to lead the training himself. I get up at 5 a.m. every day and don't always go to bed at 12 p.m. Even a good gap of rest would be woken up by an emergency assembly in the early hours of the morning. That week or so was a black memory for the sharpshooter company. One day at noon, Qin Lang and Song Yan had just come out of the cafeteria when they ran into Liang Yuanming, who was gray and looked like he was fleeing a famine. When he saw Qin Lang, he rushed over as if he had seen his savior. Hugging Qin Lang, he cried out, "Oh Qin Lang, you don't know what kind of life I lead." Song Yan was also confused by his crying. He said, "Sharpshooter company's training load is a little heavier on us, and maybe there's a little more physical training than we have. But it's not like it's going to drain you dry, is it?" At those words, Liang Yuanming cried even more. "Is that heavier?" That was the last bundle of straw that broke the camel's back. Qin Lang saw that quite a few people were looking this way, fearing that people would think he was abusing him. Then he took him to sit at the edge of the flower bed behind the dormitory. "What the hell is going on?" Liang Yuanming sighed. "It's a long story." With this sigh he seemed to have aged a dozen years. "Our company commander has been spurred on by something lately, waking us up at 5 o'clock in the morning every day to put us through arm drills, and taking us through firing practice at 12 midnight. 200 meters of distance. I into the sharpshooter company so long, just practiced to 150 meters. He directly set the target to 200 meters. Black sky. Cannot see anything? Let us hit. Is he crazy? What can I see? I can't even see if you turn on the lights, let alone if you don't even have them." Song Yan carefully skimmed Qin Lang's face, and Qin Lang awkwardly locked eyes with him. Afterward, Song Yen sheepishly lowered his head. If Liang Yueming knew that the culprit who had angered their company commander was beside him, he was afraid that the next second the knife that slashed Qin Lang would spread to his innocent self. Liang Yueming was still complaining incessantly. I'm about to have a mental breakdown. Look at my abs. They've gone from 6 to 8. Didn't I have a bout of insomnia before? It's all better now. It's turned into multiple sleeps. I don't get enough sleep every day. I'm so miserable. If I had known that the Divine Gun Company was so difficult, I would have died not to go. The more Song Yen heard, the more he wanted to laugh. After hearing from insomnia to multi-sleeping, really cannot pop out, directly out of laughter. Qin Lang swept over with a single glance. Song Yen hurriedly covered his mouth, but Liang Yueming still looked at him angrily. Song Yen, what do you mean, you grandson? You mocked me? I'm so pathetic, and you're still laughing at me? Do you have a fucking conscience? I'm telling you this because I consider you a brother, and you're gloating because I'm having a hard time, aren't you? Song Yen hurriedly raised his hands above his head. No, absolutely not. I didn't mean to mock you. I'm just sorry. I didn't realize your company commander was so irritated. Ha 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 ha. Song Yen couldn't hold it together after all, and the more he thought about that image, the more comically hilarious he felt. Liang Yueming finally noticed with hindsight that something wasn't quite right. He wrinkled his brow and asked, Song Yen, speak clearly. What exactly do you mean? Do you know something? Could it be that you know the trigger for our company commander's irritation? Song Yen swept a glance at the expressionless Qin Lang, couldn't help but push Qin Lang out. Of course I know. I even know the details of what irritated him. Liang Yueming froze. He pointed at Qin Lang and asked, could it be related to Qin Lang? Song Yen laughed out loud. Yeah, more than relevant. So, Song Yen recounted everything that happened that night, as it was. Liang Yueming listened very attentively at first, then began to scratch his ears. And in the end, he looked at Qin Lang with murderous intent in his eyes. Well, I treated you guys like good brothers and shared with you what happened to me, but I didn't realize that you were the ones who backstabbed me. Qin Lang had never said a word except for those 2 words of concern at the beginning. Instead, Song Yen became his interpreter, explaining to Liang Yueming in an endless stream. But Liang Yueming was angry. But more than that, he felt bullish for his good brother. He came over and asked, Qin Lang, are you really leading the training? Aren't you a new recruit? Do they let new recruits give advice? Qin Lang said, I didn't take the initiative to bring them to train. At first I only brought Song Yen. They all followed along spontaneously. I'll just take them through a little prep. Goddamn prep. Your teacher teaches you 120 meters of shooting. You lead the group in 200 meters of shooting. With the addition of a blackout mode. You call this prep? Liang Yueming's mouth opened and closed, but finally closed it. Song Yen knew that at that moment, Liang Yueming seemed to have a lot of dirty words he wanted to say. However, due to Qin Lang's combat prowess, he still gave up his hateful thoughts. After venting, and getting angrier, the rest time was almost over as well, and Liang Yueming looked at them twice, filled with reluctance. Gentlemen, I'll leave you to it. See you next time you have the chance. Before leaving, Qin Lang suddenly said, there are still 2 months left for the Special Forces selection. Strive to see you in the Special Forces. Liang Yueming froze for a moment. Me? I would like to go, but at my current level, I feel that it's too difficult to enroll just to make up the numbers. Qin Lang said, when the maneuvers are over, I'll take you guys to train. Liang Yueming's eyes instantly lit up. Can it still be like this? If you lead me, I feel much more confident. Qin Lang nodded. I'll figure it out. Liang Yueming excitedly jumped onto Qin Lang's back. Good brother. It's great to have you. Qin Lang smiled. Alright, if you don't go back, I guess you'll have to carry weight for another 20 kilometers. Liang Yueming's face darkened. Holy shit, I really have to go. Our company commander's crazy temper is no joke. He then made a mad dash all the way back to the sharpshooter company, with Liang Yueming as the loudspeaker. The news that Qin Lang had brought everyone to train went viral. Originally, only the sharpshooter company knew about this, and many people were curious about Qin Lang, and even wanted to organize a group to come to the scout company to have a glimpse. But slowly, the news spread to the rest of the troops companies. There were even company commanders and platoon commanders from other companies who knew the news and were curious if what people were saying was an exaggeration or the truth. Although they all knew about Qin Lang's deeds in the recruit company, but for a newcomer to gain the trust of the entire company and lead everyone to train on his own model sounds pretty mind-boggling. One day, Li Shijin stood in front of the window and looked at the soldiers' neat formation, and his heart burst with satisfaction. Although the last conversation with Qin Lang did not end happily, and for a period of time afterward, they would deliberately skip over this matter when communicating, pretending that it did not happen. The matter of a guaranteed place was put on hold. However, in terms of troop training, Qin Lang hadn't made much effort. When initially formulating the training program, Wang Lu still took out the previous training program and allowed Qin Lang to change it based on that. Qin Lang immediately overturned his previous training program. Wang Lu's face instantly looked bad. Qin Lang, I admit that you have your own skills, but this training program is one that our reconnaissance company has been using for 4 or 5 years. No matter if it's for physical fitness or professional skills, this training program can cover it comprehensively. But Qin Lang was direct. Yes, but just because it's been used for a few years doesn't mean it's good. Wang Lu, what do you mean? Qin Lang, you're questioning the training program our company commander made earlier? Qin Lang paused for a moment after hearing the company commander and changed the wording in a slightly more euphemistic tone. It's that there are better training methods that can lead to steady improvement. Wang Lu realized that he couldn't talk to Qin Lang, but since the company commander had asked the two of them to formulate it together, but the two of them had disagreed, let Qin Lang formulate it according to his logic, and in the end, the company commander would criticize only himself. Wang Lu said, then formulate a copy as you want, and when you're done, take it to the company commander yourself. Wang Lu didn't want to get into trouble. Qin Lang is extremely efficient. That afternoon, Qin Lang approached Li Shijin with the new training program. As soon as Li Shijin saw that it was Qin Lang, he still had a taut face and asked, something wrong? Qin Lang placed the training program on Li Shijin's desk, reporting to the company commander, this is the new training program. Li Shijin only swept a glance. You came by yourself? Qin Lang nodded. Li Shijin tapped the schedule in a serious tone and said, this training program of yours, who told you to do this? Qin Lang said, reporting to the company commander, I thought of it myself. Li Shijin suddenly laughed. You think this is you making up an essay? Think of 3 words and just plug the 3 of them into an essay. The training program is logical. It's based on different levels of training difficulty, and progress measured in multiple ways. It's not just whatever comes to your mind. Qin Lang nodded. I understand. Li Shijin directly flung the training program at Qin Lang. Go back and redo it. Didn't Wang Lu show you the previous one? Qin Lang paused for a moment as he said seriously, Company Commander, I've read the previous training program, and the platoon leader said that the previous 4 or 5 years used that program, but this one of mine is for the drill competition. Li Shijin raised his head and looked at Qin Lang with a complicated gaze. You continue. Qin Lang placed the training program in front of Li Shijin again, pointing to the different training programs while explaining them according to the competition. At first, Li Shijin was slow to care. After all, he didn't see any merit in this training program of Qin Lang's. However, when Qin Lang explained for a while, his expression began to become serious. By the end of the day, he was nodding his head as he listened. That's a very good point you're making. I hadn't thought of that before. By the end of the day, Li Shijin was so happy and smiling that he was close to clapping his hands. The last few pages were the body indexes of all the members summarized by Qin Lang, which were divided into different levels based on different physical conditions from different training dimensions. The grade doesn't differentiate between them. It's what I use for targeted training programs. Like Song Yen, his sniping level is level 1, so it can be used to improve accuracy, as well as increase the shooting distance accordingly, while the training program will increase the amount of arm training, but he's weak on the physical side, so I add 5 pounds each to his arms and calves during his regular 5-kilometer workout each day. There's an overall training program for everyone, but for people with different physical conditions, I'll divide it up again on a case-by-case basis. Li Shijin really recognized Qin Lang's ability this time. He asked, did you do all this independently? Qin Lang, the platoon leader, gave me the physical data of all the members. What exactly is going on is clear to Li Shijin at a glance. He patted Qin Lang's shoulder. It's been hard, and you've been working hard for the next while. Qin Lang immediately stood in military posture and saluted at Li Shijin. It's not hard. Subsequently, Li Shijin explained that he would follow Qin Lang's training program in the future. That's what he is as an assistant instructor. Qin Lang left the entrance and ran into Wang Lu at the stairway. Wang Lu looked smug and said, well, what does the company commander mean? Qin Lang, the company commander says it's fine. Just execute it. Wang Lu's expression froze. His eyebrows clenched together. You're kidding, right? How could the company commander agree? Qin Lang, at first, I disagreed, but after I explained it clearly, the company commander said it was great. Wang Lu was dumbfounded. God damn it. If he had known, he would have followed him in. Even if he was scolded, he could still dump it on Qin Lang. This was good. Such a good opportunity to perform. He missed it for nothing. He looked at Qin Lang unwillingly. Didn't the company commander say anything else? Qin Lang thought for a moment. The company commander said it was hard work next. Wang Lu. No hard work. On the 5th day of implementing Qin Lang's training program, Li Shijin suddenly received a call from another company. Old Li, how have you been? Li Shijin smiled and said, old song, if you have something to say, just say it directly. I don't know you yet. Bending a bunch before finally getting to the point. The old song across the street laughed twice and was not embarrassed. Alright, then I'll get straight to the point. I heard that your company has recently produced a rather impressive seedling named Qinlang? Li Shijin's eyes smiled with a crooked smile. Ouch. This has all reached you? Song Yingjian on the other end of the phone laughed and said, wine is not afraid of the deep alley. Qinlang, this kind of good seedling if in my hands. I can't wait to read about it 800 times a day. You are quite able to hide. Li Shijin said, hey, I'm not afraid of chanting every day. And then attracting your attention to what can be done if you poach my soldiers early. What's the matter? It's still on your mind? They were both old acquaintances. So Li Shijin immediately understood the meaning of Song Yingjian's words in a roundabout way. Song Yingjian laughed. Look at your careful eyes. You're still afraid that we'll miss it? I just want to bring people to see the scale of your current training. We also have to learn. Li Shijin, okay, anytime, but you still have to talk to me before you come. I'll make some arrangements. Song Yingjian smiled and agreed. No problem. As a result, that afternoon, people came straight to kill. The moment Song Yingjin pushed open the door to Li Seijin's office, Li Seijin's expression changed. Old Song, why did you come over without saying hello? Although Li Shijin had confidence in his own soldiers, but after all, it was another company that came over to visit, so he definitely still had to choose the best of the best, and asked Qinlang to arrange for a few of the ones that usually played the most consistently to show Old Song. Old Song also guessed this, so he didn't give the other party a chance to take advantage of it at all. He grinned and said, why bother with that phone call when you're coming anyway? Seeing that Li Shijin's expression wasn't very good, Old Song hurriedly took Li Shijin by the shoulders and said, go, let me see your soldiers. This time, Li Xijin couldn't have practiced earlier even if he wanted to. He had thought that Song Yingjian had come alone, but he hadn't expected to arrive downstairs, only to realize that he had brought a dozen people with him. Hello Company Commander Li. The crowd neatly saluted at Li Shijin. The corner of Li Shijin's mouth twitched. You are? Song Yingjian hurriedly explained. It's not that I thought that since I'm here to learn. There's definitely no shortage of sparring, so I brought a few soldiers over. Li Shijin's eyebrows furrowed. Old Song, you're being a bit unorthodox with this. Song Yingjian, however, said half-jokingly, you have such a hangover as Qinlang. What's wrong with practicing with us? With a few words, he disliked Li Shijin. According to the training schedule Qinlang had given himself, they were supposed to be fighting this afternoon. Before that it was in an indoor gym with a specialized fighting instructor to take them through their training. But ever since Qinlang started working as an assistant instructor, it was he alone who started leading the training. Instead, the previous instructor sat on the sidelines and occasionally participated. At this moment, Qinlang was leading them to practice a set of military boxing that he had improved. Qinlang realized that although everyone was already familiar with the conventional military physical fist, it was still not feasible to apply it, especially in terms of combat fighting, for people with a relatively weak stature to want to use it flexibly and be able to solve people with a disproportionately large difference in strength compared to themselves in a short period of time. Therefore, Qinlang then added some techniques of Taiji to the previous ones. At first, the fighting instructor watched with a frown on his face as Qinlang taught everyone the moves. He even stopped it with a stern voice. Qinlang, this is completely out of order. What kind of military boxing is this? Qinlang said, it really isn't a military sports group. And as for the name, I haven't thought of one yet. Instructor, how dare you teach others when you haven't even thought of it yourself? The guts are really getting bigger and bigger. Immediately afterward, Qinlang said, this set of punches is based on the moves of military boxing, but in practice, it is more flexible. The instructor didn't believe it. Qinlang directly said, then let's have a match? The instructor was a champion 3 years in a row in the military's fighting competition, and it wasn't that Qinlang was originally a new recruit. Even if he had practiced military physical fist for 2 years, he wouldn't necessarily be able to utilize it as flexibly as he did. The key was that Qinlang had also adapted such a set of 4 unlike boxing techniques by himself, which was simply to come along for the ride. The instructor also said with open arms, I'll let you have 2 moves, and for the first 2 I'll hit without returning the favor. Qinlang looked at him in silence. The instructor thought that Qinlang was thinking that he didn't have much of a chance of winning and was thinking of ways to stall for time. As a result, Qinlang faintly asked back, are you sure? The instructor smiled and said, sure. Qinlang, that ended too soon. The instructor hadn't reacted to the true meaning of Qinlang's words. After announcing the start of the match, the instructor struck a welcoming pose and even waved at Qinlang openly. In the next second, Qinlang directly rushed over and punched him in the face. Qin Lang threw his punches rather quickly, even carrying wind in his palms. The instructor felt a few broken hairs on his forehead fly up with the wind of his fist, and he subconsciously tried to dodge. But Qin Lang's figure was quite ghostly as he dodged behind him. Qin Lang stretched out his leg and tripped at his calf. The instructor immediately felt his body's center of gravity shift and fell uncontrollably behind him. He tried to grab Qin Lang's arm to counterattack, but Qin Lang seemed to anticipate his move and directly pressed his shoulder, pinning the man to the ground. All of this happened in 2 seconds, and even the instructor himself didn't react. The other soldiers gathered around even felt as if there was a flash in front of their eyes, and in the blink of an eye, the instructor collapsed on the ground. Wow! Qin Lang is too good. There was a cheer from the people around them. How did Qin Lang do that? It feels like it didn't even take much of a move, and it seems like our instructor didn't even have a chance to resist before he was directly trapped. It's so handsome. I want to learn this move from Qin Lang. I think it's more practical. Hearing the recruits critique themselves in such a way, the instructor, who was the reigning fighting champion for 3 years, immediately felt a little embarrassed about his face. He cleared his throat and made amends for himself. Sorry, I haven't gotten into the swing of things just yet. It's practice. Looks like I underestimated Qin Lang. I'm going to go all out next as well. Qin Lang, I'm not going to let you go when I think of you as a rival. This time, both men assume fighting positions. Qin Lang smiled faintly and said, "Good." The start chant was shouted from the sidelines by Wang Yiyuan. In an instant, both of them struck out at the same time, and it was clear that they were both in the same punching position. But Qin Lang's arm was like a snake, flexibly changing direction when it came into contact with the other party. In the next second, the elbow took over the function of the fist just now and slammed hard into the opponent's small arm. This time, the instructor didn't react either. He subconsciously tried to attack Qin Lang with his other hand, but again, it was expected by Qin Lang. It seemed that every move he made was within Qin Lang's expectations, which made him completely unaware of what was going on. It was as if, in a flash of lightning, he himself had been knocked out by his opponent. The first failure could be considered coincidental, and I wasn't prepared for it. However, the second time he was caught off guard by Qin Lang despite his own tightly guarded situation. It could only be said that he was not as skilled as he should be, but Qin Lang always had the same stoic look as before. It made the instructor look embarrassed, as much as he and his didn't want to admit it. He, a man who had been fighting champion for 3 years in a row, had lost to a new recruit, and crucially to an opponent who didn't even have a name to punch or kick. However, one had to admit that although those moves looked soft and flimsy, when actually sparring with Qin Lang, one would realize that each of the other party's moves seemed to carry a backhand. Even if he changed course on the prowl, the other team would be the first to defend. He stood stiffly with an iron face. The stiff upper lip didn't want to admit that Qin Lang was better than he was, or else where would he put his face? Instead, it was the soldiers who were watching who cheered excitedly. Holy shit! Qin Lang actually knocked down the instructor in 3 or 2 blows. Qin Lang's moves are too strong as well. I want to learn that one from Qin Lang. Qin Lang, teach us. How on earth did you do that? You're too good. This move is really like what they say in Tai Chi, the 4-2 pounds. Qin Lang walked up to the instructor and asked, "Can you teach them my way now?" The instructor tensed his face and didn't say anything, but the uproarious voices around him made him feel ashamed. Instructor, look at how powerful Qin Lang's moves are in actual combat. Yeah, it's totally suppressing our regular fighting moves. And it's not like there's a restriction on having to use regular moves when fighting. If you use this stance of Qin Lang's, I guess this year's fighting champion is still your instructor. Hearing the last sentence, the instructor's face eased slightly, but still threw out a sentence. With Qin Lang around, it would be strange if I could come in first. Immediately afterward, he threw out a sentence at Qin Lang in a salty manner. I don't care. If the company commander pursues the matter, you figure it out yourself. He then went off to find a place to rest. Therefore, the fighting moves that all the soldiers practiced now were all adapted from those taught by Qin Lang. This matter later reached Li Shijin's ears, and he turned a blind eye. Li Shijin was still a little apprehensive inside as he led Song Youngjin towards the training center. Hard to face Qin Lang believe as a moment is, but the fact is how exactly is another thing. At this time in the training hall, Qin Lang was in the middle of group training, groups of 2 and 2 for cutthroat action. The moment Li Shijin pushed open the door, there was literally 100 flowers in the training room. Various poses came out endlessly, and even the thoughtfully prepared Li Shijin immediately felt his eyes go black. He then said to Qin Lang, are you guys training for fighting? Song Yingjian, who was on the side, laughed out loud. On the sidelines, he said in a conspiratorial manner, this is not fighting, this is clearly juggling. Qin Lang said, reporting to the company commander, this is indeed fighting, but with a slight variation. Li Shijin had looked at Qin Lang's training program before and knew that Qin Lang should have been in a form he had innovated, but he hadn't expected the span of moves to be so large. He was instantly annoyed and said, "Giving you the right to be an assistant instructor is not for you to fool around. Look at these soldiers, their posture is not up to par at all. What kind of fighting is this?" All the soldiers have been quickly returned to their ranks. Qin Lang explained. Just now was for them to relax. Real fighting is not the kind just now. Song Yingjian, who had been watching the action for half a day, finally found an opportunity at this moment and said to Qin Lang, "You are Qin Lang, right? I've heard that you're particularly good at leading soldiers. What was notorious in the recruiting company is even more notorious now." Qin Lang looked at Song Yingjian and said, "The chief is flattering. It's just part of the job." Song Yingjian said in a conspiratorial manner, "This is not part of the job. Your part is not that big." Qin Lang had already more or less guessed the purpose of this person's visit. He should be thinking of watching their jokes or prying into the other party's training results like Tian Yunfei did last time. But this chief was definitely prepared. He had brought a dozen or so new recruits behind him, and there were familiar faces of his own in here. Hao Dawei raised his eyebrows frantically at Qin Lang in the crowd, his expression quirky. "Qin Lang, can this grandson not make me laugh?" Qin Lang forced down the corners of his mouth as they were about to rise up. Young Qin Song thought to himself, "I guess those rumors were all gimmicks." And they said something about Qin Lang leading the reconnaissance company's training, making the reconnaissance company's ability all exceed that of the other companies by a large margin. In hindsight, I guess it was just a case of blackmail. It's true that you have to see everything before you believe it, or else you'll really be fooled by these jugglers. For those who don't know, you'd think this group of people practicing juggling by gimmicks really had some exclusive skills. Song Yingjian was suddenly relieved. Turning his head, he began to comfort Li Shijin. "Old Li, sometimes it's good to trust newcomers and give them a chance. But still, it's a time and a place. This is going to be a military exercise soon, and all the companies are trying to find ways to improve the fighting strength of the army. You guys can't afford not to advance or retreat." Li Shijin's face had always been ironic since he saw the fighting moves that everyone was practicing. He tightened his face and frowned at Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation." Qin Lang always disliked wasting time on explanations, and he directly said, "Reporting to the company commander, it's better to say more than to show it." Before Li Shijin could reply, Song Yingjian grabbed the opportunity to say, "Okay, quickly show the display for us to see the effect." The people of the reconnaissance company also listened to half a day's yin and yang, and now they all argued a breath in their hearts. When they heard about the opportunity to perform, they all jumped at the chance. "Qin Lang, I'll do it. Let me try. I'll do it. I'll do it." Qin Lang called Wang Kong and another soldier, but Song Yingjian said, "Qin Lang, do you mind if I pick two people? I have no other meaning. In fact, today is to come over to see your comprehensive strength. We randomly draw two people more obvious your overall level." Qin Lang could sort of see that they were not going to stop until they found out something today. Qin Lang said, "Yes, you choose." Song Yingjian looked around and took a glance at Song Yin, who had a medium build and looked a bit on the thin side. As a result, after Song Yin was chosen, many people in the team lowered their heads and forced themselves to stifle their laughter. Song Yingjian was truly discerning. Coming up and choosing Qin Lang's personal great disciple, picked Zhang Ning again. When the others saw this lineup configuration, they thought to themselves, with this level of excitement, I guess Company Commander Song will have to look away. Qin Lang also confirmed, "Are you sure about picking them both?" Song Yingjian nodded. "Just them? What's the problem?" Qin Lang shook his head. "Of course there's no problem." The crowd automatically gave way to the two of them. The two company commanders sat in their chairs, one expressionless, the other refreshed. Qin Lang, on the other hand, stood beside Li Shijin. After announcing the start of the game, both men stayed in their fighting stance. But when Song Yin swung at Zhang Nim, and Zhang Nim took an elephantine walk, he dodged his opponent's punches straight away. Not just as Zhang Ning retreated, he stopped Song Yin with his calf again and threw a punch at the same time. This move, anyone who looks at it, will definitely be hit without a doubt. But Song Yin is for 2000 Jin, as if anticipating the trajectory of the opponent's punches. Instead, one step ahead of the opponent, a right hook directly mass opponent's abdomen. Zhang Ning wanted to immediately block back, but it was too fast for Song Yan's movements, and just as he struck out, his own body flew straight out. While everyone was in a trance, Zhang Ning fell heavily to the ground. The crowd was dumbfounded. Only the people from the recon company said excitedly, "Wow, worthy of Song Yan, that was awesome. Prejudging this move is awesome. It's awesome." Li Shijin and Song Yingjian, explaining a blink of an eye. The scene was not at all what they expected, but Li Xijin's expression finally eased a bit. He said, "Not bad. Not a disgrace to me. Song Yingjian also recalled just now in his mind. The moves used by those two soldiers were indeed not from their regular training, but like Qin Lang said, it was highly practical and would unload the force. And Song Yingjian, who was a perennial practitioner of Tai Chi, was surprised to see the shadow of Tai Chi in all of these movements. He turned to look at Qin Lang, his eyes becoming more complicated. But the people brought by Song Yingjian felt that they had just gone too fast and hadn't reacted yet. Fake, right? How is it possible to make a move that fast? Yeah, the key is still a move that's never been touched before. Are they just putting on a show there because they're familiar with it? Their voices were not small, and Qin Lang could hear them clearly. Qin Lang said directly, falsifying things, I don't do it. Song Yingjian thought for a moment and said, Qin Lang, is this your original fighting style? But I've never seen it before. Qin Lang said, it can be interpreted like this. To be precise, it is a fusion of moves and has nothing to do with my original creation. Song Yingjian said with a wry smile, I've brought people here today as well. Dare you let your soldiers and my soldiers spar with each other? He rushed at Li Shijin and said, Old Li, I did underestimate Qin Lang. It seems that your soldiers are indeed quite powerful being led by Qin Lang, but I've always worked toward being better. So why don't we cut a deal together? Li Shijin swept a glance at the soldiers that the other party had brought over. Each of them was strong and sturdy, so it seemed that they had come prepared. He had been forcibly propped up here, and there was categorically no reason to refuse. Straight away, he said, yeah, cut and run. Just before the military maneuvers, let's feel each other out too. Song Yingjian's eyes stared at Qin Lang and said, Qin Lang, are you going to fight on behalf of your reconnaissance company? Qin Lang looked at him with a smile. Company Commander Song, this is the Cadet Bureau. It's not appropriate for me to be an assistant instructor, is it? Song Yingjian, however, narrowed his eyes and said, I actually came over to see how strong you are. Are you hiding it until the end? Qin Lang said, since it's a sparring match, how about letting the others go first and I'll come out last? Since Qin Lang's words were already here, Song Yingjian categorically had no intention of forcing Qin Lang's hand anymore. So, each family sent their power players. Song Yen pressed on and didn't even go back to the team, directly staying on the stage. The one who struck with him was an old acquaintance, but now there was an additional title. The strongest rookie in the artillery company, How to Wei. Qin Lang was stunned for a moment when he heard the title. This kid can do it. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, and he's become the strongest newcomer. As soon as Song Yen and How to Wei locked eyes, How to Wei immediately sent him a flying kiss. Song Yen immediately had a black eye. What with the strongest newcomer and the best master? It's still the same as before, and there's still nothing decent about it. As Wang Yiyuan announced the start of the match, both of them brought out their best fighting form. After all, he hadn't seen him for 3 or 4 months, and no one knew exactly how strong the other party was. Being gullible is a real big no-no, especially when it comes to tournaments. And don't label your opponent as anything they've done before. It doesn't matter if he's powerful or weak. In a match, just treat your opponent like a newcomer meeting for the first time and just play your best. How to Wei's punches are like his character. A man who doesn't squirm and moves fast and hard. He came up and aimed at Song Yan's shoulder, throwing extremely fast punches. Under normal police circumstances, this is the most common fighting stance that everyone encounters. And if both sides are of the same fighting philosophy, it will most likely be speed that wins the day. But alas, Song Yan and the others practiced softness, so the moment Hao Dawei's fist reached out, he squatted on the spot, his feet shoulder-width apart. The elbow rushed at his opponent's arm and struck with sudden force. With Hao Dawei completely unguarded, he was actually directly altered in the trajectory of his swing. David Hao himself didn't react. What happened all of a sudden? How did Song Yan improve so fast in a short period of time? Is he still the same person who always dragged his feet in the recruit company at the beginning? He then realized that he had underestimated the current Song Yan. As a result, Song Yan's next punch hit him directly in the waist, and Hao Dawei dodged back a step, but was still solidly hit. He blushed in pain. Punching Song Yan, he said, "You kid can do it. You're all this powerful now?" Song Yan smiled faintly. "Generally average, but it's still not a big problem to solve you." Hao Dawei throws fast and furious punches after being provoked. At first, Song Yan mainly dodged, but after dodging a few times, Hao Dawei's strength was somewhat unable to keep up. Sung Yim finds the time to land a direct kick to the opponent's calf, but since the other party was an old classmate, he deliberately withdrew his strength. It never occurred to me that it was this action that gave the other side an opportunity to take advantage of it. Hao Dawei had more or less figured out his opponent's pattern, and he guessed that Song Yan didn't have a chance to throw a punch, so he should be looking for a chance to throw a kick. As a result, he directly set up his opponent, taking advantage of his opponent's sneak attack on him to buckle his leg, thus achieving the purpose of suppression. This move was outside of Song Yan's expectations, and he was indeed caught off guard by Hao Dawei's flash. But in the next second, he stomped hard with his other leg, kicking the opponent directly in the neck with Hao Dawei focusing on one of his legs. This time, Hao Dawei really didn't have the power to fight back. He fell to the ground, feeling his brain wander. It hurt as if his neck was electrocuted, and his grip on Song Yan slowly loosened. Song Yan was also tired and panting. He looked to Wang Yiyuan, and the other announced that Song Yan had won after the countdown ended. Song Yan pulled Hao Dawei up from the ground with a half-drag, half-drop. Okay brother, so much progress. Hao Dawei was exhausted and bleary-eyed, looking at Song Yan do in front of him with heavy shadows. Alright, you can just stop taunting me. This bit of progress I've made to you, I haven't even been able to carry off 10 moves. Song Yingjian's face changed and changed. This time, he saw the moves that Song Yan was making more clearly, and it seemed that he could actually accurately predict his opponent's stance before they made a move, and it can be responded to in a very short period of time. The reflexes alone exceeded those of an unusual person by several times. He looked at Qin Lang, who stood to the side and remained motionless. Could it really be that he found a pattern? Or was it just a coincidence? Song Yingjian called for 2 more men to engage in fighting cuts with the soldiers of the reconnaissance company. The opponents seldom took the initiative to attack, and usually, it was after they took the initiative to make a move. The opponents started to see the move, and then suddenly gave a strike that caught them off guard when they were not on guard. The opponent's moves are fast and hard, and even if the attacking thoughts are anticipated, the opponent is able to shift the attacking channels immediately. Once or twice is just a coincidence, but many times must be the rule. All 3 cuts ended with the artillery company losing, and the people who had cut their way through it all sat sighing and rubbing their injured arms and shoulders. Hao Dawei was even half dead and consumed Song Yan, insisting on listening to Song Yan talk about their techniques. At this point, the expressions on Song Yonggun and Li Seijin's faces were once again reversed. History is always so similar. The last time Tian Yunfei came over, it was the same situation. Li Shijin said cheerfully, "Old Song, do you want to try again? I think that since it's a sparring match, it doesn't have to be a lose-lose situation." Song Yingjian stared at Qin Lang and said, "Qin Lang, you haven't made a move yet, have you? As an instructor, you should be quite a bit more powerful than them." Li Shijin happily patted Qin Lang's shoulder. "Qin Lang, since Company Commander Song is curious, you should show them, so that they die completely." Qin Lang said, "Alright, the rest of you go together." Li Shijin, "Song Yingjian, did I hear you wrong? You're telling the rest of us to get together?" Qin Lang, "Even if you are somewhat capable, you are still too rampant, aren't you? While your form of fighting is unheard of, are you underestimating us?" Quite a few people were instantly dissatisfied because of Qin Lang's words, but Qin Lang said, "Waste of time to go on one by one. You all go on together. Quick battle. Don. T." Qin Lang had wanted to say, "Don't affect the progress of the next training," but looking at the ironic faces of the others, he swallowed the latter half of his sentence hard. Sometimes it's better to pay a little attention to other people's emotions. Song Yingjian, however, sneered and said, "Fine, since Qin Lang is so confident in himself, you guys will be the chaperones. But be careful, don't hurt Qin Lang, it's just a sparring match, not to mention there are many of you," he said in a deliberately semi-mocking manner. Qin Lang, however, remained motionless. Wang Kong, however, shouted excitedly, "Qin Lang, go for it." His shout was like a switch, and in a flash, all the scouts followed with the slogan, "Qin Lang, show them the strength of our scout company, conquer them with your fighting. Whoa, Qin Lang, take it down with all your might." Li Shijin was also driven by their atmosphere and looked at Song Yingjian with a wry smile. Young people, they're just lively. The strength of their reconnaissance company had already been laid here, and whether Qin Lang won or lost next, it would not affect them much. After all, one-on-one is not supposed to be a fair game. The 7 men of the artillery company surrounded Qin Lang. As Wang Yiyuan announced the start of the match, one of them rushed straight up. They were too close, and as long as they could control Qin Lang, it was game over. But it was so close that it couldn't help Qin Lang. It was obvious that the person was close by, but the 3 people couldn't even touch Qin Lang's arm. Qin Lang's figure was as flexible as a shadow. When the 3 people swung at him at the same time, he grabbed the arm of one of them with an explosive power beyond normal, stomped with vigor, and flipped over, breaking through the other party's encirclement in less than a second. And you can also use the artillery in your hand as cover, sticking close behind your opponent and feinting to attack them. It was clear that there were 7 people, but Qin Lang was able to swim with ease. In less than a minute, all 7 fell to the ground. This time, even Song Yingjian couldn't say no. He was even more convinced of Qin Lang's strength. He realized one thing more. The moves taught by Qin Lang were a natural enemy against soldiers like them who practiced conventional fighting, especially after looking at his soldiers lying on the ground in a sorry state and sighing, while Qin Lang was just sweating. Straight up, Li Shijin on the side thought that he was going to take it out on Qin Lang, despite the fact that he was already laughing so hard at this point that he could barely keep his mouth shut. He still stood up and stopped in front of Qin Lang. Old Song, it's been said that winning or losing is a cut and thrust. What are you doing? Instead, Song Yingjian directly crossed over Li Shijin and faced Qin Lang directly. Qin Lang, can you come to our artillery company and give us a few lessons? Crowd. Ha? What the hell? The commander of the artillery company. That's a dig? But don't. Qin Lang is our treasure. Just opened the blind box a few times. He still has a lot of things he hasn't taught me us. Can't be scooped up. I'll go. Is Company Commander Song being convinced by Qin Lang's ability? Qin Lang this directly hit the face over to pick a fight. The kicker all knocked down not to mention. And now even the other side of the company's commander are down. This is also too cool it. Qin Lang looked at Li Shijin awkwardly. Li Xijin also looked at Song Yingjin in dismay. What kind of development is this? Why didn't you see this coming? Song Yingjin patted Qin Lang's shoulder. Qin Lang, I admit that I did question your abilities at first. But now, I sincerely hope that you can come to my troop and take my soldiers through a few fighting lessons. Qin Lang, your face is turning too fast, isn't it? Didn't you say it was like acrobatics before? How to Wei also froze. Inwardly spitting, no way company commander. That's not what you said when you arrived. You said earlier that you want us to make sure we destroy Qin Lang's honor and find his weaknesses. You're going down faster than we are now? This script isn't matching up. We don't know how it's going to go. Qin Lang looked at Li Shijin, who also looked confused and locked eyes with him. After a few seconds, Li Shijin said, that'll have to depend on the progress of our training. Now that Qin Lang is an assistant instructor, he's the one who controls all the training. Wang Lu added right after him. Yeah, let's see what Qin Lang arranges later on. But unexpectedly, Qin Lang said, if you really want to learn, you can leave 2 people over to learn. The crowd froze. You can study abroad when you're in the army, and leave 2 people over. What were you thinking? Okay, just do as you say. In the next second, Song Yingjian seemed to be afraid that Qin Lang would regret it and directly agreed, leaving a group of people, multi-faced and confused, staring at each other. This direction even Li Shijin did not expect. In the end, the picking and choosing left Hao Dawei, who was familiar with Qin Lang, and one who was more powerful in the fighting field. Song Yingjian also had his own selfishness, thinking that since Hao Dawei and Qin Lang knew each other, Qin Lang must have been more attentive in treating his acquaintances, in looking for one that had a good foundation and was able to flexibly utilize every move that Qin Lang had taught him. When they come back, they'll be able to take everyone to practice. People are trying to do everything they can to improve the combat effectiveness of their troops. Li Shijin got in the way and acquiesced in the matter. When other companies heard about the possibility of studying abroad, they also sent people here to study. Those who were familiar with Qin Lang and the recruit company, Han Zhongyi, Liang Yeming, and Hao Dawei, were all reunited in Qin Lang's smorgasbord class. Only, this time, their identities were switched, and they were no longer recruits training together, but recruits being trained by Qin Lang. The annual drill competition is about to begin. The international students sent out by each company also took their own company men and did intensive training. The overall strength has been boosted quite a bit from before. Qin Lang had even become a character that the entire base, when mentioned, had to give a thumbs up, became a resounding celebrity. The format and personnel for the drill competition were finalized. Li Shijin and the reconnaissance company had a general meeting. Let's do it this time. The whole army battlefield, and the cooking class will not be left behind. This time, it's mainly a joint exercise conducted by 4 group armies, the 76th Group Army, the 32nd Group Army, the 117th Group Army, and the 9th Group Army. The scale is not small and the venue is very large. When the crowd heard about such a large-scale maneuver, they felt an itch in their hearts. It's so exciting. I've just joined the army and I get to participate in this level of maneuvers. When I retire and go back it'll be enough to blow my brains out for years. I don't even ask for anything else. Just die later. Don't come up here and give away your head. Don't be cannon fodder. Li Shijin said. Don't any of you ever take any chances or think that maneuvers have nothing to do with little soldiers like yourselves. The truth is just the opposite. The real victory is in the hands of you soldiers. Next I'll go into detail about the format of the competition. We, the 76th Group Army and the 9th Group Army, are the Red Army, and afterward you'll be issued bullets that release red smoke, as well as cuffs with red markings on them. Anyone who does not speculate during the course of the match, and who deliberately hides the sleeve, can be eliminated by anyone, regardless of whether or not the other person is a member of his or her own group. Our reconnaissance company is first and foremost to scout. We are the most crucial first step in any battle. We have to scout out the obstacles ahead. Even if we pass the information to the command center, anyone who is at the mercy of the command center. A few more details about what to expect during the race. When the introduction was complete, Li Shijin added with intent. I know some people are very capable, but remember, do your part and follow orders. Song Yan disliked Qin Lang with her elbow and whispered. Says you. Qin Lang squeezed out a sentence through his teeth. Shut up. The night before the tournament started, everyone was in their dorms packing and had to get up at 4 a.m. to head to the tournament site. Guns and other weapons are collected in one place and then distributed when you arrive at the venue the next day. Wang Kong said nervously. It said that practical exercises don't cause physical injuries, but what do you say in case you get hurt? Zhang Nim said half-jokingly. You usually get bruises from training. Never mind a competition of this magnitude. Qin Lang said. Don't worry. The general use of blanks cannot create substantial damage. Tanks, a class of heavy mechs, are now using improved soft shells, much less casualties. Li Shijin did talk about soft shells during the meeting today, but the other party made a passing reference to it, and they didn't understand exactly what it was. Curious at this moment, he asked, what is this soft shell you keep talking about? Anyway, that heavy mech is out on the field. This tournament is definitely not small. Qin Lang explained to them in detail. The soft cannonball you can understand as a kind of sponge ball. Inside it is a smoke and powder with color. When he touches the destination, it will instantly trigger the switch inside and release the powder and smoke at the same time. You're in the range. You're out. Qin Lang then explained. But this kind is mainly for the same heavy armored vehicle category. If the powder covers more than 1/3 of the area, the vehicle will be scrapped. Or if the key positions of the vehicle, such as the engine, or the tracks of the tank come into contact with a large amount of powder, it will also be eliminated directly. Wang Kong suddenly realized. I see. It actually has little to do with us. Qin Lang said. To say that it's a big fight, after all, the radiation area of both the powder and the smoke is relatively large, so it's better to avoid it as much as possible if you can. For in the morning, everyone got on the helicopter in a daze, got to the destination around 6 a.m. As far as the eye could see, the area was nothing but woods and not too high hills, filled with green vegetation and grass over a man's height. This made Song Yan, who was participating in the military exercise for the first time, say excitedly, it feels like this is really a good place to hide. First, they were assigned their respective weapons and given food prepared for the next 3 days. Qin Lang took the gun, and after weighing it a little, he felt that there was something wrong with the stability of the gun. He found the man in charge. Please get me another gun. I'm having trouble with this one. The other man glanced at the number on the gun and said, just a little while, have to go to the stockroom to change it. Song Yan's guns were also wrong. Qin Lang noticed that the models of these guns were not the new ones used now. They were all those that had already been phased out down the line in earlier years. Hello, we have the wrong guns for both of them. Have the new models been issued? Why do we have both old gun models? There's a big problem with guns like this that have gone unmaintained for a long time. The other party interrupted Qin Lang with extreme impatience. We're unifying the distribution. Where do you get off telling us what to do? If there's a problem with the gun, I'll get you a replacement. So cut the bullshit. Song Yan wanted to argue with the other party, but Qin Lang stopped him. Don't care. It doesn't matter. Wait for them to come back from changing guns. The man in charge of registration said he was going to the warehouse to pick up his gun and took their problem gun with him before he left. As a result, I waited for quite a while, but the other person didn't come back. Instead of waiting for the gun, he waited for the command to start the maneuver. Qin Lang glanced at the other party, who still had no intention of returning. He then asked another staff member. Excuse me. The other guy said he went to the warehouse to pick up his gun. When will he be back? Another staff member, without looking up, said, go to the warehouse a 10-minute round trip. It's just been 5 minutes and the fellow travelers have been hyperventilating. Song Yan is even more anxious. The first time to participate in military exercises. Bullets, grenades with a bunch of the most critical gun, but not. Isn't this a joke? Obviously before the game, his goal was to just not give away heads early. As a result, it's now a good thing that you're rushing to give away your head. Come on you two. Don't dawdle. I've been waiting for you guys for half a day. Qin Lang made up his mind, pulled Song Yan and said, go. Song Yan looked at him in surprise. You really don't want to take a gun? We're just going to participate in the drill with our bare hands? Qin Lang said calmly, do you have a better idea? Song Yan was silent. What could he do? This car, are all their own teammates. They were told to arrive at their assigned location first and, after ascertaining the situation of the moment, feed the information back to the command. As the car made its way along, There was quite a bit of 1-meter grass around it, and from a distance it looked almost like a natural barrier. After arriving at the designated location, Xin Lang pulled Song Yan out of the car. The others found their places as well, and people didn't realize that the two of them didn't have guns. Instead, it was Song Yan who was always sitting still. Xin Lang grabbed Song Yan's shoulder and said, "Song Yan, remember one thing, victory or defeat is not determined at the beginning. Even if we don't have a gun, we may not be unable to survive until the end." Song Yan said pessimistically, "What then? Even if we find the enemy, we can't get our hands dirty." Xin Lang and Song Yan each had 2 grenades. This is their last straw. Xin Lang said, "Follow me. Next I'm going to lead you to figure out how to rush into the opponent's base camp." Song Yan said dejectedly, "Alright Xin Lang, don't say that on purpose just to regulate my mood. I know it all. There's definitely no hope." Xin Lang, however, smiled and said, "I Xin Lang's dictionary. There has never been the word give up. Think of the year. I from Baotou Island. Just a short blade left, but also hard to be killed by their own 7 in 7 out. And finally rescued the trapped hostages inside. Contacted the summer rescue team, and then finally left silently, but hard as he held it back. It was not something he could talk about." Song Yan, however, looked at him with a curious expression. "What? Protect what?" Xin Lang hurriedly said, "It's nothing, protect yourself to win." Although Song Yan felt that the possibility of victory wasn't too great, on second thought, let's treat the dead horse as a living horse. After all, Xin Lang was the embodiment of a miracle. Xin Lang took Song Yan and made himself a ghillie suit using the weeds around him. Then one of the edges of the short sleeve was removed and an ambush was made with thread and grenades. Song Yan said, "Are we waiting for a rabbit? Isn't this method a bit too stupid?" Xin Lang, however, said, "What do you know? It looks stupid, but it's actually the most practical method. Learn it." The two waited like that for the entire day. Song Yan was even hungry enough to have eaten a meal, and still didn't see half a person. The teammates who were traveling in the same vehicle at the time all went to their respective locations of responsibility and pushed forward at a slow pace. Only the two of them, sitting motionless as pines. By the end of the day, Song Yan wondered if Xin Lang was joking in using this form of stalling. By the latter part of the night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and everything around them was generally covered in a layer of frost at this moment. There are 2 men slowly approaching this way. Song Yan could no longer hold on and started to drift off to sleep. Xin Lang covered Song Yan's mouth with one hand and carried his clothes with the other to wake him up. Song Yan was horrified and subconsciously wanted to scream out. However, he was forcibly stopped by Xin Lang's eyes and the index finger across his lips. The two of them were lying in the bushes at this point, and with their homemade ghillie suits, it was unlikely that they would be spotted under normal circumstances. Not to mention it's still dark. Xin Lang pointed at the 2 people who were approaching next to him, some distance away from the trap they had set, and looking at the way things are going, they're likely to bypass the trap. Song Yan just got a little excited, but then he was awakened by the gun in his opponent's hand. What to do? Do we hide without alerting the other side? Xin Lang, however, revealed an excited smile. No, we just want to startle the other party and make them jump into our trap of their own accord. Song Yan looked at Xin Lang's excited expression and suddenly felt sweaty. Xin Lang casually picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at the grass near the trap. Darkness reduces everyone's sensitivity to the environment, but at the same time it can be used to capitalize on a scout's alertness and stimulate the other side to amplify visual errors. The stone pressed against the grass and rolled a few times in quick succession, creating the illusion that a small patch of grass was swaying. Sure enough, the other party reversed his direction and looked in the direction of grass, but after observing for a while and realizing that there was no more change on this side, the 2 men continued towards this side uneasily. Suddenly, one man felt his calves seem to tense up. In the next second, a grenade exploded directly in place, dripping red smoke all over the 2 men. In the darkness, the 2 men looked around as if they were standing in ghostly flames. Dazed and confused, guns raised, Xin Lang let out a light laugh. "Let's go, catch some fish." Song Yan followed Xin Lang closely, and the 2 of them walked up to the 2 blues who had been hit. The 2 men subconsciously gripped the guns in their hands and watched the approaching men warily. Xin Lang, however, smiled and said, "Bro, they're all eliminated, so don't be so nervous." One of them frowned and said, "Did you set the ambush?" Song Yan finally had an afterthought of excitement. "And what else?" The man said, "What's the big deal? Just shoot them." This time it was Xin Lang who said, "Having a gun would be less of a hassle. Isn't this waiting for you guys to send me a gun?" "Two? What do you mean? To take our guns?" Xin Lang smiled slightly. "Not only do I want the guns, but also your cuffs." Both of them, including Song Yan, looked at Xin Lang at the same time, their expressions equally dumbfounded. After a long time, Song Yan said dully, Can it still be like this? Qin Lang said. It doesn't say it's not allowed. So it is. The other person said with some annoyance. You guys are so mean. This is stepping on a red line. Qin Lang, however, looked at the other party and said, oftentimes, rules are meant to be utilized. Hurry up and give us the gun and cufflinks. The other party was indignant and gritted his teeth as he gave the gun to Qin Lang. The two then changed into each other's blue armbands. Thanks. So the duo strutted off. Song Yen was still as if waking up from a dream. We actually did get a gun. Qin Lang, however, said, guns are nothing. We need to find a way to rush to the opponent's base camp next. In the meantime, instead, the command center was notified. Report, the reconnaissance company is missing 2 people, Qin Lang and Song Yen. Chief Chen said, did you try other ways to contact them? Doesn't the other party have a communication device on them? The other party said, report, no communications equipment, no contact for now. Chief Chen said, then consider the 2 of them eliminated, and the next strategic deployment will exclude the 2 of them. A man on the sidelines shook his head regretfully. It's too bad how you lost your connection so quickly. Chief Chen was still curious and asked, what's wrong? Is there anything special about the 2 of them? The person beside him immediately explained. A newcomer came out of nowhere in the recruit company some time ago, and it is said that his abilities are not below those of the special forces at all. In the beginning, it was said that the reconnaissance company and the sharpshooter company snatched him up, and in the end, he went to the reconnaissance company and led the reconnaissance company in training on his own, with a strength that was not inferior to that of the sharpshooter company, and he even had some self-created unique moves. As Head Chen listened, he instantly felt that this person was ridiculously strong and even somewhat familiar. He's a college student? The bystander wasn't too sure, and after checking Qin Lang's information, he said, Chief, you really guessed right. He is indeed a college student. He just came over to be a soldier in his junior year of college. Quite a powerful person. But the chief said thoughtfully, if it's really him, then he won't be eliminated so easily. I'm curious as to what waves this Qin Lang can turn. At this time, Qin Lang took Song Yen and began to reload after hiding the original red cuff. 1 red bullet, 1 blue bullet, cross-loaded, understand? Although Song Yen didn't understand, he knew it was right to do as he was told. Qin Lang said, the other side's guns are much better than our previous ones, with less recoil and more stability. Remember that the first round must be blue, so that even if we run into someone from the blue army, we can muddle through. Song Yen asked in a low voice, Qin Lang, are we really complying with the rules like this? Qin Lang looked at him. You have to see from what angle you analyze this matter. The purpose of all of our military exercises is to assess overall strength and to ensure that if there are unforeseen circumstances, our military will be able to fight at full strength. Do you think that on a real battlefield, if our troops disguised themselves as the enemy and blended into a local base camp, someone would come out and tell you that the rules don't allow it? Song Yen shook his head. Of course not. Qin Lang got up and said, that's not all. You treat this place like a real battlefield. Any soldier has subversive power. After hearing what Qin Lang said, Song Yen immediately felt energized, as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood by Qin Lang. All the maps had long been engraved in Qin Lang's mind. Song Yen asked, are we walking directly to the other side's base camp? Qin Lang shook his head. It's not the right time yet. The exchanges have just begun to take place, and the scale of both sides is still considered to be within conventional expectations. We must wait for the scene to become chaotic before we can go along with it. The 2 men walked and walked until they saw an artillery battery all the way ahead. Song Yen asked, go over there now? Qin Lang shook his head. Not yet. It's easy to be mistakenly injured if you go over now. Wait a little longer. Suddenly, they received orders to fire in a certain direction. It seemed, Qin Lang said, in a moment, let's run in the direction they fired. The 2 sides exchanged artillery fire, and it seemed that the Red Army was a bit more courageous, and the Blue Army's artillery had to retreat another 500 meters from their original advancing line. It is now. Qin Lang took Song Yen with him, and the 2 of them ran in the direction of the artillery company with gray heads and wretched faces. The other party saw the sudden appearance of 2 figures. Ask, what company are you in? Qin Lang said, we are from the infantry company. We just dodged the Red Army's shells and ran apart. The other side did not think much about it, but simply said, then hurry up and retreat to a safe place. This neighborhood is a minefield for the other side, and their artillery will bombard it again in a while. Qin Lang and Song Yen finally found an honorable reason to blend into the Blue Army. Song Yen looked at Qin Lang incredulously. My God, my heart just jumped out. Cowardly Qin Lang, we managed to blend in so easily. Qin Lang, however, was unimpressed and said, this is only the first step. There are several camps on the other side, and the command center must be found among several camps. The first thing they entered was the Blue Army's armored base. It was almost close to catching up with the entire area of Song Yan's and their base. And this was just a parking lot of the armored troop base. People come and go here. Qin Lang brought Song Yan with him, and the two of them, guns in hand, patrolled around the tents of the training base like any other patrol soldiers. All along the way, Song Yan's eyes fluttered nervously. Qin Lang reminded, "Don't be too obvious, just treat it like you're in your own home. The more vigilant you are, the easier it will be to expose." Song Yan was so nervous that he practically cried. What's the difference between sending your head under someone's gun? He'd like to not be nervous, but he can't do it. But Qin Lang was swimming with ease. He realized something from the face of Song Yan, who had a heartfelt look on his face. It seems that in the future, it is necessary to give them corrective training in the area of mentality, or else when they are actually carrying out the mission, the other party will definitely notice the difference at a glance. The two of them walked around most of the way, feeling that there should be nothing out of the ordinary here. Just as they were about to leave, someone suddenly rushed out and called out to the two of them, "You two come over here and move your stuff." Song Yan turned around stiffly, his voice stuttering a bit as he said, Sure it's the two of us?" The other guy was a hothead and waved two more hands at them. "That's you guys? Come on." Song Yan's legs were going stiff, but it was good that Qin Lang looked at him. It was only then that he stepped on his less familiar limbs to keep up with Qin Lang's pace. The other side pulled open the door of the warehouse, which contained the other side's artillery shells in crates that filled an entire warehouse. "Good man, that's a lot of firepower," the other side said. "You move 5 boxes. They are short of shells. You hurry up and send them over." Qin Lang immediately said, "Which car to take?" The other man pointed to the SUV in front of him. "You guys drive this one. It's not a very obvious target." Qin Lang said handily, "Okay, the two of us will do it. You go ahead and work on the rest." The other party glanced at Qin Lang and urged, "You must be careful. You know where it is, right?" Qin Lang said, "Don't worry, I know." The other guy just left. Qin Lang smiled and said at Song Yan, "A good opportunity has come again." He pulled another long piece of thread from the length of his short sleeve, which was not always visible in this darkened room, even if you looked closely. Qin Lang stuck the grenade in the middle of the 2 boxes and clamped it hard, tying the grenade's pull tab. The other end of the rope was tied between the 2 crates at the doorway, but whenever someone tries to come in to get a shell, then they're bound to run into this rope. In the past 2 days, Song Yan's heart followed Qin Lang literally up and down. At the slightest breeze, he felt his heart race twice. He moved quickly, as if he had already done such bomb ambushes hundreds of times. In less than a minute, the two were safely evacuated to the door. Song Yan asked Qin Lang, "How did you operate so skillfully?" Qin Lang subconsciously wanted to say, "Practice makes perfect," but it hit the tongue and changed to, "It's a necessary survival skill." Compared to Qin Lang, they chose the tiger's mouth as a difficult combat method. The others who chose to stabilize their routes were more than half dead or wounded by now. Wang Kong said with a sad face, "Qin Lang just got off the bus and got separated from us. How is he now?" Another teammate from the reconnaissance company side, "I reckon it's hard to tell if we're going to live or die. The shells from the other side were so dense just now." The other side directly pushed the battle line forward by 1,000 meters. "It's not easy for us to get around to the past." All of Wang Kang's initial excitement was crushed by reality. The drill matches they thought would be like the scenes they saw on TV, following directions and setting up ambushes. In reality, it is a crisis. It may seem like they're scouts, but if a particular move goes wrong, they're the ones who trip the mine. Several teammates have already been eliminated that way. Zhongning is one of them. And at this time in the command room of the Red Army, Captain Chen was also sitting on the edge of his seat, looking at the screen, the virtual map of the opponent's troop line advancement. "No word yet from the squad we were tasked with ambushing?" The Reds resorted to decoy tactics, just sacrificed a squad to act as bait. At the same time, another squad of relatively solid strength would be allowed to use the path they had forced open to break into the other side's camp. It's also like opening a blind box, only to have the other side grope for an armored base. They had just gotten near the base when they heard an explosion. Boom! A loud ringing sound accompanied the rising red smoke. Even the ambush squad was dumbfounded. They didn't shoot, either. Is it possible that someone else rushed near the Blues base? Then they heard someone yell, "The ammo dump has been blown up. Everyone take cover. There are Reds all around. This is an ambush they just set. Be careful." They must not have gotten far. It was unknown who fired the shots, but it turned a few of them into targets. Luckily, there was a nearby path to retreat, but the gunfire behind them still almost had them accounted for here. Report, the blue armored base was attacked. The ammo dump is supposed to be a total loss. I don't know who acted on it. Captain Chen was surprised and said, "It wasn't you who did it. Could it be that there were others who did it?" The leader of the ambush squad said. I'm not sure exactly, but it's definitely red smoke. The man next to Chief Chen whispered. Could it be him? Headmaster Chen thought of the same thing as him, and he also muttered. Could it be Qin Lang? The ambush squad asked. Have you sent anyone else? Head Chen felt that although there was a probability that it was Qin Lang, this probability was too low and mostly unlikely. One couldn't expect too much from Qin Lang just because of his previous status. Maybe he was just eliminated. Maybe he was taken as a prisoner by the other side. It was all possible. Chief Chen said. No, leave this matter alone first. I'll send someone to cover you and go to the next base. As for Qin Lang at this moment, they drove to another campground leisurely in their blue army base car. The shells on the car helped give them another layer of camouflage. They had been away from the base for a while before they heard the explosions coming from the base. Song Yi was excited and learned several times in the car. Boo! Dang! These people are also really desperate to believe in us so much, Qin Lang said as he drove. On the battlefield, it's good to trust your teammates. But, Qin Lang didn't say the words that followed, but he seemed to be caught up in his own memories. In the beginning, not long after he became a mercenary, he also met someone who could be called a companion. Unfortunately, it didn't end well. Since then, Qin Lang realized one thing. Unless one knows the roots, especially on the battlefield, don't trust anyone who appears out of nowhere. You can never figure out if the other party is a friend or foe. Just like him and Song Yin now. A simple layer of camouflage undid the blues. Soon they were at the next camp. This is supposed to be the infantry battalion, in which a few tents are stationed. Looking at its unimpressive appearance, Song Yin said, I don't think that this should be the base camp. As Song Yin spoke with great care, Qin Lang asked, why? Song Yin looked at the reasonable analysis. You think General Command are not all kinds of high-tech precision electronic instruments or big screen? You see nothing here. Just those two small tents. It feels like you can sleep two people. How can command be in a place like this? After saying that, he looked at Qin Lang with a look that begged for compliments. Qin Lang said, you're more or less basing that on what you said, but that's not the way to look at it. Song Yin immediately raised his spirits. Could this be the command headquarters? The other party went the opposite way and found a narrow place? Qin Lang rolled his eyes. Can you stop being so startled? There are several conditions to determine whether this is a command center or not. First, the number of patrols around, and the condition of the scouts in the vicinity. Obviously, the fact that we're 500 meters from the camp and we haven't even seen a few scouts at that range means that the other side isn't paying attention to this. Second, look for large signal receivers and generators, both of which would be outside most of the time. And even if they were indoors, the tent would be a certain size. It doesn't really fit here either. Third, look at. Before he could finish, he saw a car wind up coming in their direction. The two quickly got out of the car and found a hiding spot nearby. Song Yin muttered in a small voice. I knew it. Sooner or later you have to return a stolen life. As a result, Qin Lang slapped him, cut the crap and changed the armband. Song Yin, Qin Lang said. The people coming are from the Red Army. Our own people. Go out and recognize them. Song Yin tugged at Qin Lang and said worriedly. Qin Lang, I'm not afraid of anything else, but if our identities are suspected by the other party, it's not worth the loss. Why don't we wait for the other party to leave before we go out? Before he finished speaking, Qin Lang directly stood up, raised both hands above his head and said, Hello, I'm also from the Red Army. I didn't expect to run into each other here. The opponent subconsciously raised his gun. It's too weird to have a self-proclaimed Red Army man suddenly appear in the middle of nowhere. What regiment and company are you in? And what is your name? Who is your company commander? The other person asked a bunch of questions like a machine gun. Qin Lang said with a frank expression, I'm Qin Lang of the 76th Group Army, Reconnaissance Company, and my company commander's name is Li Shijin. Song Yin slowly stood out from the grass. I'm the same as him, my name is Song Yin. The ambush squad was the first to get the message to command. As a result, the command immediately lit up when they heard the name Qin Lang. Asked, he said his name is Qin Lang? Then ask him if the explosion at the armored soldier camp just now was his doing? Qin Lang said, we did it. Headmaster Chen let out a long sigh of relief after receiving an affirmative answer. He knew that with strength like Qin Lang's, how could he die in such a simple innings? Headmaster Chen asked the ambush squad to ask if they wanted to follow the ambush squad. As a result, he was rejected by Qin Lang. I have my own plans. I'm better at acting alone. The captain of the ambush squad said unhappily. Qin Lang, don't think that you're quite impressive because you've just merely destroyed one of the other party's ammunition depots. In the grand scheme of things, you have to listen to the command. You can't exactly fight an army on your own. Qin Lang thought to himself, it's not impossible. I've always been on my own on missions. Not to mention an army, or an island I've always been in and out 7 times. Never said he'd been stopped and forcefully pulled in by someone yet. Qin Lang said, "What if I have to go it alone?" The captain of the ambush squad felt that Qin Lang was a bit insensitive. He frowned and said, "Qin Lang, you..." The voice on the intercom suddenly interrupted. "Tang Hao, you let Qin Lang do whatever he likes on his own." Tang Hao said in shock, "Chief, are you really letting him act on his own? What if it spoils our plan of action?" Captain Chen said, "Tang Hao, give him a walkie-talkie. We'll keep in touch with Qin Lang at all times." Tang Hao looked at Qin Lang with even more complicated eyes. What exactly is this person's origin? To be able to make the always harsh Chief Chen even give him the green light. Listening to Captain Chen's meaning, this is to give Qin Lang separate instructions? He locked eyes with Qin Lang for a moment and realized that the other party had a murderous aura in his eyes and was not the least bit afraid of his direct gaze. Tang Hao had truly been to war. He was different from other soldiers. He had seen the cruelty and viciousness of the battlefield, so sometimes his eyes would unconsciously take on a hostile aura. As a result, Qin Lang was surprisingly not the least bit fearful, and his eyes were even more ferocious. Tang Hao had his team members pick a walkie-talkie and give it to Qin Lang. After receiving it, Qin Lang said, "Then I won't take up any more of your time. I'll leave first." Afterward, Qin Lang brought Song Yan, who didn't dare to breathe a single breath, into the car. Only when the car disappeared did Tang Hao ask, "Chief, what exactly is this Qin Lang's origin?" Chief Chen said, "The strongest newcomer, who had gained fame in the recruit company and even more so when he came down to the company, took so people along for training and was quite productive." Tang Hao froze. What gives him, a new recruit, the right to lead the others in training? That's not in order, is it? Chief Chen said, "Routinely, it is indeed out of order, but his ability is truly impressive, and this is considered a special authorization." Tang Hao asked in surprise, "Is that all? I can't believe he doesn't have something else." "You're a character who won't give people the green light for no reason," Headmaster Chen said cheerfully. "It's really gone, but I'm looking forward to what's next." Suddenly, an icy voice interjected, "Thank you all for your attention. I won't let you down." Headmaster Chen and Tang Hao immediately looked embarrassed. Forgot about that. The walkie-talkie they gave to Qin Lang was their own channel, and what they just said Qin Lang this was all heard. There's something about gossiping behind someone's back and having it fall on deaf ears. Chief Chen was well informed and said after two awkward laughs, "Qin Lang I'll cut the channel now. Just report to me individually at the first opportunity if there's any situation on your side." Qin Lang said, "Okay, Captain Chen." After placing the walkie-talkie, Chief Chen let out a sigh of relief. "Why do I get the feeling that I have a weak heart? And I didn't say anything, did I?" The person beside him said, "This Qin Lang, on the contrary, has quite a personality." Qin Lang had originally wanted to give that camp a bit of commotion, but he didn't expect to wait until the ambush squad. Just leave the original campsite for the ambush team. After the car had traveled for a while, Qin Lang suddenly said, "Damn, I should have known that it would be better to take some grenades from them just now." Song Yan was still on the sidelines feeling groggy like he was dreaming. How did he somehow run into an ambush squad directly deployed by the chief? How is it that Qin Lang simply refused to join and then became the individual directly responsible for the head of the group? How is it that so many strange things put on Qin Lang seem inexplicably explained? Qin Lang said with a look of regret, "We only have 2 grenades left. We must use them on the edge of the sword." "Song Yin, I shouldn't have a say in this. After all, you're my commanding officer." Soon it was dark again, and today the moon was curved so that it was almost invisible. The visibility of the dark night was quite low, but Qin Lang drove his SUV without lights, weaving in and out of various piles of weeds. Song Yen tightened his seatbelt and gripped the handrail on the window with both hands, terrified. "Qin Lang, how dare you drive so fast without turning on the lights? Don't you want to die?" Instead, Qin Lang said, in a hurry. This level was no different from daytime for Qin Lang. He had just heard someone talking, seemingly a kilometer away, indicating that there was likely another opposing base in the vicinity. Song Yen watched as Qin Lang stepped on the gas to 80 on this rough and bumpy road. He himself was bumped around so much that he almost separated body from soul. "My mother, Qin Lang, I seriously doubt you want me to die here. Can we not drive so fast? I can't see a thing and I feel like I'm on a roller coaster of terror. Please, leave me alone." Suddenly, Qin Lang kicked the brakes, and Song Yan's face turned pale with fear. Just when he wanted to yell, Qin Lang said, "Don't talk, there seems to be someone around." After that, Qin Lang opened the car door and used his eagle eye skill to look 3 kilometers away, and he really saw a camp. It was early in the morning, but this camp was lit up. People were coming and going outside, and the soldiers in charge of scouting were spread out even a kilometer away. Qin Lang laughed and said, "I really found it." Song Yen got out of the car and asked, "Could this be the other side's base camp?" Qin Lang said, This should be the place. Song Yan was excited. Then let's do it now? Qin Lang shook his head. There's no rush. Just wait a little longer. And so on? Song Yan felt that Qin Lang must have his reasons. He found a spot, took compressed crackers out of his pocket, and ate them like nobody's business. Qin Lang said, "You do really have a good heart." At this time, Song Yan's mindset had long since undergone a major shift. He said, "I figured out that I was too scared before, solely because I was thinking about complications. As long as I think of myself as having already died once, and that my life is now borrowed, then I can face death with equanimity." Qin Lang. He gave Song Yan a thumbs up. "You're bull." In the meantime, the Red Army is losing ground. Despite the loss of an ammunition depot, the other side immediately adjusted its deployment, cutting through the perimeter with massed infantry and evacuating 2 camps directly. The tactic of the empty city was used to draw fire from the Red Army. As expected, the Red Army completely did not expect this to be a ploy by the other side, rushed to send out most of the troops left by the other side of the bait, and as a result, in turn, the other side cut off the support with the large forces. At this time the infantry of the Blues were like countless tiny bullets aimed at their base camp. Although they did make 2 camps for camouflage, it was only a matter of time before they discovered the main camp. Every now and then, Qin Lang's headphones could transmit the Red Army's current situation. Chief Chen contacted Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, how is the situation on your side?" Qin Lang said, "I should have found the Blue Army base camp." Captain Chen, who had already listened to the news of the defeat for half a day, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Qin Lang, the base camp is in your hands. Can you do it?" Qin Lang said lightly, "I'll try my best." Leader Chen's tone suddenly became anxious. "Qin Lang, you must do your best. The ambush squad I sent to support you can follow your command." Qin Lang felt a headache when he heard that there were still people coming over. "No one else is needed. I like to act on my own." Chief Chen and the others counted the current number of people left. There are currently only a quarter of the original men left, and as far as they can deduce, the Blues aren't doing much better. Aside from Qin Lang and the ambush squad, they had several other squads that were also steadily approaching the opponent's base camp. Especially after learning the exact location of the base camp, it gave them a lot less difficulty. But on the way to the Blues, there were several more waves of sneak attacks. Very few people ended up arriving at the Blues base camp, too, seeing that his lair was about to be raided, and the Blues side was not as good as it could have been. He put his last hope on Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, how is the situation on your side?" Qin Lang. Reply received. "Qin Lang, report the current situation immediately." But the message was stone cold. Chief Chen thought in despair, "Are we really going to lose?" And at this point, Qin Lang was leading Song Yan, who had changed his blue armband, brightly toward the Blue Army base camp. After all, it was a mixture of 2 military districts, and there were too many unseen faces, so it didn't attract anyone else's attention. But when they entered the main camp, they found it even more heavily guarded. Here, with temporary equipment, an area was circled, and the interior was the base camp. And Qin Lang saw the 2-meter-high signal receiver at a glance. But further on, 2 neat rows of soldiers stood directly in front of them, blocking a certain core of tents. Even the patrolmen, who were up to the tent in front of them, had to turn around and go back. Qin Lang thought to himself, it seems that he has to find a way to get in. Even if people don't get in, he has to find a way to get bullets or shells in. Bait? Good. But no. After all, Song Yan's mentality was unstable, and him being the bait was just purely giving away his head. Then it will have to take a different form. Qin Lang weighed the only 2 remaining grenades. He could only use these 2 to fight to the death. But before you do, make sure there are a few people in the tent that you can only tackle in a few seconds. He wanted to report the current situation with Chief Chen, but after picking up the walkie-talkie, I realized that it was also equipped with a signal jammer, which blocked all devices that did not carry a special chip. So your own equipment is a log here. Looks like we're on our own. Qin Lang pulled 2 more loops of thread off his short sleeve and arranged one of the grenades near the ammo dump. Give one end of the line to Song Yan. Another grenade was placed close to the gate. Only 2 grenades, but it was able to mobilize as many troops as possible that were guarding the entrance to the base camp. Qin Lang still had 2 smoke bombs left in his hand after that. Song Yan thought about the fact that the key to the success or failure of the matter all stemmed from these 2 threads in his hands. He was shaking with nervousness. Qin Lang said, "Don't think too much about it and wait for the hint I'm going to give you." Subsequently, Qin Lang used the excuse of checking the car parts to stand at the high point and use the doorway to see the situation in the tent. There were 5 people in the tent. There was a man standing at the door with a gun in his hand, presumably a member of the security detail. Of the remaining 4 men, one of them wore a hat and the rank on his shoulder reminded Qin Lang that this person was officially the target this time. After grasping the target, Qin Lang walked closer to the tent. A gesture was made at Song Yi. Song Yan pulled 2 ropes one after the other, and 2 explosions occurred at the same time in the not-so-big base. There was a sudden panic in the camp. Everyone be careful. Someone is sneaking up on us. The Reds are coming. Protect the base camp. Be sure to guard the base camp tightly and never let anyone else get close. In the next second, right in front of everyone's eyes, thick white smoke suddenly rose in front of the base camp. Shit, the other side is going to make a move. It's all white smoke. Where is this grandson? For fuck's sake, guard the door at all times, and shoot if anyone goes in. While everyone was blocking the doorway in a panic, Qin Lang had long since changed his combat style, utilizing the smoke bomb's line of sight interference. He circled around to the side of the tent and, through a gap in the tent, stuck his gun head in and aimed it directly at the other party's commander-in-chief. Boom! At that moment, the world seemed to stop. Shouts began in the command room. The commander-in-chief is being sneaked up on. The Reds are coming. Shit, we lost. Where are the men? Where are the sneak attackers? Did so many of you not see each other? At this moment, Qin Lang unknowingly changed into a red armband, walking directly to the crowd. He waved openly. Hello everyone. In an instant, a dozen guns, a dozen pairs of eyes that seemed to be able to kill, looked at Qin Lang at the same time. The blue commander-in-chief, who had been sneaked up on, lifted the tent door and stepped out, looking at the young-faced man in front of him, asked, "Did you just move?" Qin Lang nodded. The other asked, "What's your name?" Qin Lang threw his voice. "I'm Qin Lang of the Reconnaissance Company of the 76th Group Army." The other person repeated the name of the déjà vu. At the end, shocked, he looked up. "You a new recruit sneak attacked me?" Qin Lang nodded and said, "Yes." Everyone's expression gradually changed from shock to horror. "You stormed in alone?" Qin Lang waved at Song Yin, who was still hiding behind the car. "No, there's another comrade." The crowd originally thought that the comrade in arms in Qin Lang's mouth would be a veteran who had previously made a name for himself in the competition, but they did not expect that the one who came would be a somewhat timid person. This person categorically could not be under Qin Lang's command. The chief commander of the Blue Army let out a laugh. "Okay, I thought this year old Chen was still the same as last year. He was going to lose to me again. I didn't expect that he would engage in a killer, cultivate 2 elite soldiers individually, and they all rushed to my base camp. And at this time, the Red Army's main camp was being attacked from the back." Reporting to the regimental commander, "The artillery company has just fallen as well, with less than 3 men left. Report, there aren't many scouts left that we sent out. There's too much firepower from the other side. Chief, they're advancing their troop line so much that they're about to descend on the city." Mr. Chen felt that a time bomb had been installed in his head, and every chief was an explosion of slogans. He asked, "Qin Lang and the others can't be contacted. So what about the other ambush squad?" The henchman panicked and said, "Chief, he was just captured by the other side as well, and was taken directly as a hostage." Captain Chen banged his fist on the table. "Fight for me, even if I have to carry it hard. I must show old son that I have a backbone. As I said, dispatch the remaining tankers to location 3. Suddenly, a cluster of red flares bloomed in the air. Everyone froze. The men hurriedly called for Captain Chen to go out and take a look, and Captain Chen squinted at the flare. "What's going on? Aren't we deserted? Could it be that kid Qin Lang?" Impossible. Chief Chen himself vetoed his own idea. Having fought with the other party for so many years himself, he had a good understanding of the other party's layout, and he would definitely have a heavy defense at his base camp. "Last time, I learned by chance that the other side in the vicinity of the base camp even laid a gossip network of reconnaissance troops. It was impossible for the 2 of them to rush in without any support. Could it be that Tan Ho and the others have found a turnaround?" Just when they were completely at a loss, Chief Chen's phone rang. Not surprisingly, it was Old Son's call. "Old Chen, you're quite good this year, killing me by surprise." Head Chen didn't pretend to understand, and couldn't let the other side know that he was completely unaware of the outcome. "Oh, Old Son, I've told you not to underestimate me. This year I'm preparing killer tricks." Captain Sun grunted with dissatisfaction. "I'm really curious. How did you get your soldiers to break through the heavy siege and directly break into my base camp? We've scouted the neighborhood several times, and you don't have a single support. These 2 couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere, could they?" 2. Head Chen had a definite idea in his mind that it must be the 2 of them, Qin Lang and Song Yin. "I didn't expect to actually end up relying on the 2 of them to turn the tide against the wind." After the head of Chen's hindsight, he even laughed openly. "Old Son, this can be our core strategic secrets. If I tell you, next year, you will then specifically target us, then it is not worth the loss." But the opposite party suddenly seemed to walk to a relatively quiet place, and his voice was lowered considerably. "This Qin Lang, is that person?" Both sides suddenly became a little more serious. Chief Chen said. It's him. But Head Sun's gaze deepened quite a bit after hearing these words. He said directly, I didn't expect it. This kid is so strong. It seems like you guys had a hit of luck in winning the game this year. At those words, Head Chen's face instantly turned green. Old son, what do you mean? Qin Lang was able to touch your base camp to eliminate you, and it was also under my command. So don't write off my abilities so lightly, okay? Head Sun said with a wry smile. A mercenary ranks 7th in the international rankings. A man with the ability to massacre a city. Do you think that, if he found our Blue Army base camp, he would still use you to authorize it? Chief Chen. There was no room for retort when he disliked these words. But still, Captain Chen said stiffly. The old rules. Owe me 2 bottles of good wine. Mr. Sun said. This year? You're a rascal. How do you still have the nerve to ask me for wine? Upon hearing this, Head Chen simply made his status as a lie directly true. Sometimes, hitting big luck is also a kind of strength. Who let Qin Lang come right to us? This time, Chief Sun was also speechless. The others looked puzzled as they saw the flare in the air. Especially those who have been eliminated from the Red Army soldiers. They are excited and cheering in the base. Cow! We actually turned the tide against the wind. That's amazing. It's not even 3 days and they ended this exercise early. I'm really curious who did it. I'd like to know too. It feels like our company is almost all together. Li Shijin lamented. I was originally thinking of having everyone eliminated later, trying not to run into each other in the base early. But I came to find you all here. Wang Kong said helplessly. It can't be helped. Us scouts rushing to the forefront are just prone to giving away our heads. Wang Kong looked around for a while. I haven't seen Qin Lang and Song Yan yet. The 2 of them should still be alive. Zhong Ning said. Quite impressive. Living up to this point, straight up lying down and winning. Look at how engaged people are. They can stick around until the end of the game. We're up here giving away heads. It's not interesting at all. Someone suddenly said. Qin Lang is so powerful. It couldn't be that he eliminated the Blue Commander-in-Chief, right? When he finished, a burst of laughter erupted around him. Okay, you've got to have some limits on your jokes. Qin Lang is indeed powerful, but he shouldn't be that strong yet. I know you idolize Qin Lang, but listen to what you just said. Does it sound like a fool's errand? That's right. Are you really treating Qin Lang like a character? The man was surrounded by a group of people and immediately felt a bit embarrassed about his face as he said, Do you think Qin Lang's strength is not good? Then when you train, you still always let him give you difficulty. The other party said jokingly. He's good at training, but that doesn't mean he's good at fighting. But if he's really something, why would he still come here to be a recruit with us? Wouldn't he have been chosen by others long ago? Only Li Shijin had a rather complicated look on his face. After the game, the Reds and Blues each returned to their assigned areas. The commander-in-chief of the Red Army came back first and stood at the front of the square. He looked openly toward the stage, as if searching for someone. Suddenly, an off-road vehicle drove over from afar. Everyone looked at the same time. Between the other party's car bypassed the crowd. Unexpectedly drove directly to the forefront of the squad. The crowd stared at the car with wide-eyed curiosity. Who is this? Such a big row. Looking at the license plate number, I think it's from the other 2 military districts. Then what do they mean by coming here? Are they just upset and coming over to get their asses kicked? Who knows? But they probably didn't expect to lose so badly this year. The crowd was whispering below. Chan Ming, who was standing in front of the square formation, also looked at the incoming with displeasure. Wouldn't it be a bit of a racket to have a car suddenly rush by on your home turf? Suddenly, the passenger and backseat doors opened at the same time. The crowd couldn't wait to see who the smasher was, only to see 2 familiar faces. Ha! Qin Lang and Song Yan? What is this? Just thought about how I haven't seen these 2 boys yet. This is, defected? The person beside him slapped him. Can you think of something good? But also defecting to the enemy. Qin Lang's ironclad appearance. You can't even defect to the enemy if you defect to the enemy. Li Shijin also looked at Qin Lang in shock. Qin Lang came back in the car of the chief commander of the Blue Army, so it was probably pretty much the same as what he had guessed. Immediately after that, Sun Baifeng opened the other car door in the backseat and stepped out. Qin Lang and Song Yan stood in a line and saluted at Chen Ming, saying, Report, we were just late for the assembly because of the road. Chen Ming's face didn't look good. Sun Baifeng deliberately sent the man back. What was this to prove to himself? But he still said, Qin Lang, Song Yan returns to the team. Chen Ming originally thought that Sun Baifeng would still say a few words, but it turned out that the other party just smiled and said to him, Old Chen, I've sent the person back to you. I'm still in a hurry to hold a general meeting on my side, so I'll leave first. Don't forget that we both missed a meal, so we'll make up for it when we get a chance. Only then did Chen Ming's face ease up a bit. Punching him, he said, Sure, It just so happens that there's something else I'd like a chance to talk to you about alone. Before Sun Baiphone left, he even gave Qin Lang a meaningful glance. He, a figure at the level of a regimental commander, even said to Qin Lang in front of everyone, "Looking forward to our next meeting." This was appalling information for all the soldiers. It made everyone wonder what Qin Lang had done. What kind of mesmerizing soup did he put on the head of Sun, that he could make a head personally drive him back, not to mention that he even said that he was looking forward to the next meeting. After Sun Baifeng's car left, quite a few people dropped their retracted sights back onto Qin Lang. Chen Ming coughed. "Alright, this time the people are all here." Chen Ming smiled and said, "I'm sure you all already know the results of this maneuver. Our Red Army defeated the other side." This was followed by thunderous applause from the stage. Chen Ming looked at all of you with satisfaction. All of you performed very well in this maneuver. But at the same time, some problems were exposed. Chen Ming succinctly summarized the problems into a few points and asked each company to go back and carefully review the problems based on today's issues. Finally, Chen Ming's eyes fell on Qin Lang. He said, "Qin Lang, how do you feel about your performance this time?" Everyone was originally distracted by listening to the previous patting, but when Qin Lang was suddenly mentioned, the crowd instantly shot up their attention. Qin Lang, however, said, reporting to the chief, the performance was average. Chen Ming paused for a moment and said with a smirk, "Qin Lang, different too modest. You led Song Yan to charge into the Blue Army's main camp and eliminated the commander-in-chief with a single shot, deserving the crowd's appreciation of you." The people who had originally gathered to join in the fun had their scalps tingling when they heard this. I don't know who started clapping first, followed by everyone clapping wildly at the same time, like the sound of a celebratory salute that was alive and well. Holy shit, it's really Qin Lang who subverted this tournament. What exactly is this little dude's origin? Killing the enemy base camp on his own and having the head of the other side personally send it back. I wouldn't dare dream like this. Not to mention, if I can storm the opposing camp, I plus have to burn incense at my ancestors' graves tonight. It's a fucking cool article with a big male lead, isn't it? Many of the soldiers' eyes lit up as they looked at Qin Lang with an expectant expression. As a result, Qin Lang said, "Report, there's still bad play, or else it would be more efficient." Chen Ming said suspiciously, "Oh, what didn't play well?" Qin Lang calmly said, "The match started out without a gun, and when I saw the ambush squad later on, I forgot to ask for a grenade, or I could have ended it much earlier, and so on." What did he say? No gun at the beginning of the game? And what's that around his neck? Isn't that a gun? He's obviously speaking summary, but isn't it a little too Versailles? Chen Ming was surprised and asked, "Don't you have a gun here?" Qin Lang robbed the blues. Chen Ming's face darkened. "What about the gun you started with?" Qin Lang, "The gun was faulty, structurally unstable, and I wanted to change the gun, but it didn't come back and the match started." The crowd was completely dumbfounded this time. What kind of a hell of an opening is this that he's managed to play as a summit match? Someone didn't hold back and asked, "So you made it to the end with just 2 grenades? Qin Lang said, "4 to be exact, 2 each for Song Yan and I." "All? How do you expect us to answer that? We also trained for months before coming over for the competition." As a result, Qin Lang, a man who didn't hold a gun in the opening, ended up terminating the Blue Army base camp. How do you expect those of us who make up the numbers to live? Is there any justice in this? Some people were even outright angry and laughing. It wasn't angry at Qin Lang's bullish experience. It was angry at his own scrappy rookie. Chen Ming finally realized that something was wrong with the situation. He looked to Qin Lang's gun and then to the others' guns. It's amazing how far apart the gun models are for the same maneuver. All from the Red Army. Chen Ming whispered a few words to the person beside him, and the other person gazed away. After saying a few more words, Chen Ming announced that everyone could rest well tonight, and that the cafeteria would give everyone a celebration banquet in the evening. Early tomorrow morning, arrangements will be made for the men of the respective groups to return to their camps. You may now be dismissed. He looked at Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, come with me for a moment." After Qin Lang left, Song Yan, who was the one experiencing this legendary life at the same time as Qin Lang, immediately became the target of everyone's interrogation. "Song Yan, tell us the truth. Did you really not share the guns in the first place? What's going on? You can't just go into battle without anything, can you?" The people who gathered around grew more and more, and Song Yan said helplessly, "It's true. Qin Lang took his own gun and weighed it twice, said there was something wrong with it, and then tried my gun, and found that mine wasn't right either, so he let the other party change it for him. As it turned out, the other guy wasn't very nice, so he said he had to go to the storeroom to get his gun, and before he came back, he announced that the match was starting, so we both didn't dare to delay, so we just left." Someone off to the side and stuck out a thumbs up. "Brother, you can This mentality of yours is really bullish. A large military exercise competition. You don't even hold a gun. You dare to go to war? What were you thinking? Song Yen said helplessly. It can't be helped. The situation was right there. If we waited for the guns to come back, the two of us probably wouldn't even be able to go to the battlefield. Someone else asked. How did you subvert the whole situation with just 4 grenades? Song Yen directly said. We first used a grenade to make a trap, eliminating 2 blue soldiers and grabbing their armbands and guns. And then we took advantage of the chaos of the other side's artillery shelling to blend into the other side's barracks. Someone noticed the problem. Can we still use each other's armbands? That's against the rules, isn't it? Song Yen righteously used what Qin Lang had said. No one would declare it out of order when they were actually on a mission. And these words even bluffed the others. What Qin Lang said seems reasonable. Seems like it, so can we do the same? Li Shijin, who hadn't said anything all along, suddenly said, I advise you not to make such a small move. It will probably play right into the other party's hands. Someone questioned in disbelief. Why is it okay for Qin Lang but not us? Yeah, and we're not going to attract anyone else's attention, are we? Li Shijin said. Qin Lang is also lucky. In case the other side has all kinds of passwords, or the other side's communication equipment has a secret code password, and they bump into a different team, handing over their identities right into the other side's hands, how will you deal with it? A series of questions that directly put those who were thinking about it into the bottom of the barrel. Li Shijin looked at Song Yen and said, I heard that a camp's ammunition depot was blown up. Did you two do it? Song Yen nodded. The second grenade was used right there. In fact, the company commander was right. It was purely by luck as well as mentality. If it wasn't for Qin Lang, I guess I would have hung up a long time ago. I have a bad mindset. I'm weak before I do anything myself. On the contrary, it's Qin Lang, who swims with ease, going to other people's base camps as if he's in his own home, and the way he arranges grenades, skillfully calls for a jaw-dropping. I haven't even touched a grenade a few times, and Qin Lang even set up all the organs. Song Yen suddenly laughed twice, but he's probably going to need a new short sleeve when he gets back, and he's just about finished demolishing the one he had. The others were talking and laughing, even thinking about that kind of scene. Instead, it was Li Shijin's expression that was becoming more and more serious. He matched all of Qin Lang's behavior with the identity of reborn mercenaries. Qin Lang's entry into the army was originally specially authorized by his superiors. I guess after this time, a lot more people will notice his moves. Li Shijin shook his head helplessly. It seems like it will be difficult for Qin Lang to live a peaceful life next. Qin Lang followed the serious-looking Chen Ming to his office. Chen Ming's guards were busy making tea, and after he set 2 steaming cups of tea on the coffee table, he left of his own accord. Chen Ming told Qin Lang to sit on the sofa. The scene was the same as before when Li Xijin was there. He sat upright on the couch and said bluntly, What do you want to see me about, Chief? Chen Ming smiled, his tone much milder. And Qin Lang said, Qin Lang, tell me about this competition. What's going on with you? In its original form, not a single detail should be left out. Qin Lang recapped the whole process and finally said, Actually, Song Yen provided me with very important help. Chen Ming suddenly laughed out loud and said, Qin Lang, do you take me for a fool? Song Yen, a person who looks like he doesn't have much of an opinion. He helps you? Qin Lang, he acted as a decoy with his body and pulled off 2 bombs during the final sneak attack on the Blue Army headquarters, buying me precious time. Chen Ming was instantly speechless. He put down his cup and leaned forward to look at Qin Lang. Qin Lang, isn't this little matter a breeze for you? Can't you do it by yourself? Qin Lang thought to himself. Of course I can. Not only can I can shoot and then run away unnoticed. But I'm a newbie Qin Lang now. How can a newbie have this kind of strength? Though he seems to have exposed himself pretty much. Tough talk. It's a good idea to pretend for a while. Qin Lang, it's difficult. Chen Ming directly said. Qin Lang, I know that your previous identity was not simple, so don't pretend to be confused with what you just said. What exactly was your purpose in becoming a soldier? Qin Lang paused and said seriously, being a soldier is naturally to serve the country, and in my heart, the Xia kingdom has the highest status. Chen Ming looked at Qin Lang inquisitively. However, Qin Lang's mental quality was too good to see any ripples from his face. He said, You know there's a special forces selection coming up, right? Qin Lang nodded. I know. Ming Chen, you're definitely signing up, right? Qin Lang said firmly, I'll enroll, and I don't need a bailout. I'll go in through selection fair and square. Chen Ming sipped his tea with a wry smile. You yourself are an outsider. Does being bright mean anything to you? Qin Lang thought seriously about this issue. I don't understand what you're saying, but I think that anyone's strength is polished by themselves, and there's no excuse for selection. Chen Ming thought to himself, you kid is still pretending with me here. However, the second half of Qin Lang's sentence was reasonable. Even a perverted strength like Qin Lang's must have been achieved through training. He said, alright, I know that your kid has a tough mouth, and I can't say anything to you, but you have to be careful. You've come out of nowhere this time in the military exercise competition, so I guess there'll be countless pairs of eyes staring at you next, and I'm curious as to how you'll deal with it next. After all, reborn business continues to take orders. Chen Ming smiled meaningfully at Qin Lang. During the course of the match, Qin Lang was a pawn that he could utilize, and he looked at Qin Lang's life and death. But now, the game is over. Qin Lang's dual identity was always the object of focus for the crowd, and although he cherished his talent, Qin Lang's identity was a mystery after all. People like that have to be watched a little more closely. After Qin Lang came out of Chen Ming's office, he remembered that he had forgotten to cancel his mercenaries merchant order business before he left. Oh no! I'm sure I'll always have people looking for me if I don't cancel my business order, and the military and police will surely be watching me all the time. Why did I forget about this when I was in a hurry? The point is, it's easy to drop rankings when you're in order-taking mode but not responding to other people's messages. Evening. The crowd talked in the evening breeze. The gathering of the reconnaissance company seems to have fostered a sense of camaraderie because of this life and death situation. The crowd spontaneously came together to share their past experiences. A person who usually wasn't too familiar with Qin Lang said graciously, I was in the military a bit earlier. I was in high school at the time. When I was in school I had the hero disease. Every day when I saw the road, I had to swing for the fences and ended up getting punched in the hospital. There was a great deal of laughter. He was not annoyed. Said cheerfully, do not look at me now strong and healthy. That time is stupid. The brain does not turn. The body is weak. You see me this all the problems. The temper is still bursted. Then my family was out of tricks, afraid that I would present the hero's disease again. Sooner or later I would be killed. Just in time for the draft, I entered the army. Everyone joked, Chow Hero, you this deed can really correspond to you this name. You should not be to present Hero the day after tomorrow the name of their own that right? Hero Chow proudly patted his chest. You guys just don't get it. Some people's names, from the time they are born, give that person a specific symbolism. I was born to be a hero. The guy next to him punched him in the shoulder. And you're a hero? Come on. Weren't you eliminated the first morning? Whose hero came up here and gave away his head? I think you must be a hero in the eyes of the enemy. Coming up here and destroying a head is a great sense of accomplishment. The crowd laughed and joked and said things in jest. He also disliked back unconvincingly. There was another one who was each tall, and he said, I'm here because my dad was in the military, but he, I guess, was injured in the relief effort, so he went home to get better. My dad was in the military for just 3 years, and he dreamed of being in the special forces, so I grew up under my dad's tutelage thinking that I had to be in the special forces. 2. Qin Lang memorized his name. Jiang Kong. In the back of the room, the group lost the jokey banter at the beginning and listened carefully to each person's past and why they chose to be in the military. When it was Song Yan's turn, Song Yan was a bit embarrassed and said, I don't have as much involvement with the military as you guys do. I just heard that when you're in the military you regret it for 2 years, and when you're not in the military you regret it for life. I thought I just went to college. I'm still young, so I'll come to be a soldier for 2 years to try it out. Anyway, young people don't suffer. What can't they suffer? The crowd was instantly energized by his words. Yes, we are young. But Qin Lang looked at him seriously and asked, Song Yan, if you enter the special forces, then would you think about going back to school after the 2 years are over? This question caught Song Yan off guard. He said awkwardly, actually, I hadn't thought about that, and although I want to be a special forces soldier and will definitely sign up, I always feel as if I'm not strong enough. Zhong Ning instantly said indignantly, Song Yan, you're just going to be pissed off when you say that. You're someone who's always in the top few in terms of overall grades, and you're saying that you don't have enough strength? So are we not even eligible to enroll? Song Yan did not expect to become a target. Embarrassed red face, hastily explained, I'm not. I didn't mean that. You guys misunderstood me. Qin Lang still had a light expression. You can seriously consider this issue. No matter if it's quite a special forces or just want to go home as a compulsory soldier for 2 years. The goal should be firm. If your goals are wavering, you're not motivated. Song Yan thought Qin Lang was angry. He bowed his head and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry Qin Lang, I really didn't think it through. Qin Lang suddenly smiled and said, what are you apologizing to me for? I'm not angry and it was just a suggestion just now. Qin Lang patted his shoulder. Another dark-skinned, small-eyed soldier stood up and said, I became a soldier because I was bullied all the time. People look at his sinewy body and it's hard to imagine that he was subjected to bullying. He said, our family was a demolition family with a lot of houses. and after the demolition an aristocratic school was built on the site of our old house. And my dad thought that being in a better position and knowing a little bit of different classes of people would help me in the future. So I got shoved into that school, and their bullying wasn't physical or verbal. It was habitual. Ignorance. And that look of contempt. I'm particularly cheerful for one person, but when I get there, I don't have a single friend. Occasionally I have a friend or two, but they are temporary, and they may be close to you one day and find someone else the next. Then I couldn't take it anymore. Had a big fight with my dad and dropped out of school myself. It just so happened that one day I saw a veteran downstairs from our house with a big red flower on him, and everyone applauded him enthusiastically, and that was the moment I wanted to be a soldier. Another handsome-looking young man, with a bit of refined and elegant temperament, smiling especially shy. I am a military fan. My desire to be a soldier since childhood, especially when the Air Force. Flying fighter jets is my dream, but I was not quite qualified for some indicators, so I did not become a member of the Air Force, but also feel a little regret. But as long as I'm in the military, I think it's all glowing and I'm happy with it, and I'd like to stay in the military for the rest of my life if I can. His name is Yao Wenbin, and he has specialized in myopic surgery in order to become a soldier. All this time, every time I was nervous, I would do a push of my glasses, even though they were long gone from the bridge of my nose. Xi Lang listened to everyone's stories as if he had seen everyone's past lives. Not all that interesting, and perhaps a bit boring in many cases. Even though we all started out in the military from different points of view, we are all here because of fate and dreams. Everyone has shed the veneer of their former saber rattling and each other seems to be more into the hearts of the crowd today. Finally, it was Qin Lang's turn. Someone cheered. Qin Lang, it's your turn. Tell us why you became a soldier. Yeah, you're so good. You usually train at home. You must have a reason, right? Reason? Qin Lang thought for a moment. I hope for world peace. Someone said suspiciously. Huh? That's it? No opportunity or anything? Qin Lang said. No, I just want to be a soldier. I want to do all I can for Xia, to protect those who need protection, to carry the people on my shoulders. There are actually specific reasons for this, but Qin Lang can't say it. After all, his own previous experience would probably scare them half to death if he spoke out. But what Qin Lang said was indeed what he had in mind as well. Having seen the scenes after countless wars, he felt more and more how lucky Xia was to have no wars or riots. But all this good fortune is due to the tireless efforts of the soldiers of the Summerland. Therefore, he hoped that he could be the one to really help Xia, openly and honestly, not using a disguised identity and sneaking around to help Xia. The next day, everyone returned to their bases. Qin Lang was treated as a key concern, and Li Shijin approached him for another talk. Finally, Li Shijin said bitterly, "You must keep a low profile. We are all clear about your previous deeds." Qin Lang still pretended to be deaf. "Ha? What ah?" Li Shijin rolled his eyes helplessly. "Alright, I've said everything that needs to be said. Right? Or the whole Special Forces guaranteed spot thing. You're sure you don't want it, right?" Qin Lang said firmly. "Yes, I don't want it." Li Shijin said helplessly. "What should I say about you? You don't want a bunch of people waiting to want it, and I don't have to give it to you." In the period of time before the Special Forces selection, many people chased after Qin Lang to increase the difficulty of the training. For one thing, the opportunity to sign up is once in a lifetime, and having such an awesome coach is even more once in a lifetime. In addition to helping train the people in the army, Qin Lang also contacted his comrades from the previous recruit class, Hao Dawei, Liang Yueming, and Han Zhangyi, who all want to join the Special Forces selection. However, the daytime hours were fixed and filled with regular training for the troops, so Qin Lang could only utilize the evening hours to lead them in intensive training, 1 to 2 hours a day, and the rest you can only go back to your own troop to revise. As a result, Hao Dawei stared at dark circles under his eyes every day and was criticized by the company commander of the artillery company. "Hao Dawei, you're a daily rat becoming a savant, aren't you? Isn't the intensity of daytime training enough for you? Every night you also give yourself extra training. If you don't make the special brigade this year, it's really not worth your energy to get up early in the morning." Hao Dawei was sleepy and confused, and didn't react for a moment to the other party, which was Yin and Yang, and squinting and half yawning. He said, "Thank you, Company Commander, for your kind words. Company Commander, I'm so blessed to have you." The number of people enrolled in the reconnaissance company was even higher than ever, and even Li Shijin was shocked to see the thick stack of enrollment forms. Reconnaissance even managed to break the world record for the total number of people who signed up this year. Still, it's gratifying that you all have the courage and confidence to do so. A week before the official selection, Chen Ming gathered together all the people who had signed up for the selection this time. The program for this selection was explained to them, and first there will be a test of intelligence. A few people who were the scum of the earth when they went to school suddenly drooped with a bitter face. Done. I definitely can't do it then. Is this intelligence test computerized? Or are we going to be quizzed on it? I'm sure I can't do it then. I get nervous when I see strangers. Me too. I'm worse. I get all sweaty when I see a lot of words. Li Shijin said. The exact format is different every year. And we're not sure how this year's will be. But rest assured, it's not very difficult. The more you say that, the harder it is about to be reassured. Li Shijin then emphasized several other formats, mostly related to physical fitness, and even a desert island survival program. Li Shijin explains, Special Forces is not only an individual form. Many selection programs will test the tacit understanding between peers, but you guys aren't professionally trained either, so it's definitely not as difficult as it could be, but you have to remember that it's critical. Everyone had an initial idea of the format of this tournament in their minds, but more than anything else, they were nervous. Li Shijin looked at the sudden heaviness of the crowd's expressions as he said, the topic just now may have brought you a bit of pressure, so I'll bring you a surprise next. I have a total of 30 balls in this box, and inside all of them is a slip of paper, and the one that has the word bail written on it will get the only guaranteed spot in the scouting company. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the whole room began to howl with excitement. Really? There are even guaranteed spots in the Special Forces selection. I have to kowtow to my ancestors, to my grandpa, so that my grandpa will bless me that I will catch the balls that are bold. I rarely had another bottle of iced tea for the first 20 years of my life, and I'm definitely going to use all the luck I've accumulated here. Qin Lang smiled faintly. I didn't realize that Li Shijin hadn't even chosen a candidate yet and ended up with such a formality. Li Shijin said, don't you guys be happy too early. This guaranteed place is not a direct guarantee that you will be stable in the Special Forces. You just don't have to participate in the selection, and the next training is still to participate as usual. But you all should also be prepared for the fact that if you are not quite up to par in your own indicators, you are unlikely to stay, even if you are lucky enough to stay for the real training. Everyone went to the box to grab the ball in turn, and when it was Qin Lang's turn, Li Shijin grunted. It seemed to be complaining that if it wasn't for Qin Lang not wanting it, he wouldn't have to raise such a fuss. Cthulhu, I just had such a sincere heart, and I still missed it. Hey, I didn't win either. Let me see who actually won. I don't share this person's fate. As the balls were unwrapped one by one, none of them contained the word guarantee. Company commander, what's going on? You didn't forget to put it in, did you? Yeah, we're all pumped out and no one's even won. Is there anyone else's ball that hasn't been removed? Everyone had noticed that in front of Qin Lang, a complete small ball was placed in front of him. It can't be that bad luck, can it? It can't be that Qin Lang drew it, can it? If it's really him who drew it, then I'm really just coming over to make up the numbers. Even if my ability isn't as good as others, now I've even lost my luck. In full view of everyone, Qin Lang opened the small ball. As expected, the note inside had the word guarantee written on it. The crowd's minds are all broken. There's no justice. There is no law. Is it too late for me to give up now? I feel as if there's no need for me to participate in the later selections. After all, I lost at the very beginning. Qin Lang, I'm jealous of you. I'm deeply jealous of you. Luck is good for those with power. Heaven forbid. Qin Lang looked at the ball in his hand and was speechless. Li Shijin couldn't hold it together either. He smiled and said, Qin Lang, you're really related to bailing out. Qin Lan paused for a moment and said, Company commander, I don't want this. Let's draw again. I'll quit this time. Li Shijin's expression collapsed. The others were even more puzzled. Qin Lang, what are you thinking? You want to let go of the duck in hand? If it were me, I'd be dreaming of carrying this ball around tonight. Why don't you want it yet? Some people want it and can't get it, and some people don't want it and can't give it away, so you say it's exasperating. Instead, Qin Lang said, I like auditions, and I think they're definitely going to be very exciting programs that I'm willing to try. The others were speechless. Is this the brain circuitry of the strong? It's really incomprehensible. I'm impressed. I guess I don't have the courage to let go in my life. Li Shijin and Qin Lang have been at loggerheads for so long over the matter of bailing out. Li Shijin had sort of figured out Qin Lang's temperament, and he could see that Qin Lang really didn't need this quota, so he let Qin Lang have his way and smoked it again. This time the winner of the draw was Yao Wenbin. Qin Lang remembers him. On the night of the end of the exercise, he said he wanted to be an airman, but it didn't work out and he ended up in his current unit. He also even had myopic eye surgery specifically for the military. At this moment, when he was nervous, he subconsciously pushed his glasses, which were not there at all. Again. His neck was pink with excitement. I really didn't think I was the one who drew it. I'm kinda lucky. He bowed deeply at Qin Lang. Qin Lang, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Qin Lang, however, waved his hand. No need to thank me. I hope you can stay until the end. Yao Wenbin smiled coyly. Don't worry. I will definitely train as hard as I can for the next while. A few days later, the day before the Special Forces selection, the crowd began to pack. Wang Kong gave a kiss to one of the pendants and then clutched it in his hand, closing his eyes with great devotion. Qin Lang walked over and asked, "What is the special meaning of this necklace?" Wang Kong smiled and said shyly, "Neither. This is something my mom went to the temple to beg for me before I came to the army, saying that it's to keep me healthy. There's not a lot of people in the army who want to listen to me rant, so I use this as a psychological support." Qin Lang could see that Wang Kong seemed to be a bit nervous, and his hands were vaguely shaking as he packed his backpack at this moment. Qin Lang said, "Don't be nervous, and don't worry about the intelligence test. I don't think it should be a topic. It might be some strain type of program. Relax." Early the next morning, the crowd then packed up and boarded the bus. More than 30 people were sitting on the bus, only for the bus to suddenly stop after just under half an hour of driving. What's going on? What's with the sudden stop? Don't we have to travel 3 or 4 hours by car to get to the selection place? Can it be a test? Is the test coming so early? Song Yan nervously grabbed Qin Lang's clothes. So unconventional? The selection starts now? Qin Lang, on the other hand, seemed unusually calm. To be precise, the ordeal began the moment we got in the car. Suddenly, up came several men with fierce eyes. One of them had a long centipede scar on his hand. "Now everyone get out of the car. There are 5 cars down there. Groups of 6 get into one car." Everyone looked down at the 5 cars. It can be very strange. There are vans, pickup trucks, and motorized tricycles, as well as vans. Someone asked, "Do we pick our own?" The man smiled and said, "Yeah, pick your own." When everyone heard that they could choose for themselves, they immediately pounced on Qin Lang's side. "Qin Lang, which car are you traveling in? I'll join you. Take me one too. I'm with you. Don't leave me behind." Everyone chose to be on the same team as Qin Lang. Qin Lang chose the pickup truck, and everyone else jumped in after him. The rest of the group found their own group of people with better connections. As a result, after everyone had chosen their own teams, the man with the centipede hand went and drew 2 people down from each car and mixed them into the other cars. "What for? Didn't you say we could choose for ourselves? Let us choose first. They're forcing us apart. Why don't you have any sense at all? It's so unfair, isn't it?" The centipede-handed man, however, sneered and said, "Letting you guys choose yourselves doesn't say that you'll perform as you wish, does it? Who do you think you are to negotiate with me?" Qin Lang was dragged down by the man, and the other party stared at him intently. "Qin Lang, right? You're quite popular. Everyone wants to group up with you." Qin Lang had expected that the other party shouldn't be so nice, but he didn't expect it to come so dry. He said calmly, "It was okay." As a result, the next second, Qin Lang was thrown onto the electric tricycle by him. The already narrow compartment space was crammed tightly with 4 men with backpacks. Several people hurriedly moved their asses to make a place for Qin Lang after seeing him. Qin Lang really didn't know these people very well. One has to admire Centipede Hand's powers of observation. Several people barely spoke in the car, presumably because they were afraid of Qin Lang's aura. The electric tricycle seemed to have insufficient horsepower and not enough air in the tires, which were instantly half deflated when several people got on it. An expressionless man in civilian clothes drove a motorized tricycle, and a few of them faced the cool breeze. The heart is cooler than the body. Several cars set off at the same time, and their open-air, open-topped, electric tricycle, which was at the start, fell out of place in name only. They chased them until the sun went down and they saw the streetlights of the city. The group was starving, and one man just couldn't help but ask, "What are we going to eat at night, and where are we going to sleep?" As a result, the guy driving the car hung back and said, "I don't know." The faces of the group darkened. "You brought us here and you don't know anything about it? Play with it." Qin Lang realized that this might also be part of the test. Qin Lang asked, "Can we go?" The other side said, "I don't care, but this watch you must take with you to ensure that I can reach you at the first opportunity." The other 4 looked at the watch and felt that the other party was deliberately messing with them. He asked, "What time will you contact us tomorrow? Approximately where?" The man said with a bitchy grin on his face, "Don't know it dash." Qin Lang nodded. "Got it. I'll go then." The other 4 gnashed their teeth in anger and chased after Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, where are you going?" Qin Lang said, "Find a place to eat and sleep." One of them said suspiciously, "What if we go far away and he asks us to come back tomorrow across a long distance?" Qin Lang pointed at the surroundings. "You can sleep here if you want, but I can't." Afterward, Qin Lang directly left with his luggage on his back. The other few hesitated, thinking that although Qin Lang was powerful and capable, they weren't too familiar with him after all. Even if they had encountered difficulties, it was not good for them to open up with Qin Lang together. After all, Qin Lang's intimidating eyes only needed to take a slight glance at them, and a group of people immediately panicked. A few people couldn't help but shiver at the thought of that scene. The four of them got together. Even if we don't go with Qin Lang, we still have to find a way to get out of here. It's really quite cold at night. We definitely can't stand it. After much thought, they too set out on the road to wander. After everyone had left, Centipede Hand said, "Report, this is Centipede. The target 5 have left, and the tracking is officially active." The walkie-talkie immediately replied, "Copy that. The positioning of the 5 is being shared in real time to your cell phone, and the first mission will be released tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Qin Lang wasn't picky about the sleeping environment, but he was hungry now. Gotta find a place to eat. Going to a restaurant at this point in time now would probably get you some leftovers, but with a backpack on your own, you're sure to get the other guy's attention as soon as you walk in the door, and it's not easy to move around." He thought about it, but he had to follow his instincts and go to a crowded place. When he was in school, there were 2 old streets and alleys near the school, which were basically lit up after 10 o'clock at night. But at the end of this street walk to the end, there is an old grandfather who sells boiled noodles here all year round. His noodles don't taste too good, but they are large and affordable. He couldn't afford to pay for a booth, so he had to take advantage of the fact that the neighborhood was a college town and would bring him some foot traffic. Qin Lang walked through the streets and alleys from 7 o'clock to almost 9 o'clock, and finally found an old noodle shop. The owner was an old grandfather. The tricycle's lights flickered, the handle was a little crooked, and there was only one middle-aged uncle in front of the stall, looking at his cell phone while eating noodles, laughing loudly every now and then. Qin Lang walked over and asked softly, "Grandpa, I don't have money to eat. Can you send me a bowl of noodles? You don't need to put anything in it, just boil it in water. But I can fix things. Can I fix your lights and handlebars?" The old grandfather looked at Qin Lang dressed in ordinary clothes and carrying a huge backpack behind his back. It was a moment of compassion. The middle-aged uncle who was looking at his cell phone heard this and said with a slanting glance, "Uncle, you have to be careful. These days there are especially many crooks. Who can afford a bowl of noodles for $4 when they have hands and feet?" The old grandpa didn't care and told Qin Lang to sit on the chair and wait for a while. He muttered, "A bowl of noodles costs $4. What can he cheat me for? Let the kid have some if he hasn't eaten. I'll consider it a good deed." The middle-aged uncle hummed disdainfully. "No wonder the news says every day that the elderly are being cheated out of their money. With your wariness, sooner or later you'll still be cheated." Qin Lang froze a face and put down his backpack, scanning his cell phone screen as he passed the middle-aged uncle. Nonchalantly said, "You have not been less cheated by the anchor, ah. Brush money brush have become a list of Big Brother." The middle-aged uncle was happily speaking in the live broadcast, and then he was angry and pointed at Qin Lang and shouted, "You kid is looking for trouble, aren't you?" Qin Lang said, "I'm also kindly reminding you. Eating $4 a bowl of noodles yourself and brushing more than 400 gifts for the anchor. Who exactly is being cheated?" The middle-aged uncle stood up still a head shorter than Qin Lang, and the fire that had just erupted was instantly extinguished in half. He couldn't beat Qin Lang, so he could only chirp and curse a few times. "Where's the psycho from? What's wrong with you, bastard? You're in charge of everything. Mind your own business. I at least have more money than you." Qin Lang shook his head disdainfully. Money is something that starts with a string of zeros on your own card. Comparing money with Qin Lang, this uncle was really courageous. Qin Lang walked over to the old grandpa and started to show him the light. Qin Lang worked both quickly and neatly, and it was fixed in no time. He also straightened the handlebars of his car as well, including the gas stove that sometimes didn't fire well, and Qin Lang fixed it for him. The old grandpa said happily, "Young man, I didn't think you could really fix it. Thank you." Not long after, the old grandpa brought up a steaming bowl of noodles with a poached egg on top. Qin Lang's heart was also warmed. After settling his food and clothing, Qin Lang thought of finding a place to rest for the night. Just happened to pass by an internet cafe. When Qin Lang walked in, the little girl at the front desk asked, "Handsome guy, come to the internet alone?" Qin Lang said, "I'd like to ask if you need your computer repaired here." The little girl frowned. "No need. What are you doing?" He said, "I was robbed of my wallet and cell phone, and I wanted to contact my friend online, and I was too embarrassed to make this unreasonable request directly." The little girl was just about to speak when she heard someone shouting, "Webmaster, what's going on today? Why is this internet so laggy in your house?" Qin Lang sniffed and hurriedly said, "It's fine. I'll go take a look. I studied computer science in college." The little girl looked at him in disbelief. As a result, Qin Lang went over and skillfully cut into an interface on the computer and approached, and the computer was silky smooth. "Yes, it's quite a skill." The little girl then made sure of Qin Lang's handiwork and talked to him about a few more problematic machines. Qin Lang fixed them all in 10 minutes, directly saving the store more than 100 repair fees. Once the little girl was happy, she directly opened a machine for Qin Lang. 3 hours for you. Thanks. Qin Lang glanced at his watch. After determining that the watch only had the more basic features of tracking, phone calls, and heart rate detection, I logged on to the computer. Immediately afterward, he logged into his Rebair's darknet account through layers of IP disguises. As soon as he came online, he realized that there were almost 99 unread messages. It's rare that you haven't logged into your account for almost 6 months yourself. He only posted a dynamic, "I've been busy studying lately. Don't look for me." Then changed the taskbar to reject all messages and fire logged out again. After doing this, Qin Lang comfortably lay down on the chair and began to sleep. But unbeknownst to him, because of this one move, he directly alarmed the Linping City State Security Bureau. Report, Reborn just came online. Director Zhao incredulously slapped the table and said, "How is it possible? Hasn't it been more than half a year since he went online? Isn't Qin Lang himself a soldier in the army?" Staff said, "But it did come online." Director Zhao's heart, which had been relaxing for a long time, suddenly sprang up. Originally, it was thought that if Qin Lang was honest and didn't make any small moves, then the subsequent surveillance on him could be a little less. But if he continues to use the Reborn identity to wreak havoc on the dark web, then they can still have to implement the relevant notices. What he did after he came online. The staffer pulled up the footage. He just posted busy studying lately. Don't look for me. Director Zhao, huh? What kind of opera is this? Look into it more carefully. There's no way he's going to go through all the trouble of coming online just to do this one thing. The staff looked at it for half a day and finally said, "One more thing." He closed the communication interface and now no one can contact him. Director Zhao stared at the screen with a complicated expression. He hurriedly contacted Director Su of the recruitment office. "Director Su, Reborn is online." Director Su was already ready to fall asleep, and instantly lost his sleepiness. "How is that possible? Wait for me to verify Qin Lang's current location." Director Zhao contacted the people in the army, only to find out that Qin Lang was undergoing special forces selection and was indeed not in the army. After a few turns, Director Su finally contacted the person in charge of the Centipede's superior. The other party immediately assigned the Centipede to go to where Qin Lang was. Report, Qin Lang is now targeting the internet cafe. Centipede thought to himself, is this kid Qin Lang so incapable of letting people rest properly? I just found a place to lie down and he immediately tossed me around. Before going to bed, he also made a special trip to look at the positioning of several people, and they were all normal, but it turned out that Qin Lang directly gave him an explosion. He rushed to the internet cafe where Qin Lang was in a flurry of wind and fire, and there weren't many people at night, so he looked at them row by row. Finally, he saw Qin Lang, who was lying against the wall. The computer screen is still on, showing the interface of Bubble Bobble Battle. Centipede. He gritted his back teeth and forced his anger to wake up Qin Lang. Qin Lang instantly opened his eyes and asked, "Gathered?" Centipede was so angry that he dragged Qin Lang out, and Qin Lang said, "Wait a minute, my luggage is in the house." Centipede shoved Qin Lang into the car and asked, "Qin Lang, just now you logged into the darknet with your computer?" Qin Lang said with a straight face, "No." Centipede asked, "Are you sure? But just received word that Reborn is online. You were at the troopers there for so long, and Reborn was nowhere to be found. As soon as you got out, Reborn came online. What do you think is the reason?" Qin Lang pondered fervently. Then it's probably because he'd forgotten that there was such a thing, and suddenly remembered it and logged in by hand. Centipede narrowed his eyes and looked at him with intimidation. "What do you think his purpose is?" Qin Lang stretched his arms. "It might be that he wants to stop playing with the internet in the future and give it up completely." Centipede took out his cell phone and said, "Hear that?" Inside came the voice of the searching director. "Qin Lang, it's been a long time." "Qin Lang, it's true that it's been quite a long time, but seeing you is a bunch of trouble, so it's better not to see you." Director Zhao smiled and asked, "Qin Lang, why do you think this Reborn is suddenly online?" Qin Lang yawned. "How would I know? If you're asking me to guess, then I've just finished guessing, so there's no need to say the same thing a second time, right?" Director Zhou said, "You're the one we're focusing on." Qin Lang said breathlessly, "Director Zhao, are you sure it's just this internet cafe of mine? It can't be such a coincidence, can it? I just opened Bubble Dragon and played 2 games, and it automatically jumped to another website? Then I'll have to report this game later." Director Zhao smiled and said, "That's not true. It's just that the coincidences are too much, so I came over to care about you." Qin Lang pinched his brow. "Is there anything else then? I'll leave if there's nothing." Without waiting for Director Zhao to speak, Qin Lang opened the car door and headed inside. Centipede lowered the car window, smiled and said to Qin Lang, "Qin Lang, I'm getting more and more excited about what you're going to do next." Qin Lang had just walked into the internet cafe when the little girl at the front desk came over with a wary face. "Who the hell are you? If there's a fight, stay away from my store." Qin Lang hurriedly smiled and apologized. "I'm sorry, that man has a problem with his head. He just took me as his relative. I scolded him. It's fine. I'll leave after a short sleep." The expression on the little girl's face as she looked at Qin Lang really didn't carry any killing power, so he half-heartedly agreed. In contrast to Qin Lang, who had a handful of people, he was still looking for a comfortable and cozy environment. Others are having an even worse time. Song Yan and Wang Kong Zhongning were on their team. The trio mingled companionably into the snack bar inside the mall. There are rows of tables and chairs in the middle of the snack street, so you don't have to throw away your eaten meals. A patrol ant will come over to clean up. The three of them walked to a table without lifting their heads, looked down at the half bowl of noodles still left in the bowl and said, "Brothers have suffered. Eat more or less first. You can't be hungry all the time." Song Yan always found it hard to swallow when he looked at the half bowl of rice left over from the others. He poked and prodded with his chopsticks, feeling like he was on pins and needles as everyone around him looked at him with disgusted contempt. "I've never eaten anyone else's leftovers. I've never even shared a straw with someone for milk tea. The thought that it's what someone else has eaten makes me feel bad. I feel like I'm eating someone else's spit, and it's a disgusting feeling." The two of them, Wang Kong and Zhongning, were not affected in the slightest, even chucking each other in each other's bowls to adjust their flavors. Zhongning looked up at him in his busy schedule. "Have you never been in love?" Song Yan froze for a moment. "How did you know?" Zhongnim said, "Because in a relationship you're sure to kiss and eat the same thing, so why don't you try it with this half bowl of rice first?" Song Yi, "I'm so thankful. I never thought that the flat replacement for a relationship would be half a bowl of someone else's leftover rice." Wang Kong couldn't stand to see him being pretentious. Said, "Now at least there's food to eat, you're content. In a couple days who knows if the leftovers will be edible. If you really become a special forces, you're this kind of pretentious. Certainly not. I've seen the documentary. I heard that they went to the rainforest to carry out the mission. When the food is gone, what can eat around what can eat? What toad? Big spiders, have something to eat are good." Song Yan winced. "Is it that scary?" Wang Kong stared with extra seriousness. "What am I lying to you for? Really? I've heard that the human body lacks some kind of protein, so you have to look for protein-rich bugs." Song Yan couldn't help but bare his teeth, as if he had already imagined a plate of worms in front of him, forcing himself to eat them. He ate half a bowl of leftovers with his eyes closed hard and without chewing at all. Spurred on by multiple sources, Wang Kong and the two of them really came as if they were eating a buffet, and after eating this table they went to other tables to sweep up a little after dinner dessert. Song Yan, on the other hand, sat on the side with a pale face. The thought of someone else ate the rice bowl repeatedly appeared in his mind, and every time the thought surfaced, his stomach would twitch, followed by his internal organs simply coming out of his mouth. But again, he forced the thought down, so he closed his eyes and contemplated, struggling with the limits of his physical authorship. Zhongning watched Song Yan's face look miserable, and he shut up and vomited every now and then. Worried, he said, "What? Are you okay? Don't get sick because you didn't eat much." Wang Kong said with a big grin, "It's regurgitated." Zhongning gripped a skewer from his hand, which was left behind by someone else who bought it and thought it wasn't very good. It turned out to be a delicacy for both of them. "Don't be ridiculous, cows only regurgitate. One person regurgitates shit, but this tastes really average." Most of the rest opted to borrow a night on the train stations and subway entrances. Experienced people squatting convenience store shut-ins at night for more than 24 hours will clear out. The lucky ones also fished out 2 skewers of hot Kanto. Overall, on the first day of the examination, they felt the coldness and warmth of the human world. As well, in today's society, being penniless is an inch of your life. At 6 o'clock the following day, everyone's watches vibrated simultaneously. In half an hour, meet at the designated location to post the first mission of the day. Attached with the message was a locator, still operating in small groups. Qin Lang looked at the coordinates 10 kilometers away from him. He cursed at once. Yesterday's centipede knew where he was. He must have done it on purpose. Half an hour. One has to cross 10 kilometers to find him, mainly because the city road is crisscrossed with traffic lights. In case 3 in a row are red, this time is not wasted. Isn't that hard for him? The other 4 people in the same group as him were in no better condition than Qin Lang. Last night they left and spent the night squatting at a nearby subway entrance. There was an older woman buying grilled sausages at the subway entrance, and they swallowed hard and stared until the person closed her booth. In the end, Big Sister was kind enough to give them each a skewer of grilled sausage. Quite a big lad, with arms and legs. Find a job tomorrow. Begging is not a good way out. The four of them didn't care how others misunderstood and wolfed it down. They were willing to live up to the name of asking for food if someone would still give them a tasty grilled sausage. Unfortunately not. The four of them huddled on the stairs of the subway entrance, thinking they'd make a night of it here. It's a good thing it's May and it's warm. Their wishes were dashed. They had thought that this place would be closer to where they parked yesterday, but they didn't realize that the other side had set the meeting place 7 kilometers away. The four could only give up their lives and run wildly. Qin Lang, on the other hand, checked the map first, and he couldn't forget it. After scanning the area, start planning the shortest route in your head and also look for a route that involves the least number of traffic lights. There were Moncler Jackets outlet early morning walkers, only to see a figure like a flash of lightning, darting away in a hurry. What the hell was that just now? It seems to be human, and it's running pretty fast. It's a human being. I thought I was blind. It was as if there was an automatic map in Qin Lang's mind, planning the route while also automatically projecting the remaining time. When the system reminded him that there were still 15 minutes left, Qin Lang couldn't tense up. System, can you stop acting like a bomb with this countdown? Clanging non-stop, annoying the hell out of people. The system immediately humanized and changed the form. Turns out it didn't go past a minute of flashing once. With 3 minutes left, Qin Lang finally saw his destination. At the same time, his watch received a reminder. 3 minutes countdown. Those who don't arrive will be directly disqualified from the competition. Nice guy, coming up with such cruelty. All the way Qin Lang didn't spend any time on traffic lights, and as a result, he was about to arrive at his destination when Qin Lang ran into a traffic light. This is the main road. The intersection is more than 10 meters long, especially in the morning rush hour for a period of time. The traffic light is as long as 2 minutes each time. The intersection that Qin Lang stepped on the tail end of the green light to, resulted in the beginning of a long wait. What's taking so long? Can't it go faster? Any more redness and I'll be really red. Red out of the ring. Can you hurry up? Don't make me run a red light. Just as Qin Lang was about to curse, the light finally turned green. At the same time, there were only 40 seconds left in the countdown of Qin Lang's system. Qin Lang ran all the way and also saw 4 panting companions in front of him. Stepping on the last 5 seconds, Qin Lang surpassed those 4 people and was the first to the other side. He braced his knees and adjusted his breathing, then immediately acted like a normal person, not even taking a ragged breath. Centipede looked at Qin Lang with a smile on his face. Alright Qin Lang, it's worthy of a good foundation. You're the furthest away. Logically speaking, no matter how fast you run, it's impossible for you to rush over. It seems that I've underestimated you. The other 4 also got away with stepping to the required spot, but the 4 were too tired to speak and lay on the ground sighing. No, I can't. I'm exhausted. It's really killing me. Centipede said. Get up without delay. First task, find 5 people and get their phone numbers. The 4 men looked mute. Looking for whatever you want? The centipede said. Nice try. Next time don't think about it. I'll specify. He then motioned for a few people to turn around and look at the mall behind them. It was just 6:30 and there weren't many people in front of the mall in total. Centipede thought about it and said, forget it, postpone this mission a little. It's no fun with just 2 people who are going to be there in a few minutes. He added, the mall opens at 8 o'clock, and the supermarket opens at 7:30. So you'll enter the mall at 7:30 and meet me here at 8. There will be a bunch of specials between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. So memorize the prices of all the specials for today. I have them electronically in my hand and I'll spot check them. Qin Lang thought to himself. He thought that the measurement of IQ and brain power would be a test paper or something like that, but he didn't expect it to be practice-like. Those 4 men were saddened by this moment, but not daring to complain in front of the centipede. He could only find a slightly more distant position. 4 bitter faces looked at each other. Heavens, why is it so perverted? What's the point of carrying this? What do specials have to do with this? I can understand if you take something physical or difficult. Just yesterday we were in the wilderness, and then this morning we were told to look at the specials. Is he just trying to get a hankering for me? I can kind of understand now that the special forces is a tough meal. All you think about is tossing us around every day. How is that being a special forces soldier? Qin Lang wanted to remind them, but on second thought, forget it, they might even think that they were meddling. Just after 7 o'clock, there was a stream of staff arriving at the supermarket to work. As more people came and went, the pressure on those 4 men increased. At 7:20, Qin Lang set off. The other 4 also hurriedly followed Qin Lang and whispered to him, Qin Lang, don't you think the assessment program is too perverted? Is there any point in making us memorize this stuff? Does it have much to do with us being special forces? Several people spoke with righteous indignation, and Qin Lang was too embarrassed to splash them with cold water. It wasn't until several people had chattered for half a day and realized that Qin Lang hadn't said a word that they asked, Qin Lang, What do you think? Qin Lang hesitated for a moment and said slightly warmly, the relationship is not small. The test of observation, reaction, memory, which are the hardware conditions of the special forces, if you don't even have these, it is estimated that when the special forces is also considered a bit difficult. And No Wei took a hard turn. The four men were dumbfounded. They asked again, half-heartedly, are you sure? Can one test that much? Qin Lang said, no turning back. Just past that man. How does he look? What color clothes he wears? What style bag he carries? Do you remember? The four subconsciously wanted to look back, but they were hardened by Qin Lang's aura. A few people racked their brains for half a day, and hard as it was, they couldn't even put together an image of the character. I think I remember him wearing a flip-flop. Got your bag? I don't seem to remember carrying anything in my hand. Do I? He seemed to have short hair and glasses. The four of them cobbled together a characterization that even they felt was hardwired. But Qin Lang started describing the other party's image from top to bottom, about 1.75 m in height, with dark skin, slightly longer inches, wearing a pair of far-sighted eyes, wearing a white short sleeve on the top, with an English logo on the left chest position, wearing a pair of black slacks underneath, a set of keys around his waist, a pair of black sneakers, and holding a white back plastic bag that was supposed to contain seafood. The four of them turned around at the same time, sizing up the man who had just passed from top to bottom, and realized that it was surprisingly the same as what Qin Lang had said. The four men were staggered, but some people thought to themselves, I guess it's a coincidence. Qin Lang must have purposely looked at them a few more times himself in order to spot-check them. People were surprised by his ability, but they weren't particularly convinced inside. Qin Lang detected their perfunctory and distrustful expressions. He said faintly, you can spot-check me, too. One stared, his eyeballs rolling in their sockets. Qin Lang, just as we were guessing the characters passed a female with long hair. What's her image? It was almost 2 minutes ago before they said character traits. Even if Qin Lang had a good memory, with so many interfering factors around him, he didn't believe that Qin Lang would still be able to say it accurately. Long hair, age 35 or so, wearing a yellow floral dress, a pair of white shoes, carrying a bag about 13 inches over her left shoulder, and owning a dog leash in her hand. The four of them looked at the target figure, and surprisingly, it was exactly the same as what Qin Lang had described. The other party had already walked out more than 300 meters, looking around while walking his dog, and as a result, when he met with the measuring eyes of these four people, he immediately felt as if he had been targeted by thieves, and hurriedly ran away with his dog in his arms. The four of them recognized a large portion of Qin Lang's strength at this moment. This dude is really good at remembering. Someone timidly asked, Qin Lang, if we become special forces, do all of us have to do what you just did? Several people felt a slight headache at the thought of having to keep track of every person's image at all times, but Qin Lang's next words directly became the last bundle of straw that overwhelmed them. Quite the special forces, these are the most basic. 4. Sometimes, I guess, you can't really force something that isn't yours. It was exactly 7:30 when a few people arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. There was a line of 100 people in front of the supermarket early in the morning in order to get the daily specials on fruits and vegetables. Upon opening the doors, everyone headed straight for the special section. 4 big, strong, athletic young men were completely outmatched by a group of windswept old men. Some of them are even hunchbacked and can only move forward with small steps, but the energy to sprint toward the supermarket seems like a godsend. What are you doing carrying such a big bag in the morning? It really affects our queue. Annoying as hell. It was crowded enough as it was, and your bag poked me several times. The four of them had been disliked all over again without even seeing where the sale items were, let alone going to the special section of the supermarket. It's already been 3 minutes. According to this trend, we're definitely running out of time too. If I still had such strong fighting ability at this age, I would definitely apply to go to war. Who says old people are in bad shape when they're full of energy? I think it's clearly a treasure knife that hasn't aged. One swept around the crowd. Where's Qin Lang? Have you seen him? Ha? Didn't Qin Lang come in with us? Where did he go? This kid is awesome. He couldn't have squeezed in already, could he? It's over. It's over. He definitely has skills, and he's got a good brain himself. We're grouped with him, and when we compare them, I can't lift my energy even more. There were slightly fewer people at the door, so the four of them squeezed in as hard as they could. Tugging at the staff, he asked, "Where's the special section?" The staff member was startled by his stern look and pointed to the end of the path, saying, "This side is the vegetable specials, and that side is the comfort and seafood specials." Without looking back, the four of them ran towards the vegetable specials, pushing through the crowd. Baby greens were 6.3 a pound. Special price 4.5. Baby onions were 5 a pound. Special price 3 a pound. The older woman looked at him suspiciously. What are you buying? Young man? Don't crowd here if you don't buy. A soldier recited to himself. Onions? How much do onions cost? Suddenly, someone said. Original price is 4.50. Discounted to $3 a pound. The man raised his head and found Qin Lang standing leisurely on the outskirts of the crowd, looking at them with good humor. The four of them immediately felt unusually wretched, and there was also a feeling of being intellectually abused by Qin Lang. Qin Lang walked over and handed each of them a leaflet. This is today's special. Why are you running so fast? I was just picking up a flyer and you guys were gone. The four felt staggered. Qin Lang didn't rush in just now. Did he go to pick up the flyers? A man pinched a flyer, squeezed out of the special section, and asked, how did you know there was a flyer? Qin Lang said, actually, I saw it from the moment I entered the gate, but there were too many people just now, so I didn't squeeze through. This is the opening anniversary of the supermarket's big discount. Outside the inflatable balloons are set up, combined with the fact that most of the people who came here this morning are elderly people, and there are a lot of elderly people who are clutching leaflets in their hands, which is a little bit of a combination. Cannot we figure it out? The four of them looked at each other with 8 eyes, and immediately felt that their intelligence had been crushed once again. Qin Lang said, I just walked around and realized that the specials in the store are indeed all the same as advertised, so you guys don't need to squeeze in here. Go out and carry it. At this point, the four of them realized that the benefits of being in a group with Qin Lang had just manifested themselves. Qin Lang walked in front, and the four of them followed behind him. Someone hesitated, but still spoke apprehensively. Qin Lang, thank you for helping us. Qin Lang looked down at the leaflet in his hand. Don't be polite. I'm just along for the ride. 7 minutes have passed at this point. The four of them were ready to find a place to memorize for a while before going back, but it turned out that Qin Lang directly pushed the door to leave. They hurriedly asked, Qin Lang, what are you doing? Qin Lang said, go back. It's the same everywhere anyway. Several people sincerely admired Qin Lang's mentality. The few of them felt a palpitation as soon as they saw the centipede's face, and Qin Lang even went back to recite it. The four of them grinned painfully. Qin Lang, we won't go back. Let's carry it here for a while before we go back. Or else when I see that face of the centipede, I'll easily forget what I carried before. Qin Lang waved his hand. Whatever. Centipede looked at Qin Lang as he leisurely returned, and immediately raised an eyebrow at him. Back so early? You've memorized everything? Qin Lang looked at him frankly. Those things can be known with a sweeping glance. There's no need to memorize them on purpose. Centipede asked. Why didn't those four come back? Qin Lang, they say they can't remember things by looking at you. Centipede. Am I that scary? If those four people had heard Qin Lang's words, they would have spat madly. Don't start rumors. We didn't say anything. The corners of Centipede's mouth twitched twice, and his face said unhappily, so powerful. Should I test you? Qin Lang's expression was casual. Whatever. Centipede narrowed his eyes. This Qin Lang's previous identity was clear to them, but his mercenary status was not so rampant. And can that kind of wild soldiers without professional training just carry them easily? Centipede said the special price of 2 vegetables. Let Qin Lang say the original price. Qin Lang was absolutely right. Centipede randomized 2 more. Qin Lang did not hesitate and accurately stated the price. No matter what Centipede said, Qin Lang was able to immediately pick up on it, even to the point where he was able to directly name the original price and the discounted price as long as he said the name of the dish. Centipede put down his cell phone and laughed. Kind of funny. Memory can be. Qin Lang put down his backpack and sat on the ground. Indeed. Centipede approached Qin Lang. You're not modest at all. Being so arrogant. You'll be cleaned up sooner or later. Qin Lang met his gaze without being humble. Even though he was looking up at the other party, he was still overbearing in his eyes. It's called capital when people with strength are crazy. It's called arrogance when people without strength are crazy. I think it's normal for me to be crazy, right? Centipede's fists clenched uncontrollably. Qin Lang narrated. And can I be cleaned up? It feels unlikely. After all, those at the same level as me can't beat me. And those at a higher level than me aren't a match for me in terms of strength. Centipede's blood was raging as he suppressed the violence factor in his body. Qin Lang's expression that he didn't put anyone in his eyes really wanted him to taste what it was like to be flattened. It just so happened that at that moment, those 4 people ran all the way back. The 4 gasped. Luckily, I made it back in time. I was almost late. Centipede called one man alone to the opposite side of the road, and with an icy face, said the subject of this sampling, but when these 4 people saw the centipede's cold as ice expression, the soles of their feet went soft. What's wrong with this centipede again? It feels like his eyes want to kill so badly. Qin Lang, you came back the earliest. Did he finish spot checking you? How did you perform? He was resting on his two arms, half leaning on his backpack. Say, play normally, one person said with trepidation. Why does that centipede have this look in his eyes like he wants to eat people? It feels like he won't stop until he embarrasses me with his expression. The person who was being sampled can't even breathe. Those values in my head started pairing up haphazardly. He said 3 vegetables and the recruit ended up getting 1 right. Centipede held his fire and asked a few more, with the same result. Centipede said, with a brain like yours, you still want to be a special forces soldier? Dream on. When the man heard this, it was like he had been sentenced to infernal hell. Disoriented, he sat down on the floor. When the other 3 saw this, they also instantly felt a chill in their hearts. It's over. By the look on old Four's face, it's definitely no good. Who doesn't get a liver tremor when they come across this kind of examiner? I'm finished, and I'm definitely finished. Qin Lang, however, said leisurely from the side, you guys don't need to be too nervous. Play normally. Other people's expressions are very often a distraction to you. As long as you don't fear him, the one who might be angry is him. Several people immediately tasted a hint of something unusual from Qin Lang's words. The examiner is like this. You didn't just cause this, did you? Qin Lang said. How can it be called Yakko? It was his own emotional instability. I answered all of them, and the opponent directly broke his defense. 3. It's definitely not good for us to retract this statement that it's not bad to be grouped with Qin Lang. It was probably the person who had just been drawn to answer the question that shared most of Centipede's fire. Centipede's attitude tightened as he faced the remaining 3. Whether it was a lack of luck or a lack of ability, the second man was still eliminated. The ground he sat on, lost in thought, took a long time to come back to his senses. Centipede said at this time, the test is your comprehensive ability, memory, reaction, observation. All are the most basic qualities of a special forces soldier. The 4 unexpectedly realized that what Centipede had said was exactly the same as what Zhang Fan had said to them this morning. Those eliminated will return to their original units in a few moments. The rest went on to the next selection. Several people looked at their teammates who left, and had mixed feelings inside. While scouting the company, each other has long been treated as brothers. Obviously, they had agreed before that they would be special forces soldiers together, and although they knew it would be difficult, they didn't want to move to be cruelly separated on the first day of the selection. Centipede looked at the lost expressions of several people and said, if you guys are that upset, go with him together. All of them at once suppressed their dismay and forced themselves to fight. Centipede grunted. I think you'll have to accompany him sooner or later. It's not that bad. The tone of his voice was full of disdain for a few people. The 3 silently clenched their fists. Then, Centipede said, you 4 come with me. At 8:30 a.m., the 4 of them were dripping, sniffing the breakfast stands in front of the mall, their stomachs grumbling. I only had 1 grilled sausage last night, and I'm already front and center. Aren't we going to serve any food at all? Centipede grunted. Humph. What do you think? If you don't even have the most basic ability to survive, then you're even less likely to enter the special forces. A few people shut their mouths in a hurry. Suddenly, Centipede announced the form of the next test. I will randomly point to a few people in a while. You are responsible for finding ways to get each other's contact information within 10 minutes. If you can't, you will be directly eliminated. The 3 were dumbfounded. Ha? You want contact information? They can't even ask for food. How can they ask for contact information? And people are so guarded nowadays. Not to mention 10 minutes, even if it's an hour. The other party won't necessarily give it a. Centipede pointed at a middle-aged man in red short sleeves and said at Qin Lang. Qin Lang, you are responsible for his contact information. At the same time, Centipede pressed the timer button. One by one, he pointed out to the 3 men who they were to be responsible for. Qin Lang did not act first after receiving the news. Instead, observe the men first. The man looked less than 40 years old. Look at the dress. Red business short sleeves, short sleeve hem tied in the belt, feet wearing leather shoes. The man had his cell phone in one hand and in the other, his car keys, which he pocketed after a few steps. There's an easiest way to get the other person's contact information. The other 3 soldiers started to move, and Centipede saw that Qin Lang was still standing in place, sneering. What's the matter? Finding it difficult? Have you realized that not everything is at your fingertips? Qin Lang said lightly. Not really. I was just thinking about how to be efficient. Centipede's smile stiffened to his face. You have a tough mouth. I'd like to see how you can get the other party's phone number in the fastest time. Qin Lang looked at Centipede and asked, do you look at the luggage? Centipede gritted his teeth and said, I dare you to give me your luggage and I dare you to throw it away. Qin Lang said helplessly, I would have guessed. He walked in front of a kindly breakfast stand and said, Sis, I want to go to the bathroom inside the mall. My bag is too heavy. Can you watch it for me? I'll be back in less than 5 minutes to pick it up. Auntie looked at Qin Lang, who was about the same age as her own child, and looked very well behaved. Smiling, I said, sure, go ahead. After placing his luggage, Qin Lang slightly straightened his clothes. Adjusting his breathing, he pretended to be out of breath as he ran to his target. Centipede had been paying attention to Qin Lang's actions and didn't know what Qin Lang had said to the man, and the man left with Qin Lang with an anxious face. Within 3 minutes, Qin Lang came back and handed him a string of phone numbers. Centipede looked at Qin Lang in indifference. How did you get so fast? How did you do it? He got through to the other guy and traded in the car selling routine for cursing and swearing and talking on the phone while walking toward them all. To reach an agreement, Qin Lang raised his eyebrows and said, I'm kind of done, right? Centipede asked with a skeptical look on his face. How the hell did you do that? Qin Lang said, it's very simple. The other party looks like a middle-level leader, and the car keys in his hand are even more expensive. I just ran over there and pretended to rub his car, so that he could check it out. The man did not believe it at first, but also asked me what kind of car he had. I said I was not good at driving, braking when the gas pedal, all the way to cut off 4 or 5 cars. See you out of the parking lot. Not sure if there is a scratch on your car. Thinking of letting you go to see if there is any damage to the car. I did say it would have been nice if you hadn't parked your car over there, but his car was more expensive and he was categorically unsure of himself. So I went to the parking lot with him and that's where I saw the emergency contact number he had placed on his car. Centipede didn't expect Qin Lang's observation skills to be so meticulous. His move was completely in the eye of the beholder, giving the man a personalized and wonderful trick for asking for a phone call. Centipede smiled faintly. Qin Lang, you've performed well this time. So if I ask you for the contact information of the stall owner? Qin Lang said, just say straight out that I'm going to order ahead tomorrow morning and you'll make it for me early, then I'll pick it up and leave me a phone number. What if the woman with the baby? Qin Lang said, I'll say that children at this stage is a good time for foreign language enlightenment. You can take this opportunity to let the child develop a sense of language. First chat, lower the other party's guard, then ask for a phone call. This may need a bit of padding, but 10 minutes is also more than enough. The more Centipede listened, the more interesting he found it. This Qin Lang's head was particularly well informed, and most of them are based on life and everyday ways. Centipede said half-jokingly, everything you just did was based on your assumptions. So let me ask you, what if the other person is so wary that they just won't tell you their phone number? He smiled and said, it's very simple. I would ask for the phone number of the street vendors first, and say first that I want to order food. They are the easiest group of people to give a phone call to. Then I'll find the targeted people you're talking about, and talk to them about losing their phone, and want them to make a call to make sure their cell phone is still working right now. A little something to help people out. That's something most people are willing to do. After dialing, I pretend to chat for a few minutes, then hang up, then go to the vendor and ask him to pull up the phone number he just saved, saying it's the number of a friend of mine who might be ordering food. This way I get the target's phone number as well. The above is made up and not intended to be a guide, so please do not learn from it. Centipede suddenly laughed. Alright Qin Lang, I underestimated you. You do have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Qin Lang asked, so did I pass? Centipede nodded. Obviously. You're done. Qin Lang thought to himself, of course I have to have 2 tricks up my sleeve. Otherwise how did I get so much information in my favor? Moreover, the missions I carry out are very often based on the ratio of heart and brain power, and if I turn my head a little slower, I may account for my life on the battlefield. Circumstances and money shaped him into the man he is today. In contrast to the other 3, one person initially chose the sales pitch of leaving a phone number, and as a result, it was difficult to carry out the work after the other party refused, which directly led to the other party's refusal to communicate with him again. The other person pushed and talked to the other person a bunch of times, and somehow managed to get the other person's contact information. As for the other, his target was particularly wary, plus they were winded and not clean at this point. The other man took him for an unknown person and pointed at him warily, telling him to stay away. It was so close to spawning a violent situation, but it was Centipede who showed up just in time to stop the war that had yet to take place. Centipede looked at him and said, alright, you've got a problem with the way you're being eliminated. The only 4 people left were down to 2 in the blink of an eye. The one who managed to stay behind felt even more alive after the robbery. Almost eliminated myself. Luckily, the other party is good to talk, or a former soldier. Chatting to the end, the other party took the initiative to give his contact information, said he was willing to do him a favor and hoped he would survive the ordeal. Centipede turned to the 2 of them and said, do you think that you can become a special forces soldier just by casually signing up? Those are the elite of the elite, and the test is the ability to improvise and react. The total number of people who signed up for special forces this year is more than 300. Excluding the 10 people who were guaranteed to be sent, we will only select 40 people this time. Do you think the probability is such that those who don't have the skills can stay? Early elimination isn't a bad thing. After all, the next test is more of a test of the mind. The centipede then retrieved 5 photos from his pocket. Emotionally, he said, at the very beginning, he had prepared 5 people's portions, but as a result, this is just the 3rd test, and there are only 2 of you left. He casually pulled out 2 photos and handed them to Qin Lang and the soldier named Decoan respectively. The photo is of a toy bear, which is similar to most bears on the market, and doesn't show anything special. What Decoan received was a mug, also a very common style. The 2 men held the photo without picking it up and asked, "What's the point of this photo?" Centipede said, "From 9 o'clock this morning until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you're going to have to figure out how to find what's in the picture and hold on to it until tomorrow morning without drawing any attention to yourselves. Be warned, the mall closes at 10 p.m. There will be staff patrolling the mall and all the alarms in the mall are turned on. You're to get what I want without setting off any alarms. Can you do that?" Big Gon said apprehensively. "Doesn't that mean we're allowed to steal?" Centipede stared at him and said, "It's a test, and we've contacted the mall. They'll be cooperating with us on this operation, and their patrols will probably increase even more. So be careful." He looked at his backpack and asked, "Does the backpack have to be carried?" Centipede smiled and said, "You can leave it to me too if you're comfortable with it." Looking at his sly grin, he knew it would be better to hand it to him than to carry it himself. But with a backpack, it's a lot harder to do it on your own. Decoan followed behind Qin Lang with anxiety. The 2 entered the mall and instantly drew sideways glances from passers-by because of the giant luggage they were carrying. Qin Lang said, "Follow me." Decoan asked, "Did you think of a way to hide your luggage?" Qin Lang said, "Why hide it? Just find a place to store it." The 2 of them went to the supermarket's depository. Qin Lang stayed a mind. "I'll go first and ask if I can store it until tomorrow morning. If not, you can go back later." Afterward, Qin Lang carried his bag over and asked the staff, "Hello, I would like to ask. I have something rather heavy, but I have to go to the west side of the city to pick up the goods, and I guess it will be a bit late when I come back. If I don't have the time to pick it up today, is it okay to come over to pick it up tomorrow morning?" The staff member said with a flourish, "I'm sorry sir. Theoretically speaking, no." It was probably because he saw that Qin Lang's expression was a bit lost. The staff member turned the tables. "But if you really didn't come by to pick it up because something came up, it's okay to come by tomorrow and pick it up." Qin Lang immediately unfolded a smile and said, "Okay, that's really appreciated. I have a total of 2 bags." The other person boarded the plane with identifying information and a cell phone number. Qin Lang said, "I'm sorry, I lost my cell phone when I came here. So the phone boarded. I guess you guys can't get through. I'll pick up the money in the morning and rush to do my ID card. Then not the phone card." The staff member sniffed and looked Qin Lang and Decoan up and down again. Said, "Okay, always thought you 2 were weird, but let me emphasize one thing. I will only store your luggage until tomorrow morning. If you haven't come to pick it up by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and if I can't get in touch with you again, I will call the police." Qin Lang said, "Let's do it at 9:30, just half an hour later. We'll make it back today if possible, but in case we don't, then we'll definitely be there by 9 tomorrow." It was probably because Qin Lang was born with a sincere face. The other man nodded helplessly as he listened. Said, "Okay, this is the hosting number tag for both of you. Take it first and just come over to change your luggage afterward." Qin Lang and Decoan thanked him repeatedly. Leaving the service desk, Decoan excitedly said to Qin Lang, "Qin Lang, you're too good. You can think of this way." Qin Lang rolled his eyes at him. "Isn't this very basic?" Big Gon smiled awkwardly. "Very basic?" He really didn't have a turn in this brain. Sometimes he couldn't think of that. Qin Lang then said, "You don't need me to teach you what to do next, right? Go find something first, and find a way to take it out after you find it." Decoan had a bitter look on his face. How can I take it out? In front of everyone? What if I'm judged to have stolen it?" Qin Lang said, "The rule is that you're not allowed to cause any alarm sounds, so figure it out." Decoan muttered, "I have always obeyed the law, from childhood to adulthood. Even the rubber of the same table I have not taken. On the road to pick up a dime or the first time to the police uncle. I did not think that now, in order to be a special forces, but also to do this stealing immoral things." Qin Lang said helplessly, "Didn't Centipede say so? They've all contacted the mall, which means that our kind of behavior is allowed, and they'll pay for the final merchandise money." Centipede, "What are you thinking so much about? You do whatever people tell you to do." Decoan scratched his head awkwardly. "I wasn't thinking that if I got caught, wouldn't that be a stain on me?" Qin Lang, "Make yourself at home then. I'm off to find my bear. Qin Lang started shopping from the supermarket on the first floor. It was not too difficult to find a bear-like item, mostly in supermarkets or jewelry stores and the like. But maybe they'll go the other way and choose to photograph a costume store trinket. Once the two were separated, they began to take the photos and cross-reference them one layer after another. It was a large shopping complex with 5 floors and hundreds of stores on each floor. Even for an exceptionally gifted player like Qin Lang, he looked for almost an hour before finding this bear in a boutique on the 3rd floor. There was a row on the wall, each bear carrying a price tag. The location at the front of the store even carries 2 testing instruments to prevent people from taking undegaussed goods out of the store. In the morning, there are fewer people. Qin Lang, after determining the location of the goods, went to the supermarket on the 1st floor to eat free samples. From fresh steak to ice cream, from cake to marinated pig's feet, Qin Lang drove around the supermarket, did not have enough to eat, and cheekily walked around again. Another round, almost around 11 or 12 o'clock, one after another. The number of people shopping started to increase. Qin Lang first went up to the 5th floor and walked around. Many restaurants have snacks and tea drinks placed in front of the door. Qin Lang just walked past. The waiter then enthusiastically said, "Are you a college student? There's a discount for college students dining every Tuesday." For a moment, Qin Lang was still somewhat relieved. "It seems that you are still handsome despite the vicissitudes of life." Qin Lang obediently results in the other party's leaflet and said, "Thank you, let me take a look." Afterwards, Qin Lang took the flyer and went to the 3rd floor. After briefly washing his face, he found a location with a convenient viewpoint and began to observe the jewelry store. It was nearing about 12 o'clock when the store suddenly began to fill up. There were 3 clerks in the store, one standing near the register almost all the time, 2 computers, one displaying screen monitoring and the other for cashiering. The small store is small, with 3 walls basically filled with various dolls. 2 tall shelves were placed in the center, dividing the store. The rest of the space also had horizontal shelves decorated with different ornaments. But where there are more people, when 3 sales clerks are too busy, it creates a visual blind spot. When there were nearly 8 people in the store, Qin Lang felt that this was the right time. But as soon as Qin Lang walked into the store, he instantly became the focus of everyone's attention clock. Qin Lang had considered so many things. The only thing he hadn't considered was that he himself was a male, and his appearance in such a store was a focal point in itself. Qin Lang first took a few random things and looked at them, and he noticed from the rest of his eyes that 2 of the sales clerks were paying attention to him. I don't know if it was because the store had received in advance that someone was coming to pick up something, but they paid extra attention to Qin Lang. Qin Lang found 2 things, walked to the front desk, and asked, "Excuse me, is there a discount for buying things now?" The shopkeeper thought that Qin Lang looked like a well-behaved college student. The store owner smiled and said, "It's not on sale right now. Are you buying for your girlfriend?" Qin Lang nodded perfunctorily. The person said, "Then you can join our store that has a couple's discount. Just upload a couple's photo." The other party crackled a lot, but Qin Lang just smiled and nodded. But in fact, Qin Lang observed the store's surveillance locations and planned the route in his mind. The cashier said some other offers, and Qin Lang smiled and said, "Thanks, I'll think about it." The clerk suddenly joked, "Young man is so handsome. Is your girlfriend your classmate? She must be particularly pretty too." Qin Lang nodded, "Not bad." Then he left in a hasty manner, and if he stayed any longer, he would probably even ask for his girlfriend's look-alike cell phone number. Qin Lang left, thinking that his appearance was too conspicuous. Even if the other party's memory was poor, a human face that appeared twice in a short period of time they would definitely be able to remember. Qin Lang noticed that there was a roll-up door outside this store, which should be closed by the end of the night before closing time. In fact, Qin Lang moved to think about coming over at night to get it, but on second thought, now the monitoring are automatically with dynamic tracking devices. If he came over rashly, I guess the slightest dynamic, the store's cell phone will receive a prompt. No way, no way. Can't take any chances. Qin Lang thought about it and decided to take a different approach. He always watched the store's foot traffic from a short distance away. By 3 p.m. or so, the clerk suddenly received a phone call, followed by 2 clerks pushing a trolley downstairs. Presumably the goods have arrived. There was only one cashier left in the store, and when a customer came in, the cashier came out of the front desk and followed the customer around. The opportunity that Qin Lang had been waiting for so long was now. He drew a mask from the box of disposable masks in front of other stores and put it on, while the cashier was communicating with another customer. He stepped into the blind spot of the person's vision and took the teddy bear from the shelf. Then as soon as he removed the safety clasp from the teddy bear, he placed the small arm-sized bear in his arms and strutted out the door. He moved very quickly, even for only 10 seconds or so. The clerk realized that it appeared that someone had gone out the front of the store. but from his own viewpoint there was nothing unusual about the back, and the alarm didn't go off. Qin Lang took his things and left, then directly hid in the toilet. It's inconvenient to move around with something so conspicuous by yourself. Next to the bathroom there was a safe passageway with various plumbing lines laid bare on the walls. The safety lanes are usually empty, and the mall's janitorial ants keep carts for cleanup around here, leaving only the occasional staff member to move back and forth. Qin Lang climbed up the wall with his bare hands and hid the bear behind a pipe. After making sure everything was in order, he watched the cameras inside the safe passage once more. There are relatively few people coming and going in the security corridor, after all, so there are too many visual blind spots here, except for a couple of cameras that are fixed to the main entrance. But this was a good place for Qin Lang to hide. Stuff is found, and there's still plenty of time. Qin Lang went back to the supermarket for a spin. After drinking 3 times free yogurt, the staff said with a leathery smile, "Young man, free things cannot always drink. Are these limited to one person?" Qin Lang smiled and said, "Sorry, a little thirsty," then turned his head and piled back into the bread sampling area. Just as Qin Lang was waiting for the chicken fillet that the staff was about to cook, a pair of hands suddenly grabbed his arm tightly. "Qin Lang, I finally found you." Big Gun cried and looked at him with sadness. Qin Lang asked, "What's wrong? Finding something didn't go well?" Big Cohen said, "I look for is found in this supermarket inside, but I simply that not go out. So many people in that watch. I slightly a little bit of wind. Certainly be caught." Freshly cooked chicken tenders on a small plate, steaming hot. Qin Lang took the toothpicks that were placed aside and stuck 2 of them, handing one to Dick Cohen. Big Cohen fretted, "I'm not even in the mood to eat right now. All I can think about is what I should do with that thing." Dick Cohen looked at Qin Lang's leisurely appearance and asked uncertainly, "Could it be that you've already found it?" Qin Lang nodded, "I've got it all stashed away. Now I'm just waiting until 9 o'clock. It's a real people pleaser. I should have known that I shouldn't have asked this out of the corner of my eye, and now I'm even more stressed. Hey, what am I supposed to do? I mostly hold it slightly and I feel like a million people are staring at me." Qin Lang pulled him to a less crowded place and said helplessly, "Dakuan, I can't help you. This is a test of your resilience and guts. If I help you now, you'll still fold here later. I can't harm you for a moment's friendship. I'm helping you now, and if you're killed on the battlefield just because of your poor mental health, then I'll blame myself." Seeing that Qin Lang was speaking in a serious manner, Dakuan also hurriedly said, "Actually, I'm just complaining with you, and I also know that you can't help me with this." Then, Qin Lang added, "But if you want to solve the problem of a little bit of food and drink, I can help you. I can tell you that location in the whole supermarket has the largest amount of tasters, the best flavor, and a good service attitude." De Cohen looked at Qin Lang with a complicated look, and at the end, he sighed and said, "No need for now. I don't have an appetite right now. Damn, what kind of person is this? What a time to eat." Seeking in vain, Daikuan left with his head hanging down. Qin Lang strolled around the supermarket and got acquainted with almost all of the staff offering tastings. Qin Lang was always high and cold and didn't talk much, but when he came across his favorite steak, he took a bite out of his sister and coaxed the staff to give him a whole piece straight away, and told him to find a place where there were fewer people to eat it, and that he'd have to be punished if he was seen by the inspector. "Thanks sis, I don't have much to offer you, but I can do a bit of crafting. Do you have anything that needs fixing? I can fix it for you." The elder sister smiled and said, "Young man, you are so nice. When something breaks down in the supermarket, there is a repair person to fix it. On the contrary, when something breaks down in my house, can you still fix it?" Qin Lang took a large bite of his steak. "Sister, it's not like I can't fix it. If I'm still here tomorrow, you bring it to me." Big sister didn't take it seriously in her heart, but her mouth still said cheerfully, "Good, then you must remember to come and see me tomorrow." When he was full, Qin Lang wandered around, and when he was thirsty he went outside the restaurant for a tea break. Qin Lang had a day that was more pleasant than a vacation. Qin Lang thought to himself, "This quest isn't that difficult. I thought it was much harder." By 9 o'clock or so, all the crews were starting to do the final closing of the store. That boutique was checking the store's merchandise when they suddenly realized a bear was missing. The 3 men were suddenly alarmed. "We've been watching all day. There's no way it could have been taken. Did we both take it when we went downstairs to get our stuff?" "I don't think so. I've been keeping an eye on it and it's just a couple of guys that came in and the alarm didn't go off." The trio started looking at today's security footage, and it turned out that with so many people coming and going into the store throughout the day, almost a third of them would walk over here and take down the bear to have a look. Some of them smoothly raced the cubs to another position, and the 3 thought to themselves, "Did the cubs get shoved behind the other bears? I worked until the end of the day and couldn't find out exactly when the bear was lost." Instead, when they checked it a second time, they saw a magnetic clasp for a bear. One of them had a cold heart the moment he saw the magnetic clasp. She immediately dialed a number. Hello, the stuff has been taken. This was all within Centipede's expectations, and Centipede felt that with Qin Lang's ability, he had probably gotten his hands on it very early. After hanging up, Centipede dialed the store owner's number. The owner of this boutique is a military wife, so when told of the ordeal, the wife immediately clapped her hands and said she would cooperate. Sister-in-law, please send me a copy of the store's surveillance during the day today. Curious, the military wife asked. He took it? Centipede chuckled. Easy for that kid. The military wife sighed. Side note, I can't supervise in my store. Centipede hurriedly spoke for a few shopkeepers. Sister-in-law, you mustn't blame your shopkeepers. The main thing is that none of the people we tested are ordinary people. They probably took it by the hand as soon as they walked by. This and who to reason with. The military wife smiled and said, I know, I was just kidding. At this point, it was already time for the store to close. One after another, all the staff turned off the power in their own stores, and the dazzling prosperity of all kinds of brilliant lights in the daytime was reduced to dark closets with lifeless exhibits at night. Occasionally there was a dim glow from the store's emergency lights. Property owners patrolled floor by floor with flashlights. Qin Lang, on the other hand, followed the safe passage, walked through the dead zone of surveillance, and hid above the exposed pipes. Square pipes, just enough to form a long cramped crib. Qin Lang rested one arm behind his head and began to close his eyes. After about an hour or so, a group of people burst in. They made their way through the mall, even down to the security corridors. Even the light from the flashlight had shone on the canister that Qin Lang was standing in for, but the tight width left no room for the shadow to play. Several people ran along the safe passage without noticing anything unusual. After another hour or so, Qin Lang had been sleeping peacefully when he was woken up again by noisy voices. It's the same wave that was just there. Come in and raid all over again. Throughout the night, the men ran 4 times and never found anything. It wasn't until after 7 a.m., when the supermarket staff had begun to move into the day's work, that the wave of raiders killed another wave. This time they gave up completely. All night long, nothing. It wasn't until after 8 a.m. that the mall staff began to open their stores one by one, many of them giggling and throwing trash and spitting out the odd customer. Qin Lang stretched and jumped down from the pipe with the bear doll. Stay in one position all night. Your body is stiff. Qin Lang stuffed the bear into his pocket and leisurely walked outside. It was a good thing that the staff were all wearing a variety of clothes, and the fact that they were not uniform saved Qin Lang a lot of trouble. Seeing that it would soon be 9 in the morning, Qin Lang walked to the first floor of the mall, and not long after, he was accompanied by a rancid-smelling Dakuan. Qin Lang wrinkled his nose. You dug into the trash can last night? A rancid odor. Dakuan lifted his sleeve and sniffed, saying helplessly, pretty much. Once the allotted time was up, the two had just exited the door of the mall when they saw Centipede looking at them in a good-natured manner. Bear, I checked it 1-to-1, and this is it. My water glass. Both of them handed their stuff over at the same time. Centipede looked at it and nodded rather satisfied. Qin Lang, I saw the way you took things yesterday. It was quite impressive. Really good. Not bad for an expert. This extra accent he emphasized made Qin Lang feel a bit dissatisfied. Centipede asked again, where did you sleep last night? Qin Lang, above the pipes in the safe passage. Centipede nodded. Yes you can. I had my men run around the safe passage so many times and froze and didn't find you. He turned to look at Daquan again and fanned the odor in front of his nose. Where did you hide this? In the food waste garbage can? Daquan nodded. I hid behind the crates at first, but the patrols were so meticulous that they hated to move each one out and look at it. I just happened to see a trash can next to me, separated by a black bag, and I jumped into it, but there was no trash in the trash can. There was just a black bag. There was really no trash. He emphasized it twice to prove his innocence, but apparently it is not working well. Centipede said, that's okay, it's kinda done. Dacoan was overjoyed to finally hear a kind word from the Centipede's mouth. Next, Centipede handed them both the bear and the glass of water. 10 minutes to put back where you took it. Now start the clock. From the moment the stopwatch was pressed, the two men pulled out their legs and ran. Big Kuan's mouth is not idle muttering. Dying, really dying, have seen tossing people, have not seen so tossing people. Estimated that at this moment maybe how many pairs of eyes staring at us. Take away when no one is concerned about how to say good. Now in full view. Certainly not good to put back. Qin Lang said, the supermarket is crowded, so I guess they're all busy displaying at this moment, so yours shouldn't be difficult. The real headache is your own bear. The small store was originally small in size, and there were only 3 clerks in total, and having lost something yesterday, they hated to stand at the door today and keep an eye on it. Even if Qin Lang moved fast, There was no way he could guarantee that he would return the item without the other party realizing it. Before Qin Lang's head could come up with an answer, his body took a step ahead of him and ran to the third floor. The mall had just opened its doors, and very few people came to shop, except for the clerks who patronized the hygiene of each store. Qin Lang locked the boutique store at a glance, and it was just as he had envisioned. The three clerks stood in the store with stony expressions, their eyes wary of the people passing by. It's the kind of scene that puts people off. 7 minutes left on the clock. 3 minutes would be consumed on the way, leaving Qin Lang with only 4 minutes left. How can you silently put the bear back in 240 seconds without attracting any attention? And so on. Did Centipede say it had to be put back quietly? Or, by any means, just put it back yourself? At the thought of this, Qin Lang was enlightened. There are 2 clothing stores to the left of this boutique and the restrooms are set up next to the clothing stores. There were still safe passages here, and Qin Lang had long ago figured out all the routes of the safe passages. A restitution route was gradually planned and formed in Qin Lang's mind. He rounded the clothing store and as he neared the boutique, he heard a conversation between a few people in the store. I saw the surveillance this morning. It was a man in gray short sleeves. I remember. Isn't it the college student who had to choose a gift for his girlfriend yesterday? The looks are pretty good. I didn't expect it to be him. And girlfriend? I seriously doubt he came over yesterday just to step on the door. Don't you see how often the internet says that thieves leave marks on the door before they steal? Gee, stop it. I'm going to lose my job if I say anything else. It just so happened that the staff member in charge of the patrol passed by. The 3 shopkeepers terminated their conversation and rushed to greet the patrolman warmly. A few people also seemed to have not expected that Qin Lang would return the same way. There was no one watching over the area near the shelves where the bears were placed. Qin Lang looked around for a while, pretending to pass by, and then in an extremely standard shooting position, he threw the bear onto the bottom row of shelves. Shelf space is cramped and the bear is crowded and tucked on top of several other bears. After making sure to return it, he quickly left with his head down. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the figure disappeared around the corner of the clothing store. Qin Lang dodged into the safe passage with 5 minutes left and walked towards the first floor without any haste. But the patrol officer felt as if a figure flashed in his afterglow, and he asked with a staring brow, "Did you have a customer in the store just now?" All 3 said at the same time, "No." "Why?" The patrol officer said, "It's okay, it could be an illusion. It feels like a person just went by." A store clerk immediately felt that something was wrong and rushed to the shelves to check on the situation. Did the thief come over to steal again? It can't be. Such a short time. He couldn't have stolen it even if he was a god. She checked row by row, and when she reached the last row, her expression froze as she looked at the sudden addition of the grungy bear. The other 2 clerks saw that she hadn't been back in a while and felt bad about the situation. Both ran over at the same time. "What's wrong? Is it missing again?" "It's right under our noses. There's no way he's coming over. We've been watching the door. Why don't you say something? What's wrong? Is it hard to be less this time?" A store clerk uneasily started checking from the first row as well. "It's not less. It's more." "More?" the 2 clerks said in unison. In the last row, the jutting bear, tucked crookedly above the other dolls, looked out of place. "And the barcode has been removed from this bear. The same one they found yesterday. How is that possible? We have so many people watching here, but he was able to return the bear without realizing it? Is this man so skillful?" The patrol officer listened sideways for half a day, then suddenly took out his walkie-talkie and said, "The target officer has reappeared. Attention all departments." Wearing gray short sleeves, the rest of his physical characteristics are unknown. The 3 clerks looked a little overwhelmed. Finally, the cashier stood out, embarrassed. "Manager Chen, you do not have to be so gung-ho. A small bear," he returned on the line. "It is not necessary to make such a big show." She laughed twice in embarrassment. But the patrolman said, "It's okay, it's what we're supposed to do." A few people hesitated in the store, but called the boss's wife. And to no one's surprise, the boss's wife smiled and said, "Really? I didn't expect them to act so quickly." The 3 froze and asked, "Is this also within your plan?" The boss's wife laughed and said, "There is no such thing as stealing something rashly. Surely from where it was taken. It has to be returned from where it was taken." A few people were instantly clear. Qin Lang walked along the safe passage for a while, and just as he was about to leave through the door on the first floor, he suddenly heard a soldierly pace. Listening to the footsteps, and the ninjutsu situation, it was practically the same as last night's. His brows wrinkled slightly. Are these people finished? All day long, tossing and turning several times, but after all was said and done, the instinct to escape still trended him against the wall, drying out and hiding above the pipe. Dang! A group of people broke into the house. I just watched the surveillance. This kid is sure he went into the safe passage. Search me, Make sure you pay attention to searching the top of the pipe. He hid the whole night last night. Ha! I didn't expect Centipede to tell the group the news so quickly. It wasn't incomprehensible though. After all, they were supposed to be in it together. Just to make it harder for them. Although Qin Lang's hiding place was exposed, he didn't panic over it. Instead, immediately comb your way here to see if there is a turnaround. Various pipes crisscrossed the corridors, layered and intertwined, stretching in different directions. He moved carefully through the pipes, and when he reached the next intersection, he turned in without hesitation. Qin Lang glanced at the time, and surprisingly, there were less than 3 minutes left. If I keep spending time with these people, I'm sure I'll be late. He squirmed around the corner for a moment, hearing the group's voices seem to fade away. He got up on the hoof and made his way down the path, leaving from the first floor as he had originally planned. As a result, he had just run a few steps when he heard a group of footsteps behind him. Shit, I told you, this grandson is definitely here. Hurry up and get after them. Can't you see someone that big? Be careful. He's practiced. Notify the people outside and block the safe passageway entrance on the first floor. Qin Lang's 2 legs swung like flying wheels, and the people behind him could only look at them with all their might. Did he eat a motor? How come he's running so fast? Where are the people out there? Where did they go? Suddenly, a silky voice came over the intercom. Captain, there seems to be someone on the supermarket side as well, and it's just not possible to deploy anyone to guard the gate. Supermarket? Qin Lang slightly raised his eyebrows. It couldn't be that something had happened on De Kuan's side as well? What's going on, Big Kuan? Supermarket, so many people. You can still be found. Your strength is more or less a little lack of awe, but it's a good thing you took a lot of the fire for me and bought me time. Qin Lang ran behind the safe passage and pressed the door handle with force. What? No reaction. It's not really locked outside, is it? Qin Lang shook it twice with force, only to hear the person outside laugh and say, he, even if we have no one left, it's still not a problem to transfer one person to block the door. Qin Lang's anger value began to soar. He even wanted to kick the blocked door down. A blocked door. He hadn't given it a second thought. But you can't cause too much turmoil at the moment. Zhang Fan could only run desperately along the other side of the safe passage. The voices behind them were getting farther and farther away, and there was a minute and a half left in the countdown. It seemed that they sensed that it was impossible for Qin Lang to run to his destination within 10 minutes, and even the chase was not as passionate as it was at the beginning. Centipede, who had been standing in front of the door to the first floor, cozied up with a cup of tea and sat on the floor, watching the countdown on the stopwatch. There's less than a minute left. Qin Lang is still blocked on the second floor. It's impossible for this kid to make it over even if he's faster. He sighed smugly. Sometimes, it's not good for a person to be overconfident in themselves. After all, you never know how many programs will be personalized for you. 30 seconds to countdown. Centipede was already certain that Qin Lang couldn't possibly accomplish it. Countdown to 20 seconds. Centipede whistled pleasantly and looked at the sky, waiting for the game to end. Countdown to 10 seconds. A figure came racing towards himself accompanied by a shrill scream. I didn't realize it was a Big Kuan. In the case of their own added so many manpower, I'm not quite into the fire of the Big Kuan can still escape. Have to admit, this Big Kuan is still a bit of strength. 5 seconds to countdown. The victory had been decided. Even if Qin Lang was a god on earth, he couldn't have descended from the sky and appeared in front of him in 5 seconds. Could he? He braced himself on the ground and got up. Suddenly, bang! It seemed as if a man had really fallen from the sky, and it was landing firmly in front of him. The vibration of the distance and the wind brought up by the extreme landing was so strong that it hung up the thermos in the centipede's hand. Hot water and tea were dumped on the floor, and the thermos, which had been used for more than 2 years, showed 2 pitted dents. Qin Lang? You kid really came down from the sky? Qin Lang lifted his head and let out a sigh of relief. There's still 1 second left. I've sort of completed my mission. Only then did they notice that a surprising number of people around them were looking at them. Did he jump? Why can't you think of jumping off a building when you're so young? Good thing the body is good. The landing when the buffer. Otherwise from the 3rd floor jump down. Really easy to lose half a little life. What the hell is wrong with this kid? Why jump out of the sky for good reason? Centipede looked incredulously at the mall in front of him. Where he was almost 20 meters from the mall anyhow. How did Qin Lang do it? He curiously pinched Qin Lang's shoulder as he asked incredulously, "How's your leg? Is it alright?" Qin Lang said, "It's nothing at this height." He bounced in place twice, as if to prove that his leg was intact. But Da Kuan, who was on the side, was shocked as if he was looking at a pervert. He had witnessed Qin Lang's landing position from midair, as if it was a parabola. Normal people, even if they had a base, would change the point of force to cushion the blow and roll on the ground twice against their backs. However, Qin Lang was surprisingly like a dart, with his legs firmly planted on the ground. How can you be okay when you're shot out of the sky like a javelin? However, Qin Lang's focus was not on this as he looked at Centipede and asked, "Are the two of us considered qualified?" Centipede nodded numbly. "Qualified? That's too qualified. Why don't you just tell me what's going on with you? Why are you still falling out of the sky?" Qin Lang said, "It's not the people you called. Chasing and intercepting. Blocking all the safe passages on the first floor. Forced to do nothing. And the time is almost up. I can only find another way out. It just so happens that there's a small open-air plaza on the third floor of the building, I think. So I'll just have to risk trying with the shortest distance. The little open-air plaza on the third floor. Isn't that on that platform that's more than 10 meters high?" Looking up, he saw that there were also quite a few people surrounding the small square, pointing at the three of them. After Centipede repeatedly made sure that Qin Lang's legs were fine, he said, "You guys are awesome, now go to the next assessment area." Qin Lang said, "Wait, I still have something I haven't taken." De Koan was still in shock from what he had just seen and couldn't get over it. It was only after hearing Qin Lang's words that he remembered. "Yes, my luggage is still inside. Let's both go get it." Centipede was not much less shaken than Da Koan, who was considered a more mature special forces soldier and had carried out hundreds of missions. But if you asked him to jump from the third floor straight to the bare concrete, he would never dare. From the perspective of gravity, jumping down from this angle would definitely result in multiple fractures all over his body. Not to mention, Qin Lang was still using both of his feet as a fulcrum. "This kid is too tough." He waved his hand at the Qin Lang duo. After the two left, he immediately dialed the phone. "Report, this is Centipede. You guys told me to focus on Qin Lang. This kid is really extraordinary. Just now, he actually jumped straight down from the third floor of the shopping mall, at a height of about 14 to 15 meters, and he still landed on both feet. Is he made of steel?" Surprisingly, the body didn't react at all. "I'm impressed with him now. He can really surprise people." After a few words of instruction on the other end of the phone, Centipede said solemnly, "Yes, I'll keep a close eye on it." He looked at the two figures in the distance with a complicated expression. Tiny figures carrying two huge backpacks. After De Koan got into the car, he still glanced at Qin Lang's legs from time to time, until Qin Lang pulled up his pants leg with one hand. "Why don't you pinch it?" Da Koan shook his head awkwardly and said uncomfortably, "I once fell from a height of 3 meters and fractured my leg. You're more than 10 meters high, right? Really nothing at all? Why don't you go for a checkup?" Centipede also gauged Qin Lang's expression through the rearview mirror. Qin Lang, however, said, "How big of a deal is it to raise an army? What's the big deal? What do you care? Do we have a different idea of what a bit is?" There wasn't too much obvious damage, but there was a tearing pain in the ball of his foot the moment he suddenly hit the ground. However, to Qin Lang, this level had already been taken for granted, and after a slight reprieve, he was no different from a normal person. Can't help but make Qin Lang will recall, he was going to carry out a sea mercenary mission. A more than 20 meters high cruise ship. Qin Lang was forced by the gunfire. A leap into the sea. The moment all the seawater lapped at his body at that time, Qin Lang also felt as if this was human body cutting. Even the level of thrill at that time was still fresh in his mind. Comparing to his own mission as a mercenary, this level now was merely considered child's play. De Koan all night, did not sleep well, now sitting in a comfortable car, sleepy, not long after the head nodded and dozed off. Centipede locked eyes with Qin Lang through the rearview mirror. Ever played Escape Room? It's a game that's more popular these days. Qin Lang shook his head. Never played it. Centipede laughed. Aren't you college students all particularly fond of it? I've heard that college students go to play script killing, secret room escaping and some kind of werewolf killing or something like that as soon as they're on vacation. Qin Lang didn't seem very interested. "Oh, I don't understand. I'm busy with my part-time job." Part-time. Centipede's mind immediately conjured up an image of Qin Lang wearing a bulletproof suit and holding a gun in his hand as a mercenary. He swallowed his throat. A real battlefield can be much more exciting compared to an escape room. There were no words along the way. The road that Qin Lang had been focusing on driving on was getting more and more winding, and even passed through a large area of farmland, vaguely seeing a few villages, low houses. Looking at the place, it doesn't seem to be very developed. The car turned around 7 times and came to a relatively prosperous town, with small 2-story buildings beside the center street, and near a main road. All the stores opened their doors, and shopkeepers stood at the door in 2s and 3s, warmly greeting their customers. The car had circled halfway around the small town when an eerie-looking hospital suddenly appeared in front of Qin Lang. A very large hospital building with a prominent red cross on top of the building. The yard had grown nearly 2 meters of barren grass because it had been left untended for years. The gate was barricaded, and a plaque with black letters on a white background hung outside the door. which was also too eroded by the wind and rain to read the contents. Centipede tapped the horn. "We're at the station. Do you want to sleep or do you want to go inside and sleep on the hospital bed?" Big Gon was woken up and tried to do a standing salute on the spot, but his body range was too big. Clang! The top of his head came into close contact with the roof of the car, and the pain caused his eyes to glaze over. Daikuin hissed half-heartedly, surveying the eerie building around him. "What is this place?" Centipede unbuckled his seatbelt. "Get out of the car." The two men stood beside the car, carrying heavy luggage. Centipede took 2 keys out of his pocket, which had names attached to them, and he handed them to their counterparts. "Dare you to play a real-life version of an escape room?" Daikuin's face instantly turned ugly to the extreme. The eerie house, the creaking windows, the rickety door, each one spooky as hell, and when linked together, it's even more disturbing on the inside. Daikuin said timidly, "Why is this hospital deserted?" Centipede's face suddenly moved closer. "Because, of course, this hospital is haunted." The blood on Daikuin's face instantly receded, his lips pale. You're not kidding, right? Not a soldier? How come you still believe in ghosts?" Centipede, however, said indifferently, "It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. What matters is whether you believe it or not. I'll tell you if you ask. And if the answer isn't satisfactory, don't believe it." Qin Lang patted Big Kuin's shoulder. "He's scaring you. Don't believe it." Daikuin was obviously a few years older than Qin Lang, but at this moment, he felt as if Qin Lang was his big brother. Qin Lang showed even more composure over the top, but the fear was like a seed planted, and the less he thought about it, the more his mind deliberately reminded him of that horrible image. So much so that whatever the centipede said went in Daikuin's left ear and out of his right. His mind empty. "Do you hear me?" Qin Lang nodded and confirmed again. "Only 24 hours is it? After that, you'll lose your qualification to join the special forces?" Centipede nodded. "Maps, lay them out with your qualification certificates, and when you're done, you'll have to be at your destination by 10 o'clock tomorrow night, or you'll still be disqualified. It's really a tight schedule for all the projects. Where the destination is, I don't know." How far the destination was from them was unknown. The only thing that was certain was that they had to complete their mission by 12 noon tomorrow, after which they would have 10 hours to reach their destination. Qin Lang looked at the eerie building and asked, "Is this the same title for the others?" Centipede said with a wry smile, "Pretty much. Some of the bigger ones will have more people, and in your building, who knows if there will be others." The centipede's expression was weird, as if it knew something, but it didn't want to reveal it to Qin Lang. However, his words made Qin Lang keep an extra eye out. Perhaps there would be other contestants entering this venue. Daikuin had always been suspicious since he arrived here, and both Qin Lang and Centipede had noticed him running away. "Daikuin, what's wrong with you?" The sudden sound also gave Daikuin a fright. He quipped, It's okay, I just thought of something else." Centipede raised an eyebrow and said, "Alright, do you guys have anything else? If not, I'll leave." Qin Lang and Daikuin both shook their heads. Before the centipede left, it looked at Daikuin and said meaningfully, "You look like something's wrong. I'll give you a word of warning. Don't turn your head suddenly when it's dark." Daikuin stared in horror, his lips trembling as he asked, "Why? Why?" Centipede, "Because." Qin Lang grabbed him and said, "Because, perhaps, there will be people who have the intention to move behind you, just to test your guts." Centipede smiled and didn't say anything, but the smile made Big Kuin's scalp tingle. In a puff of smoke, the centipede stepped on the gas and took off. Daikuin looked at the key in his hand as if it were 1,000 pounds. He couldn't help but worry that with such a large hospital, the two of them taking the keys and trying one room at a time, it would take them until the monkey's age. Qin Lang glanced at the shape of the two men's keys as they walked. It's not a difficult key structure. It's definitely not a security door type of key, and with this bendable and foldable key handle, it's more like a key for a filing cabinet. As Daikuin listened to Qin Lang's analysis, he immediately felt that it made sense. He approached Qin Lang with small steps and said shyly, "Qin Lang, I'm timid and afraid of ghosts. Can you take me with you?" Qin Lang said, "Whatever." Daikuin was relieved. His voice was beaten quite a bit. "Don't worry, I will definitely not drag my feet for you. Just let me follow you. At noon the vision is bright. The sun shines in the heart, but there is no wind at all." "Wait." Qin Lang was taken aback by his sudden command. A slightly disgruntled pause to look at him. Daikuin pointed suspiciously at the window on the side of the hospital. "That window, why is it moving? Obviously there is no wind. Why would the window move without wind?" He was terrified, and his grip on Qin Lang gradually became harder. Qin Lang raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, is it a ghost? I've never really seen one before, so maybe I'll have the honor of seeing one today." De Koan was so scared that his feet were bone to bone with the earth and hesitated a few times, but his inner fear seemed to overcome his body. Qin Lang said, "Do you still want to be a special forces soldier? Contact Centipede now if you don't want to. He shouldn't be far away yet." Daikuan's mind went blank as he subconsciously shook his head. "I guess." Suddenly, a string of eerie echoing sounds came from the building, and this time it wasn't Dakuan's psychosis. Qin Lang heard it as well. De Koan seemed to have grabbed the last straw. "Did you hear that? You heard that sound just now, didn't you? It must be a ghost all right. How could such a sound come from a normal hallway?" Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. "Whether it's a ghost, or someone pretending to be a ghost, that's unknown." De Koan's lips were as white as a piece of paper, and his face was even more horrible than a dead man. 5 minutes had passed, but the two hadn't even entered the hospital's front door. Qin Lang said with slight impatience, "De Koan, I'll say it one last time. If you don't want to go, don't hold me back. Fear is human, but fear doesn't solve problems." Once or twice Qin Lang could tolerate and even help him, but if the essence had not changed, Qin Lang would not be superfluous. At the end, Qin Lang turned around and pushed open the rickety window. Ka-ching! It appears that something hit the ground. The voice was coming from the ward inside, as if it was guiding the others in. Qin Lang had just stepped through the window when suddenly a ghastly white hand reached out. When Qin Lang said it was too late, regardless of whether the visitor was a human or a ghost, Qin Lang grabbed the other party's arm and directly threw an over-the-shoulder slam, and the other party was knocked down to the ground with a starry-eyed look on his face. "Ah," De Koan said in pain. "Qin Lang, you didn't have to hit so hard, did you?" Qin Lang, however, clapped his hands and got up to look at the cabinets in the room. Who knows if it's a person or a ghost? The house seemed to have been ransacked once by many people, and the outer glass of the cabinet where the information had been locked was broken. "There's information all over the place in there." De Koan scanned through the information, and the time shown on all the information was 20 years ago. Yellowed pages, and mottled walls, and tables, gnawed by rats and eaten by ants, were in disrepair. Rustling. There was a strange sound from upstairs, like something opening and closing, or someone's footsteps, but when they listened carefully, the sound disappeared again. Creeped out. De Koan quickly covered his mouth and hurriedly bounced up from the ground, leaning close to Qin Lang. Qin Lang just swept upstairs and continued to look at this house. Go! De Koan was stunned. "Ha! These cabinets haven't been tried yet. Qin Lang, these keyholes don't match the keys." While De Koan was skeptical, Qin Lang had already taken the lead and walked through the doorway. "Try it yourself if you want." De Koan seemed to have made a great determination, and finally followed Qin Lang ruthlessly. Qin Lang, however, said, "Think carefully. If you end up missing out on becoming a special forces soldier because you follow me, I won't take this responsibility." What Qin Lang said was an objective fact. "It's not like I haven't seen it before. You can share your blessings, but you can't share your hardships." The smooth favor Qin Lang was willing to help, but if the other party ended up complaining about himself because of it, it would not be worth the loss. De Koan seems torn. Instead, Qin Lang said, "I've been searching the first floor, so we can split up, and you can yell if you come across anything, or both rush down the hallway, and I'll see it." De Koan felt that Qin Lang had already been merciful. After all, he didn't know him well, and he didn't want to bother him. He nodded. The two then moved apart. The corridor was indeed dark and scary, especially since all the doors on the left and right sides of the corridor were closed, and the only source of light was the two windows at the end of the corridor. On the walls of the corridor were profiles of famous healers as well as ancient miracle doctors. So many have fallen into disrepair that nails have fallen out and glass photos have fallen to the floor. Qin Lang pushed open another door. Boom! Something came crashing down on him head-on, and with it seemed to scrape over quite a few things with an incessant clanking sound. In a flash, Qin Lang took a step backward and managed to get on the wrong side of the thing that was pouncing on him. Things fell to the ground and were instantly in pieces. De Koan was already in a state of shock, and when he heard the sound, he hurriedly ran to the corridor, only to see a morose white bone that fell at Qin Lang's feet. Ah! Qin Lang was expressionless, but De Koan was so frightened that he fainted on the spot. Qin Lang, as for that, it's just a fake human skeleton model, and it's even a replica. Qin Lang didn't have time to pay attention to De Koan, and he probably couldn't be scared to death. He still searches first. There was another rustling sound from upstairs. This time it seemed to be closer to him. Qin Lang didn't believe in ghosts, and the only people who could cause ghosts here were people. He scanned the house and couldn't find a matching key. Upstairs once again came the sound of creaking. This time, Qin Lang directly pushed open the window. 2 feet on the edge of the window, both hands grasping the wall outside the wall creeper. Ghostly figure directly flipped up to the second floor. The window creaked open, and Qin Lang did not jump in. but instead lay on his back by the windowsill, looking at the scene inside the house. Ah! There's a ghost. There's really a ghost. I told you this place was haunted. Run! The duo inside the house were about to leave when they suddenly swept a human head out of the window. Deng was so scared that his heart was running at high speed, and his two legs were like stepping on a wind turbine as he desperately ran outside. Something's not right. One's pace gradually slowed. The other man panted and asked, "What's wrong? Hurry up. I'm freaking out." The man seemed to think of something and scurried back again. This time, the head had turned into a person, standing by the table, seemingly trying to open a cupboard. After seeing who it was, he lunged down on Qin Lang. Excitedly, "Qin Lang, I didn't expect to run into you here. Just now my soul was scared out of my mind." The other man who had left also folded back, staring in shock at the scene in the room. "David, this person you recognize?" Hao Dawei said with a big smile. "Old who? Let me introduce to you. This is Qin Lang, the good brother I always tell you about." Old who looked at Qin Lang with glowing eyes. "So you're that strongest newcomer king? Great, great. Your name lives up to its name." Hao Dawei immediately asked, "Qin Lang, when did you come over? By yourself?" Before Qin Lang could open his mouth, he only heard a resounding scream from downstairs. "Ah!" Qin Lang sighed breathlessly, not realizing that Dakuan's mental strength was unusually tenacious under such circumstances, and that he was able to awaken so quickly even though he had just been stunned. But the scream scared Hao Dawei half to death. He clutched Qin Lang's cuff, his eyes closed tightly and his voice trembled. "I told you, this place is unlucky, and it's still a place like a hospital. It's definitely haunted." Qin Lang patted his shoulder. "It's my comrade." Hao Dawei looked at Qin Lang in shock. "Ha, ah." Immediately after that, it was the voice that was scared to death, but could only lower its voice over and over again and call vigilantly. Qin Lang, are you there? Where are you?" The voice was laced with sobs, accompanied by all sorts of unexpected noises, and screams as he became even more terrified. Qin Lang and Hao Dawei said, "You guys find it first, I'll go downstairs." Qin Lang walked to the window and followed the original route back. When he pushed the door open with a creak, Dakin in the corridor screamed and ran to the end of the corridor as if he had been caught in the act. As he ran, he shouted, Qin Lang, where are you? Didn't you say you were with me? I'll follow you for the rest of my life, so make sure you don't abandon me." "Heavens, Qin Lang, come and save me. I need you." The screams were unending, but the two upstairs, Hao Dawei and Old Hu, hugged their shoulders and listened with great interest. "Why is this guy like a confession? I'm a bit embarrassed to hear it. I didn't expect my brother Qin Lang to be so inviting that even men are secretly in love with him." Within this cramped space, Hao Dawei and Old Hu smiled and looked at each other. Another simultaneous shiver. At this time downstairs, Qin Lang calmly said, "Dakuan, if you make any more noise, the one you call may really be a ghost." Dakuan heard a voice behind him and his footsteps slowed to a stop. His body stiffened and his toes turned, driving his neck around with them. The moment he saw Qin Lang, it was as if he saw an angel. He rushed towards Qin Lang in excitement, shouting as he ran, "Qin Lang, great, I've finally met you. I swear I'll do whatever you say, whatever you tell me to do, absolutely and completely on command." Qin Lang strained to pull Big Koan off of himself and said, "All right, there are two more people upstairs. Gather first." The Koan was shocked. "Ha, there's even someone upstairs? I thought it was just the two of us." Qin Lang said, "There may be more than two groups of people. This hospital is so big, it's not impossible to have two more groups." Qin Lang immediately felt that this level was set up wonderfully. Originally, hospitals like this place, it is easy to stimulate the fear of the timid people, even if the courage is not small. But to come to this kind of place, it is inevitable that the spine is cold. It's hard not to be alarmed by the slightest breeze. It seems that the veterans are taking advantage of this mentality by bringing people in wave after wave, so that these people who are running for office scare themselves and the selectors sit back and reap the benefits. That's a pretty good plan. When they got upstairs, the two stood at the top of the stairs and crossed their fingers. Hao Dawei and Lao Hu were in another room, banging away at something. "The lock on this cabinet is badly warped. It can't be this, can it? What if we tried all the keyholes and this is the one we didn't open?" Hao Dawei complained. "That's true, but there are so many cabinets, it's impossible to try them all." Just as the two were rummaging around, Qin Lang pushed open the door and said, "Let me see the key." Both men had pulled their heads out from under the table, one holding up a key. Qin Lang swept the keyhole and said, "It doesn't match. No need to try." Old Hu was half convinced, but Hao Dawei had already climbed out and was ready to leave. Old Hu said, "How do you know it's not? You know it by looking at it?" Before Qin Lang could say anything, Hao Dawei said, "Old Hu, Qin Lang's eyes are scanners. If he says it's not, it's definitely not. Qin Lang never bothered to convince the other party, but said indifferently, believe it or not. But Hao Dawei dragged Lao Hu out, and roused himself. You don't have much contact with Qin Lang. This person Qin Lang, no matter his physical strength, eyesight, strength, and intellect, is the strongest I've ever seen. There's no one else. You'll know it afterward. Old Hu was suspicious and muttered in a low voice. You two went to college together, and you've got this filter on him that's too severe. Big Kuan also intervened across the board. Old Hu, right? My name is Da Kuan. Qin Lang and I didn't speak a few words before, but you believe me? Listen to Qin Lang, and have a meal. Da Kuan's expression was so determined that it was even a bit funny with a single panel. Old Hu nodded awkwardly, but in his heart, he was thinking, what kind of ecstasy has Qin Lang given you guys? One or two of you are looking up to him. I'd like to see if he's that powerful. 4 people get together. First mutually agreed on the message of the moment. Hao Dawei, we arrived about an hour ago, I think, and we were given until 11 o'clock tomorrow at noon to find the map and get to our destination by 9 o'clock at night, or else we'll be considered a failure. Big Quinn, we're an hour behind you and the deadline is an hour behind. Qin Lang looked at everyone's keys and realized that Hao Dawei's and theirs were not the same as his own, and the others was more like some sort of removable lock key. Qin Lang said, your kind would be a key for some kind of removable lock. Old Hu looked at Qin Lang with such certainty and questioned, this you can tell? Qin Lang said calmly, that's my advice, and you can also not listen to it. Listen. I'll definitely listen if you tell me. Hao Dawei nodded repeatedly. However, when Old Hu looked at Qin Lang, he felt more and more that Qin Lang's behavior and actions were bizarre. He pulled Hao Dawei, who had an excited look on his face, aside, cautiously guarding against Qin Lang, and whispered, Dawei, I don't have a problem with Qin Lang, I'm just worried that this might be a setup. Hao Dawei stared in amazement and asked, set? What set? Old Hu looked like a man who had come over and hated iron and steel, said, who knows whether Qin Lang is now a trust.npc you should always know, right? He appeared out of nowhere and pointed us directly to key information. Don't you think it's very much like an NPC trying to block us? On purpose? Hao Dawei frowned and listened for half a day before finally whispering, can't be? Isn't this just a guess on your part? Old Hu pulled Hao Dawei to a more distant position. It's a guess, but I always feel that he's not right from the moment he appeared. So take what I said to heart and keep an eye on him. The other side. Qin Lang and De Koan didn't care what these two muttered, but went from house to house looking for clues. Qin Lang saw the key on the table at a glance. De Koan also saw it. He didn't dare to touch it, pointing to the key on the table and asking Qin Lang, how come there's still a key here? Could it be a tip from them? The key was really out of place in the house. Rather, the key was clearly a product of the last few years and didn't even have rust on it. Qin Lang swept the key and directly removed it and put it in his pocket. De Koan hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Is this key the key? Qin Lang shook his head. I don't know, but it feels like he appeared strangely. So take it first and maybe you can use it sometime. The two of them returned to the corridor, and it just so happened that Old Hu also gave Hao Dawei a lesson. Hao Dawei had always been unable to hide things in his heart, and ever since the end of their conversation, he had been looking at Qin Lang with complicated gazes from time to time. When Qin Lang was stared at by him for the 4th time, he couldn't bear it and said, Hao Dawei, if you want to say something you can just say it, don't always look at me suspiciously. Hao Dawei also said instantly, you wouldn't be an NPC coming over to make things more difficult for us, would you? Old Hu, I'm trying to tell you to be careful. Why did you tell him that? Qin Lang said with a wry smile. What do you think? Hao Dawei firmly shook his head. You're my good brother. I don't think you're that kind of person. Qin Lang nodded. It's still kind of clear-headed. There's no need to give you a hard time when you have this time to think about how to find the map, and I'm a contestant too. Hao Dawei sighed in relief. I told you, surely you won't give me a hard time. Hao Dawei instantly turned around in excitement and shouted at Old Hu. Old Hu, don't worry, Qin Lang won't harm us. I trust him. Old Hu nodded with a leathery smile and grayed into another door. The second floor was clearly more of a section for various tests, with more testing instruments appearing in each room in addition to cabinets. However, these instruments have been in disrepair for many years, and the metal at the joints is even more corroded. So if you move a little, it will immediately break into many sections. Hiss, what is this shit? Hey, what's in here? Hao Dawei opened a box with what looked like a tape recorder. He pressed the switch with a quick hand, and at once the radio started up. The silky tape spun and then suddenly an eerie piece of music came out, which was followed by a woman's wailing and turning pleas for help. Ah, I'm so pathetic. Help me. Don't chase me. It's not clean here. It's not clean. The woman's voice paired with the spooky music made heads turn. Goosebumps instantly rose on Hao Daoi's arms, scaring him so much that he frantically pressed the off button. The more he was afraid, the less he wanted to hear. The more the woman's eerie tones favored the front and back of his ears. Dakuan, who was in the next room, was already startled, and after hearing the weird sound at this moment, he was so scared that he put something in his hand and quickly ran to the room where Qin Lang was. As a result, the source of the sound was seen to be the tape recorder in the hands of Hao Dawei. He turned pale and agitated, pointing to the tape recorder. "Quick, hurry up and turn it off." Hao Dawei was trembling and his legs were aching as he pressed various buttons, but the radio buttons all failed. At that exact moment, Qin Lang took the recorder and stared. "Be quiet, Hao Dawei. De Kuan, Lao Hu, Ha." The voice on the radio was silky and a lot of the words broke off. Suddenly, Qin Lang heard a keyword. Morgue. When the other three heard this, they instantly stiffened as if they were a piece of steel plate. Hao Dawei retreated and asked Qin Lang uncertainly. "Qin Lang, you're not really going to the morgue, are you? Who knows if what's on this radio is real or not, and it's most likely a prank, so don't let that cloud your judgment." But Qin Lang rummaged around in the cabinet where he found this recorder for a while, and the recorder's mournful tune endured, and the longer he listened to it, the more he felt as if a layer of cold air had been affixed to his back. Hao Dawei rubbed his arms unnaturally and said, "Qin Lang, why don't you turn this thing off?" Instead, Qin Lang said, "Don't you guys think it's pretty good too?" At those words, the other three looked at him with expressions as if they had seen a living ghost. "Before I'm scared to death, I'm seeing a living hell," Qin Lang said half-jokingly. "All of your attention is on this recorder. You simply don't have the energy to pay attention to the rest of the world. There are other winds blowing around and you're not paying attention." Old Who waved his hands repeatedly. "You're wrong. Very wrong. It's that after listening to this music, I feel that all around me are perverse. Even the people I'm not sure if they're people anymore." Qin Lang laughed out loud, then heavily smashed the radio. Hao Dawei hurriedly added 2 more kicks, and the 3 were relieved. Old Who huffed, "Hao Dawei, don't be so indebted with your hands. Who knows what other weird things are in this place?" Qin Lang smiled and didn't say anything. Possibly, spooky stuff will follow in quick succession. Qin Lang picked up a pen and paper from the table by hand and wrote the keywords of key and morgue on it. Then, Qin Lang said, "I think that nothing we want is in this building." Several people immediately looked at Qin Lang. "How did you know?" Qin Lang said, "I guessed." Old Who looked at Qin Lang meaningfully and said, "Since this is speculation, let's not take any chances and search layer by layer." Qin Lang didn't stop him and led the group to search from left to right, although Old Who catered to Qin Lang with his mouth. But in fact he used his own key to try the cabinets when he touched them. Standing up, squatting down, the Old Who's waist is almost broken, froze completely unproductive. Suddenly, Dakuan's stomach growled twice, followed closely by Hao Dawei's stomach. "Hey, I'm starving. I've been busy all morning and haven't had a bite to eat." Hao Dawei also muttered in aggravation. "In the past 2 days, I've been on the verge of wilderness survival, so close to begging for food. Is being a special forces soldier so undignified? It feels too hard." Qin Lang said nonchalantly, "Will dignity keep you alive?" Hao Dawei wailed, "I just can't be allowed to live. But I didn't keep my face and I'm hungry, so that's why I feel miserable." Suddenly, from his backpack, Qin Lang keyed and searched for half a day and found a packet of bread trimmings. The wheat scent of the bread instantly filled the room, masking the musty smell and stale dust of the house. Hao Dawei's eyes instantly glowed. "Qin Lang, you can do it. Why did you even bring takeout?" Big Gon was also surprised. "This is bread from the food section in the supermarket? How did you get it?" Qin Lang opened the bag. Hao Dawei and Dakuan immediately grabbed a handful of bread side, but it was Old Who seemed to have a good face, hesitated for half a day, and half-heartedly ate 2 pieces. Hao Dawei said contentedly, "It's the first time I've realized that the bread sides are so delicious. I can't believe I thought they were hard before. I take back my words. They're not hard at all. Compared to my 2 days of picking up rotten fruit at the market, this is superb." Looking at the expression on his face as he wolfed down his food, Qin Lang could guess how difficult it had been for him in the past 2 days. Only Dakuan was still thinking about how Qin Lang had gotten such a large bag of bread trim. Qin Lang said frankly, "Asked for it with big sister." Dakuan was stunned. "Ha? Can it still be like this?" The truth, of course, was that Qin Lang had spent almost the entire afternoon soaking up the food area and chatting with various ants. He was quick-witted and offered to help, making his middle-aged sisters laugh. They guessed that Qin Lang might be in a bad condition, so one of the ants slipped Qin Lang a packet of bread trim while the inspection wasn't paying attention. "Boy, you take it back to eat? It's left over from making sandwiches. Usually we take it back to eat ourselves. Here's a packet for you." Qin Lang, suddenly full of guilt, although very embarrassed, but collected, very frank. If it wasn't for the fact that yogurt and drinks weren't good to carry, Qin Lang could pack a bunch of them out. A packet of bread side was winded up by a few people and Qin Lang said, "This time there really isn't any more." After eating and drinking, they went to the third floor. The third floor is the highest floor of this hospital, but there are two other similar-looking buildings behind it. Searching the third floor is much more problematic than the second floor. I guess the first to be deserted was the third floor, so it was converted directly into a warehouse, and many of the rooms pushed open their doors and looked out, stacked with various chairs and folding hospital beds that had fallen up. Suddenly, there was a loud clap of thunder outside. Dakuin shivered in fear for a moment, then said, "It's really strange. When we came here it was sunny. Why is it suddenly raining now?" It was dark and cloudy outside, and the light inside the house dimmed. Several of the men's eyesight was still good, but it was difficult to complete the search quickly. Qin Lang, however, looked out the window and smiled slightly. He laughed so hard that it sent chills down one's spine. And Hao Dawei asked apprehensively, "Qin Lang, what are you laughing at?" Qin Lang raised his head at the window, signaling them to look at the set of footprints by the willow tree below the window. "What's that?" Qin Lang said helplessly. "Footprints." Hao Dawei's head on standby said, "Whose footprints?" "Qin Lang, anyway, it's not mine, so who knows whose it is?" A layer of goosebumps instantly rose on the arm that Hao Dawei was gripping Qin Lang's arm. "All four of us are here. The footprints shouldn't be." Old Hu frowned. "Qin Lang, don't scare him. How come you're always the first to spot those strange things?" Old Hu's skepticism towards Qin Lang was even more on his face. Qin Lang laughed. "Who made me good-eyed, perceptive, and alert?" Qin Lang added, "Alright, hurry up and search, and try to finish searching this floor within an hour." But it was not to be, and the search of this floor was going to be much harder. They rummaged through several houses and not only did they get nowhere, they were even tired and sweaty. A 1-hour program hardened into 2 hours to complete. By the time they left to get ready to leave the building, the hallway was almost completely dark. He was so bold that he offered to make good, but Old Hu said, "I'll take care of the aftermath, and you drive ahead." He was always skeptical of Qin Lang. Qin Lang didn't have a problem with that. His eyesight could see the darkness of the night as if it were clear, and he kicked away a piece of debris that was straddling the road. The sound crashed against the wall, and it made you sweat to hear it. Several people returned the same way they had come up the stairs, only to suddenly hear a strange cackling sound coming from the hallway. Hao Dawei followed closely behind Qin Lang, his hands grasping Qin Lang's shoulders in fear. Qin Lang could clearly feel the hands on his shoulders gradually exerting themselves. Who's playing God?" Qin Lang said. "Needless to say, it must be those footprints." He felt the grip on his shoulder tighten. It was hard to get to the first floor, where there were more windows through which you could see more. In a flash, several people saw that a white shadow seemed to float past instantly in front of several people. This time Hao Dawei was completely taut. He collapsed and shouted. But Qin Lang, who was closest to him, suffered. Qin Lang immediately felt that his left ear had gone deaf. "What's it called?" But these words made Hao Dawei and Dakuin feel even more terrified. "I just saw a white shadow? Didn't you see it?" Dakuin also stared in horror. I saw it too. Didn't you see it, Qin Lang?" Qin Lang sighed helplessly. "That's not true." Several people looked at Qin Lang in shock, seemingly wondering how Qin Lang had decided that the thing was fake. Qin Lang, however, said, "Let me tell you, I'm not sure if there are ghosts in this world, but at least, all the ghosts you see in this building are man-made. That white shadow out there, it was obviously done with a white sheet, and if I'm not mistaken, the person would have been on the second floor, and he was fishing with a fishing line." Several people were speechless for a long time, looking at Qin Lang in shock. Qin Lang said, "You guys don't believe it, do you?" When it was too late, Qin Lang grabbed the staircase railing, collapsed 6 steps in 1 step, and went straight up to the second floor in 5 steps. He tried to push open the door to one of the rooms on the second floor, only to have it unlocked from the inside. Qin Lang kicked the door open, only to see the stormy window creaking against the wind. The house was empty. He went to the window and ended up catching the white sheet under the window and the man falling away. Hao Dawei's few people arrived late and ended up only seeing a fleeing figure. Qin Lang pointed to the white sheet outside the window and said, "Now you see it." This time, several people were even more impressed with Zhang Fan. Even Old Hu was looking at Qin Lang in a different light. Qin Lang said, "So, don't scare yourselves. There are 2 reasons. The first one is that guts is an important item in the Special Forces assessment, because in the future when you carry out a mission, the place you go to may be comparable to a real hell, and at that time your timidity will bury you on the battlefield. Secondly, fear right now is a waste of time. There are 2 more buildings of the same size behind us. We don't have time to waste here." Qin Lang spoke with too much certainty. Several people nodded their heads repeatedly, and this time, Even Old Hu was convinced by Qin Lang. But Old Hu immediately realized something was wrong. That's not right. How do you know the specifics of future missions? It's not like you've performed it before. Qin Lang turned his head and said calmly, I guessed. However, Hao Dawei and Dakuan subconsciously felt that Qin Lang's words just now did not seem like a joke. A joke? Of course not a joke. That kind of mission Qin Lang himself alone had already performed quite a few know how many times. No, to be rigorous, it was Qin Lang's part-time job. He had been to a base camp that made his scalp numb as a man who had fought many battles, and the horror was like a hell on earth. That said, it is imperative that the current predicament be resolved. Qin Lang led them back to the first floor again, but this time, he realized that the door to the first floor was locked from the outside. Think it doesn't matter. Qin Lang they originally came in through the window, but it didn't occur to them. I don't know as to say, even the windows are locked from the outside. It seems that those NPCs are ready to stall for time from all sides. Qin Lang directly rushed into a house with the three of them and kicked open a window, also cleaned up the broken glass hanging from the windows in the process. Careful. A few people cautiously made their way through the window. It was now after 6 in the afternoon and the rain was pouring down outside. If you look at the hospital from above, it looks more like a sun structure, with the three horizontal in the middle being the centerpiece of the hospital. Three-story buildings. The middle building has a couple of emergency clinics. The rest are inpatient units, and the one at the end is also inpatient. In addition to the 3 buildings in the center, there are 2 long bungalows around it, and on the bungalow on the left, there is a sign family zone. The one on the right is the cafeteria. The other small houses are not labeled with descriptions. Old Hu unexpectedly said, this hospital treatment is good and also allocated a house for the family. Hao Dawei nodded his head and said, definitely Think about it, this is a hospital from 20 years ago. It's amazing that it can be this size in this small town with its unimpressive appearance. This hospital was definitely a class A back in the day. The more he thought about it, the more he felt wrong. That's even more shouldn't be I looked around when I came. The total number of people is not too much. It's not a bad size for a town, but it clearly doesn't match the size of this hospital. Qin Lang, however, said, there are many reasons why the hospital has been deserted. It could be that there was once a rather large-scale medical accident, or it could be that the follow-up resources can't keep up with it, etc. So don't speculate about all this, and look for something first. Just as they were wondering where to start, Qin Lang suddenly noticed that the locks used for the bungalows on both sides were all removable locks. It matches the key that Hao Dawei has in their hands. Qin Lang immediately said, let's start with the bungalow first. You two can try the keys in your hands. Tried a few and found that none of the interlocking holes would plug in, but it was obvious that there were quite a few things placed in the houses around here, and he kicked open a door. The house is furnished with all kinds of farm implements. Qin Lang then searched one door at a time while the other 3 searched one house at a time. As a result, after searching almost all the cottages on both sides, they still found nothing, and the 3 looked even more lost. It was after 8 o'clock at night, and it was dark outside. By the streetlights of the village in the distance, they could only vaguely see the outlines of 2 other buildings, which looked even more terrifying. Qin Lang said, go to the back of the building. The other 3 were like Qin Lang's followers, kicking the door open in a string to the building in the center. During the period, there would be some spiritual images flashing from time to time, but since Qin Lang emphasized to them that these were all fake, their inner fear of the unknown began to fade away, and what replaced it was only the shock of the sudden appearance of the moment. He had thought that the darkness would be completely unproductive, but to his surprise, Qin Lang found a lighter out of nowhere. De Koan felt that Qin Lang was like a treasure chest of all kinds. How come he had everything? Instead, Qin Lang said, this was taken from the centipede car. Qin Lang was still thinking about the morgue, and he always felt that this hint was crucial. His sixth sense had always been spot on. By the time a few people had finished their gut-wrenching search of the last building, it was after 7 o'clock the following morning. It was hard not to get a little grumpy with all the checking out of nothing along the way. The first to sulk was Old Hu, who sat on the ground and cursed. What is this place? I'm skeptical that there's really a map as they say. We've been searching for so long, I've scraped my hands on rusty iron. I won't get tetanus, will I? It's so pitiful. I seriously doubt they're screwing us on purpose. Suddenly, Qin Lang asked, have you seen the Mordlike house? A few people said, no, we're not walking together. Qin Lang said, it's because I didn't see it that it's wrong, not to mention this kind of large-scale hospital. Even an ordinary small hospital, 20 years ago when transportation wasn't convenient, would have been equipped with a morgue. Old Hu seemed to think of something. Does that mean it's underground? Underground? Old Hu is in his 30s. He is a small place out. He said, in my childhood, our town's morgue is underground. The temperature is not good control in the early years. It is said that many places will be stored underground. At once, Qin Lang was enlightened. After looking around, he took the other three and started walking inside the bungalow he had just searched. A few people said suspiciously, "What are you doing here? Didn't we just go through everything?" Qin Lang, however, said, "The entrance to the morgue should be down here." The first search was at night, and they focused on the various locked boxes, or cabinets, in the house, and did not pay attention to the presence or absence of hidden compartments of any kind. This time, they focused on searching doors that could be opened. As it turned out, it was really the same as what Qin Lang had speculated. Qin Lang found a secret door behind the clutter in some room where a bunch of brooms and shovels were stacked. Qin Lang looked at it and said, "I should have realized it earlier." A few people hurriedly comforted Qin Lang. "It's not your fault, don't blame yourself." Qin Lang, however, said, "The space of this house is so much smaller than the space of the other houses that I didn't even notice it just now." A few people. This kind of problem who can be fine will pay attention to Qin Lang is inevitably a little too strict on themselves, right? This kind of mistake was something that Qin Lang had never made. "It seems that I've been slacking on my training lately. I can't believe I didn't even notice such an obvious thing. I must go back and reward myself for doubling my training for a month straight." Qin Lang came to open the door, but it turned out that the door actually came right off the door frame. Qin Lang, blackmail? The entry was a narrow but long flight of steps, presumably for the convenience of the two men carrying the body. "Vomit, what's that smell? Holy shit, there's not really a body rotting in there, is there? Vom dash." How Dawei immediately felt chills crawling from the soles of his feet to his scalp, as if a pair of hands were gripping his feet. He clutched Qin Lang's backpack tightly. "Qin Lang, I'm scared. I won't really be able to see anything in here, right?" Qin Lang said with a wry smile. "Who knows, but you have to be mentally prepared to not be surprised to see anything." A few people were confused by Qin Lang's tone, and their hearts suddenly became even more uncertain. Qin Lang held a torch in his hand, and the further down he went, the more violently the fire flickered. "I've read a novel before. I think it said that when you come to a place like this, you have to set candles in which direction to come here. It's over." Can't remember. Dakoan behind how Dawei couldn't bear to slap him. "Dawei, can you not be paranoid? We are not grave robbers. It's scary enough as it is. You don't want to get those feudal superstitions over here." Qin Lang looked at the trembling fire and said, "The fire is trembling because the oxygen below is not abundant, as well as the breathing of the four of us will be affected. Can you guys be a little more reliable?" How Dawei gave a heartfelt "oh." The stairs came to an end, and the image that met their eyes gave a few people the creeps. The image they had envisioned of a morgue did not appear. All that came into view was a coffin-like object, only the outermost layer. A metal box. There are 6 locks around the box. Several people were confused. How can there be 6 locks? Qin Lang pondered for a while and said, "You guys try with the key first. This kind of removable lock." And Qin Lang, Dakuan's key does not match. How Dawei and Lao Hu, 2 people, walked around the coffin. The results of 1 by 1 to try down. Only removed 2. The 2 men were immediately frustrated. "What's going on? Why can you only open 2 locks? What about the rest?" Qin Lang took out a key in his pocket and opened the other lock after 2 tries. How Dawei was shocked and asked, "How did you get this kind of key?" "No, this key feels like the one you picked up." Qin Lang sighed. "It seems that they have mixed the keys in various places. If we search more carefully and pay a little attention, we should be able to gather the other 4 keys." Several people were dumbfounded. "Isn't this a joke? It's less than 3 hours from the end, so it's simply too late for us to go back and search. It's over. It's over. It's completely over this time." Dakoan forced himself to calm down as he looked at Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, surely you have a solution?" Without a word, Qin Lang turned and walked up the stairs. How Dawei despaired. "What can be done? It seems that Qin Lang has given up. Let's follow suit and go back to look for the key." As a result, in the twinkling of an eye, Qin Lang walked down carrying a shovel. "Get out of the way. It's too late. I'll knock the other couple locks out." A few people, truly admiring, worthy of being Qin Lang, even at this time, he was still able to think of this kind of method in the face of danger. Old Hu said hesitantly, "Qin Lang, don't be impulsive yet. What if they say this forced prying doesn't count?" Qin Lang said, "Then you go back and find the key now. We'll pry it open first, and you'll find the key and plug it in." Just the same. Old Hu was suddenly silent. Qin Lang thought to himself, "If you don't do anything, you should talk less." Qin Lang struck out, wanting to be dry, as if he had already done it 1,000 times. "A shovel and a lock. When you open it, inside is a small box with 3 keyholes." Undoubtedly, it was the key to Qin Lang and Dakoan. Dakoan said excitedly, "Qin Lang, I did not expect that there is a dry world inside. We too use the key." In the next second, Qin Lang directly penetrated the iron box with a shovel, followed by 2 more shovels. The box is badly warped. Qin Lang threw down the shovel and went straight to his hands to break open the box. Break away? Saw 4 passes inside, and 4 copies of the map. Qin Lang's rough maneuver just now was simply breathtaking. Surprisingly, there are still people who can rip open a metal box with their bare hands. Although the box was cracked with a lot of seams, this behavior of Qin Lang was simply shocking people's 3 views. A few people even forgot to pick up their clearance cards, and looked at Qin Lang dumbfounded. Instead, Qin Lang handed out cards to everyone. I just noticed something. Everyone seems to have a different route. There are corresponding tickets and money inside the map, so I guess there are still trips on the way back. So you all will have to deal with it on your own for the rest of the day. The 3 of them were still immersed in Qin Lang's crisp maneuver just now, and could not forget it for a long time. It wasn't until Qin Lang waved his hand in front of them that a few people returned to their senses. Holy shit, Qin Lang, that stance of yours just now was too powerful. That's when I realized that in the face of absolute strength, the rules are just for show. This key is completely useless, purely relying on us. Qin Lang pried it open. We are following the light. Qin Lang, however, said, I think that this level should test guts, intelligence, observation skills, and teamwork. Putting us together was initially a guts test to make us act as each other's NPCs in a mentally stressful situation. Observational abilities are like tape recorders, keys, and I'm guessing there should be other things that tip us off that we didn't find. Teamwork, no doubt, can be seen by looking at the coffin at the end. If we don't work together, no one will find the final level, and it's also a test to see if we'll give trust to our teammates. Old whose face flushed. He thought of how he had pulled How away at the beginning and guessed Qin Lang's identity. He was the oldest and had a good face, and after half a day's hesitation, he decided to quietly turn this over. But How Dawei, that rash person, directly hugged Qin Lang and said, Brother, sorry about that, I just thought you might be an NPC. I really don't use my brain. Qin Lang smiled. It's normal to be wary of people. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. At this time in the General Command Office, several chiefs were sitting on the chairs in the center. There were several displays in front of them, each showing the final level screen for a different target location. But as of now, the only people who had cleared the level were Qin Lang and the 4 of them. They zoomed in and included all the reactions and expressions of Qin Lang and the few of them. A chief said, It seems that Qin Lang is the opinion leader among the few of them. Ruan Dongshang, the chief of general staff of the 76th Army Group Army, narrowed his eyes at Qin Lang's performance and said, Qin Lang is really an unruly person. The man next to him immediately laughed and said, Yeah, not generally unruly, but in the blink of an eye. Ruan Dongshang laughed again. I like this kind of unruly, resilient people. There's nothing wrong with being result-oriented. The man on the side said with a bit of a headache, There's nothing wrong with being unruly within reason, but if it's all done exactly as he wants, then I'm afraid it's just a case of being bent out of shape. The line between bent and unruly is blurred. Upon hearing this, Ruan Dongshang's smile tightened a bit as he said, This is quite a dry hand. That broken shovel hasn't been used for at least a dozen years. The slightest movement shatters the dregs, but Qin Lang was able to use this to crack the box we prepared. His skills are not small. There were a few others, those who had always had reservations about Qin Lang, and those who silently appreciated it but were not comfortable showing it. But the next second, Ruan Dongshang took the walkie-talkie and said, Make it harder for Qin Lang. The opposite party immediately replied, Roger that. Qin Lang was analyzing the items of this examination when he suddenly heard a commotion upstairs. The heart screamed. He ran up the stairs 3 steps at a time, just in time to see someone slamming the door shut and seemingly gambling it shut with something heavy. However, Qin Lang perceived it faster, and when the other party was still a little bit short of completely covering up the success, Qin Lang flew in with a kick, directly kicking the door along with the covering out 2 meters. With this excessive force, Qin Lang felt his toes slightly numb. This right leg of his was overused yesterday, and I guess he kicked in 30 doors if not 50. The other party did not expect Qin Lang to react so quickly, and seeing that the plan was exposed, he could only retreat and close the door of the bungalow, followed by throwing tear gas canisters into the house. In front of the door of this room was a pile of firewood so high that it covered the windows. After the door was shut tight, the other party even took a steel bar right across this door and stuck it on the left and right sides of the door. This time, Qin Lang did not kick away, and even the steel bars shocked his legs raw. The tear gas in the house began to spread out. How Dawei covered his eyes, but he still couldn't hide them, and he began to cough violently. The Koan followed Qin Lang and kicked the window, but the wood had been piled up in front of the window for who knows how long, and some of it had even begun to soil. The two kicked twice, and the lines didn't move. Qin Lang's eyes were also slightly uncomfortable. Several people in the room were in disarray. What to do? We can't get out. Why don't we go hide in the basement for a while? Qin Lang, however, calmly said, space is limited. It's the same wherever we go. We still need to find a way to leave. Old Hu wiped the tears on his cheeks haphazardly with his cuffs and said with his eyes closed, what can be done? It's not like the door can be opened and the window can't get out. Qin Lang, however, said, if the door can't be kicked in then kick it to pieces. If one kick doesn't work, I'll kick it twice. Immediately, Qin Lang kicked at the lower part of the door. His leg was fast and steady, and the door vaguely showed signs of loosening when he kicked it down. A second foot went down and a groove appeared in the door. The third kick hit, and a round hole suddenly appeared underneath the door, and Qin Lang added 2 more kicks to make the space a little bigger. Come on over here, one by one. Be careful. The door is an earlier style that belongs before security doors, but has been reinforced on the inside again. There were 2 layers of metal wrapped around the outside, but it was hard enough not to carry Qin Lang's foot. After evacuating the 3 people one by one, Qin Lang also drilled out. Several people sat in the yard, gasping in despair. It can't be. Can we a sheep to make a hard grip on it? How many difficulties have been set for us along the way? Qin Lang smiled and said, on the bright side, everyone else is the same. Old Hu lamented, I haven't heard that the Special Forces assessment program is so difficult before. It feels like this year's is a bit difficult to the point of perversion. Hao Dawei was still rubbing his eyes. I don't know if the topics have changed or not, but these sudden test items are perverted one after another. If it weren't for Qin Lang, there's no way I could have passed. Qin Lang, I'm lucky to have you. Wait, why does that sound so familiar? Hao Dawei suddenly thought of the yesterday afternoon, and Qin Lang met Dakuan in the first floor. So passionate confession. A few people were amused. Big Koan also didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead he said frankly, you guys know how I feel now, right? Without Qin Lang, I feel like my little life is gone. After changing for a while, Qin Lang said, alright, now let's see where everyone's starting point is. I just took a look and no one is the same. Several people took out their own pass cards, as well as their exclusive maps. It said it was a map, but it was actually a piece of paper with a few lines drawn crookedly on it, and labeled with the car they were going to take. The first thing you need to do is to take a van. It was a rather unpleasant feeling, and reminded him again of his earlier time on the bus, when he had been temporarily called off to switch to a triplex. David Howe is on a bus that takes 3 turnarounds. Daikuan, on the other hand, had to go to the train station to take a train, get off at the midway point, and change to another train. Old Hu was a bus to cab. The only good thing about it is that all the relevant tickets have been purchased and even the documents are provided. All the routes were clearly planned, as if they were afraid that they would have to change trains in the middle of the journey. Qin Lang took a glance at Dakuan's train ticket, and he immediately felt that something was wrong. This ticket, there's something wrong with it. Several people asked at once, what's the problem? He said, your car starts with IK. A train that goes through town has a 50-50 chance of being a convenience train. Old Hu said with a voice, I know about this. Some of the convenience trains go mainly from urban and rural areas to make it easier for farmers to board with their crops and livestock. So the fares are cheap, but the disadvantage is that it stops at every station and it's very slow. Dakoan looked at his 2 train tickets, which didn't add up to $25. On the contrary, Old Hu's bus tickets were more than 60 apiece, and the cabs, although there was no specific amount, I'm sure they weren't cheap either. We only have a 10-hour commute each. The other 3 gradually realized what the problem was. Could it be that they are deliberately planning time-consuming journeys for us, to delay us from getting to the finish line? Qin Lang frowned slightly. This is just a guess. The specifics are still uncertain. We must ask for confirmation. The other 3 were in a dilemma. How can we ask for proof of this? We have nothing now? How we're going to get to town is the question. Qin Lang took the lead and headed out of the hospital. Go and stop a car while walking on the immediate road. There should be a high chance of running into a fellow villager who is on the way. As a result, before I could get out of the hospital, I saw an older man in a field with a toolbox, unable to do anything with his car. Qin Lang smiled and said, didn't we just run into each other? Qin Lang walked over and said with a warm face, Uncle, I can fix the car. The uncle looked at Qin Lang with contempt. Can you little kid tell what's wrong with my car? Get lost and don't delay me. But Qin Lang took the initiative to say, Uncle, I just took a look. This belongs to your brake. Even if they come over to repair it, there's no way to replace it for you on the spot, and you still need to send it to the repair shop by trailer. The uncle seemed to be thinking about what Qin Lang had said, whether it was credible or not. Qin Lang continued, don't worry, I'm a college student. I studied auto repair. I understand this aspect. From his initial disdain, the older man slowly felt that it seemed to make some sense, and finally became. So that's how it is? He half-heartedly asked. You really know how to fix it? Let me tell you, if you fix the car for me, I won't spare you. Qin Lang said. As I said, I can only temporarily connect the broken part for you, which requires a replacement part. You can only go to the repair shop, but I can temporarily connect it first, and support it to the repair shop is not a big problem. He laughed. You call someone over to repair it, at least a small 200, and then call a tow truck, also several hundred. I help you to repair it, just figure you a ride. The older man squinted his eyes as if pondering the truth of what Qin Lang said. Forget it, you don't end up making me buy you parts. The uncle waved his hand and pushed Qin Lang away with a bad expression. But Qin Lang went straight around the uncle and directly took the toolbox and started to do it. The uncle was just about to curse when he realized there was something about the kid's technique. He took a replacement part out of the toolbox, replaced it, and said, Your car is steady this time. Wasn't it loose before? The older man tried to maneuver it and was instantly enlightened. You're really good at that. Qin Lang smiled and said, Don't worry uncle. I'm a professional. I'll fix it for you after you drive directly to the repair shop, replace the parts today, and drive it back in the afternoon, and there is no delay in work. If you call a tow truck over and delay here any longer, you won't be able to work until at least tomorrow morning. Uncle felt that Qin Lang had a point. He asked, You really don't want anything, do you? It always seems like pie in the sky is always a trap. Qin Lang said, Yes, didn't I say I wanted to hitchhike with you? You just help us hitchhike to the town. When Uncle heard that, it seemed like there was really a free lunch. He was so happy that he agreed. Okay, I'll go to town to fix the car too. Then I'll see and just call that master. The uncle excitedly patted Qin Lang's shoulder. Young man has worked hard. Qin Lang threw the bag to the three of them. The three of them clapped their hands at Qin Lang in a unified movement before simultaneously extending their thumbs again. Bull, you're a real bull. Qin Lang, this survival skill of yours, it's too good. I've been in the same dormitory with you for 3 years, and I didn't even know you could do repairs? Qin Lang, you're hiding it too deep, aren't you? Qin Lang said. I didn't hide it. We don't need me to repair it even if we live in the school. Actually, he can not only repair cars, but also tanks, helicopter gunships, and even fighter jets. The three were afraid of affecting Qin Lang's efficiency, but the three people with nothing to do could only sit on the side of the road as cheerleaders. De Cohen whispered. I actually wanted to say this a long time ago. Qin Lang is just high and cold towards us. Look at the pleasing expression on his face when he just spoke to Uncle. Hao Dawei followed suit and said, Yeah, and it's often shady, and I can't react to it sometimes. Daikuan said hesitantly. Well, you can't react, can you? It's your brain. Old Hu laughed out loud from the side. I do think that this Qin Lang person, no matter where he is thrown, he can live a good life. He is too good at disguise. The two men looked at him suspiciously. The old man said, It's all about talking to people and talking to ghosts. Just as a few people were chatting, Qin Lang had already fixed the car. On the side, the older man was still yelling at the maintenance man. How many times do you want me to say that I don't need you guys, and it's none of my business that you're already out? Well, that's a bit cheeky. I haven't even met any of you and I'm expected to pay for the journey. On what grounds? I'll be damned. Who's unqualified? You guys are still licking your chops to take money out of my pocket? Why should I give it to you? Who do you think you are? Are you looking for trouble? I'm telling you, I won't give you this money. What's wrong with you guys? I've never seen you do business like this. What followed was a string of mouthfuls of words. Qin Lang stood for half a day until the uncle cursed and said, This grandson even hung up on me. I won't fucking curse you to death. Only then did Qin Lang find a chance to speak. Uncle, it's fixed. Take a look. The uncle's hand movement stopped and he said in shock. So fast? Did you really fix it or are you just fooling me? Qin Lang said. You try. We also have to take your car back. I cannot take a car of human life. The older man got down under the car and looked at it, and realized that the brakes were set together tightly. He was shocked and said, Finished? Okay, young man, your craft is too good. Or you graduate directly to find me. We open a store in the town? If it's not the city, I'll put up the money, you put up the skills, and we'll split it 50-50. How's that? Qin Lang. Not so much. The uncle waved openly. Come up here. I'll drop you off. Several people got into the car in a flurry of excitement. Uncle had just stepped on the gas when the phone rang. Uncle took a glance and cursed. This grandson has the nerve to call me back again. You'll see if I don't scold him to death. Qin Lang sat in the co-pilot and said, Uncle, drive at ease. Don't let him spare your pleasure. Driving should be safety-oriented. Uncle huffed. What then? I can't just leave it there, can I? The noisier this phone gets the more annoyed I get. Qin Lang said. I'll help you out. Ever since Qin Lang really fixed his car for the time being, he felt that there was something about this young man. Saved myself over $400 at least. He threw his cell phone to Qin Lang. Qin Lang didn't turn on the external playback, but pressed connect and put it to his ear. The other man's curses filtered through the earpiece and into the ears of the other 4 men in the car. No good death. Cut off your children and grandchildren. Uncle cursed as he drove. Shit. This dog has the nerve to say that? If I don't give him some color, I won't be called too. Qin Lang, however, retorted clearly. Brother, there are a few points I must make clear with you. Not reached a deal but ordered to pay. You belong to extortion. This if you go in, at least off a detention. Secondly, I've already recorded the abusive as well as threatening words just now. If you continue to harass me, I'll call the police right away, and leave this matter to the police to solve. By the way, I can also put the video just now on the internet. According to the current heat, you have to store is not expected to open a few days. When Qin Lang finished speaking, the other party remained unforgiving, and chattered that Qin Lang was less intimidating. Qin Lang directly said, you see less read more books. Your brain takeout or 95% new. Cerebral cortex unfolding are not as big as the glasses cloth. Whether you want to ask for less money for compensation, or you want to make your store untenable, you know it in your own heart. This time, the other party was clearly less arrogant. Big Koan and the 3 of them were holding their breath until they were short of oxygen, not realizing that Qin Lang's big move was so strong. Seeing that he couldn't scold him, the other party began to question Qin Lang's identity. Qin Lang said calmly, law student. The 3 people in the back seat, as well as the driver's uncle, looked at Qin Lang in shock at the same time. It was estimated that the other party, seeing that Qin Lang was so organized and unassuming, was really bluffed by Qin Lang and muttered, I'll never repair you again. Hanging up in a huff, Qin Lang said calmly, Uncle, it's settled. The older man gave a shocked chuckle, then began to laugh. Boy, you're good. But no, didn't you just say you were an automotive repair major? How come you're studying law again? Qin Lang laughed and said, I lied to him. I feel that he is a relatively stupid person, just full of brown words but not much brain. I blindly said a few words and he really believed it. The older man froze. Don't talk about him. I believe everything you just said. Not to mention the uncle. The 3 in the back almost believed it. The main thing is that Qin Lang is acting too much like him too. It doesn't feel the least bit heartfelt, and it doesn't even raise the idea of questioning it. After that, Qin Lang said, Uncle, can I use your cell phone? We want to check the tickets. This time, the older man hesitated. He said, Young man, cell phone, this thing I do not quite dare to borrow. I heard that there are fraud. I'm all hard money. In case I run into bad people to me rolled away. I do not know. Qin Lang sympathetically returned the cell phone and laughed. It's understandable. It's normal. I've also often instructed my parents to be careful and watch out when they're out. Uncle C. Qin Lang handed a step. Immediately said cheerfully, Yes, I see the news. 2 days ago an old man online chat. Was a woman cheated more than 200,000. I heard it is a coffin. You see this now, what society ah. How do you think when you're 60 or 70 years old and you're still chatting online? Qin Lang went along with him for a few sentences and found the right moment to say, Uncle, I have one more thing to trouble you with. Can you give me $5? The 4 of us have been hungry for a day. Uncle wasn't stupid. He realized that Qin Lang seemed to have been testing his bottom line. The uncle said cheerfully, Okay, you put my music on. I'm a man who doesn't like to talk when I listen to music. Qin Lang turned on the music for the older man, a rather high DJ track. Only when he saw the town from afar did the uncle ask, Where are you going? Where can I send you? Qin Lang said, Near where there is an internet cafe. You parked in front of the internet cafe on the line. After getting off the bus, the uncle took out 50 from his pocket and handed it to Qin Lang. Thank you, young man, and here's 50 for you to take for a meal of noodles. Qin Lang smiled and said, Thank you, uncle. You must go to the repair shop. Your car won't last long. The uncle waved his hand at Qin Lang. Deco and several people looked at the green banknotes in Qin Lang's hand and said in shock, Qin Lang, I admire you from the bottom of my heart. You're pure empty gloves. The young man has strength. Qin Lang said breathlessly, It's called a craftsman who can't starve anywhere. How Dawei covered his stomach, and when he saw the money, his indisputable stomach began to growl again. Qin Lang laughed. First things first. The 4 of them took Big Gon's ID card and paid $3 to drive for half an hour. The 4 of them, each carrying a huge duffel bag as if they were a piece of scenery, instantly attracted everyone's attention. What was even more surprising was that the 4 of them even turned on only one computer, with one person sitting in the center and the other 3 standing next to him to escort him. This scene is as funny as it gets. Qin Lang checked the time of those 2 shifts, and it was just as he expected. 2 trains plus transit time. That's almost 12 hours. De Cohen was instantly enraged. Isn't this a joke? It's clear that you don't want me to be on time. Xin Lang, however, said, not necessarily, this might be a test of your judgment, whether you can make a prediction in advance. De Cohen stared at Xin Lang and asked cautiously, Xin Lang, do you have any solutions? Xin Lang paused for a moment and said, all I can think of is to change buses in the middle of the journey, or get off the bus early for a more time-saving journey there. Jiang Fan then verified several people's routes one by one, and the results were similar, although not as precise as the train time. They all extended the arrival time. The first thing he did was look at the license plate number of his van, and the time of arrival, which he had the least amount of time in. So everything is unknown. Xin Lang pondered for a moment and pulled up all the maps in this vicinity. The distance between the two cities was 400 kilometers. All he had to do was memorize all the routes and whatever came up would be within his plan. When these diagrams are enlarged, they are almost like densely packed ants, and it's a headache just to look at them. But Xin Lang merely swept a glance, and the system's Overwatch skill prompted him to memorize the entire line. He then surrendered the use of his computer. The other three began to help themselves to the shortest route. At this point, there were still 30 minutes left before 11 o'clock. A few people worked on their hands and knees until the half hour was over, and the group used the remaining money to buy 2 loaves of bread each at the supermarket. The rest of the money was divided equally between $8 each. Think of it as an emergency fund for emergencies. Dakuan looked at the $8 in his hand and said with a heavy heart, I have never valued these $8 so much as I do today. This isn't $8 to me. This is my life. Xin Lang said, David, old who? You're going to be on time. You're on your own for the rest of the day. I hope to see you at the final gathering. Hao Dawei patted his chest. Don't worry, trust your brother. If you say you want to be a special forces soldier together, you will never go back on your word. Old Hu smiled and said, I'll see you tonight. I borrowed your advice. Xin Lang thought to himself, there are many trials and tribulations on the road to assessment, so I wish everyone success. Soon, the duo's figures disappeared. After another hour, Xin Lang and De Cohen also parted ways. He went to a certain cell phone store, and the road map showed that the van would pick up here at 12 o'clock sharp. Sure enough, 12 o'clock rolled around. A van suddenly appeared in front of the cell phone store and honked twice. The other person who was still playing with his cell phone in the original store hurriedly put down his phone and went out with his luggage. There were already 4 people sitting in the van. The driver looked at Xin Lang carrying a big backpack and directly pointed to the trunk. Throw all the luggage in the back. There will be others coming up in a while. Once in the car, the guy on the left had been smoking and the guy on the right was externally playing a game. Interspersed with mouthfuls of fragrance, there was a little chubby guy in the back, and surprisingly he was able to purr in this environment, so he still had some strength. After the car had been driving for about 10 minutes, the driver started honking again. This time another young man came up. The young man carried a suitcase and skillfully placed it in the trunk. The driver said with a cigarette in his mouth, sit back, everyone, when we're all together, we won't stop in the middle of the ride. Suddenly, behind him snoring that little fat man did not know when he woke up. Gas shocked the mountains and rivers shouted, Master, I arrived under the Tao City. Before the driver could say anything, the man playing the game to Xin Lang's right was the first to hold back. Why are you shouting? There's only 2 of us. What's the point of yelling? The little fat guy got angry when he heard that. What's wrong? It's better than you playing for so half a day and just killing ahead. What kind of skill are you? Don't play the game if you're a vegetable. When he heard the little fat man say that he was a noob at the game, he became even more furious. You don't let me play games, do you? Who the hell are you? Are you looking at my screen? Hey, I'm calling the police. You're fucking spying on my privacy. Xin Lang's right ear was buzzing from the noise. His temples jumped twice, and he was suppressing it with the utmost temper. But the 2 people around him had no intention of calling a truce at all, and the battle was even getting more and more intense. Xin Lang's left side of the body perceived a lively look. Directly holding a cell phone began to video. Halfway this cigarette is one after another. The young man who came up last started to pull the plug. Okay, it's not easy for everyone. Let's each take a step back, shall we? Stop it. There's a break. What's the fuss about? However, Xin Lang was comparing the map in his mind, thinking about how far Tao City was from his target location. I didn't realize that I was almost halfway there. Was I that lucky? It always seems like too much luck in the beginning makes it easy to get unlucky later on. Sure enough, these 2 people around them started off by insulting each other, and in the end, they even started to fight. Xin Lang was right next to the youngster playing the game, and it was inevitable that the little fatty's moves would spill over. After resisting the other party's 2 punches that he didn't know whether they were intentional or unintentional, Xin Lang finally couldn't bear it anymore. Can you guys be more accurate with your punches? It's already hurt me twice by mistake. As a result, little fatty treated Qin Lang as an accomplice of the game. Lad, both of you are in cahoots, aren't you? You've joined forces to deliberately mess with me, haven't you? Qin Lang was speechless. Why does this even come with a sit-in? Qin Lang said, no, I'm just reminding you not to hurt me by mistake again. When little fatty heard this, he immediately felt that Qin Lang was provoking him. Are you looking for a beating too? I'll beat you up too. Qin Lang didn't bother with him, but asked the driver, Master, how much longer until we reach Tao City? Driver Master, holding a cigarette, frowned and said, I want to get there faster than you do. I'm on the gas to the bottom. The fastest will take half an hour. All. Seeing that the two people around him were starting to fight again, Qin Lang's good temper was about to reach its limit. As a punch was about to land on Qin Lang directly grabbed the opponent's fist. The little fat man was over 200 pounds, and he didn't expect to be stopped hard by a man who could be fitted by himself. He did not die hard, but the other party did not change his face, but his hands are more and more tightly gripped. He cried out in pain. You kid looks human-like, but you sneak attacked me. Qin Lang said. Who actually sneaked up on whom? I was acting in self-defense. However, little fatty was annoyed and swung his fist again. This time it was still deflected away by Qin Lang's 42 pounds. The smoking brother, who was watching on the left, not expecting the focus of the fight to shift, immediately used his cell phone to take a shot at Qin Lang. Midway through, he mixed in his appreciation of Qin Lang's strength. Young man's strength is fine. You've studied, right? It was even a hilarious sight to see. There's too little room in the car. Why don't you guys go out and fight? Little fatty had suffered at Qin Lang's expense, and both of his hands were still vaguely trembling with pain. He looked at Qin Lang unwillingly. You're so detrimental. You use underhanded tricks. But Qin Lang laughed coldly. With your three-legged kung fu, don't come out to disgrace yourself. Seeing that he couldn't beat Qin Lang, little fatty switched to cursing with a mouthful of words. But on the contrary, Qin Lang acted as if he didn't hear it, and the little fat man punched on the soft cotton again, getting even angrier at himself. The young man playing the game next to Qin Lang also sensed Qin Lang's strength and didn't even dare to play the game. The driver's master was given a headache by the noise, but he didn't dare to shout it down, so he could only mutter a couple of sentences. Alright, don't argue. Peace and harmony make money, and peace and harmony make money. Fatty has a big temper, can't fight but has a big mouth. The people were afraid of the little fat man and could only dare to speak out of anger along the way. Master, how much longer until we reach Tao City? Almost there. There's a toll booth up ahead. After that you'll be at the Tao City boundary. Master, you drive faster. I can't carry this head a bit. The master kicked the gas down and said impatiently, don't rush it. I'm in more of a hurry than you are. There were a few people who sized up Qin Lang from time to time. The brother to his left, who had been smoking, had stopped smoking for the moment. After he had looked at Qin Lang for I don't know how many times, he suddenly popped out. I think you look familiar. This person is you, right? He held his cell phone screen up to Qin Lang. Qin Lang also did not expect that the video of himself at Linping University was still circulating online. It's been half a year since the video of this scene and it's still not completely blocked? But Qin Lang still said with an expressionless face, there are indeed people who say that we look alike. But Brother Cigarette was obviously not dead set on it. He cut out a clear frontal photo from the video and compared the details one-to-one against Qin Lang. The little mole on this ear is clearly identical. This must be you. And you still won't admit it. Brother Smoker seemed to have discovered a shocking secret, and his voice raised in excitement. The little fat man in the back row immediately turned the tables on cigarette smoking again. What the fuck are you yelling about again? This is a public place. Why don't you even have some basic qualities? Smoked damn near 2 packs of cigarettes since you got in the car. Were you a range hood in your last life? I'm getting secondhand smoke poisoning. But cigarette smoking doesn't care. His eyes glowing with excitement. Loudly, he said, you guys take a closer look at him. This dude was especially hot last year. Him. That's the spy. The word spy was like thunder on the ground. Qin Lang immediately felt a lot more spacious on the left and right sides of the seat, and the smoking brother and the Game Boy had moved away from him. What spy? Don't you scare people. It's better to be killed by mistake than to be spared. Hurry up and report it, hurry up and report it. There are so many of us. $500,000 in reporting fees can be divided into 70 or 80,000 for one person. The man in the passenger seat then excitedly dialed the police. The driver also frequently looked at Qin Lang through the rearview mirror as he trembled. You guys hurry up and get him under control. I've heard that spies are trained to be perverts. What if he goes berserk and kills us all? But everyone was silent. The mouths of the people are happy to crusade. But once it comes to making a move, they all shy away from it again. But Qin Lang loomed large. He suddenly laughed twice. What's the matter? You don't move when you see a spy? Wasn't it a verbal crusade against me? Wasn't it love? It's one thing to be patriotic, but it's quite another to do it yourself. No one dared to make a move for fear of getting killed. The co-driver's young man, his voice trembling, told the police all about the situation in the car, even emphasizing that Qin Lang was aggressive and even had the intention to kill. Qin Lang felt funny at once. It was just a car ride. How come it was like he had kidnapped a meat ticket instead? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and said, "Well, water doesn't offend river water. I won't move you guys. Get off after the toll booth." The group was silent. Should we just let it go? But it's so ungrateful. After all, it's the real deal. $500,000. The game lad said in horror. Qin Lang, I know you. You escaped from all the multiple police sieges? Just how horrible your methods are. There are so many people who know you. You must be carrying a lot of lives on you, right? The last lad on the bus suddenly said, "Guys, let's stick together. If we get him under control, we'll have $500,000. Besides, we're doing a great thing here, and he's a threat to society." The crowd thought it over and thought he had a point. Moreover, there were so many of them. Could Qin Lang take them even if he was more powerful? A group of people looked at Qin Lang and leaped forward. The little fat man who was behind Qin Lang immediately made a move. But before he could imagine that his hand was even close to Qin Lang rebounded him back with a 4-2 punch. This time, Qin Lang did not control the intensity. With a gentle push back, half of the chubby little man's body slammed heavily into the seat, his head suddenly knocking against the roof of the car. Everyone in the car felt as if there had been a car earthquake. The little fat man's eyes were bleary, and he braced himself twice without slowing down. You all saw it, didn't you? This spy even made a move on me. He attacked me. Did you all see that? This time, everyone said in unison, yes. A spy who would rashly attack a commoner is guilty as charged. Qin Lang also did not expect that the several people who had just been in a tit-for-tat situation had, in the blink of an eye, become a raccoon of the same feather. Instead, Qin Lang had become a target. Qin Langi was then in no hurry as he calmly said, I was acting in self-defense. He lowered his tone another half-dozen times. For the last time, don't stick a nasty word like spy on me. Smoker said in horror. What self-defense? You weren't hurt, so that makes this a malicious attack. Qin Lang, if you say so, all I can say is that my body's sense of precaution has long since reached a fever pitch. Get him under control. We've contacted the police and they say they'll be here soon. Qin Lang analyzed it in the shortest possible time. It's a highway. And even if the police did, they would certainly wait until they got off the highway or stopped at a toll intersection. Suddenly, a rope flew over from behind and rushed to strangle Qin Lang's neck directly. All eyes watched with anticipation as the rope fell. Just at the moment of immediately fastening Qin Lang's neck, a hand tugged back on the rope and yanked it directly out of the hand behind him. The little fat man, without being completely aware of it, even crashed directly into the front row of chairs. These people remained undeterred and made a move on Qin Lang from time to time, as they relied on the fact that they were outnumbered. Those who had originally disagreed with each other had a remarkable tacit understanding at the moment. 3 by 3, they rushed Qin Lang to make a move, but in the end, they were mixed up with injuries. Less than 5 minutes had passed, and inside the compartment, everyone was bruised and swollen, except for the driver and Qin Lang himself. Qin Lang suddenly leaned forward and patted the driver on the back. Master, pull over. The master was horrified. Ha! Qin Lang repeated solemnly. Pull over. The driver immediately stopped to the side of the road, thinking that Qin Lang was going to get off here, and looked at Qin Lang with fear and trepidation. As a result, Qin Lang loomed large. You guys get off. This time, everyone froze. What? You're letting us off? Qin Lang smiled. Didn't get it? The man in the passenger seat was the first to break down. On what grounds? What are you doing throwing us off the highway? We're not getting out of the car. Who are we to get out of the car? Yeah, the traffic in this place is fast as hell. And if we have to get out of the car, who's going to be responsible in case of an accident? Qin Lang suddenly laughed. So do you guys want to be killed by spies or die in a car accident? Take your pick. The crowd looked at Qin Lang's leathery expression and felt that he would be able to kill everyone in the next second. It was creepy. The driver trembled and said, Little brother, I just bought this car for 2 years. The cost of this have not earned back. I'm losing money, I'm heartbroken. Qin Lang didn't say a word and just swept him lightly. Just a look. The driver immediately felt as if he was being lynched, a chill spreading from the soles of his feet. No, 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 No. In a flash, the driver was sweating as if he had just come out of the water, still in the bone-chilling icy water of December. Qin Lang remained looming. I'll give you a minute to get out of the car, or I'll make a move to throw you off. The Game Boy sitting to the right of Qin Lang felt that if he stayed in the car for one more second, he could have risen in place. He kind of felt what was intimidating. The aura thing? Some people were really born with it. Then down went the smoking brother on the left, the man on the passenger side. The driver seemed extremely reluctant to part with the car, touching the steering wheel again and again. At the end of the day, he took his things out of the drawer. Little Fatty was the last one to go down, and on this journey, Qin Lang had made him suffer a lot. Before he left, he wanted to give Qin Lang a vicious glare, but his body's instincts made him scared and weak. In Qin Lang's eyes, the vicious look became aggrieved. It was a bad feeling to have a nearly 200-pound fat man looking at him pitifully. He winced and immediately closed his eyes. Several people removed their luggage and stood in a lumbering line on the curb. Qin Lang, on the other hand, switched to the driver's seat and stepped on the gas directly. The remaining 6 were lumbering along the side of the road sniffing car exhaust. The driver's face was full of worry. I just bought the car. Now even if you sell it secondhand you can sell it for more than $10,000. Game Boy mindlessly squatted on the ground and continued to play his game, muttering, okay, almost done. Stop acting. Qin Lang drove much more solidly than the driver, and from a distance, he saw that the police had deployed a lot of people in front of the toll station. Presumably that's what intercepted him. However, Qin Lang was not the least bit panicked. Just out of the station, as expected, 2 policemen stopped Qin Lang's car. Hello, sir, please show your ID. Qin Lang said, my papers are in my luggage in the back. The policeman glanced at Qin Lang and said warily, then take out your documents and we'll verify them. Qin Lang got out of the car and looked around at the police deployment. A total of 2 cars came. Estimated 6 people. Suddenly, Qin Lang saw the police dog. He was full of doubts. A mere routine check. As to even deploy police dogs? But when the police dog walked to the trunk, sniffed twice, sat straight down on his butt and barked at the car, Qin Lang immediately had another bad feeling. You can't be that bad, can you? As a result, several police officers suddenly stared in disbelief and snapped, what do you have in your car? Qin Lang hesitated and said, it's not my car. The policeman sneered, it's not your car and you're still driving it. Fooling around? Don't dawdle. Get the trunk open. After opening the trunk, Qin Lang found a layer of soft cushion underneath his luggage backpack. This soft cushion looks extraordinarily delicate and feels out of place with this crappy-looking car. Qin Lang was certain that it was definitely not there before he got in the car. Did those guys do it? And the fact that the mat was so solidly in place made it clear that there was something odd about it. As a result, the police dog sniffed and barked louder. 2 policemen immediately walked behind Qin Lang and took control of him. The police removed all of his backpacks and pads. Discover that behind the mat, there is a cookie-sized hidden compartment. Upon opening the hidden compartment, it was found to contain a brownish-black lump of smoke. Immediately, Qin Lang's face changed. It seemed that his own move had long been within the other party's planning. How else would a police dog happen to be waiting here and suddenly find this lump of smoke? So I guess the few people who were just in the car are all actors? It was estimated that even if the people in the car didn't get out of the car and encountered a police inspection, those 6 people would unanimously decide that the cigarette lump was Qin Lang's. I didn't expect especially accompanied himself to play this drama. Is also strange to rise. The policeman questioned Qin Lang with a dark face. Do you know what this is? Qin Lang calmly said. Smoke bumps. The policeman chided. That's vernacular, but in our language, it's contraband. It looks like you'll have to come with us to the police station to verify your identity. Qin Lang nodded his head, modeling a good behavior, and followed them for 2 steps. As a result, he broke free of the 2 men who had imprisoned him in an instant when the other party let their guard down. The next second, yanking on his backpack, he threw it right into the car. Before the police could react, it had sped right out with a kick of the gas. All the police were caught off guard by Qin Lang's silky little streak. Go after them. What are you guys still gawking at? He's got contraband in his car. Bunch of losers. What are you guys waiting for when people are running away? Hurry up and give chase. At this moment, the 6 people who had eaten half a day's worth of dust on the roadside were still speculating about Qin Lang's situation. Said, what do you guys think? Has Qin Lang been arrested? I think it's bad enough. If he's that good of a catch, he'd still be ranked 10th? That's pretty corny news for you. He's 7th in line now. Hey, now I kind of know why they all like being actors. It's cool. Little Fatty gurgled and drank a bottle of water in one gulp. You guys are fine. I'm out of luck. The mouth didn't stop, and it basically finished cursing every swear word I've ever heard in my life. The driver said cheerfully, how about those 2 moves you just passed with Qin Lang? How is his strength? Fatty shook his head and said, I was pushed into the car by his slap that wasn't fake. I didn't act. The slap smashed me in the eye. This time, a few people looked at him in shock. We saw how exaggerated your reaction was and thought you acted it out? Little Fatty felt fearful when he thought of the picture at that time. No, and I feel that he obviously controlled the strength. Otherwise I guess my arm is broken now. The Game Boy also nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, Qin Lang has an aura about him. When he told us to get off the bus, I really felt that if I didn't do as he said, he could grab me by the neck with a palm and press me down into the dirt. Hiss dash, the boy winced. Obviously the scenes are fantasized, but it always feels as if it's going to happen for real the next second. The last youth to get on the bus was calm from start to finish, he said with a wry smile. That's normal. Otherwise he wouldn't be worth the difficulty of having Senator Nguyen order him personally. Several people were also somewhat looking forward to Qin Lang's next performance. Qin Lang kicked the gas and directly took the wobbly van and drove it in a professional racing formation. The two police cars in hot pursuit behind them, after 1,000 years of hard work, could only see the tailpipe of Qin Lang's car. This kid, how can he drive this piece of shit car so well? Just now the military side contacted us. Didn't they say that this car of Qin Lang's and theirs was on the verge of being scrapped? This doesn't look like it's going to be scrapped. It feels like it can fight for another 800 years and become a family heirloom. Are you okay? Are you on the gas? Driving the driver was his noisy ears fast callous. Impatient, this road so many cars. I cannot dare to step on the bottom. You cannot less be 2 sentences. You line you come? The other party shut up immediately, but still commanded every now and then until they were completely out of sight of Qin Lang's car exhaust. Did he just turn this way? No. Why do I think he turned right? Shit. 6 of us, 6 pairs of eyes, and we managed to lose a guy in a crappy van? The policeman followed Qin Lang closely behind him along the way. This kid does have some skills. Whose side are you on? Why are you bragging about people? The man scratched his head awkwardly. Sense, but he's a really good driver. A few policemen over here were lamenting Qin Lang's driving skills, and Qin Lang's own car stalled. Grass. I'm really impressed. This piece of shit car has so little gas. 2 strokes of the throttle and it's off. Qin Lang could only take the bright side and throw the broken car away and walk instead. Qin Lang replanned the route in his mind, and the closest thing to him was the bus stop. Take Route 56. Go to the intersection of Tao Chang South Road, transfer to bus 805, and ride to the terminal. But the terminal was still 100 kilometers away from the location of the goal one was trying to reach. But you can take a direct bus from the terminal to your destination. Qin Lang remembered that the buses departed every hour. The trip is about an hour. With only $7 left in my pocket, I couldn't afford a ticket, but it wasn't too difficult to figure out a way to mingle up there. Peek under the bus, or blend in where the luggage is kept, or even worse, run on the roof of the bus. After planning all this, Qin Lang began to wait for the bus. 5 minutes later, get in the car. Everything is going well. 20 minutes later, switch to the other train. And at this point, sitting in the command room, Nguyen Dongxing suddenly received a phone call. What? No one's been found yet? The broken car was found, and the man is gone? Ruan Dongxing asked a few people to release Qin Lang's watch to locate him. The results showed that the person had been moving quickly, and he immediately sent the location to the police officer who had traced it. The man should be in the car, and the sooner the better. The boy is a slippery one, and if he realizes that you are following him, he will change his course at once. Find a way to stall for time. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 8 hours until the end. Qin Lang wobbled and fell asleep on the bus until the driver woke him up. Young man, it's the end of the line. Wake up. Only then did Qin Lang sweep the car and hurriedly get out. As a result, just as he got out of the car, he saw a few thieving people who kept staring at him. Qin Lang immediately enabled the scanning function of the system and found that these people were carrying guns and handcuffs. I think the police must have deployed here in advance. Qin Lang felt a bit surprised. How could these people predict where they were? He thought at once of his watch. There's no doubt about it. There's definitely a locator on this watch. If it wasn't for Centipede repeatedly emphasizing that this thing couldn't be thrown away, he would have definitely thrown it away a long time ago. It seemed that as long as they wore it, they would always know where they were, which was more than a little annoying. However, Qin Lang smiled faintly and immediately had a countermeasure in his mind. Qin Lang walked along this road for a while and realized that the people behind him were still in hot pursuit. He went to the waiting room of the bus and glanced at the departure time. After 20 minutes, the bus will be in the city of destination by 5 o'clock. Qin Lang had originally planned whether 20 minutes was too long. As a result, in the next second, the police officers who were in hot pursuit made a direct move. Several people were originally following behind Qin Lang, but unexpectedly, there were also several police officers who had been waiting for a long time in front of Qin Lang. Freeze! Several plainclothes policemen gradually narrowed the circle. One of the policemen took out a gun from his pocket and aimed it at Qin Lang's brow. Quite a few people are already looking this way. This was a public place, and once a commotion was caused, it was estimated that Qin Lang would become an internet celebrity once again. He held up his hand obediently. A police officer immediately handcuffed him. The cop grunted coldly. "Aren't you pretty good? You run instead. Dare to carry contraband in our place. I think you don't want to live." Someone even took the opportunity and kicked Qin Lang, who stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the person who had just kicked him. Obviously, he didn't say a word, but he made the policeman's hands shake as he looked at him, and he ducked behind the other policeman in fear. Qin Lang's eyes were too terrifying, as if he wanted to eat people. "I'd advise you to keep your hands clean or you'll all be going to the hospital if I get really mad," one person said in a conspiratorial manner. "Yo, so powerful. Ha, you are wearing handcuffs and still not honest. I think it's you who put your mouth cleaner." As soon as he spoke, he suddenly felt a pain on his mouth. Slap, a crisp slap, and 5 clear fingerprints. He instantly looked at Qin Lang with eyes wide open. "Did you kid just hit me?" Qin Lang said innocently. "Do you have any proof? Who saw it? Didn't you say so?" "I'm wearing handcuffs." A few people around them were also surprised. Everyone didn't see Qin Lang's hands, but the slap marks on Old White's face were clearly visible again. Is this Qin Lang really behind this? How is he so fast? Several people couldn't do anything about him, and it was emphasized from above not to harm Qin Lang. Thus, Qin Lang was stuffed into the police car with his bag. Qin Lang's first reaction when he sat in it was, "Your police car configuration is not good either." He had a protector on one side of his left and right sides, and at the sound of his voice, everyone once again looked at him at the same time. "Are you crazy? What more configuration do you need for a police car?" Qin Lang said with a wry smile. "I've sat in quite a few city police cars, and some of them have seats that are soft as a piece of cotton, and the configuration of the parts inside the car don't add up to a cheap price. With a car like yours, you can't even keep up with a broken-down van. Can you go out and catch a suspect in the heat?" One policeman couldn't help himself. "Don't you give me an inch. There's so much more to this car ride bullshit. You're pretty slick." Qin Lang laughed and said, "It's just a matter of stating some objective facts. How come it's still cunning?" The cop blacked out and stepped on the gas. "You stop talking." Suddenly, the police officer driving the car got a call. "Yes, the mission has been accomplished. Don't worry, leave it to us. You can count on it. We'll keep him under control." The other party was wearing a headset, so Qin Lang couldn't hear what was being said on the other end of the phone, but he thought that it must be something like delaying time. Qin Lang thought to himself, "If I really want to run, just a few of you can still stop me?" He planned the route in his head. The bus route would have to be abandoned. "If you can't, why don't you try to be more physical?" The car was supposed to cross the bridge, but it turned out that the bridge was being repaired ahead. The policeman muttered, "What's with the bridge? How does that go?" Before the police officers on Qin Lang's left and right could say anything, Qin Lang said, "Turn left. See the first traffic light and turn left again. Go straight over an overpass, and then..." Several people looked at Qin Lang suspiciously. It seemed to be curious if Qin Lang was talking nonsense. One of the policemen took out his cell phone in disbelief and started to plug in the route, and the result was exactly the same as what Qin Lang said. Now, the shock in several people's eyes could not be hidden at all. "How do you know?" Qin Lang calmly said. "Before I came here, I memorized the map of this surrounding area by the way." A few people memorized the map? A few people sighed in awe and let out a sigh of relief in unison, but it felt as if it was impossible in terms of normal human brain capacity. "You're kidding, right? How many people can be detailed enough to memorize all the maps of this little urban and rural route?" Qin Lang, however, said with a look of contempt, "Isn't this the most basic? Do you cops even know this?" A couple of cops. Several people looked at each other. "Is this basic? It's not like the test takes these? The point is, who's got nothing better to do than memorize this stuff every day? You'll make us look bad if you're such a dick, okay?" Qin Lang, however, let out a long sigh. Although he didn't say anything, several people sensed the meaning behind Qin Lang's sigh. An endless mockery. After the car had been driving for a while, Qin Lang began to say again without leisure, "Comrade policeman who was driving the car, I suggest that you change the way you put it in gear. It can greatly improve your efficiency, such as adjusting the gears first while pressing the clutch." At first, several people felt that Qin Lang was harassing them, and the police officer who was driving the car tried it the way Qin Lang said after hearing it for I don't know how many times. "I didn't expect the car to eject straight out." The other two men in the car were also stunned. "Is this the little crap car we usually drive? Our police cars can go this fast?" The trio's gaze toward Qin Lang gradually changed from embankment to shock. "Qin Lang, How many other flowery endeavors do you have that we don't know about? Qin Lang laughed. For a car, the skill of the person who controls it determines the status of the car. The broken car I drove before wasn't that great, but with the appropriate skills, it can give other cars a run for their money. Several people are car enthusiasts. Before, he thought that Qin Lang was joking. However, at this moment, they saw the actual technique and immediately hoped that Qin Lang would give them 2 more pointers. Qin Lang smiled and said, "Good point, it's very simple. In teaching you 2 tricks that will give you a head start even if there are a lot of cars on the road." A few people were excited, and another one was even more exaggerated when he said, "The lights will wait. I'll record it. There are relatively few people on this road, so you can test drive the car on the road with an open mind." Suddenly, Qin Lang faintly smiled and said, "Teach you a way to close? First decelerate and then accelerate. A streak down. You can directly reverse into the garage. What man wouldn't want to experience a silky smooth reverse parking? Even just imagining that image makes you feel like you're pulling your charm." After Qin Lang said the technique, several people were convinced. A kamikaze deceleration. Just as I was about to accelerate with a kick of the gas, Qin Lang silky smooth pressed the window. Without everyone realizing it, Qin Lang unexpectedly jumped out of the car in a silky smooth manner. And even when he jumped out of the car, he didn't forget his luggage. The luggage hit the rear police officer in the face in one fell swoop. Poof. Although the policeman driving the car noticed the matter of Qin Lang jumping out of the car, the gas pedal on his foot was no longer controllable. Plus he was distracted and didn't adjust the steering wheel properly, and a reversal went straight into a ditch on the side of the road. The ditch wasn't deep, less than a meter, and there was no water in it. The 3 men fell in with a scare, but the car door was jammed and wouldn't open no matter how hard he struggled. Exasperated, the 2 policemen broke down in the car and shouted, "Qin Lang, you big liar. You deliberately tricked us. It's over. Just now I was guaranteeing that I would definitely be able to stall Qin Lang. He did it on purpose, talking to us about our driving skills from the beginning, just to get us to let our guard down. Qin Lang is also too despicable." A few people were cursing and swearing non-stop. Qin Lang, however, laughed and said, "It's your sense of vigilance that's too weak. Isn't that basic? Basic my ass." Qin Lang could always unintentionally come up with an exasperating remark. Qin Lang picked up the backpack from the ground and looked at the handcuffs on his hands. It's a bit of a hassle, but it's even more of a waste of time if you have to find the key. As a matter of urgency, Qin Lang had to find transportation first and head towards his destination. He walked forward for a while and saw a mountain bike parked on the side of the road. Without saying a word, Qin Lang directly straddled the car and drove to ride. The young man on the bike just went to the bathroom and came back with his bike gone. He broke down and yelled from the side of the road, "Where's my car? What grandson took my car? Where the fuck is my car?" Qin Lang, however, had already disappeared without a trace on this mountain bike, and the police department received 2 calls this afternoon. One call was from the 3 unlucky cops. "Captain, we're screwed. The car fell into a ditch. You guys send a tow truck to save us." The other call was from a young man, breaking down and yelling, "Uncle Cop, I parked my mountain bike on the side of the road and I don't know who rode it away. I just went to the toilet. I didn't expect that some animal would steal my car. Police uncle, my car is not cheap. You must help me find it." The police took a look at the fact that both happened on the same road and made a connection between the cause and effect. Hesitantly, he said, "Don't worry, we'll do our best." Just after crossing 2 streets, Qin Lang suddenly realized that something was wrong. The watch on his own hand wasn't dealt with. "I was just in such a hurry that I forgot about it." He stopped the car, put the watch on the ground and crushed it with 1 foot, snapping a part out of it. It just so happened that a car pulling hogs passed by on the side of the road, and he threw the locator right into the car and put his scarred watch back on. It's kind of a return to the rightful owner. He got a shirt from his bag and put it over his hands to block the handcuffs on them. Nguyen Dongsheng in the command room received another call from the police. "What? The man is completely lost this time?" Nguyen Dongsheng called for Qin Lang's location to be called up, and the staff said, "The line has just been changed, and he seems to be heading in the direction of the outskirts of the city." Nguyen Dongsheng felt a little strange. Why is he getting farther and farther away? Could it be that he has other plans? The location was then given to the police. The police followed this route for over 2 hours, only to see a hog hauler up ahead. The premonition was bad. "We're not getting screwed again, are we?" A couple of men blacked out and pulled the car over. The driver said fearfully, "Comrade policeman, my pigs have all passed inspection. I am a good citizen." With a cart full of pigs, how could one see half a trace of Qin Lang? They contacted Nguyen Dongsheng again. "Are you sure it's here? There's only 1 load of hogs here, and he probably threw the locator in this one." Nguyen Dongsheng said helplessly. "Alas. All right, It looks like we've all been fooled by this kid. You guys don't have to chase after him either. As long as he doesn't want us to find him, we're not going to find him." But everyone was even more curious about Qin Lang. "I wonder what form he will take." Ruan Dongxing suddenly laughed out loud. "Qin Lang, Qin Lang, you are always so unexpected." Daquin originally took the train. As it turned out, he didn't get on another train as originally planned during the midway turnaround. Instead, I got out of the car and asked a few people if they needed to carpool to get there. Carpooling is a ride and pay later. And he thought about finding another way to escape the bill afterward. Who cares about the bottom line and morality at this critical moment of life and death? Strength is hard. David Howe's route is a bus, and he's relatively risk-free. But after he got off the second leg of the bus, he saw a delivery boy's car parked on the side of the road delivering food. The key is still stuck in it. He straddled the car and was ready to start. As a result, the little man outside broke down and said, "What are you doing? How dare you just rob a car in broad daylight? Watch out, I'll call the police. Give me back my car now." But Hao Dawei said, "Go to the police. The car can still be returned to you if you call the police." After all, they were all part of the test, and it was reasonable to say that any items they damaged on the way, or any means of transportation they diverted, would be taken care of by specialized staff. However, the other party thought that Hao Dawei was provoking and was deliberately provoking him. The moment Hao Dawei twisted the gas, his alarm call was also dialed. "Is this the police station? My car has been stolen." On top of that, various local police stations, one after another, received different calls to the police. Someone even made a special call to Ruan Dongxing. "We shouldn't have been more involved in your test for recruiting special forces. But isn't it a bit excessive now? How much work are you guys adding to our workload?" Ruan Dongxing jokingly apologized while dragging out favors, saying that he would treat them to a nice drink next time. A recruit's survival selection turned out to be a cockamamie mess. But the more they made a scene, the happier Ruan Dongxing was. He even proudly said to the people around him, "See, this year's recruits are much more flexible in their brains, and I estimate that the ones who ultimately pass the first round of the examination may number more than 30. This ridiculous farce continued until after 8 o'clock in the evening. Ruan Dongshang, Centipede, and the others guarded the meeting place early. Some of them had followed the original route exactly as they had initially planned, and by now they were almost out of the province. They may have also realized that something was wrong, but they had missed the best time, as well as the only chance to become a special forces soldier, and those who were left, by all sorts of ridiculous means, came to the place of rendezvous. Some came in garbage trucks, some in Good Samaritans motorized vehicles, one section at a time. There is also a rich second generation, but also took out his own gold chain to send favors, so that people drive a car to drive him over. Whatever the approach, it was allowed as long as it was within reason. There are 2 meeting times in total. The first wave assembled at 9 o'clock in the evening, and that was the time for Hao Dawei and Old Hu, Qin Lang and Daquin. On the other hand, were the second wave of the gathering time, which was at 10 p.m. Hao Dawei was so windy on the way that the motorcycle's tires were on the verge of rubbing out sparks several times. Luckily, the delivery boy's cell phone was also in the car, and he checked the map while racing, and ended up arriving at his destination in time for 8:30 a.m. He was excited, not realizing he had arrived so soon. He handed the motorcycle to the staff member, explained the situation, and added, "That delivery boy's call is 1 a minute, so you guys deal with it, and it's looking like 9 o'clock, but there's no sign of Old Hu." Hao Dawei anxious in and out several times, froze and did not see anyone, until the end sounded. After Nguyen Dongsheng announced, "Recruits who have reached their destinations as of 9 o'clock, congratulations to all of you who have entered here. You have passed the selection of special forces. Some are happy and some are sad." Someone asked incredulously, "So my best friend is out?" Centipede said, "If you don't get there in the allotted time, that's elimination." David Howe lamented, "How did this happen? How did Old Hu get eliminated? Didn't he plan this a long time ago?" Old Hu did plan it. When he got off the bus, he didn't get into the same cab that was on his previous schedule, but switched routes twice. But for some reason, he favored the one he encountered checking every time, and he could only run away every time. He had been in the military longer, but his ability to improvise was slightly worse. In the end, he resigned himself to the fact that he had hard missed the time of the last train, tapping the give up on his watch. Someone soon came to pick him up. He lamented, "Qin Lang and the others must all be arriving soon, right? They're so powerful. This little thing shouldn't matter." He felt sorry for himself and prayed for a few of them at the same time. Only Hao Dawei was still moping. Soon thereafter, one after another, other soldiers returned. Some people returned in a state of distress as if they had fled. Suddenly, Hao Dawei saw a familiar figure, and he excitedly rushed Daquin to wave his hand. Daquan. Great. Daquan hugged him excitedly and looked around. Has Qin Lang not arrived yet? Where's old Hu? How Dawei sighed. Old Hu didn't pass. And Qin Lang hasn't arrived yet. Daquan froze for a moment and patted Hao Dawei's shoulder. He glanced at the time on the wall. It's still 10 minutes to the hour. Why hasn't Qin Lang arrived yet? Hao Dawei also said anxiously. Yes, Qin Lang is so powerful. He must be the earliest to arrive? It's a bit abnormal that he hasn't arrived yet. Another 5 minutes passed. One after another. 4 more people came over, but there was still no Qin Lang. This time, both of them were sullen. What did Qin Lang do? There's still 5 minutes to go. Qin Lang can't get stuck, can he? 2 minutes passed. The two men looked toward the door with eager anticipation. This time, even Wan Dongsheng asked Centipede about Qin Lang. This kid hasn't come until now. It can't really be delayed on the road, can it? Centipede shook his head and laughed. I'm not sure, but this kid, Qin Lang, always gives surprises. No chance he's on his way. Another minute passes. This time Hao Dawei really couldn't stand it. He looked out the door frequently. This Qin Lang, why don't you show up quickly? There are still 2 minutes to go before the point. Qin Lang, you're so good. You said you'd be special forces together. I've come over. Don't make any mistakes. There's a minute left. Suddenly, the gate rang again. This time, stumbling in were several familiar figures. Song Yan, Han Zhongyi, and Liang Yueming. Why are you guys all here together? Ruan Dongsheng also raised an eyebrow unexpectedly. I didn't expect there to be someone else stepping in to come. 20 seconds left. This time, the doors slowly closed. If Qin Lang didn't show up again, then he would have completely lost this opportunity. Everyone watched the clock on the wall with bated breath. The sound of the second hand turning seemed to penetrate the soul and run through everyone's heart. Just as the second hand turned 59 seconds, a voice suddenly interjected. Qin Lang reporting. At once, everyone looked in the direction of the door. Qin Lang stood in front of the main gate, welcoming the bell that announced the end of the selection. He returned to the team step by step. Ruan Dongsheng said, well Qin Lang, you're quite good at stepping on the spot. Are you purposely making us focus on you? Qin Lang shook his head and took out a silver handcuff from his pocket. Was just uncuffing and wasted some time? It's not a good idea to meet you guys with this. All eyes had converged on that handcuff again. What's going on here? Even Hao Dawei looked confused and asked in a low voice. Qin Lang, why are you wearing this? What's going on? Qin Lang smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Ruan Dongsheng looked at Qin Lang meaningfully. The selection was then declared closed. The total number of people standing here now is 36. 6 more than we expected. A sudden commotion arose in the crowd. Ruan Dongsheng said, since 36 people passed in the end, that means you're all qualified to participate in the training. So give yourselves a round of applause first. Slap. The applause was accompanied by the excited expressions of many people, not expecting that they had passed the selection. It is indeed quite difficult, especially for Qin Lang. His exam questions should all be private and step by step. No one else has that. Others will more or less set up a bit of challenging levels along the way, but not too many. Only Qin Lang, which was coming out of one fire pit to cross into another chasm. Ruan Dongsheng said, 36 people, plus the 20 who are guaranteed to be sent, a total of 56 people. But the number of people who can pass the training in the end is only 30. You should not think that if you pass this test, you will be done with it once and for all. Training officially begins tomorrow. And you need to realize one thing clearly. When you actually start Special Forces training, it's going to be hell for you. Hearing this, many people felt a sudden cold shiver. Just when everyone thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, Ruan Dongsheng suddenly said again, I know that some of you relied on certain talents to pass this selection test. When these words came out, many people's faces immediately became ugly. Some people even looked at Qin Lang with a weak heart. And the person in question, being in the middle of the public opinion, always looks ahead. Qin Lang felt that it was part of luck to have the help of noble people. On the battlefield, ability is part of the equation and, of course, luck plays a part. There were several times when Qin Lang felt that he was about to give up his life here, when he suddenly found a turnaround. Maybe that's the sky's the limit. Therefore, Qin Lang didn't think that sometimes it was a bad thing to run into a good teammate who helped him out at the right time. After Ruan Dongsheng finished his speech, he looked at Qin Lang meaningfully and said, if certain people are really that powerful, then take everyone, to the end, to the pass. This time, many people saw that Ruan Dongsheng was saying this to Qin Lang. Many people still knew Qin Lang only as the strongest newcomer. As well as just now, the 3 people who came in one step ahead of Qin Lang. It was easy to connect the 3 of them passing this selection with Qin Lang's help. After Ruan Dongsheng left, the recruits gathered and gossiped curiously. Qin Lang, what's going on? How did the 4 of you come together? And your handcuffs, Why are you still wearing those? What have you come across along the way? Tell us about it? So, Qin Lang talked to them about the matter of why he ran into the three of them. Song Yan happened to run into Han Zhongyi during the secret room examination. The two immediately decided to pair up together, but both of their teammates had already been eliminated one after the other. The two also resorted to unconventional means in the Chamber of Secrets level to barely obtain the map. At first the duo didn't realize there was anything wrong with the map, as the two of them waited for a bus on the side of the road. A chatty older man asked the two of them where they were going. After the duo said their destination, the older man asked how they were going to get there. As a result, the two of them came up with two different routes, and the older man immediately laughed after hearing them. What do you guys think? According to the way you guys are going, you could have gotten there in 3 hours, and you guys won't even get there in 10 hours. The two men then realized that the last hurdle could be causing trouble on the journey. The uncle cheerfully helped them plan a route, seeing as they were so secretive, but with a blank look in their eyes. They thought they were taping a variety show. A small voice came over and said, "Are you guys taping a variety show?" The two of them, Song Yan and Han Zhongyi, glanced at each other. Yes, but the camera is following it remotely from a distance. And look at this watch we have. This is the radio microphone of the moment. The uncle immediately adjusted his comportment and said, "My name is Cheng Baishan. You guys put my name on the air when this program is broadcast." Han Zhongyi obediently said, "No problem, uncle. And you're so warm-hearted and helpful. It's really lucky to run into you. Can you help us plan a shorter and less expensive route? We are traveling poorly this time." The uncle immediately used his network of connections to get them to take a bus somewhere first, and he called a car that would get them to their destination. It was on the bus that the two ran into Liang Yueming, who was honestly following the prescribed route. When the truth was told to him, Liang Yueming was shocked. "Oh my, I didn't even know. Almost I missed the time." So the twosome became a threesome, and got in the car together. The result was that the car broke down in the middle of the road. The driver's big brother was embarrassed and said, "I'm so sorry. Why don't you guys walk over there?" There were still 20 or so kilometers to go, and a few people could make it if they jogged, but it was not to be, and the road that the driver had told them about was closed. They had to go back the way they came and ask for another route. As a result, there was a lot of time delay. That driver's older brother's car is also still parked on the road, with no repairman to be found. At that exact moment, Qin Lang rode by on his bicycle. After running into 3 old acquaintances, they got right down to business and started working on the car. 10 minutes later, the car was surprisingly fixed. The driver took 4 people, and a bicycle, and raced all the way to their destination. But in time for the heavier traffic at night. "I almost missed the best time." Dakuan and Hao Dawei were shocked. "This life of yours is too colorful." "Yeah, and it's such a coincidence." Hao Dawei was still curious about Qin Lang's handcuffs. "And what's with your handcuffs?" Thus, Qin Lang told these few people the extent of his ups and downs along the way in a long story. The group sighed in awe. "Qin Lang, you really have been given special favoritism all the way. The next selection or examination, definitely not with you. The difficulty has increased with you." Dakuan, on the other hand, smiled and said, "But with Qin Lang, the chances of passing are also greatly improved." Hao Dawei froze for a moment and said with a smile, "Yes, it's better to stay with you then. I have a good idea in my heart." Not a moment too soon, a truck came outside, and Centipede said, "Everybody, with your luggage, get in the back of the truck." After everyone got on the bus, carrying heavy luggage, they heard the bus discussing with each other what they had run into along the way. "It's too abstract. Who knew the tests were all about this kind of thing? Let's introduce ourselves. My name is Chao Sheng. I was previously a veteran of the artillery company. My name is Su Wenbiao. My name is Song Yan." When it was Qin Lang's turn, before he could open his mouth first, someone said, "You are Qin Lang, right?" Qin Lang nodded and said, "My name is Qin Lang, recruit of the scout company." Many people had heard of Qin Lang's name before, and coupled with the fact that he was stepping on the spot to report on this matter today, it was hard for people to not pay attention to him. Someone said cynically, "Qin Lang, your name is as good as I've heard." Before the new recruits were able to shoot a 600-meter target, we veterans are all lining up to see the strength of this sharpshooter. Everyone heard the clip in his words. It's not good to have conflicts already before training has even officially begun. Many people were silent to watch the fun, while some others had a sneering look on their faces, wanting to see Qin Lang make a fool of himself. As a result, Qin Lang just nodded slightly and said, "Next time, there's no need to line up. I'll call you when I'm practicing my gun." Crowd. Fucking hell. Qin Lang is the one who is provoking, right? Inside the army, it was always the case that new recruits had to be slightly more respectful to veterans. As a result, Qin Lang even directly released such arrogant and harsh words to the veteran. The corners of the mouth of the veteran who had just spoken twitched twice, then said, Qin Lang, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Instead, Qin Lang said with an innocent look on his face, you said you wanted to see me shoot, so I invited you to watch. How did this become intentional? Qin Lang's 2 words directly added fuel to the fire on the veteran. Many of the people watching were so close to grabbing a melon and sitting on the ground to knock on it. As for Han Zhongyi and Hao Dawei, several people, they also forced their laughter. They couldn't hold it in. They couldn't hold it in at all. It's the innocence that kills. Another veteran added, Qin Lang, remember, in the army, a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, pretend less and be kind to yourself. Qin Lang, however, returned, each other. This veteran was little known in the sharpshooter company, and was the squad leader of a squad, and Liang Yueming knew him. This person had expressed dissatisfaction with Qin Lang before. During the time when Qin Lang was training with the soldiers of the reconnaissance company, Qin Lang's name was often mentioned in the sharpshooter company. Some people were curious about Qin Lang, but more people were disgusted. This one, named Soenjiebo, is the worst of them all. He even questioned Qin Lang more than once inside the dormitory. Do you guys believe that he's that powerful for a newcomer? It's still just packaging. When I get a chance to meet him, I'll definitely take him on face to face. Liang Yeming whispered to Qin Lang. Qin Lang, he is the squad leader of the Divine Gun Company. Qin Lang nodded his head nonchalantly, looking like he was saying, I know. When the other party took a look at Qin Lang's cold and pretentious appearance, he became even more enraged. Qin Lang, what's so great about you? When we land, I'll practice you. Quite a few people began to coax. Good, good, just like to see the cuts. Hilarious, that's what makes it fun. Okay, let's see who's really pretending. The veteran looked at it, and the vast majority of people were on their side, following the shady Qin Lang, and then the bottom line was even stronger. The successive output, I really thought it was something big. Just a new recruit. Maybe lucky and twice played super long, but also really regarded himself as a dish. Qin Lang was very calm and even expressionless from the beginning to the end. Suddenly, the car they were in lurched and came to an abrupt stop. The crowd in the car asked curiously, what's going on? Why did the car even stop suddenly? What's the meaning of this in the middle of the night? Centipede came over and said, guys, get out of the car. Some people looked around suspiciously at this deserted countryside. How could it look like a base? Arrived? So soon to the base? Where is this place? Why does this place feel so desolate? What happened to the car? Is it broken? Qin Lang, however, had already gotten out of the car with his luggage. Hao Dawei and Dakuan followed close behind. While many people were still amazed at what was going on, Qin Lang had already admitted it. However, Qin Lang's unauthorized behavior has once again made him a target. Qin Lang, you loaded up again? Gun to the head. The higher you bounce now, the more likely you are to fall. This man, without even knowing what's going on, dares to jump down. His head is kicked by a donkey, isn't it? However, the centipede looked at Qin Lang meaningfully and smiled. Those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. It was only then that Qin Lang was able to see the reaction in real time. Centipede said patiently, I say again, everyone, get out of the car. This time, no one was dragging their feet, and everyone jumped out of the car with their bags in tow. Black-faced, Centipede pointed at the road. See this road? Go straight down this road. Then turn left. Then left again. Then right. Then right. Then left. And that's the base. All of you. Run through. This time, it really killed everyone. Wait. What? Let's run over there. No. How do I go? Say that again. I didn't hear you just now. What do you mean? Didn't you say that the training will start only tomorrow? How come we're being tortured today? And now that we're hungry, we're not even given a buffer? But Qin Lang asked, is there a time limit? Centipede intended to stir up everyone's emotions towards Qin Lang. Then he deliberately said, originally, there was none. But since you want a time limit so badly, then it's good to have a time limit of 4 hours. Doubt and shock filled the minds of all. Is Qin Lang crazy? What's wrong with him? And asking people if there's a time limit. And he doesn't ask if we can run slower? What's this Qin Lang guy thinking? Wanting to be a conspicuous bag is crazy, isn't it? I really want Qin Lang to withdraw from the selection now. How many sins are we going to suffer in the future with him around? However, Qin Lang turned a deaf ear to the curses and lamentations around him. Again, he asked, what's the distance? Centipede smiled and said, not much, just 20 kilometers. At those words, everyone crumbled. 20 kilometers isn't much? I ran a dozen miles on my stomach today on white skies and I couldn't carry it off. Can't we just start tomorrow? At least let me have dinner. Centipede added. By the way, A total of 36 boxed lunches have been prepared, but the dishes are not the same, so the first to arrive can choose first, and strength determines what you eat. Some people hear food and their stomachs start rumbling again. Centipede, however, deliberately said, the best dishes are meat and vegetables. There are 6 different dishes. That meat cut thin slices. Frying pan gently slipped. Agoo. That flavor don't mention. Smell can eat 2 bowls of rice. The already hungry soldiers were drooling for 2 miles. The stomach sang and growled more aggressively. Xin Lang turned his head to look at his comrade. A few people nodded slightly, then followed Xin Lang and ran along the road. Those who were still immersed in their food fantasies didn't realize that Xin Lang was already 1 step ahead of them. He was all fired up. Xin Lang, why are you so shameless? You're running away before we can even say start? Do you have any rules in your eyes? Instructor, don't you guys care about him like that? Xin Lang, however, sneered. Don't you guys have any brains? Did you guys look at the stopwatch in his hand? It's already gone for half a day. Everyone then looked at the stopwatch in Centipede's hand. It's been almost 3 minutes. No, when did he press this? Centipede said. From the first time I told you to get out of the car. He laughed. I've been holding this stopwatch for half a day. Haven't you seen it? At once, everyone stopped talking. With a black face, he ran after Xin Lang's ass. Someone in the crowd said indignantly, Xin Lang is too much. He saw it and didn't remind us. Yeah, did he just try to win quietly on his own? Hey, he probably wanted to see us make a fool of ourselves in the first place. Why is he so petty? These people deliberately did not lower their voices as they spoke, and everyone's conversations drifted to the ears of the Daokunin and the others in front of them. Liang Yueling was the first to sulk. These people are getting a bit carried away, aren't they? At first we were scolded for getting out of the car, and we were scolded for running first, and now they're scolding us after they've finished running themselves? There's no end to it. Song Yan also said with a dark face. They're just targeting Xin Lang. No, I can't listen anymore. These people are bewitched, aren't they? Suddenly, Xin Lang, however, laughed. Fine, then let them see what true strength is. Everyone, adjust your breathing and keep the rhythm. De Koan hesitantly said. Xin Lang, won't you scold them to relieve your anger? Xin Lang said calmly, what's there to scold? Let them watch us cross the finish line first later. That's exciting. Hao Dawei said cheerfully. It makes sense. Let them see on the first day of Special Forces training what is called this positive by strength to the face. Xin Lang laughed. That's right. It doesn't mean much to show off your mouth now. It's clear who the clown is. Han Zhongyi burst out laughing. That makes sense. That's how it is. Hearing you say that made me feel less angry all of a sudden. Before long, someone caught up with them. As he overtook them, he said smugly, Xin Lang, what's the use of you guys running first? Running so fast and still not being our stepping stone. Oh, the embroidered pillow. How it runs like a big girl. Ha ha ha. Still an unmarried yellow girl who doesn't dare to take more than a single step. Xin Lang sneered. Is that so? Do you want to see who gets to the finish line first? The man said dismissively. Oh, that's hilarious. You don't think you can win, do you? That's so funny. And you don't see how many people have passed you. Hao Dawei pressed his dislike back. Being good with your mouth is nothing. Let's see who can eat 6 dishes first. After half an hour, hunger and exhaustion were intertwined, and many of the men were bleary-eyed. The backpack behind her was like a sledgehammer, hitting her waist and hips one at a time. The body was turned upside down as if it were smashing nails. I can't. Can the leader run slower? I'm a little out of breath. I can't. Why aren't we at the intersection yet? These 20 kilometers are no joke. I'm really not keeping up with this stamina. Rest a while. I'll rest myself if you don't. This time, Xin Lang and the others were whistling as they leisurely overtook them. Xin Lang always leads calmly, Hao Dawei said in a conspiratorial manner. I don't know who exactly is the Yellow Daughters. What's the use of spreading these legs? It's still short of breath like a short-lived young master. Dakuan followed suit and added. We don't need anyone else to worry about whether we can eat 6 dishes or not. You guys still think more about whether you can eat tonight. Han Zhongyi, on the other hand, whistled in high spirits the entire time. All in the knowledge that running is quite demanding when it comes to breathing. This whistle from Han Zhongyi was the sharpest mockery of them. The other soldiers, furious and gnashing their teeth, could not wait to rush up and PK with Xin Lang and the others 800 times more. Nay, his body was not up to the task, so he could only curse in place in anger. As for Xin Lang and the others, a group of people laughed their heads off as they passed them by more than 200 meters. Hao Dawei said proudly, did you guys see Xian Jiabao's face? It's as black as a pot of gray. I saw him. His hands were shaking with anger. It's still Xin Lang's good move. Not refuting. Strength proves everything. Ha 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 ha. Let's see who's the real yellow-bellied girl. Just despise their smug faces. Xin Lang laughed and said, Strength proves everything. Isn't that just a bunch of little plunkers who can only babble? I saw an intersection up ahead. This is still a three-way intersection? How do I get there? Dakuan said. There's Qin Lang. Follow him, don't need to worry about us. Liang Yiming said. Yes, with Qin Lang around, we are down to earth. Dakuan smiled twice and said. Qin Lang, the chief of staff's words today should be talking about us, right? You're alone, pulling in this many of us, and they must all know it in their hearts. Upon hearing this, Liang Yiming's few people were also a bit nervous. The three of them always felt a little bit weak. After all, if they didn't happen to bump into Qin Lang, it was estimated that they would have said goodbye to this selection completely. Qin Lang, however, did not care at all. If I have the strength to pull you once, I can pull you twice. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. But Qin Lang's words changed. I can pull you guys countless times in training, but in the real battlefield, I can't do anything about it. At those words, several people's hearts hung in the air once again. Qin Lang said, objectively speaking, all of your strengths are at the upper middle level, but your resilience is a bit weaker. But this resilience, on the contrary, is crucial on the battlefield. Several people did not feel that Qin Lang was joking, let alone preaching. Rather, he sensed the meaning behind Qin Lang's words. I can help you, but you need to grow up on your own. Dakuan thought of when he was in the hospital. Qin Lang said to him, your overall ability is good, but you need to improve your guts. Several people said, Qin Lang, we won't make things difficult for you. Don't worry, I'll definitely double my efforts in the next one. Qin Lang, maybe in the days to come, I'll be troubling you a lot. Don't mind me, I'll be relying on you anyway. Also you have me and I have me. You can give us individual training assignments. I don't want to be number one, but as long as the overall strength is up to par it's fine. No dragging your feet. Qin Lang's heart was even more mixed when he saw how active they were. Soon they heard what seemed to be a discussion behind them. Which way did it turn? Follow Qin Lang and the others. Qin Lang and the others have turned left. Let's follow. What Qin Lang says is what he says. Ha! What he does must be right. That's up to you guys. I'm going left anyway. Running, Song Yan ran out of energy. He came up for air and said, I can't. Slow down. I really can't keep up. Qin Lang said, okay, everyone sit down. Rest in place for 5 minutes, and adjust your breathing rhythm as I said. Strange to say, obviously it was just a matter of adjusting a breath, but it felt as if a lot of strength had been restored to his body. Not far, the crew manned the drone. They are being included. Ruan Dongshun watched the video of the broadcast in his office and said suspiciously, why does this kid Qin Lang feel as if he has quite a bit of experience in leading soldiers? You guys see the way he leads the troops, one way or another, and it seems like he's used to it all. Centipede hurriedly said, I heard Company Commander Lee say earlier that he had formulated a training plan in the army, and also made special plans based on each person's physical condition. Ruan Dongxing had heard about this matter. He thought for a moment and said, no, Qin Lang's skillful stenciled movements don't look like they can be practiced in a day or two. Centipede said in surprise, could it be that you suspect that Qin Lang has led soldiers before when he was a mercenary? Ruan Dongxing frowned. It's not easy to say, but Qin Lang's mature and stable temperament is like he can directly come to our special forces as an instructor. The centipede's face was colorful. He smiled and didn't say anything. 5 minutes later, Qin Lang had a way of running and stopping with his men, sympathizing with a few people who had been starving for more than a day. 20 kilometers, which could have been done in an hour or so, turned out to be a hard 2 hours. As a result, when he arrived at his destination, Qin Lang's first words were, where is the 6-course meal? Centipede crowed, pointing to the brightly lit cafeteria. First come, first served. Before the words were finished, a few people took out the speed of a 100-meter sprint in less than 10 seconds and raced all the way to the cafeteria. Sure enough, it's just like Centipede said. The table was set with lunchboxes, each as tall as a small mountain of rice, and the first row of lunchboxes was so overly rich in food that it even used 2 lunchboxes to hold it. Just 6 positions. The 6 men sat directly at a table, and without a word, with their heads bowed, they were all for dry rice. Song Yan gave up his principle of not eating cilantro. The minced cilantro was chopped up in the diced meat. He really didn't have time to pick them one by one, so he just ate them all. It still didn't taste great, but after the hunger he'd experienced, he felt that even if he was given a handful of raw cilantro, he could convince himself to eat it if he could just stay alive. It's still painful though. Rice is unlimited refills, and how Dawei refills it twice. Until Daikuan couldn't look away. Didn't you eat 2 loaves of bread at lunch? How Dawei said as he ate. That's to make up for what I didn't eat before. I still owe my stomach 3 meals now. Daggone, how can you do that? First time I've heard of this ridiculous algorithm. On the table a large pot of lotus root rib soup, a few people a bowl after a bowl divided cleanly. After eating and drinking, it felt like the days of hard work had been worth it. After leaving the cafeteria, an expressionless veteran pointed to the building in the back. Your dormitories are in the back, so you can pick your own bedrooms. When Song Yen heard that he could choose his own dormitory, he immediately said that he wanted to be in the same room as Qin Lang. Liang Yiming also said, I'm also with Qin Lang. When Dakuan totaled it up, there were just 6 people, all of whom could live together. What else is there to choose? Let's just live together. But a few people were still dumbfounded when they saw the dormitory. Why is there a sense of déjà vu? You don't say, and I have a feeling I'm quite familiar with it as well. Just entering the dormitory building, all the rooms on the first floor, the doors were with locks. It seems to mean that they were told to go to the second floor. When we got to the second floor, the door on the side of the hallway was indeed unlocked and was a room door. They pushed open this one outside, only to be stunned by the scene that met their eyes. It's not a dormitory, it's a bunkhouse. If you had to count the beds, it was in a rectangular space about 20 meters long and about 10 meters wide or so. Only two rows of beds. One row had bunk beds near the windows and the other row had bunk beds against the wall. The beds were matted, so everyone just had to lay their carry-ons on them and rest. Still, faced with this shocking sight, several people took half a day to digest it. What do you think? Are our living conditions that bad? This house looks so depressing too. I think a prison should be better than this. The house looked astonishing at first glance, and the closer you looked, the colder it became. 2 rows of bunk beds, an estimated 60 beds. The overall length of the bed is about 15 meters or so, and the width is about 2 meters. 2 full walls of cabinets lined both sides of the room, and in the center of the room, 10 cabinets stitched together with chairs underneath. All the clothing and daily necessities for daily training are also available for everyone. Several people stood for half a day, not really knowing where to start. At that exact moment, someone suddenly opened the door. It was the man who had just shown them their dormitory. Haven't you chosen yet? You guys got here early enough to pick a spot. Liang Yiming asked with a grim expression. Wait, just this one dormitory? The veteran looked at him. You brought a doppelganger? One dormitory not enough for you? Liang Yiming's expression was grave and apprehensive. All of us live here? The veteran seemed to be looking at a retard, and his expression seemed to say, or what? Qin Lang sighed. Alright, it's better to be at peace with what you've come for than to spend the past 2 days in the wind. He directly threw his bag on the outermost bed, and Liang Yiming said, then I'll sleep on Qin Lang's upper bunk. Hao Dawei grabbed the seat next to Qin Lang and lamented. Luckily there's a partition between this bed and the bed, or else I could kill myself on the spot when I'm halfway to bed and suddenly straddle a man. A few others had a nasty chill. Can you stop? It's disgusting. If I have nightmares tonight, you're responsible. See? I got goosebumps just now. Qin Lang quickly packed up the bed, and also chose the location of the cabinet, and after putting things one by one, he went to wash up. When he returned, he found a few more wretched soldiers in his quarters, and pressed his fire back. Disgruntled, they questioned, with these accommodations, why aren't you protesting? Is this sure this is a room where people can sleep? Qin Lang said, we can all sleep, can't you? You're not human? Qin Lang took a towel and quickly wiped his hair, sitting on the bed in a dignified manner. Does protesting work? Why don't you go and try? Dakuan also adjusted his mindset and said in a Buddhist manner, if you can't change your environment, then adapt to it. At 1:30 a.m., Qin Lang was already lying in bed resting. Barely half an hour after that, someone came back. The process is the same. First shock, then anger, followed by the start of wrestling with making the bed and washing up, hating to wake everyone up. Other people's comfort is the source of their own pain. It was good that the crowd all finished before the 4-hour limit. The last person who came back from the cafeteria didn't even stop complaining when he got to the dormitory. I'm half dead tired, but I didn't get a single bite of food. What's the point of putting quick curd on my rice? Is it an offering for me? One thing led to another, only to be followed by another after seeing the environment of the dormitory. They made noise on purpose and kept the others up all night. In the end, Liang Yueming couldn't hold back and said, almost ready? Can you lower your voice a little? We're still resting. But the other person remained unrepentant and said in a conspiratorial manner, I've kept my voice down, so look for your own problems with your poor sleep quality. Angry Liang Yueming was just about to jump down and fight him hard when Song Yen held him down. Song Yen said, alright, go to sleep. A little more sleep is a little more sleep. Liang Yueming then realized that there were still benefits to having the beds close together. Liang Yueming also chucked in a mocking remark. Also, no matter what, I've slept for more than 3 hours. Unlike some people who don't have enough time to sleep even if they wanted to. On the first night, Everyone didn't sleep well, except for Qin Lang. Qin Lang's sleep quality. Even if he was put into a production workshop, under the huge noise, he could still sleep, but others aren't so good. Just about ready to fall asleep when the person next to you starts snoring. Either that or an arm or leg appears out of nowhere. A roll over in the bunk, or a roll over in the person next to you, can drive a piece of the bed to vibrate. Others were so tired that they came back and went straight to bed without washing up. And all this rich smell smoked people who had just gone to sleep but were suffocating to wake up. This night we all learned firsthand what it means to be miserable. 6 o'clock in the morning. The wake-up call sounded. Most people are forced to get up and meet the centipede without even seeing the weekender. Many of them were originally just out of energy. But as a result, when they woke up early today together, the dark circles under their eyes were, one by one, bigger than the other. But no matter how sleepy they were, everyone took care of their chores and met downstairs in minutes. I didn't realize that there were soldiers waiting here for a long time. Qin Lang saw someone familiar. It was Yao Wenbin from the reconnaissance company. It seemed that these people were all bailed out. Contrast that with Hao Dawei and the others who looked like they had had their souls taken out of them. All of them shriveled up. They fell back on looking refreshed. Each of them held their heads high and looked at Qin Lang and the others with condescension. Hao Dawei grunted in defiance. What are you guys so proud of? Tomorrow morning. Maybe you guys are worse off than us. Ruan Dongsheng said. Everyone returned to the line quickly. Now that all the special forces that passed the selection are here, I'll start by announcing the rest of the training program. After it's over, those of you who just arrived go back to your dormitories and put your luggage away. You'll be given half an hour. After that, see you in the cafeteria. Let's start with some clichés. Do all of you want to be special forces? The crowd breathlessly said. Think. Ruan Dongsheng, you guys don't want to. Only a few said emphatically. Think. Ruan Dongsheng repeated. You don't want to. This time, no one spoke at all. The voice reflects determination. Do you have determination? Your mosquito voice is not as powerful as the shouts of a military dog when it is giving birth. Look at you carefully in the mirror and see how you are like this. What is the point that can be related to the special forces? Up comes a barrage of insults. Many people clenched their fists and forced their hearts to hold back their dissatisfaction. I've seen a lot of new recruits just like you, usually shouting slogans and daydreaming one race after another. But when it comes to the real need, you don't know where to run away. Do you think you're qualified to be a special forces soldier? Yes. A reply, sounding like a bell. All the soldiers thought that these were the words of Ruan Dongsheng's reprimand. None of them dared to agree, and each of them hung their heads in shame and allowed themselves to be slaughtered. Even Ruan Dongsheng himself didn't think that someone would actually answer him. This person also happened to be Qin Lang. The centipede has a colorful expression. Ruan Dongsheng froze even more. He seemed to be exasperated and laughed at by Qin Lang as he asked, what makes you think you're qualified to be a special forces soldier? Qin Lang said, I have the ability and intelligence to deserve the title of special forces. Ruan Dongsheng randomly sneered. You're quite rampant. You say you must have? This time, everyone looked at Qin Lang. The vast majority of them were gloating, wanting to see Qin Lang make a fool of himself. However, Hao Dawei's few people were truly worried about Qin Lang. Guns hitting heads. Even if Qin Lang was strong, being targeted by the chief of staff was not a good thing. Ruan Dongsheng said, since you're so powerful, do you dare to compete with our veterans? The one who loses won't even participate in training from now on and will go to the backyard to water the vegetables. If you lose, Qin Lang, you must pass the test for all items. With the intention of failing, run 20 kilometers with weights. This time, the faces of Song Yan and De Kuan's few people instantly darkened. Qin Lang had come over as a special forces soldier, even if he was strong, but after all, facing so many special forces soldiers who had come back from the battlefield, it wasn't necessarily guaranteed that he would win 100%, right? Qin Lang didn't say anything and Ruan Dongsheng questioned. What? You're not convinced? This time, Qin Lang said without hesitation. No, convincing. When will the competition begin? Qin Lang thought to himself. They're kind of hoping that I'll reveal myself. Then I'll show you what real strength means. Ruan Dongsheng also didn't expect Qin Lang to be so forthcoming. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the group of special forces behind himself. Since Qin Lang wants to compete in a match, which one of you will play with him? It sounded like a perfunctory game for a child. The group of veterans all sneered at Qin Lang, not putting him in their eyes at all. A few seconds later, Centipede stood out from the crowd, smiling but not laughing. She said to Qin Lang, then I'll practice with you. Qin Lang asked, then what? Centipede humbly said, I'm a veteran. I'll mention then what seems like I'm a bully. Just say what you're good at. Qin Lang smiled faintly. Then let's compare shooting. This time, the crowd was nonplussed, wide-eyed and whispering in horror. Did I hear it right? Qin Lang is actually going to compete with a veteran in shooting? What's he thinking? Is he sick in the head? I heard he was a pretty good shot in the recruit company at the time, so it's not like he's drifting, is it? But the crowd treated Qin Lang as a joke. Someone who practices shooting at a gun target every day. They are pretty much the equivalent of a soldier on paper to a real special forces soldier. The crowd couldn't help but start to get up in arms. Qin Lang, I advise you to give up now. There's no shame in losing to a veteran. It's a shame for you to die trying to save face. Yeah, we don't laugh at you either. So what if we go water the vegetable patch? We're all new recruits. Everyone is equal. But, ha 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 ha. They said that they were equal, but no one put Qin Lang in their eyes. They all looked at him as a joke. But the centipede is not as easy as it seems. He had followed Qin Lang's examination throughout these days, and Qin Lang's strength was unfathomable. He doesn't do anything too anticlimactic other than jumping off the third floor of the mall, but the hurdles that are set up specifically for him happen to be easily solved by him. Therefore, the centipede stared at Qin Lang in a pretentious manner, hooking up the corners of his mouth. He let out a light laugh. Are you sure? But the deal is, if you lose, you'll be a good boy and go water the vegetable patch. A group of people followed suit and mocked Qin Lang. Go water the vegetable patch. Watering. Qin Lang watering. Qin Lang laughed openly. It's not certain who will lose. Nguyen Dongsheng took them to the shooting range. He brought in 2 sniper rifles that were quite advanced in appearance and design alone. The gun body reflects the cold sense of luster. This is the charm of cold weapons. A gun froze to see a group of new recruits' eyes glowing. Crap! What kind of gun is this? It's nothing like the one we are the sharpshooter company uses. The recoil of this gun is quite strong, and it feels heavier than the one we used before, so it's not very controllable. Is it? With this barrage of bullets thrown out, I guess my arms will be numb from the shock. A veteran looked at their group of new recruits like bumpkins and said disdainfully, can the guns of the special forces be the same as the guns of your sharpshooter company? This is a professional sniper rifle, the K9-3 model, capable of sniping up to 1500 meters. The recruits behind him were even more excited and shocked when they heard 1500 meters. Wow! Is 1500 meters the intensity of training we have to achieve too? Can all of your special forces get to that level? I now have no bottom in my heart. My highest achievement is 500 meters and 10 rings. If the special forces are this training difficulty, you don't scare me. I'm hanging too. The veteran who just spoke thought to himself, 1,500 meters. And there's no way we're going to finish. The special forces require a 10 ring for 1,000 meters with an accuracy of 85% or more. How can you new recruits do what we veterans can't? And Qin Lang's eyebrows moved imperceptibly after he gripped the gun. Centipede noticed Qin Lang's small movements and said, you haven't touched this type of gun before, have you? It's not at all like the gun you used before. Qin Lang nodded slightly. It's true that he hasn't used it. The optimal range of a gun of this type, the K9-3, is only 200 meters, and any interference after 200 meters will directly affect the bullet's deviation from its trajectory. The furthest range that could be achieved was 1500 meters, but accuracy was out of the question. Guns of this level belong to the remnants in Qin Lang's opinion. The worst one in my own closet collection is better than this gun. Routinely checking gun parts for problems before a sniping match. Over to the 2 veterans who had disassembled all the guns and put them in the box. Why does this gun seem to have 2 more things than the one we used before? The number of parts are different. Can Qin Lang check for problems? If the veteran lied to him, he probably wouldn't even know. Wait and see Qin Lang make a fool of himself. Centipede fussed over, looking very helpful and said, Qin Lang, if you don't return to the assembly, I'll help you. He spoke in a frivolous tone and set Qin Lang up, but Qin Lang said, there's no need to trouble you with such a simple matter. Simple? Qin Lang is so bold as to say that assembling a gun is simple? Is he crazy? Only to see Qin Lang suddenly pick up the main body of the gun, and with silky smooth movements, he picked up the parts on the table and installed them without thinking. The back and forth added up to less than 6 seconds. The movement was so fast that before the crowd could react, Qin Lang had already copied the gun and aimed at the target. Centipede's expression froze. Even Nguyen Dongsheng was astonished. Did you guys see the Qin Lang kid's movements? How come he's so fast? The special forces soldier next to him also nodded in shock. It's really fast. It's estimated to be less than 7 seconds. Nguyen Dongsheng narrowed his eyes and spoke to Ghost Hand beside him. Go check if there are any problems with his gun. Ghost Hand took Qin Lang's gun and carefully checked it once. There was no problem with the gun. Even Qin Lang had adjusted the accuracy of the sniper scope when he just aimed. When did he do that? Was it just a moment ago? No way. Even for himself, it took at least 5 seconds to adjust. He handed the gun to Qin Lang with a complicated face and said expressionlessly, no problem. Qin Lang smiled at Centipede. Shall we begin? Centipede froze, then nodded. Start anytime. Many of the recruits looked confused. Why does it feel like Qin Lang has seen this kind of gun before? He assembled it quite smoothly. That's just a fancy person. I'd like to see him snipe if he's a fancy person too. Centipede asked Qin Lang. How many meters of range do you want to compare? Qin Lang stretched out a finger. Centipede, 100 meters? It can't be 1,000 meters, can it? No, it's 1,000 meters. This time, the room was abuzz. Ha 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 ha. Holy shit, did I hear that right? Qin Lang is going to compete with the special forces in a 1,000 meter sniping match? Is he okay? I reckon it'll be interesting to see if there's not a single bullet hole in the gun target in a while. Song Yan and Hao Daoi's few people were also quite worried. 1,000 meters is certainly not difficult. Can Qin Lang really do it? I can't even see the target with my naked eyes. If my arm shakes a little, I guess I'll be off target. Qin Lang, you must be steady. Centipede laughed twice, then said, good. Then let's compare sniping at a distance of 1,000 meters. 10 rounds in total. Then the number of rings. Do you have any comments? Qin Lang said, no. The game is officially on. Both sides racked their rifles separately, staring intently at the sniper scopes. Begin. With a command, Qin Lang took the lead in firing the first shot, and next, he fired around almost every second, not even taking time to adjust. After the 10 shots ended, Qin Lang put down his gun with a leisurely movement. At this moment, Centipede had just fired 5 shots, but his mind had not received any influence from Qin Lang and he still maintained his rhythm. But the onlooker recruits also had an answer in their hearts after seeing Qin Lang's 10 consecutive shots. I think Qin Lang is broken. Who's a good guy who can fire 10 shots in a row without adjusting? With that gun's tremor. If you don't adjust the second shot, it's going to go wherever it's going to go. Just wait. Qin Lang is going to be slapped in the face. The ghost hand took a look at Qin Lang's gun target with the binoculars, and immediately his body stiffened, as if he was nailed to the gun target. With a grimace, he handed the binoculars to Nguyen Dongsheng. Ruan Dongsheng felt bad when he took a look at Ghost Hand's face. On Qin Lang's gun target, there was just a bullet hole on the red center in the middle, and it formed a circle with bullet holes in an extremely regular manner. This level of precise control over a sniper rifle was impossible even for a veteran like Ghost Hand. This circle looked more like Qin Lang's provocation to them. Why isn't the chief of staff talking? What's that look on his face? Is there not a single bullet on Qin Lang's gun target? That must be 8 or 9. That is 1,000 meters. I can see the soybean size of the gun target. No training, how can you shoot directly? Qin Lang can lose adults. I'm so looking forward to Qin Lang's trip to water the vegetable garden. The jeers of the crowd were unceasing. Centipede also took his last shot at this point. He didn't even look at Qin Lang's gun target. He had absolute confidence in his strength. It was impossible for him to lose to a newcomer, even if he's a rookie with some skills. Nguyen Dongsheng put down his binoculars and never said a word. The recruits began to clamor, announcing grades. We'd like to know who's actually going to water the vegetable garden. Qin Lang shouldn't have lost without even having his pants left, right? Ruan Dongsheng, however, said, be quiet, announcing the results of the match. Centipede. All 10 rounds for a total of 100 rings. The field erupted in cheers. Centipede Bull. It's really a master. 1,000 meters and still hit 100 rings, too good. Chief of Staff, how are Qin Lang's grades? Hurry up and announce Qin Lang's results. Yeah, I can't wait. Hao Dawei. Several people's hearts also followed the hanging. Qin Lang, you must not lose. Qin Lang, the sniping score for 1,000 meters is, what is it? Are they all off target? Did you miss all the shots? 100 rings. Qin Lang's sniping score of 1,000 meters is actually 100 rings? It's a mistake, isn't it? How is that possible? How can he be 100 rings? The whole place was abuzz. The skepticism is even higher. Did he cheat? Hao Dawei and the others, however, were both shocked and excited. Qin Lang is too good. I told you Qin Lang would be fine. Qin Lang, bull. Qin Lang, awesome. Cheating my ass. How can you cheat in a sniping match? A group of people held their stomachs to refute Qin Lang, but they froze and were blocked back by Qin Lang's 100 rings. Even though they didn't believe in their hearts that Qin Lang even had this kind of strength, the result of the match was literally right there. Centipede also took the binoculars with a tight frown and felt as if he had been insulted after seeing the ring on Qin Lang's gun target. He snapped, Qin Lang, do you dare to compete with me in a match? This time it was Qin Lang who said frankly, any time. Centipede hesitated for a moment and said with determination, 1,500 meters, do you dare to try? Qin Lang said with a wry smile, the best shooting distance of the K9-3 is 1,200 meters. Sniping at 1,500 meters is inherently risky. I dare to try. but are you sure you want to try? Qin Lang's contemptuous attitude, which completely disregarded him, caused the centipede to receive a great insult. He was a new recruit who had completely disregarded him. A veteran. Even talking to himself in such a threatening preachy tone, he couldn't bear it. Anyone who wimped out now would be clearly unable to hold their head up in front of the other side. Centipede sneered. What wouldn't I dare? No one knows this gun better than me. Qin Lang nodded. No one knows the weather better than I do. The air humidity is now 82%. The wind is blowing from the southeast at 3 meters per second. And the visual field visibility is 16 meters. Qin Lang said to himself after extending his hand. But Ghost Hand's face was getting worse. When he looked at Qin Lang, he was even deeper. What kind of structure is this person? How can he even know everything about the air index? Ruan Dongsheng also scanned the air data on the computer and shuddered. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes and had the 1500-meter gun target prepared immediately. Those new recruits who were watching gradually detected a bit of a doorway. I think, how come Qin Lang is also 10 times better at 500 meters? It's the mindset, isn't it? He's a new recruit. 1000 meters is probably the limit. That extra 500 meters is like 101 sprinting 102. It's not half as hard as it should be. No, you guys, look at Centipede's serious expression. He seems to be getting serious. Damn. Qin Lang can't really aim at 500 meters, can he? If he can, he's my big brother from now on. This time, the duo raised their guns in both directions in full view of the crowd. Centipede was clearly not as loose as he was in the last inning and his arm was quite a bit stiffer. After the start, Qin Lang remained at the level of 1 shot per second, but the centipede beside him grew more and more cautious, pausing for a dozen seconds or so to adjust after each shot. After he fired 2 shots, Qin Lang had put away his gun and stood behind him with his hands clasped to his chest. Centipede felt his breathing messed up, which was a big no-no. Inside, there was a growing urge to show him Qin Lang's sniping accomplishments, but he can't. If you look at it now, you'll be completely affected by Qin Lang's results later on in your own life. He took several deep breaths, but the sweat on his body revealed his nervousness. Did the centipede miss? Why is he sweating so much? Did Qin Lang hit them all? I see Centipede's remaining shots hanging as well. The more nervous I got, the more I tried to focus, but the more continuous the skepticism around me drilled into my ears. He adjusted a couple times before finally firing a 3rd shot, followed by a 4th. A few shots later, he was sweating profusely. The last 2 shots were more of a succession of shots that he fired against skepticism and his own unsteady mind. He sighed in a variety of ways and didn't even have the courage to pick up the gun and look at his score again. His expression when he looked at Ruan Dongsheng also became frustrated. He had let Ruan Dongsheng down. After Ruan Dongsheng glanced at the results of both sides, he also gave Qin Lang a meaningful look. Qin Lang hugged his arms and yawned, as if he didn't care at all. 1500 meters sniper. Qin Lang. 100 rings. In an instant, the crowd's gasps were deafening. Holy shit, did I hear you wrong? Tell me again, did I hear you wrong? How many rings in 500 meters? 100 rings. 100 rings. Qin Lang is fucking awesome. For the first time, I know that Qin Lang's strength is so strong. He just became a special forces soldier. And he's straight to the summit tournament. This is. Chief of Staff. How many rings did Centipede hit? Yeah, we've been waiting for half a day. How many rings did he hit? Ruan Dongsheng's hand clutching the binoculars tightened slightly, and the centipede's head dropped even lower. Centipede. 86 rings. There was a chorus of gasps, and a succession of skeptical voices. Why didn't I expect that Qin Lang's grades would be higher than Centipede's? This time Centipede really got punched in the face, or by a new recruit who's a pain in the ass in every way. TSK, TSK, TSK. Although I can't stand to see Qin Lang being so capable of pretending to be a pussy, there's no blacking out in terms of strength. It's so strong. I kind of admire him. Qin Lang himself did not expect that on the first day of the Special Forces training. He directly conquered all the new recruits with his strength. Even a number of veterans have praised him. Nguyen Dongxing is more of a mixed bag. The only one injured was Centipede. The outcome is clear. Qin Lang looked at Centipede with a smile. Centipede. The winner is already divided. The loser can't renege on the debt. Many people looked at Centipede teasingly, but Centipede said expressionlessly, willing to gamble, a loss is a loss. I'll go water the vegetable patch. Ruan Dongsheng wanted to say something, looked at the Centipede's back and shook his head helplessly. Ruan Dongsheng coughed and told all the recruits to gather. He didn't speak as tongue-in-cheek as he did at the beginning of his speech this time, but said euphemistically, the strength of the recruits is mixed, with the strong ones standing alone, and the weak ones struggling to carry their weight for even 20 kilometers. But we're training special forces squads that can carry out missions as a group, and it's no use if you're good on your own but can't provide value to the squad. He looked meaningfully in Qin Lang's direction. From now on, all of you forget your previous identities, your previous achievements, and start from zero. Remember only one thing: obey orders. The Special Forces selection test is not over, but only officially begins from today. Every day after that is hell. After saying that, Ruan Dongsheng habitually called the centipede. A second later, it occurred to me that the centipede had gone to water the vegetable garden. It could only be darkened to allow Ghost Hand to act as the instructor. Ghost Hand brought everyone to the training ground and had everyone stand in a square formation. There are 56 of you, standing in 7 rows of 8, 2 meters apart front to back. Several veterans were holding piles of flak jackets and handing them to the new recruits one by one. Everyone, 6 seconds to put on your body armor. Starting in the first row, start counting from left to right. The first column starts counting from front to back. Everyone looked at Ghost Hand strangely for this maneuver. Are your own coordinates clear now? Read the rows and then the columns. Everyone was amazed. How is this even related to math? David, how? Tell us your coordinates. How Dawei was suddenly called by name, huh? I should be 5th platoon. 4th column. Should? How Dawei immediately straightened his back. Okay. Well, everyone has to memorize their coordinates. And your reflexes are going to be tested next. And this is the first test of whether or not you're qualified to be Special Forces. In a moment, I'll read the coordinates at random. And the person whose coordinates are read to them will immediately move themselves into the position of one of the 4 people in front of, behind, and to the left of, because the sniper will shoot you where you just were a second later. Remember one thing, us Special Forces, we never use blanks. Many people felt their hearts go cold after hearing this. It also finally dawned on them why they were each given a bulletproof vest. Someone wiping sweat apprehensively asked, "Sure you won't miss?" Ghost Hand waved a hand behind him. At once, on the high platform, 10 gun-toting Special Forces appeared, each of them holding a sniper rifle in their hands. Ghost Hand said disdainfully, "Do you take us for you? Will we still miss?" A new recruit muttered in dissatisfaction. "We're scared too. What if we end up here?" Ghost Hand snorted coldly. "Humph. Afraid of this and that. Then what are you guys doing here? Special Forces are meant to deal with guns every day. From now on, you can leave anytime you want. Those who are afraid of death have no right to stay in the Special Forces at all." Some of the recruits were apprehensive, others fearful. The only oddball was Qin Lang, who found it quite amusing. Kind of like the game I played earlier. But isn't the standby time too long? 1 second. Would some dumbass not be able to react? The coordinates are, in a row of 3 columns, a rather conspicuous location. You will be given 10 seconds to adjust, and 10 seconds to officially begin. Some people have even started rehearsing their movement trajectories in advance. Second row, 3rd column. The new recruit behind Qin Lang nervously screamed, "Ah, how come it's me?" His voice accompanied his head, swaying from side to side, and surrounded behind Qin Lang in 3 dimensions. Eventually even others leaned in. Boom! Bullets shot into the ground behind him. The men in the 2nd row and 3rd column were trembling behind Qin Lang. 4 rows and 7 columns. 3 rows and 5 columns. 1 row, 2 columns. At first it was to give everyone time to get used to it, and by the end, he was calling faster and faster. And all 10 snipers were busy starting to snipe. Some people were so scared they turned pale. Someone else, in a panic, was shot. In less than 10 minutes, almost everyone was sweating. Some were scared, some were nervous, and some were busy. Many of the recruits were psychologically poor, and as soon as they heard one of the numbers in their platoon or column, they ran after it and scared themselves half to death. Qin Lang, however, is very comfortable. In the row of 3 columns the moment he landed, he has already taken a step to the right side of the pan. The crowd managed to carry the 10 minutes, only to hear an even more shocking revelation. Starting now, whoever dares to undergo the test without a bulletproof suit will pass. What? Did this just give us newbie training? You've just come up here and you're that tough? There are people who have been shot, and their legs are sore right now. The smack he got was no joke, and he felt his body shudder with it. Don't worry if you're not ready yet. There will be a pause every 10 minutes where you can choose to take off your body armor, and we'll continue to read out the coordinates irregularly. And if those who aren't wearing body armor successfully dodge, then the level will be counted as passed. The test of reflexes and guts is for 2 hours, and if there is still anyone who is too afraid to take off their body armor within those 2 hours, then they will be eliminated outright. This time, many people's hearts were completely cold. Isn't that pushing it? That's a real bullet. I wouldn't dare. I just got weak in the knees when my coordinates were read and I almost went the wrong way. Suddenly, one man said, "Report, I'm taking off my flak jacket." At once, everyone looked in the direction of the speaker. A row of 3 columns of men, Qin Lang. Holy shit, it's Qin Lang. Why is Qin Lang so bullish? He's going to be the first one? Does this Qin Lang have a hang-up? Why do I feel like he's not afraid of anything? Ghost Hand said. Okay, 5 minutes. Raise your hand if you want to take off your body armor. And after 5 minutes, it's official. During the 5 minutes, Qin Lang was the only one who took off his body armor. Given the choice between a nest egg and a small life, they still resolutely chose the small life. And reassure yourself. Look again. Look again. Get used to it first. In 5 minutes, it's official. The people on both sides of Qin Lang were hanging on by a thread, and even cared about Qin Lang's coordinates by association. 4 rows and 2 columns, 7 rows and 7 columns, 3 columns in a row. Qin Lang's body reacted first and quickly retreated to his right side. It left a crater at an angled angle in the ground where he had just been standing. Qin Lang, pass. The ghost hand didn't seem to want to let Qin Lang pass so easily, but there was nothing he could do about it. Many people looked at Qin Lang with envy. How is he so good? This mental strength, how come it's so stable? But immediately after Qin Lang left the group, a veteran came over and looked at Qin Lang with a bad smile on his face. Follow me. Qin Lang asked suspiciously. Go, didn't I pass the test? Where to? The veteran said. There are other missions after you pass, and this is uniquely yours. Qin Lang frowned and looked at him. The mission is still private. You guys are deliberately trying to mess with me. The veteran laughed out loud. Those who can do more. You're a king-level character. Wouldn't it be a waste to let you play a bronze game? Although Qin Lang knew that these people were guaranteed to have no good intentions, but still, he followed his opponent suspiciously. The two of them walked around the dormitory building one after the other, and in front of them was a large area of mountains and farmland. Qin Lang suddenly had a bad feeling. As he saw the watering centipede, he instantly understood the other party's intentions. It seemed that this was them seeing that their good brother centipede had suffered a loss at the hands of Qin Lang, and they were trying to find a way to make up for it. They were colluding to deliberately mess with Qin Lang. Qin Lang didn't break it down directly, but asked the veteran, what do you want me to do by calling me here? Can't you see there are so many weeds in the field? Pull the weeds, water it, and bring the soil over for plowing. Qin Lang, are you sure? The veteran clasped his hands to his chest and said disdainfully, what's the matter? Do you want to disobey orders? What did the chief of staff say today? All a new soldier has to do is obey orders. Qin Lang said indifferently, it's fine. I'm just confirming that I'm told to do these things, and if I do it, isn't it just obeying orders? Qin Lang smiled. However, this smile made the veteran feel that Qin Lang did not have good intentions, but he thought that Qin Lang was after all a new recruit, and even if he had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to make it bad, so he left Qin Lang behind and left. The centipede still seemed to be concentrating on watering the vegetable patch and didn't notice that there was an extra person in the patch. Qin Lang looked at the vegetable plot and water pipe in front of him, and then he had a plan. He went straight to the main valve and turned the water flow up to maximum. He took the end of the hose and started pouring down the first row. The small vegetable seedlings, which were not rooted very deeply, were uprooted from the soil and flowed down the furrow a few meters away. Qin Lang's other hand wasn't idle either, and he nicked a shovel by the wall in passing, aiming it at the green plants on the left, one after the other. He did it crisply. In a few minutes, the otherwise lush vegetable rows were cleaned up. Hey, what are you doing with that kid? Don't you ruin all my seedlings. Suddenly, a grumpy voice came from dozens of meters away. Immediately after that, the water pipe in Qin Lang's hand also ran out of water. Turned around, only to see a bald grandpa, wearing farm shoes deep and shallow feet on the watered mounds. Several times almost broke his foot. Hearing Moncler Outlet Store the shouts, the centipede thought that the Moncler Outlet Store was calling him and turned back in a hurry, but he didn't expect to see Qin Lang in the vegetable field, and a bare vegetable ridge. Centipede hurriedly walked over and asked with a frown, Qin Lang, what's going on? Why are you here? Qin Lang said with a wry smile, are you guys conspiring to make me come? Centipede was confused. What collusion? What's going on? The bald Moncler also panted and ran over, pulling Qin Lang's arm and not letting go. Yes, you must. Give me a good. Explain this. What in the world is going on? Who let you come to scourge my vegetable seedlings? Qin Lang innocently said. I just had a training test in front of me. As long as I pass sniping without wearing body armor, it's considered a pass. Turns out I was the first one through, and then said I was set up with a special task to come here and water and weed. I've never done any farming either, so who knows what's grass and what's a vegetable seedling, and I can't get a good handle on the amount of watering. Qin Lang thought to himself, as long as it's a green plant there's nothing I can't tell apart. But since you guys are intent on screwing me, I won't let you get away with it. The bald grandpa gave the centipede a meaningful look. I don't care what arrangements you guys make, but you can't mess things up for me. I've got a garden full of pollution-free vegetables for you guys, so you can't spoil the food. Centipede blushed but apologized to the grandpa repeatedly. I'm sorry, Moncler, I'll take care of it. Moncler outlet online fiercely pointing at Qinlang, and you, brat, don't think I don't know that you did it on purpose. The two of you planted this row of seedlings before you can go. I'm going to sit right up front and watch you guys, and you're going to have to do a good job for me. Qinlang exaggeratedly saluted at him. Okay, chief, promise to complete the mission. Moncler outlet online cold snort, brat, you less poor with me. This trick is useless to me. Hurry up and work. Qinlang looked at the wet ground. If he had known, he wouldn't have poured so much water. Qinlang, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Centipede whispered from the sidelines. Qinlang raised an eyebrow at him. Believe it or not, but I didn't know they let you come over here. I was displeased with the morning's match, but for not being as good as you. I'm mad at myself and I'm targeting you per item. He lowered his head and looked at the empty rows of vegetables. But this matter still has something to do with me. I'll plant the seedlings. You go. Before, the centipede had an arrogant and flamboyant aura about it. But now, that aura had weakened quite a bit, which in turn allowed Qinlang to taste a few hints of sincerity. Perhaps, he is truly unaware. The centipede squatted down, picked up a vegetable seedling off to the side and planted it on the ridge again. Qinlang took 2 steps and squatted down in front of him. What are you talking about? The Grand Master told us to join together, but I follow orders. Moncler outlet online I kept a close eye on the two men's movements, fearing that one of the jerks would ruin his seedlings again, but it didn't work out, and this time both of them did a good job. The new recruit, who had previously threatened that he didn't know the seedlings, planted them in such a standard way that even he, as a veteran vegetable grower, couldn't find fault with them. The two men buried themselves in their work, and 10 minutes later, the vegetable rows were alive. Qinlang walked towards the grandfather. Chief, can I go now? The grandfather took a bushel fan leisurely fan, hummed, still can look past. Hurry up and go. Next time if you dare to scourge my vegetable seedlings, I also punish you. Qinlang teased. I guess you won't have this chance. After tossing this little episode, Qinlang returned to the original training ground with a shoe full of mud. By now, there were 6 distraught recruits standing on the perimeter. Upon seeing Qinlang, the crowd was surprised and asked, Qinlang, where were you just now? Ghost Hand also saw Qinlang from afar. He frowned unhappily and asked the person beside him, wasn't this kid sent to the vegetable field to water? How come he's back so soon? Old Xia, the Special Forces soldier, grimaced as he questioned Qinlang. Didn't I tell you to water? Are you done with your task? Qinlang grunted. Would I have come back if I hadn't finished? Old Xia felt that Qinlang was a slippery person, and that he had something to say. He licked his back teeth, his gaze fixed on Qinlang. Qinlang, if I find out that you're messing around with this, your punishment will be doubled. Qinlang innocently looked at him. See what you're saying? I'm a new recruit. How can I dare to mess around in front of the veterans? I really finished the mission. If you don't believe me, go ask Qinlang. How this person looked odd, but what he said was seamless, and old Xia had a bellyful of it. He said, Qinlang, it's good to be idle. You take the recruits who have passed and do a set of frog jumps. A set of 100. It seems that these people just can't stand to see themselves idle and have to find something for themselves to do. Qinlang said in a bored voice, fine. There was a row of 1-meter deep dirt pits on the training ground, which were specially designed for frog jump training. There are 30 of them in a row, and each time they frog jump with their hands behind their backs, bend their knees, jump back to the ground by catapulting their knees, and then jump into the next hole immediately afterward. Normally do frog jump training is still easy. Once the rainy days, the hole of water along with the loose soil stuck in the shoes, every time you jump up, are comparable to the legs tied 10 kilograms of sandbags. They were kind of lucky at this point. The pit was a little drier. This kind of frog jump training is considered to be the most routine training in the army, but after all, last night many people ran until midnight to come back. Today it is inevitable that the thighs and calves are a little bit unable to beat the strength. Qinlang hit the head. His movements were crisp and his bouncing trajectory was silky smooth, but the ones behind him sighed. Oops. I just almost broke my foot. I can't get my thighs to eat. What should I do? Why do my legs feel so sore? I'm a little out of breath after a few jumps. Holy shit. How did Qinlang jump so fast? He just jumped a few seconds earlier than us, and this is almost halfway out of our jump. Someone complained. Qinlang, can you teach us how you jump? Any tips yet? When he heard this, he turned silky smooth in the pit, and then jumped over in the direction from which he had come. Qinlang said, don't rely on brute force to jump. In the Special Forces, you have to learn how to save your strength. Save your energy? The 6 people looked at Qinlang suspiciously. Could we still speculate? It's unlikely with so many eyes watching, isn't it? Qinlang laughed. Wrong. What I mean by saving energy is adjusting breathing, adjusting the point of origin and focus, and adjusting the jumping position, which can consume only half of the energy. The group almost didn't stare their eyes out. Can it still be like this? It's all the same move. How can you save half the effort? Don't you lie to us / Yeah, don't you kid yourself. Qin Lang said indifferently. Believe it or not, I'm only going to say the technique once. Afterwards, Qin Lang said and did the operation only once before jumping forward alone. Old Xia had been closely following Qin Lang's actions. Just now he disbelievingly dialed the phone number of the vegetable garden grandpa, only to be scolded by the other party's split face. You jerks, you know how to give me a hard time. I'm not a penal colony for laborers here either. My vegetable seedlings are all precious. You let a bunch of people who don't know their grains from their vegetables and grasses weed me. Are you playing with him or with me? Humph, he almost destroyed my vegetable patch. I don't want to see you lately. Don't come around lately. Slap. Moncler Outlet Store angry. He hung up the phone. Old Xia blackened his face and clutched his cell phone. Qin Lang, I knew you were messing things up for me. When he saw that Qin Lang seemed to be teaching the men the frog jumping position, he wondered suspiciously. Is Qin Lang teaching them? Just him? Will it work? At first a few people were a little hesitant. After all, Qin Lang spoke softly, but the way he said it with such certainty, it was a bit like a pyramid scheme instead. A few people whispered, is Qin Lang punking us? Is what he said believable? I always feel as if it's not quite right. Never mind if it's reliable or not. Do we have any other path to choose now? Try it. A few people thought about it and decided he was right. It's not a bad idea to try it anyway. What did Qin Lang say just now? Was it to control the rhythm of breathing before jumping? Yeah, you try it first. One person tried the way Qin Lang had just said, and the moment he landed on his feet, he felt as light as a swallow. Without even the person himself reacting, he landed on the ground in an extremely light position. He was shocked. Holy shit, it really works, and it doesn't hurt my knees at all. Yeah, I'll try it. Really, listening to Qin Lang is right. It seems that Qin Lang really has two skills. How did he know this technique? I've been in the army for years and I didn't even know. Several people followed Qin Lang in hot pursuit. Old Xia also said in dismay. What's going on? Wasn't it 7 inequalities and 8 indignations before? How come it's an idol now? 2 hours passed. 56 Special Forces soldiers. Only 4 of them eventually did not dare to take off their bulletproof vests, and they were eliminated on the first day of training in the Special Forces. Several people had mixed feelings inside, but Ghostbusters had to drag these 4 men to the stage for a flogging. Anyone else can do it, why can't you? If before it was only psychological and physical torture that made them force themselves to dodge those bullets, now then, it's mental humiliation. One of them closed his eyes tightly. I just got hit by a bullet. I'm scared. I'm scared to die. Oh, afraid of death? What kind of special forces are you afraid of dying for? Is there any other special forces soldier who doesn't know his future mission? Your hands are going to carry guns to the battlefield. How many special forces soldiers can get to the point of retirement without having taken a bullet in their body? If you guys want to eat and die every day, you should be in a pigsty, not in special forces. If you don't even have the guts to do this, how can we trust the people to you? Many of the new recruits clenched their fists, lowered their heads, and clenched their teeth as they took the insults from the ghost hand. In the future, you'll have to deal with bullets every day. And you're lucky you didn't get shot today. But I'm not sure you'll have the same luck as you did today, and this is days of future training. If anyone wants to quit, do it before it's too late. Don't quit after you've trained for a few days and have already felt the hell of being inhuman. Then your sins of the past 2 days will have been in vain. Ghost Hand's stern eyes swept over everyone. Does anyone else want to quit? Many people looked from side to side. You can quit if you want to. What are you looking at others for? Can't you even decide for yourself? Then I'll make the decision for you. Get lost. Ghost Hand's words were unforgiving. On his first day of official training in the Special Forces, he rubbed everyone's ego on the ground. There were even quite a few people who secretly observed Qin Lang's reaction. In his mind, he pondered, hasn't Qin Lang always disliked others? This morning he even dared to dislike the Chief of Staff. So is he going to dislike the Ghost Hand again now? But Qin Lang always stood straight. He's got a temper, but he's not reckless. Ghost Hand's practice of teaching newcomers this lesson was something that Qin Lang couldn't pick fault with. People with poor mental capacity should have quit earlier. Special Forces and ordinary troops training intensity would have been a world of difference. Many people in the ordinary forces training cannot carry every day complaining, trying to muddle through to become a Special Forces soldier by luck. Then such people might as well quit early and save wasting other people's time. Quite a few people saw that Qin Lang did not respond and felt bored. Is there no one? All think they're exceptionally capable and mentally strong, don't they? The crowd remains silent. Good. Now everyone will dormitory. Prepare 20 kilograms of weighted luggage, and follow me to start pulling. I ran yesterday, and then started frogging this morning after dodging the gun. And I'm still running. The intensity of it was almost as if they were going to dry out all their lungs. Before it even started, there were already people who felt like they couldn't catch their breath. Holy shit, this is so sick. I can't even get my breath. How much is this pulling going to be another run? And 40 pounds of weight. I feel a little carried away. Ghost Hand had sharp ears and heard someone say they couldn't carry it. Oh, someone can't carry it anymore? You can quit now. Anyone want to quit? Once again, the crowd was silent. Ghost Hand laughed. It's fine. There's no rush. You guys can talk to me anytime you want to quit in a while. I'll give you 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, gather downstairs to weigh your luggage. Anything less than 20 kilos. Make up twice the weight if it's less. Now start the clock. The crowd swarmed towards the dormitory. Push open the door and a wall of cabinets. Hey, don't you squeeze me. Who stepped on my foot? I was looking for something. Who closed the cabinet door and hit me on the head? What did the instructor just say? We have to carry 20 kilograms of stuff down by feel? So if we're 1 kilogram short, we'll make up 2. Is that what you mean? Seems like it. Holy shit. This is fucking sick. Do I have a scale in my hand? Who knows how many pounds in my backpack? It's too pitiful, isn't it? Either way, it's making us carry more than 40 pounds of luggage. Someone suddenly noticed that Qin Lang carried his luggage with one hand, and then subsequently filled a water bottle with water and stuffed it into his bag before carrying it again. What's Qin Lang's goddamned business? Why does it feel like he knows the weight? Really? It must be a fake. He's not a weighing man. How could he weigh himself? But I think Qin Lang's method of filling the water jug is very good. The water jug is filled with at least 2 pounds. Let's run halfway, and then look at pouring out the water. It's not a bit easier? Someone nodded in response, but some were apprehensive. Will it work? What if we get caught? How can we be discovered? Can't someone tell on us? Besides, we were thirsty on the way. So what's wrong with drinking some water? A few of the bold ones quietly filled with water to gain weight. Qin Lang took Hao Dawei's bag and said, 2 pounds less. You stuff your pair of shoes. Hao Dawei was stunned. Ha, ah, good. He will do whatever Qin Lang says. Anyway, as long as he listened to Qin Lang, he felt right. Qin Lang also carried the bags of Song Yan and Liang Yueming successively. It's too heavy. Take that jacket out. You're a little light on this one. Just in time to stuff Liang Yueming's jacket in your bag. Song Yan looked at it for half a day and asked in a low voice, Qin Lang, how do you know the weight? Qin Lang said calmly, I've worked part-time at a gym before and lifted barbells, so I know what I'm doing. A few people did not think too much and followed Qin Lang's way of doing as they were told. 10 minutes later, the ghost's hand pointed to the scale. Weigh the luggage. Who's first? He swept the circle and pointed at Qin Lang. Qin Lang, you first. Qin Lang placed the luggage on the scale, and everyone watched the needle on the scale soar all the way up to a steady stop at 20 kilograms. Ghost Hand frowned as he looked at Qin Lang. What did you use? Qin Lang, didn't you ask for 20 kilograms? I'm done. Any more questions? There are questions. Too problematic. You can be over 20 kilograms. You can be 17 or 18 kilograms. But the needle is pointing steadily right in the middle of 20 kilograms, and that's the biggest problem. But the rules were set by the Ghost Hand, and he was again put in his place by Qin Lang. Holding his anger back, he said, it's okay. Next. Strangely enough, the ones who were on good terms with Qin Lang were all a little over 20 kilograms. What's going on? And How to Weigh and the others were even more relieved when they saw the weighing. At the same time, he admired Qin Lang even more. Ghost Hand originally wanted to give Qin Lang and the others a downward spiral. But as a result, he didn't think that the fire didn't come out. One could only aim at a couple of guys in the back who were 2 or 3 pounds short. You go over there and collect the sandbags. 6 pounds of sandbags for me in my backpack. You're pretty good, carrying a bag that's almost 50 pounds, okay? Newcomers are just bullish. Keep it up. The pullout begins. Ghost Rider rode a motorcycle and led the way at the front of the group. Keep up with me, and in 15 minutes the instructors will depart as a group. The crowd couldn't help but be surprised. What does it mean? What does it have to do with the instructor? It's not like we're going to get veterans to compete with us again, is it? A group of new recruits screamed, but Qin Lang's intuition told himself that it couldn't be that simple. Ghost Hand sneered, I'm afraid that you guys won't be able to hold on, so I'll let the instructor help you boost your run. The instructors will leave in 15 minutes, and when they catch up with you, they will always shoot after the soldiers in the last row. If you guys don't want to get shot, it's simple, run faster or pass the last row of soldiers. It's that simple. Is it easy? No wonder it was said that it was everyone's luck that they didn't get a gunny sack this morning. only to be forced to eat an upgraded version of the gunny sack again before it was even noon. The point is there's no body armor at this point. It's over and done with. I broke my foot this morning, so I guess it's going to be enough this time. They're getting ready for the real thing, aren't they? This is too fucking animal, isn't it? Is this making us the production team's donkeys? Hanjoni immediately looked sad and pale. This morning's training has already cost me half my life. I don't have any bottom in my heart now. I won't be eliminated on the first day, right? Several people immediately looked at Qin Lang and asked with anticipation. Qin Lang, do you have a solution? Can you help us? A few people close to them also pricked up their ears and paid close attention to Qin Lang's every word and action. Qin Lang smiled and said, "Don't worry, we just need to not be last." Didn't Ghost Hand just say that? They only hit the last row. A gunshot followed. Ghost Hand rushed at the front on his motorcycle, and as he blasted out the gas, the motorcycle raised a puff of black trailing smoke. The recruits deliberately reduced their speed and contracted the length of their ranks, keeping the gap between the first and last rows within a dozen meters. Qin Lang's few people were sandwiched in the middle and their movements were constrained at every turn. He frowned slightly, wondering who had come up with this odd position, which was totally pulling everyone down. If you follow this movement and run, you are expected to consume physical energy twice as fast. Ghost Hand turned his eyes and disappeared into thin air, realizing that this group of recruits had started playing mind games with him on their first day of training. Is this thinking that everyone is going at the same speed? The corner of Ghost Hand's mouth rose slightly, wanting to play arm wrestling with him. These people were still a little too young. He rolled his eyes and turned around to ride back again, and came face to face with the tightly packed group pasted into a caterpillar-like formation. He charged straight at the first row. The two men in the first row of the fight had thought he was bluffing, and categorically could not have crashed hard into him. They didn't intentionally split up the formation, but the Ghost Hand drove firmly at the two again. Seeing the Ghost Hand getting closer and closer, the roar of the motorcycle gradually rubbed through the eardrums, and even the vibration of the car became clearer and clearer. The two froze, but inside they were still thinking, he's not going to be serious, is he? We're training, he can't possibly want us dead, can he? Both sides seem to be betting that the other will withdraw at the last minute. The people in the back saw that the situation was bad and stood their ground. Suddenly, someone yelled, "Everyone, spread out to the sides." Two people in the first row. One was ripped by the collar and thrown to the curb, and the other was kicked by who knows who, and flew directly out 2 meters away. The motorcycle sped through the middle of the two rows and everyone was in shock. The two men in the first row were even more hijacked as they looked at Ghost Hand. Ghost Hand suddenly laughed and turned around, once again following the same path. As he walked, he said, "Aren't you guys able to separate here? How come it's plastered like a limpet in the first place? Who just shouted that?" If it wasn't for that voice that reminded everyone just now, it was estimated that there would be at least a few more slow-reacting recruits hanging down from the motorcycle at this moment. Qin Lang said, "Report, it's me." Ghost Hand narrowed his eyes. "You again? Did you throw those two in the first row too?" "It's me. You're not stupid. You know how to hide." Ghost Hand stared at the two men in the first row. "You two must want to compare yourselves to my motorcycle?" The two didn't know the meaning of his words, and their hearts beat more and more strongly. Ghost Hand said seriously, "I'll emphasize one last time. This is the Special Forces, and those who are abusive had better get the hell out of here now. Do you know why we need live fire training?" Ghost pointed to the first row of recruits and asked, "Tell me about it." The recruit hunched his shoulders, his mind blank. To elect better Special Forces. Ghost Hand frowned and reprimanded. "Bullshit. Qin Lang, tell me." Ghost Hand would like to know if Qin Lang could say something with gold in it, but Qin Lang said with a straight face, "Because it's important to make all the new recruits clearly realize that this is the difference between special soldiers and ordinary soldiers, and that special soldiers have to keep their heads on the waist of their pants at all times. There is always danger lurking around. Be ever vigilant." Ghostbuster raised an eyebrow. I didn't realize that he had a point to make, but he favored his mouth and didn't want to let Qin Lang's have his way. Humph. Finally there is someone who has grown a brain. If everyone is free-spirited, I'll see that you guys just pack up and go back to your original troops to mingle. If there's a selection, there's a ranking, and if everyone's first, that's the same as everyone being dead last. The Ghost Hand looked around, and finally his eyes landed meaningfully on Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, you have a good foundation and know quite a bit, so you'll organize everyone to run in a while." He looked at Qin Lang with a cold smile. Turning around, he dashed off on his little motorcycle, leaving the crowd standing at a loss for words. Did he just mean that he wants us to listen to Qin Lang? Qin Lang, what do you mean? How do you want us to run? We all cooperate with you. Help me. Qin Lang, I really don't want to be in the last row. I don't want to get shot. Qin Lang couldn't help but curse. He knew that Ghost Hand had screwed him on purpose. He had just answered the question and answered it seamlessly, and the ghost hand was instantly disgruntled. And now they've come up with a way to make him a target. No matter how Qin Lang arranged and organized everyone to run, there would always be people in the last row who were going to get shot. The only way to satisfy everyone was for Qin Lang to wrap things up himself. As long as he or she is the last row, that's an answer that will make everyone happy. God damn it. Ghost Hand is trying to play me to death. The crowd anxiously surrounded Qin Lang. Qin Lang, what the hell should we do? It's been almost 5 minutes. Do you have a solution? If we can't, we'll just run. One man interjected across the room. Humph. Whatever he says? How do you know if he's deliberately sending us to our deaths to save himself? Ha, can't you? Quite a number of people became suspicious of Qin Lang because of these words, wavering from side to side inwardly. Qin Lang, however, smiled and looked at Xian Jiabao, who had just spoken. He's right, and I'm not entirely right. Xian Jiabao seemed surprised as to why Qin Lang suddenly turned his words around and said something like this. But then Qin Lang added, I'll tell you all about a running technique that can improve efficiency, so all of you who are interested can stay and learn it. A total of 50 or so people were already terrified inside. Coupled with Xian Jiabao's intentional instigation just now, many people seemed to feel that Qin Lang's actions had another deep meaning. Xian Jiabao suddenly laughed aloud. Oh, you don't need to teach me to run. I've been able to do that since I was 5 years old, so I don't need anyone else to add to it. He swept a condescending glance at Qin Lang, and then began a sprint forward along the path. Many people thought about the fact that Qin Lang was teaching everyone to run at this moment, and it was estimated that even if they were fast, they would have to waste 2 or 3 minutes. If he used this time for running himself, he could probably outrun them by a kilometer or 2 without a problem. It's not like they're fighting for first place, but they can't let themselves be last. A few more joined the ranks of Suanjiebo. Xian Jiabao turned around and saw that he was already followed by 7 or 8 people, and became even more complacent. He flashed a provocative look at Qin Lang from afar. Unfortunately, Qin Lang didn't even bother to reward him with a glance. Qin Lang and the crowd said, Everyone, I'll make it short. This running posture is divided into 3 rhythms. The first one is the breathing rhythm, the second one is the coordination of the body swinging arms, and the third one is the downward posture. Qin Lang spoke without any hesitation. A few people were distracted, hearing things in their left ear and their right. Anxiously, he said, Qin Lang, is there a difference between what you said and what we trained before? If I had known it was like this, I might as well have left first. Before Qin Lang could say anything, Hao Dawei couldn't listen anymore. Then go away? Who begged you to listen? The other party boarded the nose is not the nose, eyes are not eyes, humph. If not just the instructor said let me listen to Qin Lang, I fucking do not listen to it. Really waste my time. The more he looked at Qin Lang and the few of them, the more he looked at them. Before leaving, he also had to stir up the army's heart. I'm not wasting time here. Don't be fooled by him. If you want to leave or leave before it's too late. Who knows if he's keeping you to block the bullets. He sneered a few times, and took a few more of the unsteady-minded with him on his way out. Song Yan said disgruntledly, this man is so funny. It's like we're begging him. Qin Lang teaches you techniques. It's lucky that you've learned them. Look at his expression, making it seem like he's condescending more. Qin Lang, however, said, did you remember what I just emphasized? You guys run once and I'll correct the movements. The crowd watched as almost 2 minutes had passed, and Qin Lang was still in no hurry to correct his movements. Someone immediately said anxiously, Qin Lang, can you hurry up, or else it'll really be too late later. Qin Lang calmly said, only with the right posture can you save your energy and stabilize your speed in the later stages. A few more shook their heads helplessly and left the group. By the end of the day, there were less than 20 people left. Qin Lang took care to correct the movement, then let Liang Yueming take the lead while he took care of the aftermath. Yueming, keep the speed to medium. No need to go up in intensity at first. Focus on stability. After 3 minutes of wasted time, their group finally resumed their journey. At this point, there were still 8 minutes left before the gun-toting instructors traveled as a group. At first the crowd did not feel any difference from before. It wasn't until almost 5 minutes into the run that someone suddenly said, it feels like it's saving a lot of energy. Qin Lang murmured from behind the group, don't talk, it will disrupt the breathing rhythm. After about 7 or 8 more minutes of running, a figure was seen in the distance. This man was the one who had left the group earlier. 10 minutes down the line, already exhausted, now propped up against the tree, pressing his stomach, seemingly off the gas. He saw a procession coming from a distance, and it moved in a neat and tidy manner, as if someone had emphasized it with them, and all landed in the same position, the same frequency that brought a slight tremor to all the earth. The recruit propped up against the tree looked at them incredulously, stunned to the core. You guys, how did you catch up so quickly? Didn't it leave a couple minutes after us? Many people remembered what Qin Lang just emphasized. Don't talk, it will disrupt your breathing rhythm. But they couldn't stop wanting to show off. Yo, isn't this the squad leader Chen who ran first? How come you can't keep up with your physical strength at this moment? You want to rest now? Squad leader Chen was shocked. These people ran ahead of themselves, so wouldn't they be last? That's not good. He hurriedly took a step and increased his speed with all his might to overtake Qin Lang and the others. But the rhythm of his disrupted breathing was suddenly accelerated by his sudden acceleration, and a strange gas ran straight through his gut. The pain made his face pale, and he ended up squatting on the ground in a cold sweat. In a flash, the group disappeared into the woods. After a few more minutes, a few more people sat down under a tree to rest. Normally, the pullout is he who has a fixed rest time, and the leader of the team is unified to control the time of rest in action. But these people are tired and have all but disregarded the rhythm of the body. Can't walk, rest, the more they don't want to go. After seeing Qin Lang and the others, another surge of energy sprang up from the soles of his feet, and he had to run ahead of Qin Lang and the others. But after a few minutes, it gradually fell away again. One after another, they surpassed the recruits who had betrayed them. It made a sudden surge of pride rise in the hearts of the crowd. A few people said with a wry smile, "It's really the wind and the water. No wonder the instructor told us to follow Qin Lang. Luckily I listened to Qin Lang, or else I might be eating a bullet somewhere right now." Qin Lang faintly said, "Yue Ming, slow down the tempo. Everyone in these 5 minutes, adjust your breathing and store your strength. After 5 minutes, we have to speed up." This time, there was no objection from the crowd. After running for 20 minutes or so, I was surprised that I didn't feel any strain at all, and even swam with ease, and was able to pick up a speed easily. It was completely unthinkable before. Bang, bang. Suddenly, 2 shots rang out in the distance. A few people looked behind them at once. The instructors caught up so quickly? It's too fucking fast, isn't it? It feels like the gunfire is right behind us. What should we do? Are we going to make it? Qin Lang said with a wry smile. Don't worry, didn't the rules say that only the last row would be hit? The crowd was in a happy mood. Yes, as long as it's not the end. I don't want to compete for first place. Qin Lang raised his voice and said, even if we don't compete, the first place will still be us. It's not that we're too powerful, it's the others who don't compete. This time, no one felt that Qin Lang was talking big. After all, strength speaks for itself. Awa, get out of the way, get out of the way. A sudden roar came from behind him. A figure staggered over. I am not going to be eliminated. Never. The other party was about to overtake Qin Lang and his group, but at this exact moment, they suddenly lost their physical strength. The other man screamed a few times before falling to the ground with a staggering, lingering gait. At the end of the day, he also looked fiercely at Qin Lang, as if there were many more unwillingness in his eyes. Qin Lang, what gives you the right? Qin Lang was baffled by his unwarranted accusation, and someone in the group said in a conspiratorial manner, there was once a chance for me to pass the level in front of my eyes, but I didn't cherish it. Another person in the group immediately received, I didn't catch up until I lost it. If I'm given another chance, I'm sure he'll follow Qin Lang's steps without any hesitation. It's a line from some comedy movie that has been changed by you and me to its current version. The group talked and laughed, and even satirized the person in question, who was instantly disgraced. Qin Lang also looked at the other party with a smile. The path he chose, he had to bear the results for his choice. But gradually, someone in the group began to run out of steam. Although Qin Lang's method worked well, there was still a difference in individual strength after all. After running for a while, slowly the line began to lengthen and some people were panting and sweating. But after all, it was a matter of collective achievement, and they didn't dare to ask Qin Lang to take a break for a while. They could only go deeper and deeper very much at the back, but it was obvious that they were already out of their depth. Qin Lang noticed the situation of these people at the first time and said to Liang Yue Ming, now split into 2 teams. Those with good stamina who can still hold on, follow Liang Yue Ming. Those with a little less stamina, follow me. Everyone moved quickly to split into 2 teams, and the team led by Liang Yuming disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qin Lang comforted, don't be anxious, as long as we're not at the end, we won't be able to eat the gun. Hearing Qin Lang say this, everyone's psyche gradually gained a bottom, but the sound of gunfire behind them, far and near, and the wailing that stretched on, still gave them a lot of pressure. After about another almost 20 minutes, Qin Lang saw from afar a new recruit straining his legs in an attempt to conquer the uphill road. The mountain path was already steep, and the other man was on his hands and knees, but he was still tired and sweating profusely. Someone in the group suddenly said, isn't that Xian Jiaobao? Xian Jiaobao's previous shouting match with Qin Lang had already attracted the attention of many people. At this moment, seeing Xian Jiabao, who was the first to oppose Qin Lang, was in such a sorry state. The crowd burst into laughter. Why is Xian Jiabao in such a sorry state? Wasn't he quite godlike before? Although the words of those instructors cannot be trusted, Qin Lang is definitely trustworthy. Cold words drilled into Xian Jiabao's ears like swords. Suen Jiabo's brows furrowed. But still, he hardened his head and called out to Qin Lang. Qin Lang, why are you so far behind? Qin Lang swept a glance at him and laughed. Same as each other. Someone in the crowd suddenly yelled, Xian Jiabao, you have to work harder on this uphill. We're about to pass you. Xian Jiabao immediately looked like he had been hit with chicken blood, and his capillary chakra was immediately opened, directly surpassing the crowd and taking the lead to run to the top of the hillside. Looking at the crowd provocatively, Qin Lang thought to himself, this person is childish enough. But Suen Jiabo saw this as more dignity than face. He pointed at Qin Lang and said, Qin Lang, you're not as fast as me now, so what gives you the ability to lead us recruits to run together? What qualifications do you have? Qin Lang said, ask the instructor. Xuan Jiabao's brow wrinkled. Qin Lang, do you dare to compete with me? Qin Lang looked him up and down, frowned worriedly and said, with this physical strength you have now, it's better to forget about it. Everyone around him heard what he was saying, but Xian Jiabao snapped, are you afraid too? Before Qin Lang could say anything, Han Zhongyi instantly retorted, how could Qin Lang not dare? He's afraid you'll lose your ass. The rest of the group followed with a sneer. That's right, you're giving you face by competing with you. Xian Jiabao also sneered a few times. Qin Lang, why don't you say anything? Qin Lang said indifferently, it's a waste of time to compete with you. Suddenly, Ghostbuster came back around on his motorcycle all in a circle. He laughed. It seems that all of the new recruits in this class have pretty high expectations of themselves. Qin Lang, if someone questions you, just test yourself against them. You're the target of the entire army. The phrase the whole army goal added fuel to Xian Jiabao's fire. Xian Jiabao saw that Ghost Hand had spoken for him, and he was instantly more energized. Qin Lang, then. Qin Lang thought to himself, Xian Jiabao, this fool, how could he not see that the Ghost Hand was there to pick a fight? It's a default thing for instructors and veterans to target new recruits. Originally, all that was needed was for the recruits to stick together and fight off the veterans. Now that's good. There's more conflict between recruits. Qin Lang coldly looked horizontally at Xian Jiabao. Since you want to lose so badly, I'll let you lose convincingly. Suen Jiabo saw that the opportunity had finally come. He looked provocatively at Qin Lang and said, let me see your true strength. Qin Lang swept him away with a smile. Both sides started running at the same time. Xian Jiabao thought to himself that he and Qin Lang should have expended about the same amount of physical strength in the first half. Even if Qin Lang had a better foundation, it was categorically impossible for him to accelerate for this kind of long-distance running. But unexpectedly, as soon as the two of them started, Qin Lang directly disappeared at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Instead of being in a hurry, Xian Jiabao looked up to the sky and laughed a few times. Accelerating now? Isn't this waiting for the latter half of the day when his stamina can't keep up and send him to his death? As expected, just after running for a few minutes, Xian Jiabao saw Qin Lang stop in front of him. Xian Jiabao provoked, Qin Lang, you're still accelerating in long-distance running. It seems like you haven't lost enough. But Qin Lang shook his head slightly. No, I waited for you, afraid that you wouldn't know the way for a while. Suen Jiabo, Qin Lang, damn you. Meanwhile, Ruan Dongxing called Centipede, who had labored all morning, to his office. The first thing Centipede said was, I'm sorry, Chief of Staff. I've embarrassed you. I'm a Special Forces instructor, and I actually lost to a new recruit. Ruan Dongsheng, however, waved his hand. He's not just any recruit. He's a mercenary. Even though you didn't play well this time, don't beat yourself up too much. Called you over to show you something. Centipede looked curiously at Ruan Dongsheng's computer screen. Above is a live stream of the match between Qin Lang and Xian Jiabao, captured in real time by a drone. Centipede frowned. Surprised. Qin Lang he is. Ruan Dongsheng laughed twice. He hanged Xian Jiabao and walked him like a dog. Centipede's frown tightened. He said uneasily, I'm afraid having someone like that in the recruiting ranks is going to stir things up. The blazing sun is in the air. It looked like they were about to reach the foot of the mountain, but Xian Jiabao was breathless and propped up against the tree. He could sort of see that Qin Lang had done this all the way on purpose. He was walking around, but he was always in front of himself. Even every time he stops, he inevitably looks at himself and says something sardonic. Qin Lang said disdainfully, I can't even use my full strength to run with you, as long as I win over you. But these words, however, made Xian Jiabao half exasperated. Unsurprisingly, Qin Lang was the first to reach the finish line. Qin Lang didn't even use his skills to compete with Xian Jiabao. His own physical strength and running was enough to hang him. He ran 20 kilometers with his weight and even only had a little sweat on his forehead. Not even a few ragged breaths. Old Summer pressed the timer at the finish. But Qin Lang was slow to cross the line at the end of the line. He was calmly propped up against a tree, and had already started to do muscle relaxation. Old Xia wanted to say something several times, but he couldn't stand to see Qin Lang being so out of the limelight, so he held back for a few more minutes. Qin Lang, you haven't reached the finish line yet. You can't count the results until you cross this line. Qin Lang, however, nodded. I know. You know? Why don't you come over here if you know? What are you waiting for? Suddenly, a man stumbled up behind him, the other stumbling, his limbs out of control. When he saw Qin Lang from afar, he suddenly sprang up, but Qin Lang laughed. The one who waited has come. Xian Jiabao stumbled toward the finish line, while Qin Lang, on the contrary, paced slowly toward the finish line without any haste, no more, no less, and was one step faster than Xian Jiabao. The moment you crossed the finish line, Suen Jiabo finally fell down with no stamina. On the contrary, Qin Lang was calm and collected, as if he was on vacation. Sorry, just one step ahead of you. Old Summer. This kid is pretty damn good at mocking people. And Xian Jiabo was so angry at this moment that he was beating his chest. He could not wait to rush up and fight with Qin Lang. It was obvious that he could just give himself a hard time, but he just ran and ran, bruising his ego step by step. Qin Lang, you did it on purpose. Qin Lang lightly grunted. I've said it all. There's no point in wasting time with a competition. Xian Jiabao was furious and annoyed, and in her haste, she grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it at Qin Lang. Qin Lang, wait for me. Qin Lang dusted off the dirt on his body and his voice was much colder. Are you going to wash my clothes if they're dirty? The two of them gave old Xia a dumbfounded look at this operation. What's the situation? In fighting? It wasn't until he saw Xian Jiabao raise the earth that he coughed and said, alright, but Qin Lang is first and Xian Jiabao is second. Not long after, Liang Yueming led that team and also crossed the finish line. The group collapsed to the ground in exhaustion for a long time. They were considered lucky to have even seen the shadow of a gun-toting veteran. But a few of the less physically fit ones simply gave up the moment they saw the gun-toting veteran back in the day. A test was given and 2 more recruits dropped out. Ghost Hand had Old Summer take the scale and weigh everyone's backpacks. A few of them were instantly eyeballed and terrified. Zhao Bo, your luggage weight before was 23 kilograms. How come it's 19 now? Zhao Bo blushed miserably and said, I was just thirsty and drank some water. Ghost Hand grunted. Oh, how thirsty can you drink 8 pounds of water? Zhao Bo lowered his head, not daring to speak, until Old Summer searched 3 empty bottles from his bag. Ghost Hand's face changed instantly. Okay, you have the means. Dare to make a false statement in front of me. Zhao Bo stammered in fear. Yes, I'm sorry, I really don't dare. You can punish me any way you want, just don't let me leave Special Forces. Ghost Hand snapped. Now that you're thinking about staying in the Special Forces, why didn't you think of that when you were doing things before? Zhao Bo's remaining light looked at Qin Lang in the first row. It was like pointing to a serious murder. It's Qin Lang. I see that Qin Lang did this. At this time it had not yet been claimed that Qin Lang's luggage. He was instantly a target, and everyone looked at him. Qin Lang really didn't expect that he hadn't said a word. So how come the pot was snapped on him again? Old Xia took Qin Lang's bag and opened it, finding that there was indeed another empty water bottle inside. Old Xia gave Qin Lang a meaningful look. Qin Lang hurriedly said, Heaven and earth are kind. No one is more innocent than me. I really didn't do anything. But Zhao Bo said in a sharp voice as if he had caught the handle. It's him, he's the one who did this. Qin Lang looked at Zhao Bo with a helpless face, sighed, and shook his head. Old Xia grimaced ironically and put Qin Lang's luggage on the scale. Exactly 20 kilograms, compared to the weight before we left. Not a penny less. Old Summer tried twice more, his frown deepening. Ghost Hand asked, What's wrong? How much less? Lao Xia, not missing at all. Same as before. What? Zhao Bo said incredulously. He pointed at Qin Lang. What means did you use? Qin Lang sighed and shook his head. I told you that I filled it with water so that I could make up the weight, but I didn't say that I had several water bottles in my bag. Qin Lang took out 2 water bottles from his bag. One empty, the one he had filled with water behind him, and one empty water bottle. Who told you not to learn? Just think of going to the mountain and dumping the water. This kind of behavior is not advocated. Liang Yueming's few people were holding back their laughter. Their tears were almost coming out. But those few people who did the cat and mouse thing were like out-of-body souls. Ghost Hand didn't expect Qin Lang to even pose as a new recruit. Raising an eyebrow, she glanced at Qin Lang, and her impression of him seemed to have changed a bit. He then said, Yesterday there were still 56 people, and now there are only 50 left. At this frequency, in less than a month, isn't it true that this year's special forces will be cleared out? Considering you're first-time offenders, and considering you don't know the rules, this is a lesson for you. You are not for training. You are for yourselves. But to do it wrong is to deserve punishment. And all those whose weights are different before and after the deadlift will stand upside down in the sunlight under the dormitory building for an hour at noon today. It's a turnaround for the opportunistic recruits. Grow a big lesson. Many people, however, took Qin Lang as the culprit for this punishment, silently holding a grudge against him. At lunch, everyone finally saw the top 4 courses and soups, and many people wolfed them down. Hey, I wonder what other training there is this afternoon. Everyone should be careful of Qin Lang. Looking at him, I'm afraid he's in league with the instructors. Ha, you can't, can you? Didn't we have a match with the veterans this morning? How can it be a gang? That's right, what's to be gained by targeting us? Humph. I'm afraid you guys don't know about the Special Forces competition. Do you? What's the Special Forces competition? The recruits were overwhelmed just by all the training they faced every day. So how could they have any energy to pay attention to the rest of the gossip? Instead, he brought up the subject, and the crowd began to get curious in droves. What does this have to do with Qin Lang? You talk to us in detail, and we'll keep an extra eye out for training in the future. Qin Lang had made a big splash this time, but then invariably made many people think of him as an imaginary enemy. Qin Lang himself, on the other hand, knew nothing about these waves. The soldier who spoke also happened to hear the 2 instructors mention it last night. The 2 hadn't spoken a few words, and he'd heard incomplete information. But he pieced together the limited information and figured out for himself the meaning. This Special Forces competition is open to all Special Forces soldiers in the country, and it is intended to give newcomers a chance to make a name for themselves. But by newcomers, the veterans meant those who had become Special Forces in the last 2 years, not those who hadn't yet qualified as Special Forces. Many, however, have come to see Special Forces status as a bag of tricks. When they heard these words, they naturally could not help but think of the relationship between Qin Lang and the veteran, named as a sparring match. Perhaps in reality, it was giving Qin Lang the opportunity to make a name for himself. Holy shit, if you say so, then I really need to watch my back. I won't listen to what Qin Lang says in the future, but don't think that in the end, when we have achieved something, it will be considered that Qin Lang has led us well. Oh well, let's see if I don't find a chance to mess with Qin Lang. All morning long, many were already panting with exhaustion and sensed the harshness with which the veterans were treating them. There were even a few people who frowned and said, if this continues, I don't think it will last even a week, not to mention 3 months. Even if I'm a robot, I have to be wound up, right? Running day and night, do you think my legs are a lottery gift? Someone coughed a few times, but the complaining recruit continued, don't you guys look at me like that. I can't believe you don't have a problem with it? Ahem. Suddenly, an icy voice interjected, stop coughing. He won't understand you even if you cough up your liver. The party in question was suddenly thunderstruck. Dumbfounded, he turned around. Centipede and Ghost Hand in the doorway had been standing there for an unknown length of time. Centipede had a serious expression, while Ghost Hand was frowning in displeasure, and his anger seemed to be seething vaguely. All of them immediately stood in 2 rows and stood at attention. Centipede swept through the crowd, and finally his eyes rested on Qin Lang, who withdrew his gaze meaningfully. Looks like you guys aren't tired from training today. If you were really tired, I'd see you still have the energy to gossip here. He was not angry, and it was clear that his tone was unperturbed, but he made people feel a great pressure, making the crowd unable to catch their breath. Since you guys aren't tired, push-up relays. The crowd had never experienced a push-up relay before and it was unheard of. Ghost Hand coldly said, I pay into the relay as a group of 2 people, limited to 1 hour. 2 people relay, 1 person to do when a person rests. Stamina is not immediately replaced by the next. Suddenly, someone asked, can I choose my own people? Centipede, yes. Xian Jiabao immediately said, report, I want to team up with Qin Lang. The crowd was amazed. Xian Jiabao and Qin Lang were extremely at odds this morning, and this moment, he even took the initiative to want to be in a group with Qin Lang, making it clear that he wasn't holding back his good farts. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow and slightly glanced sideways at Xian Jiabao. The other man was looking right at him with a wicked grin on his face. Ghost Hand had long since seen that the 2 were on the same page, and immediately said, good, both of you have one of the best physical strengths among the new recruits, so you happen to be on the same team. Qin Lang thought to himself, it seems that Ghost Hand is clearly trying to see a joke, but it's not certain who's looking at whose joke. Qin Lang nodded slightly. Yes, Hao Dawei cannot help but worry. After all, the Xian Jiabao is not a lamp. The rest of the group divided themselves into teams. Luckily, the dormitory was relatively spacious. and the people each found a place to stand. Suddenly, Xin Lang asked, "Report, is there a fixed position for push-up solitaire?" Centipede, "No." Xin Lang said, "That would be nice." When Ghost Hand heard this, he thought that Xin Lang was going to sink into silence and mess things up, hurriedly stepping forward to take on the position himself. Fortunately, Xin Lang reminded us just now, "We're adding a fixed position now." Crowd. The group of people blared viciously at Xin Lang. The heart is indignant. "What do you mean you're not saying it sooner or later? But at this time? Xin Lang, having you is really a bad luck star hitting my family's ancestral tomb. I'll emphasize the position, while one person does the push-ups, the other stands and counts him, and if he's out of stamina, he says to switch, followed by getting up quickly and the other person repeating what he did." Xian Jiabao stared at Xin Lang triumphantly, and was preparing a well-thought-out plan in his mind. Xian Jiabao stared at Xin Lang with a smirk. "You first." After announcing the start, Xin Lang directly did a set of 300 push-ups first. The movements were standard and fast-paced, and in no more than 5 minutes, Xin Lang said, "Change." Xian Jiabao said loudly, "Xin Lang, 210. Xin Lang immediately froze. Centipede had been staring at them and narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard the set of numbers. It's a fool who can't see that there's something wrong with this data set, but Xin Lang just smiled playfully. After switching to Xian Jiabao's movements were standard at first, but after 100 of them, he was also a bit physically exhausted. However, not wanting to show his cowardice in front of Xin Lang, he could only slow down each push-up and try to delay a little more. "Change," Suen Jiabo said with a big sweat. Xin Lang said, "Xian Jiabao, 221. The numbers were accurate, which in turn made Xian Jiabao unable to guess Xin Lang's mind. As a result, after switching to Xin Lang only made one change. This time it was Xian Jiabao who was shocked. He was dumbfounded. "Xin Lang, there's no such thing as you." Xin Lang raised his chin in Centipede's direction. "The rule is that if you call for a change, you have to change. Do you not want to follow orders?" Always Xian Jiabao had thought of many ways Xin Lang might deal with himself, but he had never expected Xin Lang to step on the edge of the rules and use this form. Ghost Hand said unhappily, "Xin Lang, Xian Jiabao, what are you two doing?" Xian Jiabao stared ferociously at Xin Lang and muttered, "Count yourself cruel. Let's see who can play over who." Suen Jiabo, as it were, also called for a change after doing a push-up as well. The man doing push-ups next to him grew discontent within himself. No one wants to do more than the other, and they are even more resentful when they think about the fact that they have done more than 300 and the other has only done 200 or so before switching. Many people had followed the tactics of the two of them. Ghost Hand's anger was going to his head. "Are you guys making a scene?" Centipede let out a light laugh. "Alright, the new recruits seem to be quite energetic. Let them toss and turn. Doing one can be more tiring than doing 5. If they want to toss it, let them toss it." Lian Yeming and Song Yan were in a group, and both of them shook their heads at the same time. Both sides kept up the frequency of doing 200 and swapping once. Not fast moving, but very standard. Even half an hour down the line, only a little sore arms. Back sweat is not completely wet. On the contrary, many people, each time you do one on the exchange, the equivalent of doing a get down and get up, and each action should be standardized. 10 minutes of tossing down. The flesh of the body has become taut. The most obvious of these, and deservedly so, is Suen Jiabo. Xin Lang's movements were fast and standard, and he got up with a light touch each time he called for an exchange. On the contrary, Xian Jiabao, dragging his almost rusted body, was more tired after just half an hour than he was after doing push-ups for an hour before. But Xin Lang still said with a smile on his face, "Exchange." The words were like the trumpet of death. He had just gotten up and was about to get down again. This time, he delayed doing a dozen push-ups for a hard minute in order to stop repeating the get-up. "Exchange." He looked at Xin Lang with a warning look, but Xin Lang did not follow his hints and still made one exchange. The centipede had been observing for half a day, and even now his eyes wore a smile. This kid Xian Jiaba was simply no match for Xin Lang, whether it was physical strength or brains. Even Ghost Hand was counted in by Xin Lang. "He's talking about posture on purpose. I didn't expect that in less than a day's time, Xin Lang would be able to even pinpoint the character of their veteran so well." Others who followed Suen Jiabo's example realized, as they were half dead from exhaustion, that it was a lose-lose move. There was a plea for peace on both sides, and it started to become 50 rests at a time. Only Xian Jiabao, in the end, could only rely on doing push-ups to buy himself some rest time, while Xin Lang stood leisurely from the beginning to the end. Condescendingly, he looked at Swan Jiabao. Xian Jiabao saw Xin Lang's eyes every time he exchanged them. Disdain, mockery, ridicule. An hour finally arrived. Xian Jiabao's body was wet with sweat, and his eyes looked at Xin Lang with resentment. But Xin Lang laughed and said, Xian Jiabao, your physical strength is not good either. It seems that not only do you not know how to count, but your eyes are not very good either. With your eyesight, are you sure you can be a sniper? Xian Jiabao's lips trembled with anger. Unable to say a word, the centipede's eyes tailed up and glanced at Qin Lang with a smirk. Then he said to the crowd, "Are you tired now?" A group of people dared not answer for fear of saying the wrong thing. Centipede asked again, "Tired?" This time, Qin Lang was the first to say, "Tired." The crowd looked at it. Qin Lang had already spoken. It was definitely right to follow Qin Lang and let him take the blame if anything happened. "Tired, tired," Centipede added. "If you're tired, gossip less. If you're not, go train me until you can't speak. Today's lunch break is cancelled. Go sweep the bathroom in a few minutes. All kinds of nooks and crannies. And I'll be checking it out at 3 o'clock this afternoon." The recruits didn't know how to say anything even if they wanted to curse now. Even a cow or a horse has to be given a chance to breathe, right? All tired and breathless, and still thinking of driving them. Do the veterans have any conscience and morals at all? Ghost Hand's eyes crossed. Didn't you guys hear what the instructor just said? Are you all deaf? The crowd could only temporarily hold back their inner resentment and shouted through gritted teeth, "I hear you." The group took their tools and went to the communal bathrooms. Excluding one shower on each floor, there was a locked room on the first floor that was the large bathroom. Inside, there's a pool for soaking and a room for sweating. Pushing the door in, the dust that had been accumulating for who knows how long fell like rain, choking the new recruit and making him cough. When they saw the scene inside the house, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. 2.5 hours. Are we sure we can clean up? Not to mention the nooks and crannies. The dust on this floor is probably as thick as the soles of your shoes. Crap. What does that make us? Cleaning? Qin Lang looked around. If you have time to complain, you might as well try to hurry up and do it. Xian Jiabao had just been fooled by Qin Lang, and this moment was even more so when she looked at him and couldn't deal with him at all. He immediately asked back, "Who do you think you are? What kind of wolf are you playing here? How dare you try to boss us around?" Liang Yuanming was the first to step forward. His eyebrows twisted into a straight line. "Say that again? What are you again?" The few people with Xian Jiabao had long been dissatisfied with Qin Lang and the others being so prevalent, and it was not easy to find an opportunity, so the momentum could not be weaker than Qin Lang and the others no matter what. Both sides were dissatisfied and gathered together, rolling up their sleeves in 2s and 3s, and were about to greet each other when a stream of penetratingly cold water showered down from the heads of the crowd. "Fuck, who wants to die?" He was holding the flush hose and laughed. "Don't forget to make it official, folks. We're here to clean the bathrooms." A man named Sixth Son beside Xian Jiabao rubbed his face and pointed at Qin Lang and cursed. "Qin Lang, you're just fucking taking advantage of the situation." A stream of cold water rained down on his head once again. Rocco blackened his face and clenched his teeth. Qin Lang, however, feigned shock. "Why is it still dripping? I thought it was trash to be swept away." But, ha ha ha. The people who were originally watching were suddenly amused by Qin Lang, and each of them laughed their heads off. Xian Jiabao's face was even colder than ice. Staring at Qin Lang in a gloomy manner, Qin Lang said in a faint voice, "There are still 130 minutes left. If you all don't start, it's really too late." A number of people grabbed mop rags and started mopping the floor. Qin Lang methodically distributed the work. It's definitely too late for one person to do a piece, so there's still hope for everyone to start dividing the work collectively now. Hao Wei took the lead and corresponded. "Qin Lang, I'll cooperate with you." With Song Yan and the others cooperating, more than 20 other people also raised their hands and said that they would cooperate with Qin Lang. Only Xian Jiabao and a dozen other people remained hostile to Qin Lang. Qin Lang didn't care about the others, but said, "Starting now, Hao Wei and I are responsible for drenching the house first. You three clear away the first wave of fresh water first, and a few of you take the opportunity to clear the centipedes on the wall." It took only half a minute for Qin Lang to arrange everyone's work. Sixth Son suddenly laughed out loud. "Yo, look at people doing all of our work. A few of us have it easy and are here as supervisors." Some people were afraid of Qin Lang, in case Qin Lang used any more underhanded tricks against them, so a few more people joined the cleanup army, sweeping the ground with Hao Wei and the others. Xian Jiabao. Several people hugged their shoulders and leisurely stood aside to watch the fun. The moment caused a lot of displeasure. "That's a bit much. We're all in this together. Why don't you work?" Sixth Son said smugly. "It's not that we don't work. It's that Qin Lang has already finished distributing the work. All the work is done by you guys, so naturally we don't have to do anything." This time, a few people glanced at Qin Lang with dissatisfaction in their eyes, but Qin Lang smiled and said, "Who says there's no work for you guys?" Xian Jiabao stared at him with narrowed eyes. "We'll do it if you tell us to?" "On what grounds?" Qin Lang's drenching motion didn't stop. The first lesson of being a special forces soldier is to know one thing. One person's mistake has to be paid for collectively. Many people stopped their hands to look at Qin Lang. Qin Lang continued. It seems that today's punishment is predestined. A few people who were already carrying fire threw down the rags in their hands. In that case, what are we doing? That's right. I'm going to be punished anyway, so I might as well do nothing. Qin Lang didn't force them to continue doing the work, but said, but, arranging a job that you do and being punished because someone else didn't do it well, and you not doing it yourself to involve others in being punished. These are two concepts. Wen Yen. Sixth son in Xian Jiabao's faces also stiffened for a moment. He snorted coldly. Humph. Don't be an alarmist here. Isn't what you're saying what you've analyzed yourself? Qin Lang swept past him indifferently and said, whether it's alarmist talk or not, you won't know if you try it yourself. Qin Lang's insalubrious words, however, caused Xian Jiabao to mutter. Quite a few people weighed the situation and always felt that what Qin Lang said should have a few points of truth. After thinking about it, he still felt self-conscious and picked up the mop on the floor, and started working according to Qin Lang's unknown. Sixth son didn't expect these people to be easily brainwashed by Qin Lang in 3 or 2 sentences, and said unwillingly, you guys believe whatever he says. Qin Lang is your father? Liang Yueming sneered. I don't know whose father he is, but I do know that the one dragging his feet right now is my son. A few people couldn't help themselves. Qin Lang added, organize some work for you guys, but don't end up saying that we're grabbing the work again. The expressions of the several people were extremely disdainful, and they did not have the slightest intention of wanting to listen to Qin Lang's demolition. You're in charge of cleaning up the wastewater, so pay attention, folks, and in a moment all the wastewater will be given to them for disposal. Rocco glared, don't you dare send me. I'm not one of your obedient sons. Qin Lang wasn't annoyed and just smiled at him for a split second. However, it made sixth son feel creepy, as if Qin Lang was holding some bad fart behind this. With the cooperation of the crowd, the bathroom was soon seen in its original form. There was a drain in the ground, but there were so many clumps of trash and dust that it quickly clogged the drain. Qin Lang, I can't get the water to seep down on my side. What should I do? Qin Lang pointed his hand in the direction of Xian Jiabao. A few of them deal with wastewater. Xian Jiabao's eyes went black and he was motionless on the ground. Qin Lang saw that he never moved, and finally took matters into his own hands, collecting a pile of garbage from the ground and splashing it backhandedly at Xian Jiabao's feet. Sixth son glared at Xian Jiabao and stared angrily at Qin Lang. Qin Lang, are you fucking looking for trouble? What the hell do you mean you threw water on us? Qin Lang innocently said, we agreed on a division of labor. You guys are responsible for cleaning up the wastewater. If you don't, then don't blame me for treating you like wastewater. Qin Lang's yin and yang made many of the recruits who had done half a day's work feel relieved. I've seen them for a long time. They're all new recruits. What are they pretending to be? Qin Lang pointed at the piece of ground under Xian Jiabao's feet. First, throw all the garbage and wastewater onto that piece of ground, and we'll unify and clean it up later. Qin Lang looked at Xian Jiabao's face and emphasized word by word. Pay attention. The wastewater must be thrown on the ground. Don't let certain people pick up the handle and say that we are bullying people. Got it. Liang Yueming and the others took the lead in responding, and all kinds of dirty water and sewage were poured at Xian Jiabao's and their feet one after another. Damn. You guys are fucking looking for trouble. Qin Lang, just fucking wait. See if I don't get you killed. Several people backed up. The splash of sewage splashed more than 2 meters. Their heads and bodies suffered. In the end there was no choice but to follow the door and make a hasty escape into the hallway, which allowed for a few moments of respite. What are you doing not working? Suddenly, a vicious voice startled the crowd. A few people turned around in panic, only to see Ghost Hand staring at the few of them with a scowl on his face. Everyone else is working, and you guys are sneaking around here? Sixth son hurriedly explained. No, it's Qin Lang who's looking for trouble. He's deliberately targeting us. Boom. The bathroom door slammed heavily from the inside. Seeing this, Rocco got the better of him and said, look, you see they're deliberately ostracizing us. They just don't want us to work. A wicked move drew an extra glance from Ghost Hand, and if he hadn't been in the corridor and heard their earlier conversation, he would have believed Rocco's bullshit. Although Ghost Hand didn't want to let Qin Lang wind up in the right place, he couldn't see sneaky people muddying the waters either. What are you responsible for cleaning up? Without thinking, Rocco said, we were clearing the ground on this side of the entrance. There are so many of you, cleaning up that little bit of ground? Sixth son was stunned, and Xian Jiabao hurriedly said, it's not yet Qin Lang. He had to make us work according to his arrangement. Xian Jiabao thought smugly, even if I have to be punished, I must make Qin Lang suffer a bit. Ghost Hand frowned and pushed the bathroom door open with one hand. All of them are holding the tools and working hard. Especially Xian Jiabao. Several people are responsible for the position of the doorway, but it is so bright that it can reflect the light. Seeing Xian Jiabao bring out the ghost hand, the crowd had a look of one guesses right. Ghost hand turned to Xian Jiabao and asked, "Didn't you say you were in charge of the entrance and they targeted you?" Xian Jiabao clenched his fists. No surprise. It must be Qin Lang and the others who were up to no good. He wanted to turn the tables, but unexpectedly Qin Lang said, "What's wrong? It's not enough that you guys don't work and are lazy, but now are you thinking of going in front of the instructor and complaining?" Rocco stammered. His face a shade of red and white. "Qin Lang, are you messing with us on purpose?" Qin Lang shrugged his shoulders and said, "Everyone is busy working. Who has time to mess with you guys? I just said it all. If you don't want to work, don't do it. Don't delay our time. You see, there's just not enough time." This time, Xian Jiabao and the others really had a hard time. Originally, he wanted to take a good part in Qin Lang and the others in front of the ghost hand, but he didn't expect to be turned against them. Ghost hand's examining eyes fell on Xian Jiabao, instantly making Xian Jiabao groundless. Of course, Ghost hand is aware of the twists and turns, even though both of his sides are not happy with the situation. But in the way of the management of the selection of Special Forces recruits, it is necessary to curb the flames of both sides. I've just left for a little while, and you guys have pulled something like this, and I don't think you're in the mood to work. Can't keep your mouth shut, can you? Come on, sing me the military song. Unity is strength. The crowd was gradually running out of stamina, and as a result, even their voices were now being spared. Won't you? Don't they have mouths? Hearing this, Qin Lang took the lead and started. Unity is strength. Unity is strength. The crowd immediately joined in the chorus, but the work at hand was not idle. Xian Jiabao and the others stood frozen for half a day until Ghost Hand said, "Are you guys going to be spectators?" Rocco instantly grabbed the bucket at his feet and joined the chorus by singing sparingly. Qin Lang, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes imperceptibly, and the tail of his eyes with a smile swept over Xian Jiabao. "You're not even close to fighting me." Until the allotted time, Xuan Jiabao and the others never messed up again. But the ghostly hand's inspection was rather impersonal, favoring the nooks and crannies that he simply didn't have time to take care of. "Don't you see this place? There's still a bunch of ash in this place, so would you like to soak in here?" In short, the performance of the recruits here was criticized by him for nothing. The fact was that the otherwise impossible task, under Qin Lang's leadership, was accomplished with results far exceeding the ghost hand's expectations. That afternoon, they went back to the training ground to complete 1,000 frog jumps. Even the moment the announcement of the end of the training was made, the crowd was lying on the ground in a tired and twisted state, and apart from the strength to gasp for breath, even the hooking of their fingers had used up all their energy. "You guys worked hard." Unexpectedly, Ghost Hand suddenly said something human about caring for them. This made the crowd feel instantly flattered. But then one had to speculate if the next conspiracy was hidden behind Ghost Hand's words. "Gentlemen, you've been given a uniform pedicure tonight. In the bathroom you cleared this afternoon." Qin Lang's eyes narrowed instantly. Going by the norm, there was a good chance that alcohol was in that room. Many of the new recruits had never experienced this kind of intensity of running, and all of them had blood blisters on both feet. Many people were excited to hear about the pedicure and said, "Really? That's great. Is the service in our special forces so good? I didn't realize there was a pedicure after training." The person on the side said, "I guess this is our newbie welfare. Everyone must cherish it." Report, "Can I skip the pedicure?" Qin Lang suddenly asked. Ghost Hand looked at him and asked, "Why?" Qin Lang said without changing his face, "I'm good at acupuncture. Every time I'm tired I give myself acupuncture. I don't like pedicures." Ghost Hand, however, sneered and said, "And acupuncture? That's just right. You'll give the guys acupuncture to relax and unwind during the evening pedicure. We have this kind of senior technician. Wouldn't it be a shame not to use it?" Xian Jiabao made an instant decision. Report, "I don't want Qin Lang to have acupuncture. The acupoints are so important. In case someone accidentally sticks the wrong one, it could also leave a lifelong disability. I don't want to be trashed half to death before I even go to war." Rocco and the others also protested. Instead, Ghost Hand said, "Qin Lang's acupuncture is pending. Does anyone else not want a pedicure?" This time, the crowd shook their heads, and compared to acupuncture, podiatry is definitely a little more reliable. After a short day of walking, the blood blisters on my paws rubbed off and stuck to my feet again. That ruptured, tender flesh. Every walk was the equivalent of letting the tenderest skin come into close contact with the hardest soles of shoes. There were already a number of people sighing and walking with a limp. "It fucking hurts. Do either of you have any gold bruises? Put some on me at night." "But there's a pedicure, so I should be able to get comfortable." Qin Lang felt sorry for them. They still didn't know what would greet them in a while. Ghostbusters led the way, and before they even made it to the bathroom, someone could already smell the pungent odor of alcohol. What's that smell? Someone frowned. Why does it smell like hospital sterilized alcohol? Crap. You can't make us wash our feet with sterilized alcohol, can you? I don't know who said that. Many people immediately stopped their steps, not daring to move forward, and their faces turned pale. You don't scare me. I guess I can't, can I? Oh. Upon pushing the door open, you are greeted by a soaking tub in the center, poured with alcohol. The flavor was heavy with a sudden sourness before his eyes. Holy shit, this isn't going to make us go down, is it? Ghost Hand said with a smirk. Go ahead. Hurry down if you want to feel the foot massage. A group of people sat in chairs around the room, doing some intense thinking. Isn't this a foot in alcohol that's going to kill you? Every time I sterilize a wound, it hurts half to death, and I shudder to think what my foot will look like when I step in it. Will it rot on the spot? Qin Lang, on the other hand, was frowning, looking at the alcohol residue and pool on the ground, not knowing what to think. Looks like you guys don't want a pedicure, so why don't you let Qin Lang give you acupuncture? Qin Lang, on the other hand, looked at him with a smile. Instructor, I'm getting ready for my pedicure, so I shouldn't have time for acupuncture. Ghost Hand raised an eyebrow at Qin Lang. Qin Lang took off his shoes and socks with nimble movements and stepped directly on the ground. He grimaced as he crossed the wet ground and stepped into the pool with one foot. The whole thing took less than 5 seconds. Before the crowd could react, Qin Lang was already sitting on the edge of the pool, stretching his arms and starting to enjoy the foot bath. The crowd looked at him in amazement. Holy shit, Qin Lang, you're reinforced with steel? You didn't react? Doesn't it hurt? That's alcohol? How come you didn't react at all? Qin Lang turned around calmly. What alcohol? This is just warm boiled water. The crowd was filled with disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. I've smelled that alcohol odor for a long time. There's no way it's warm boiled water. Yes. Qin Lang, do you dare to show us your feet? Yes. Is there no wound on your foot? Qin Lang calmly got up and raised his feet. Both paws were dry and clean, with no half wounds. Crap. Qin Lang, what weird trick did you use? How come you don't have a single wound on your feet? My feet are fucking rotting. It's all the same training. What did you use? Everyone, go look at his shoes. The crowd thought that Qin Lang had used some divine weapon, but it turned out that Qin Lang's shoes were as clean as they were. That's impossible. For his part, Ghost Hand narrowed his eyes. Meaningfully, Qin Lang said, Oh, I have a thick layer of epidermis on my feet. This level is only where it's at. Qin Lang's expression did not want to tell a lie, and there were indeed no abrasions or cracks on his feet. Everyone had been in the army for some time, and after a long period of training, there were more or less hard calluses on their feet, but theirs was not at all on the same level compared to Qin Lang. Qin Lang is just like a seasoned, smooth surface with thickness, and no one would even doubt to say that he has walked the long march road with bare feet. Qin Lang, if I didn't know that you and I went to the same university, I really doubt that you were too poor to buy shoes when you were a kid. Otherwise, how come you're all young student soldiers, and your basic accessories are so much better than ours? Hao Dawei said with a grumble. He repeatedly confirmed with Qin Lang. Qin Lang, you're not kidding, right? Does the alcohol in that pool really not hurt? I'm scared, Qin Lang said with certainty. Don't worry, it really doesn't hurt. The two of them, Hao Dawei and Liang Yuming, made up their minds, but the moment they stepped on the ground, the piercing pain on their palms made their faces turn pale. Qin Lang, didn't you say it didn't hurt? How come I'm hurting like a pinch? The two of them were like ants on a hot pan. One foot was too painful to carry, so they lifted up and used the other foot to support the ground. Their hands and feet were in a mess. Qin Lang said calmly, Oh, I don't have any wounds on my feet. It doesn't hurt wherever I step. The two men looked like they had been struck by lightning. Qin Lang, shoes are off. Just take a couple quick steps and stick your feet in the pool. A row of bloody footprints was left on the ground where Liang Yuming and his duo had walked. The duo's teeth chattered in pain and cold sweat broke out. Are you sure? Sure you're not tossing us both this time? Many of the surrounding people saw Liang Yuming and Hao Dawei's misery, as if the pain was in their own bodies, and their expressions were even more grinning and hideous. The two stood still, waiting to digest the pain in their feet before easing forward, standing at the edge of the pool, but hesitant to go down. Don't worry, it's fine. If Qin Lang says it's okay, then it's okay. But the two made up their minds and put their feet in the pool. The pool was surprisingly hot. The feared pinprick of pain did not appear, but instead a warm touch. The two looked at Qin Lang in bewilderment. Instead, Qin Lang said, I told you, it doesn't hurt in here, does it? Liang Yuming froze and said, This is... Qin Lang interrupted. It's a pedicure. It dawned on the two that this was indeed the test. The smell of alcohol in the room. The test of whether or not the people had the courage to go forward. The ground around them was all sprayed with alcohol. which was what made every step they took feel like they were stepping on broken glass, making them hurt like hell. They will be tested to see if they will be as unrelenting in the face of a pool of alcohol as they were before. The two of them then began to follow Qin Lang and snub the others. Hey, this pedicure is really comfortable. I should have known to come over earlier. The warm water brushing against the paws of the feet, combined with the healing of the alcohol that had just taken place, really did make it much more comfortable. Xian Jiabao frowned tightly. You guys are singing in unison. What are you preparing to do? Ghost Hand appeared at an unknown time, and he glanced at the time. The pedicure time is limited. There's still half an hour left, so you guys can make up your own mind. He looked at the heat in the sauna and asked, reporting to the instructor, is the sauna available? Ghost Hand turned to look at him cross-eyed. You really think you've come to relax? Qin Lang laughed, combining labor and pleasure. Since we have this condition, why not have fun in time? Everyone else was irritated by Qin Lang's state of mind, which caused their eyes to go black after black. Also all new recruits. How come Qin Lang is so strong that he's practically inhuman? Ghost Hand suddenly smiled wistfully. Fine, you can go if you want. I'm afraid you won't be able to carry it. The corner of Qin Lang's mouth lifted. There's not yet anything I can't carry. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Lang pushed open the door of the sauna. The sauna is in the northwest corner of the bathroom and can hold up to 10 people in it at a time. I guess it's all about the restart. The temperature in the sauna goes up and down. The moment he opened the door again, the room seemed to be as hot as a flaming mountain, and a heat wave wrapped around Qin Lang's body. Ghost Hand was watching the joke from the sidelines with his arms folded, trying to wait for Qin Lang to know what to do, but without thinking, Qin Lang pushed open the door and stepped in without thinking. Instead, the heat wave in that instant when the door was open seemed like a cluster of flames that scorched the two people closest to Qin Lang. Is that a sweat lodge? It's almost like a flaming mountain, isn't it? Is this really a human body? Qin Lang? Is he suffering from a perceptual disorder? Even Ghost Hand froze for a moment, then looked meaningfully toward the door. Qin Lang went in and placed his wet clothes on the door first, then took some water from the bucket inside the house and drenched his body. The thermometer on the wall read 68 degrees 1 minute and then jumped to 45. Qin Lang gently pressed on several acupoints of his body, and the soreness of his muscles was instantly relieved. It would be nice to have acupuncture. The temperature inside the sauna was such that if an ordinary person were to stay there for a few minutes at the most, they probably wouldn't be able to carry it off. However, Qin Lang had long been accustomed to it. After all, he flew a fighter jet back in the day, and when the wings of the fighter jet were blown up by the enemy, for a split second, the temperature in the cabin skyrocketed. Qin Lang was in such a situation. In order to prevent the fighter from falling down and accidentally injuring the residents on the ground, he hardened his speed, and in competition with the speed of the fighters burning and exploding, he hardened himself and carried it down to the no man's land, before leaving by parachute. Somewhat by luck, the fighter exploded about 3 seconds after Qin Lang left the fighter. He was radiated by high temperatures as high as nearly 100 degrees and suffered burns in many parts of his body. But fortunately, Qin Lang's life was so strong that he carried through it all. Since then, he had pushed himself to train against high temperatures many times, and now these 60-odd degrees could still be considered a comfort zone for Qin Lang. Quite a number of people who were outside also made up their minds one after another, and after enduring quite a bit of torment, they entered the pool. The resultant reactions were all the same as how to Wei's earlier. Ghost Hand, on the other hand, kept a close eye on Qin Lang's movements. It's been 15 minutes. Is Qin Lang so resistant? There is also a temperature gauge on the outside of the door that is the same as the temperature inside. The crowd looked at the temperature, which soared above 60 for a while and dropped to more than 40 for a while, and said in amazement, is this temperature gauge broken? I've steamed it before and it's at most 50 degrees. I really can't carry it any more than that. I can only carry it for 6 or 7 minutes at 50 degrees. How can Qin Lang stay in there for so long? This temperature gauge must be broken. Ghost Hand grunted. If you guys think the temperature gauge is broken, why don't you try it? The crowd immediately quieted down. 20 minutes later, Qin Lang moved his muscles and bones, feeling much more relaxed all over, before he pushed the door out. The gazes of the crowd instantly gathered on Qin Lang. Qin Lang, you're not cooked, are you? Qin Lang moved slightly closer and a heat wave hit his face. The crowd was seared and turned sideways in a hurry. Do you guys want to try it? It's extra cozy and relaxing. Qin Lang's face was flushed and pink all over, but his eyes were shining. Someone took 2 steps back, eyes dodging. No, I'm afraid I'm still not blessed. Qin Lang walked over to Ghost Hand. Instructor, I didn't expect that our Special Forces welfare benefits are so good this year, and that we can still relax and unwind after a tiring day. Ghost Hand was dumbfounded. What the hell do you call that? A perk? If this were on someone else, taking out any one of them would be a torturous half-dead punishment. Is our punishment really that low in difficulty for you? We're frustrated. 2. Ghost Han looked at Qin Lang with a mischievous expression. He glanced viciously at his watch, gritted his teeth and said to the other 3 who hesitated non-stop, "There's still 5 minutes left. If you guys don't go in, then don't go into that pool for the rest of your lives. This pool, a hint, is more of a test." The 3 were ruthless and ran over. Before he could even feel the alcohol on the floor, his feet were already in the warm water. "Is this warm water?" Song Yen said with a speechless face. "Yes. Didn't Qin Lang say at the beginning that it's very comfortable in here?" Several people had awkward expressions. After all, the latitude of quite a few things in Qin Lang's mouth seemed different from what they felt. They were human, but Qin Lang wasn't so sure. The test was sort of passed by everyone. Many others were curious about just how hot it was inside the sauna and, after opening the door, instantly and firmly closed it behind them. Indeed, as they had imagined, the temperature inside the house was not something their kind could carry. Even until they left the bathroom, many of them felt a dull ache in their skin. The next few days of training is still full of daily intensity row, and even many people are so tired that they do not even take off their shoes. And when they come back at night, dragging their half-dead bodies, 2 feet on the edge of the bed and then huffed and puffed. Sometime in the middle of the night, stormy weather, David Howe was woken up by the rain. Yesterday, he left the window open before going to bed, and as a result, it started raining in the middle of the night, and he was next to the window, the rain splattering on his face, and he closed the window mournfully. He was just about to lie down on the bed and continue to sleep, but then, in a daze, he swept the doorway and realized that there was a silhouette in the doorway. The room was dark. A lightning bolt came down, and Hao Dawei immediately felt the silhouette move to the side of the bed. As the light and darkness flickered, all that could be seen was the rain dripping down the other man's clothes and falling to the ground. "Ah, there's a ghost!" Hao Dawei shouted in desperation, a voice that directly woke everyone up from their sleep. "You want to fucking die? What's a ghost screaming in the middle of the night? What's wrong with you? I'm in the middle of a fucking nap?" The house was dark and a thunderstorm was raging outside. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared out of nowhere in the room. The light went upwards, and a ghastly white and dimpled face suddenly appeared in the darkness. "Aha, is this a person or a ghost? In the middle of the night, is this haunted? What's all the noise about? It's clearly a human being, an instructor." Centipede flicked the switch and the crowd covered their eyes to adjust to the light. "Quite refreshed. Now that you're all awake, let's get out and move around." The crowd looked out the window in bewilderment. "Sure this weather is keeping us active? We just fell asleep. Can't we get a break from all this rain?" The mouth is disgruntled, but the body is most honest. Walking downstairs, the crowd realized that the stormy day was still blowing. The branches of the trees were blown around, and the temperature was 5 degrees lower than on weekdays, so they were all shivering a little when they went out in short sleeves at this moment. "What are we training for? No raincoat? It's a little chilly. I should have known to just add or subtract my jacket," Centipede said. "Rainy day. Extra shooting practice for you guys." "Holy shit, didn't hear me wrong, did you? This rain is making us train. We haven't even qualified for daytime training. Let's not waste bullets in this rain, shall we?" Centipede said seriously. "This is a notice, not a discussion with you." Everyone complained and went to the range in the rain. Several instructors on the range wore black raincoats and set their guns on tables. On a rainy day, the first shot is not too difficult. At a distance of 300 meters, and everyone must achieve a 95 ring or more. Anything below 95 rings is responsible for moving these back to storage tonight. Despite the hats on their heads, the rain washed over their eyes much faster than the crowd could wipe the water away. "It's over. Can't see at all. I can't even see the gun targets right now. There are so many influences with this much rain." Before the training had even officially begun, a number of people were already complaining. Centipede sternly questioned, "You guys are wimping out now? It's only a mere 300 meters and it's this hard for you guys? Aren't you guys going to be special forces? Is it that whenever it rains, you guys just let go of the water when you run into the enemy? If the battlefield was full of wimps like you, would my coke bloom? And when it rains, everyone presses on, waiting to eat my guns? If you're too scared to even try, then don't waste your bullets and just start punishing." The crowd bowed their heads in silence. "I'll give you 10 seconds to stay if you have the guts to train, and get the hell out of here if you don't have the guts of a small egg yolk." This time, no one left. Centipede said, "Since no one is leaving, let's follow the rules I just stated." Groups of 5 are now grouping themselves. "Qin Lang, you step forward." Qin Lang was called aside alone, causing many people to look at him. Centipede said, "Qin Lang, I'm not happy that I lost to you last time. Do you dare to compete again today?" Qin Lang smiled and asked rhetorically, "Are you sure you want to compete with me in this weather?" Centipede raised an eyebrow and said, "Are you afraid of losing?" "I was afraid you'd lose. An instructor losing to a new recruit twice in a row is a bit hard on your face, isn't it? You're quite confident." "That's a confidence I still have." Centipede, however, said, "I've never been afraid of losing, and I'll admit it if I lose to someone with strength." Qin Lang did appreciate the centipede's spontaneity. Identity are switched to instructor. The more many people in the way, the more everywhere to establish their instructor's majesty. Qin Lang said, "Well then, compare. 1,000 meters? Centipede nodded and let Qin Lang choose his gun first. There were a total of 4 guns in the box. Qin Lang took one of them and weighed it in his hand. Then said, "This gun has a problem." Ghost Hand frowned and said, "Impossible. I personally checked all these guns. There can't be any problems. Don't be making excuses because you're afraid of losing. If you lose, are you going to blame the gun in your hand for the problem?" Centipede handed Qin Lang another gun. "If you think there's a problem, change it." Ghost Hand looked at Qin Lang with a disdainful expression, as if he felt that Qin Lang was just looking for an excuse. Qin Lang pushed away the gun returned from Centipede Land. "No, I'll just use this one." The others who braved the rain to prepare for the training. At this moment, all felt that it didn't matter how many rings they hit. The key was that Qin Lang and Centipede were dueling, and this once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity could not be missed. Qin Lang adjusted the gun in his hand and asked, "Can I try firing a shot to get the feel of it? Does your mission also let you test drive?" Ghost Hand had been finding fault with Qin Lang several times. Qin Lang endured it twice and finally couldn't stand it any longer and said, "Instructor, 1,000 meters is not 300 meters. You're letting me, a newcomer, directly ask to hit the 10 ring when I haven't had any bonding with the gun. It's because you're overly confident in me, isn't it? You think so highly of me. How does this make Instructor Centipede lose face?" Ghost Hand's eyes narrowed. "Qin Lang, don't mess up on purpose. What exactly is your strength that we don't know?" Qin Lang laughed lightly and asked rhetorically, "What strength do I have? Do you guys have proof?" The bias doused Ghostbuster's belly full of fire. And there really was no proof. Reborn is so clean. Even the NSA doesn't have evidence in their hands. How could they? Centipede gave Ghost Hand a nonchalant look and said to Qin Lang, "You try." Qin Lang rushed at the gun target and fired a shot first. Ghost Hand took the binoculars and laughed out loud. 7 rings. Qin Lang, the rainy weather has affected you quite a bit. The accuracy has dropped so much. Song Yen clenched his fists and silently prayed in his heart. Qin Lang, exert your maximum strength. I know this will be absolutely easy for you. In the face of Ghost Hand's sneer, Qin Lang was expressionless, only silently adjusting the position of his gun. Turning to Centipede, he said, "I'm ready to start any time." At Ghost Hand's command, each of the 2 men adjusted their positions and fired the first shot. Qin Lang's style had always been overwhelming, and he had always fired without pause, locking his position and firing 10 shots in succession. The crowd couldn't see the target of the gun, so they could only stare at Qin Lang closely. The rain ran down the brim of his hat and onto his face, rushing down his lashes and into his eyes. The line of sight was interfered with so strongly, but Qin Lang remained as immovable as a mountain, his gaze looking straight ahead, and the crowd pinched their sweat for Qin Lang. Sixth Son sneered, "Such heavy rain and continuous shooting. I don't know what Qin Lang's brain is thinking." Another person, who was on good terms with him, said, "Need we say more?" Probably admitted defeat and gave up early. It's not likely that there's just one bullet hole in the final gun target and the rest are off target. A group of people scoffed uncontrollably. Xian Jiabao was even watching the fun with a bad smile on his face. Liang Yueming defended with a cold face. "Did you guys blindly fail to see Qin Lang's shooting level last time? Or did you forget about it? Even if Qin Lang shoots with his eyes closed, he's still better than your 300-meter tracing technique." The words immediately hit a certain few people where it hurts. "Liang Yuming, you're a fucking lapdog of Qin Lang. What's the point of you speaking for him here? It's not like his strength is yours." Liang Yuming smiled disdainfully. "Bounce back. Holy shit. A punch in the cotton." Liang Yueming disliked it and promptly withdrew his hand, waiting to announce Qin Lang's result. "Ha ha ha." Ghost Hand's laughter caused the crowd's hearts to fade. "Qin Lang, I thought that you were really good at pretending there, but I didn't expect this level. I really overestimated you." A comment that immediately caused Liang Yuming's eyebrows to close together. What's going on? Did Qin Lang play out of his mind? Can't be. I've never seen anything more stable than Qin Lang. At this point, Centipede also fired his last shot. He glanced at Qin Lang's gun target in passing with his scope, his expression somewhat complicated. Qin Lang, however, without saying a word, dismantled the gun in his hand and looked at the muzzle for half a day. "Are you going to say again that your poor play was a gun problem?" Qin Lang said. "There was a problem with the gun, but I played pretty well." "Oh, do you really think the telescope in my hand is out of order?" You've got 7 bullet holes in that target. One of the 7 rings you hit earlier, and the remaining 10 rings, with 4 shots off target. What else do you have to explain? Qin Lang smiled and shook his head as he continued to look at the gun in his hand. Centipede grimaced and had both men bring back their gun targets. Ghost Hand gleefully announced, "The final winner of this 1,000-meter range sniper competition is..." "Don't talk yet," Centipede interrupted with a grave expression on his face. Surprised, Ghost Hand asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Centipede ran his right thumb over the scar on his left hand, wondering what he was thinking, until Ghost Hand's expression changed when he saw Qin Lang's gun target. "How come? It can't be, can it? How can you control the accuracy of a gun to such an extent?" The hanging crowd didn't care if they were training or not, and craned their necks to ask, "What the hell is going on? Just how many rings does Qin Lang have?" Under the night, the street lamp reflected a miserable white face of Ghost Hand, his empty eyes blankly looking at Qin Lang, who was still studying the gun. He woodenly inserted his fingers into several bullet holes, distinguishing them down one by one, and only then did he realize it. Qin Lang's 4 shots that were not on the target were not off target, but had completely penetrated the bullet holes left behind before. The bullet hole that had penetrated both bullets was a circle larger than the one in one bullet, and carried a hint of burning around it that was not easy to detect without a closer look. If Ghost Hand and the others hadn't had a similar situation during their previous training, Qin Lang would have definitely been judged off target this time. Who actually won? Yeah, can you give us a result? We've been looking forward to it for half a day. Ghost Hand said woodenly. Centipede and Qin Lang, both of them have 100 rings. Hey, it's a tie. I thought how strong Qin Lang was. Still no winner. Should we add another round? Centipede simply lowered his gun and said calmly, "I lost." "Ha? Let a big instructor just admit defeat. Aren't they all 100 rings? How do you decide who wins and who loses?" Qin Lang was quite surprised. It seemed that Centipede and Ghost Hand, the two of them had quite a big difference in their personalities. Xian Jiabao was the first one who couldn't help himself and rushed up to take the 2 targets to see, "What's going on? Isn't this 67 rings? Whose is this?" "Qin Lang's? 167 rings, 100 rings. Instructor Ghost Hand, how is it that both of these are 100 rings?" Ghost Hand's heart had yet to calm down as he was shocked by Qin Lang's marksmanship. At this level, they could be their instructors. Okay, their usual training. In front of Qin Lang, this was not a big sword playing in front of Guangong. Centipede walked calmly to Qin Lang's side and asked, "You said there's a problem with this gun. Do you see what the problem is?" Qin Lang said, "The firing trajectory is shifted, but it's not too serious. It doesn't have any effect up to 500 meters, but beyond that it will be shifted, and it will be shifted by 3 centimeters for 1,000 meters. 3 centimeters? Isn't that the distance between the 10th and 7th ring? Could it be that Qin Lang's first shot was not a test shot, but was determining the offset distance? Then for those next 10 shots, Qin Lang had to change his aim to shoot at the target. Under such circumstances, Qin Lang was able to shoot 4 bullets that went through the original bullet holes. How terrifying was this man's strength? Centipede took the gun, assembled it and tried it once by himself, and it was just as Qin Lang had said. He was thoroughly impressed and convinced this time. He lowered his voice and said in a voice only 2 could hear, "Wouldn't it be a shame to be a recruit with your abilities?" Qin Lang said with a wry smile, "I switched from the original path up the mountain to this path now, so I'll have to walk to the bottom of the mountain and walk up again step by step." Centipede looked at him in shock and said, "Have we met before?" Without thinking, Qin Lang said, "No." Centipede whispered, "Earlier on the Gasso Sea Island, I was captured and tortured by the terrorists for 2 days, and they wanted to use me and another comrade as a bargaining chip to get Xia to hand over the terrorist boss they captured. When my life was in danger, a man with a helmet and a protective suit broke into the base, killed everyone, and took me and another comrade to the ship. It was also a rainy day, and you could only see each other's eyes, but you held the gun exactly like he did." Qin Lang nodded thoughtfully and smiled. "It's a touching story, but don't all people hold their guns in the same position?" Centipede grinned. "You're right about that too." The two smiled at each other, neither one poking at the other. Qin Lang once again showed his sharpness in front of the many instructors. After Xian Jiabao and the few others learned of Qin Lang's true strength, they were dumbstruck and could not return to their senses for a long time. Suddenly, he felt that the various small actions he had taken against Qin Lang before were like a child jumping in front of his elders trying to get attention. Even Sixth Son awkwardly asked Xian Jiabao, "Brother Bao, will we still target Qin Lang in the future?" Xian Jiabao's face was heavy. "What targeting or not targeting? They are all on the same team. Get along well in the future." Sixth Son responded in succession. Right. All on the same team. Get along in the future." For the next period of time, Qin Lang got along with them in a peaceful manner. It was only that both Centipede and Ghost Hand's attitudes towards Qin had turned 180 degrees. Previously, Ghost Hand was always shifty and sneering at Qin. After this competition, he didn't know what kind of damage he had suffered. At first, he was embarrassed to see Qin expression, but later on, he occasionally joked with Qin. The relationship is also a lot closer. Qin training was different from all of them, and the intensity was much higher than all of them. Even if there was no instructor to set it up individually, Qin was very conscious of increasing the amount of training for himself. While others carried 25 kilograms, Qin carried 40 kilograms. While others frog jumped 300, Qin started with 500. One day, early in the morning, the recruits went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Good breakfast today. There's pancetta, big white buns, and fresh goat soup for breakfast. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Is it another day of enduring very human training? Better hurry up and eat. Maybe it's the last meal of the day. The crowd wolfed down breakfast and then boarded a bus. No training today. I'll take you to observe. Nguyen Dongshang and both instructors were on the bus. The car rattled toward the deep woods. What can we observe in this remote place? Is it possible to observe wild animals? Who knows? After the car had been traveling for a while, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes. One of the tires is flat. Ruan Dongsheng frowned and said, "What's going on? Didn't I ask you to check before we left? You just came out and you're out of breath?" The driver rushed out of the car to check and found a steel spike in the tire. Ruan Dongsheng asked with a cold face, "Can you hold on to your destination?" The driver said, "The way things are going, it shouldn't work. The mountains are rough and an imbalance is likely to result in a crash." Centipede said, "Master Zhao, don't worry, do you have a spare tire?" The driver nodded and pulled the spare tire out of the trunk. "You all may have to wait. It's estimated to be 20 minutes or so." Qin had a long-lost feeling since he had entered this forest. Killing, as if in crisis. Suddenly, there was an unidentified object on the hill. A flash of light reflected in the sun. Qin narrowed his eyes. "Report, I want to use the restroom. I ate too much this morning. I guess I have a bit of diarrhea." Ruan Dongsheng muttered unhappily. "Eating too much also pulls. Eating too little still screams. Are you animals? Go on. Hurry up and don't delay." Qin immediately covered his stomach and went out. And when he passed Master Zhao again, he took two handy tools from his maintenance box. Qin locked onto a certain location on the mountain. And with the blessing of the eagle eye skill, Qin saw three silhouettes, and all three of them had sniper rifles in their hands. They had just locked onto this car. In case they let them get the jump on them, the cadets' lives would definitely be in danger. Qin athletic figure quickly appeared less than 100 meters away from a few people. It was a pity that Qin didn't have a gun in his hand. Otherwise he would have taken it down with a few shots. Qin figure is ghostly. Just happened to run into a few people who are not strong. Aiming for half a day. Froze and hesitated to shoot. Qin used his smooth ear skill to hear someone say, "Did you aim? Shoot me? My hand was shaking and I just moved it. And now I don't know where that one went." Rubbish. Can't watch a single one. Qin nicked up a few small stones in his hand. As the several people were talking, the heads of their guns were randomly flicking around. And just as the guns were pointing at Qin aimed at the muzzle of the gun and threw the small stone into the opponent's muzzle with his hand. That takes care of one gun. The man with the gun felt the gun in his hand move. "I think my gun moved. Your damn hands are shaking like crazy. Told you to take some pills. It's a real pain in the ass in a pinch." It was probably because the man usually had a bunch of problems, and now after being reprimanded by the other party, he didn't take it seriously, and took it all as his own problem. Qin took advantage of a few people's inattention and used his camouflage skill to quietly circle around to a place that was only a few meters away from a few people. Several people were still burying grievances with each other, and no one had paid attention to Qin appearance. Qin held a screwdriver in one hand and a wrench in the other, and his gaze locked on the middle person. While the two were still muttering and complaining to each other, unbeknownst to them, Qin's hand rose and fell. A screwdriver plunged directly into the man's aorta from the side, and in an instant blood spurted more than 2 meters high. The hot blood scalded the man on his side and he shivered. And before he could scream in alarm, Qin knocked a wrench on the man's head. The other party immediately rolled his eyes. His neck made a click sound, and he fell to the ground in a twisted position. Qin held the screwdriver in disgust and shook the blood from his hand. Fucking hell. It's annoying. The man who had just been talking and spitting with himself had turned into two corpses in the blink of an eye. The man with the gun was shivering with fear, and tried to aim at Qin several times, but his hands and feet were not half strong. "Big brother, please, don't kill me. I really don't know you. We don't want to kill you either." Qin smiled faintly. "Oh, still recognize me?" The man's tongue tied and he shook his head back and forth. "I don't know. I said I don't know. The screwdriver flexibly turned twice in Qin Lang's hand. It doesn't matter. Since you saw me do it, you must die. In the next second, the screwdriver shot straight into the man's brow. Even before the man died, he could hear the sound of his skull cracking. The handle of the screwdriver stuck in his forehead. The man's eyes protruded and he lost consciousness instantly. Why did I get a handful of blood again? How can I explain this back? Qin Lang put away the wrench and screwdriver in chagrin, wiped the blood from one of the men's clothes again, and got his cell phone out of his shirt. Operating his cell phone through his clothes, he deliberately lowered his voice to call the police. MTXX. Saw a couple of bodies. The police got immediate attention. What? Where exactly? Who are you and why were you there? What's the status of each of the several people? Qin Lang wasn't sure where this was. He looked around and saw a signal tower. This is southwest of the signal tower. About 320 meters or so away from it. 3 people don't share guns. A sentence about holding a gun caused a direct uproar. The police were shocked. Armed? Anyone else hurt? Qin Lang said. I'm not sure. So come over as soon as you can. Without waiting for the other end of the phone to continue asking questions, Qin Lang directly hung up the phone and threw it back. He took off one of the men's coats and wiped his utensils as he left. A few drops of blood were splattered on his cuffs, and Qin Lang frowned as he pulled the cuffs upwards. On the bus at this time. What's taking Qin Lang so long to go to the restroom? Isn't he always in good health? How come he suddenly has a bad stomach? Who knows? It couldn't be lost, could it? Even if you get lost in your house, Qin Lang can't possibly get lost. A group of people stood under the car, flirting with each other in 2s and 3s. Hey, where's my wrench? And the fancy screwdriver? Why is it gone? A group of people clasped their shoulders and stretched their necks and said, I don't know. Not in the box? Master Zhao buried his head and turned over half a day. Not right. The toolbox cannot be lost. How suddenly gone? The other one said, here's a big one. Why don't we use it for now? How long do we have to go? Almost there. Another 3 or 4 minutes, I guess. The sunlight was a bit shaky, and Liang Yueming blocked her eyebrows to look in the direction Qin Lang had left. Qin Lang? Have you gone to take a shower or a shit? Only Qin Lang's hair, face and arms were all wet, as if the upper half of his body had fallen into the water. Qin Lang said, it was too hot. I saw a stream and washed my face to cool down. Master Zhou, haven't you fixed it yet? Master Zhao grumbled. I'm out of screwdrivers and wrenches. What a delay. Hao Dawei said half-jokingly. By the way, Master Zhao, you let Qin Lang help you. Qin Lang studied automobile maintenance in college. Master Zhao looked at Qin Lang in surprise. Really? I didn't realize we had professionals here? Da Kuan covered his mouth and laughed. Yeah, he's a professional. The two of them smiled at each other. Only Qin Lang said with a leathery smile, I'll do it. Qin Lang was young and strong, experienced and skillful, and fixed the tire in 3 or 2 strokes. Master Zhao looked on in wonder. It's really worthy of being a professional. Qin Lang intentionally glanced at Da Kuan and the others, who innocently averted their eyes. Get in the car. You can go now. With this little episode, half of the tension that had been created all morning was now gone. Secretive. What the hell do you want us to do? Hey, Qin Lang, aren't you and Hao Dawei majoring in the same field in college? It seems to be communication engineering or something like that, right? How come you're still in auto repair? Hao Dawei looked at Qin Lang meaningfully and said, This, is Qin Lang's part-time job. The two parties immediately laughed. The others looked at Qin Lang without knowing what was going on. Qin Lang, what's going on? Qin Lang said with an expressionless face, It's nothing. I worked part-time at a car lot. He subtly reminded them both to shut up with a warning look, but the two were too bold to ignore it. The car traveled all the way into the deep mountains when suddenly someone saw a few small houses. There are still people living in this poor countryside. Ha! Look at that car. It looks like a police car. Drip drip dash. Suddenly, 3 police cars drove by head-on. Ruan Dongsheng was astonished. And with the siren on, this is a police call? Centipede also said suspiciously. Even if the police are to be called out, it can't be the police here? Could it be that something is going on in the neighborhood? Ruan Dongsheng immediately dialed the phone. We're about to arrive. Just now a few police cars went out. Is there something wrong? The crowd craned their necks, curious about what was on the phone. What? There's such a thing? Just now? When we came here, we saw nothing and nothing special. Not true. Ruan Dongsheng's sharp sight shot towards Qin Lang. Just now, Qin Lang said he needed to go to the bathroom. What time exactly? The other party gave a time that just happened to be the same time period that Qin Lang left? What's with the coincidence? Could it be that Qin Lang did it again? The thought sent shivers down his spine. Even his voice went a few shades colder. Good. We'll be there soon. And let me know if you get any results later. I might know something. He looked meaningfully at Qin Lang. Quite a number of people sought his line of sight to look at Qin Lang as well. What's going on? Could it be related to Qin Lang again? How can it be? I heard that it seems to be a matter of human life and death. Qin Lang not long to go to the toilet? Not necessarily. Don't you know what Qin Lang did before? He's a rumored spy. Cough cough cough. Liang Yeming coughed twice and glared fiercely at the few people who had made small talk, and those few people were immediately silenced. From the beginning to the end, Qin Lang always stayed out of it, as if anything that happened had nothing to do with him. Centipede guessed as much, and he typed on his cell phone and handed it to Ruan Dongsheng. You suspect that Qin Lang is behind this incident? Ruan Dongsheng didn't say a word, only his face sank even further. The atmosphere in the car also became eerie. After 2 more turns around the mountain, we finally came upon a restricted area for military operations. Upon seeing them come over, a man in uniform walked over and greeted Ruan Dongsheng with a smile. Chief Ruan, it's been a long time. Ruan Dongsheng familiar and he patted his shoulder. This is not thinking of you. Thinking of bringing my group of bastard boys to see you today. Gu, this soldier of yours looks really good this year. Each young and vigorous, with a sense of grandeur. The crowd got out of the car in 2s and 3s, and Qin Lang was the last to leave, and he smoothly hid the screwdriver and wrench in his pocket, under the driver's seat, next to the toolbox. You guys come over and say hello, just call him Deputy Sunday. The new recruits' voices were high-pitched, and they shouted in unison. Good day, Deputy Sunday. Sun's deputy bureau was full of smiles and looked at the time. Hurry up and go in. There are still 10 minutes before it starts. Ghost Hand greeted the recruits and stood in 2 lines, heading inside to an azure fence location. An open grassy field with several cross-like posts tied to it. There were several gun-toting police officers, standing against the wind. 2 police cars were parked off to the side, and at a glance, you could even see dark red marks on the playground. What that is self-evident. A few of them felt a sudden flutter in their stomachs and a dizzying wave of nausea. Is this to show us the scene of the execution? Murder. What is it to say? This is punishment for those vicious beasts. It's the beasts that are killed. What does it have to do with people? Yao Wenbin's face was as white as paper, and he could barely stand by bracing himself against the fence in front of him. These people who carry out executions, how strong are they inside? Someone whispered. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to sleep at night, tossing and turning every day with these images. Fear? Disgust? That's what you'll be like from now on. Many people, despite the fact that they know that the special forces must have blood on their hands, and that it is impossible to survive being a saint on the battlefield, but being mentally prepared and actually facing death are 2 very different concepts. They can fantasize in their minds that their target is the enemy's head, but they don't dare to think of the real person in front of them as a target. One of their eyes, every move, are telling you, this is a living life. Even kittens and puppies do not dare to slaughter people. In the face of a living person with a sense of independence and autonomy, the inner apprehension to add a few more points. I'm having a hard time with my heart right now. Vomit. Move over you guys. I'm getting a little sick to my stomach. Ghost Hand couldn't stand these sanctimonious people. You guys feel sorry for him? Who cares about our dead narc? Do you know who you're going to kill today? And you're going to see no life or death here? The man to be shot today is a drug lord whose men are involved in the lives of more than 10,000 people, and who has brokered a deal with the narcotics police on the Xia border for 8 years. Do you know how many people we've sacrificed in these 8 years? 2 more undercover police officers, who were drugged and held by them in order to gain their trust, are still in rehab to this day, muddling through their days and seeking out their thoughts several times over. There were also 3 undercover agents who were found by their people and had their knees, calves, and hands broken alive with rocks just to force him to be used as a bargaining chip that could be exchanged with the police. Are you still distressed by such a man? Daquan clenched his fists and kept his head tightly bowed. The heart feels like it is being clenched, and the heart feels overwhelmed again at the thought of the actions of our anti-narcotics police. What a strong sense of conviction. What persistence and willpower. They gave up their little homes and chose a path that they knew was dangerous. But someone had to step up and go first. Perhaps when they put on this police uniform, they had already expected what kind of difficulties they would face in the future. But they still had no choice. Hao Daoi's eyes were also slightly moist. Ghost Hand's voice also choked slightly. Do you guys fear killing? But he took pleasure in torture and killed several of our policemen. Why didn't you guys think of this? Anyone who is put to death deserves no sympathy for the sins they have committed, and it would not be enough to have them shot 10 times. Letting you witness their deaths is partly to give you an idea of life and death. And the other thing is that it's a mandatory lesson for you in the future. Suddenly, the door of the police car opened and 2 policemen rudely grabbed the condemned man with the black hood on his left and right. He wore silver handcuffs on his hands, was bound between his feet with a chain less than 20 centimeters long, and carried 2 heavy iron balls. With every step, the chains rustled and sounded. A policeman removes the mask from the condemned man's head with a cold face. However, the death row inmate revealed a fearless smile and even looked provocatively at Qin Lang and the rest of them. The outsider spectators. Yo, it's quite lively today. It seems that when I was alive I was admired by 10,000 people, and when I died there were still so many people watching me live. To be a human being who can do what I do, how fortunate it is. The death row inmates hung back and shook their heads, even squeezing their eyebrows at Qin Lang and the others. Sixth Son had been silent before, but he didn't know what stimulated him and rushed the man to insult him. Grass, Sue and you animal, I really want to give you 1,000 cuts. I hate to cut your voice into pieces and throw them into the pit to feed the maggots. Xian Jiabao stopped him in silence. Alright, Rocco, it's all in the past. Rocco's eyes burst into tears. Why wasn't I the one who shot him? I really want to kill him. I hate that my sniping skills are not good right now. Otherwise I would have grabbed the cop's gun and sent him away with one bullet. Xian Jiabao hugged him, running down his back. Sixth Son, calm down. We're here to watch. He's already going to die. Rocco gradually lost the strength to struggle, and he hung his hands helplessly. But why? Why can he only die once? What about my little uncle? Why can't he suffer the sins of my little uncle once? Everyone looked at Rocco silently. The usual petty quarrels had long since dissipated. And now, in the eyes of the crowd, Rocco was just a man who had lost his little uncle. Centipede said in a deep voice. One of the two tortured narcotics police officers mentioned just now was Sixth Son's little uncle, who eventually lost consciousness after being tortured for 3 days and 3 nights. Wow! Rocco's emotions erupted in an instant, and he couldn't stop crying. The death row inmate in the distance was even more complacent when he heard the cries and clamors. Gu, want to kill me? There are too many people who want to kill me. Who are you? Rocco was so enraged that if it wasn't for Xuan Jiabao holding him tightly, he would have wanted to go up and rip the condemned man's mouth off. You shut up. The cop next to the death row inmate couldn't hear him anymore and frowned in disgust and shoved him. The death row inmate stumbled, glanced askance at the policeman, and said provocatively, Actually, I'm not afraid of death. I think I've lived an exceptionally worthwhile life. The policeman was full of displeasure, but he was in the way and could not remove his jaw on the spot. Do you know what money and power are in your life? Every day for those 3 melons and 2 jujubes. But look at this face, look at that face. People like you, life is like this. Stifled. Not much ability. You've been like this your whole life. Your children will be like this your whole life. You'll never know what it's like to spend money like that. So what about those rich and powerful people? Back in the day when I was in my glory, they still had to look at my face? There is nothing I have not done in my life except to be an emperor. But I am indeed an emperor in my acreage. I am contented in my life and have no regrets in my death. The death row inmate laughed with a hideous expression, but the laughter was extremely harsh. The policeman couldn't bear it and punched him in the jaw. Really? You're so powerful and brilliant. Why didn't you realize that all your family members died because of you? You yourself had a half-life of splendor. But in the end, you couldn't get half your life back even by begging your grandpa and grandma. You don't take human life for granted and kill innocents indiscriminately. You should have thought about what you would do in this life. The death row inmate's face was suddenly abhorrent as he struggled and tried to strike back at the police officer beside him, but he was held back by the shackles on his feet, and his body became unbalanced, and his face hit the ground hard, and a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The other policeman sneered and crouched down, looking at him condescendingly. You didn't count on the fact that in the end, you don't even have the freedom to walk, eat and go to the bathroom. Did you? With a life as shit as yours, a pig would feel unlucky in a pig's place. The 2 men rudely tugged at the condemned man's collar and yanked him up from the ground. He still had a piece of mud with grass roots on his face, and he cursed and mouthed off, greeting everyone's ancestors. But the 2 policemen turned a blind eye and chained him to the cross. Qin Lang Shun Feng'er skill could clearly hear the conversation between the 3 just now. If a very few police officers with a weak ideological stance may be compelled by the death row inmates to poke at their inner pain at some point, after all, not everyone can treat money and power like dirt. But here, all the police officers, including those who carry out the executions, they are incredibly determined in their hearts, even though the other side threw out countless sugar-coated shells. In their view, it was the resistance of a dying man. They hated themselves and why they weren't the ones to carry it out. When he thought of so many blood-soaked policemen and soldiers who had died at the hands of such people, he instantly felt that killing them 10,000 times would not be enough to quell his anger. Death row inmates are being controlled by their hands and feet, but they are still quoting songs. I lived in style, and I'll die in style. I'm not afraid of death. You ants. I don't even put on it. Boom. A bullet penetrated the brow, and the condemned man's eyes bulged, and blood dripped from his brow before his mouth retracted. Bang, bang, bang. Several more shots hit him, and the man's skull shattered, his face loose against the bone, his whole face like a ball of paper that had been crumpled and unfolded. In his chest and lungs, several fatal locations were treated as 10-ring hearts, with bullets lined up against him. The recruits around Qin Lang saw this for the first time. They watched as the bullet that flew into their brow brought out red blood interspersed with a white liquid that spoke for itself. Some people even subconsciously wiped the back of their heads. Hao Dawei covered his mouth. His stomach turned over. His intestines and stomach seemed to have congealed into a twist, and a lot of acid came back out of his mouth. Can't throw up? Can't throw up. I'm going to be a special forces soldier. This kind of scene is going to be commonplace in the future. I can't vomit. The other few people also endured the pain. Liang Yueming's face reddened like a monkey's butt. His stomach pumped, and his neck used its strength along with it, like regurgitation. In the end, it didn't overcome the instincts of the torso and crouched on the ground, wincing and vomiting. The vast majority of people each find a support to hold up their fragile bodies and hearts at the moment. Only Qin Lang, smiling but not laughing, said, "To die a good death, and to make people recoil after death, is indeed quite scenic." David Hao beside him had already thrown up for a while. Trembling, he arched his body from the ground, one hand tremblingly grasping Qin Lang's arm. "Qin Lang, you vomit, don't you, wretch? Appetizing? Oh, yeah, I've got to get sick to my stomach. I was just so focused on trying to see the death row jokes that I forgot that people who see an execution scene for the first time are sick to their stomachs." Qin Lang hurriedly covered his stomach with an unpleasant face and his throat dry heaved twice. "Vomit. I just got a hard-on in my stomach and I'm pressing hard now too." Turning to crouch on the ground, he shrugged his shoulders halfway, feigned nausea and pain, held his red face, and spat twice on the ground. As a result, just as he got up, he saw Centipede's lustful expression. His brow furrowed as if he had eaten 2 dead flies. Centipede sighed with hatred. "Qin Lang, can you act any worse?" Several policemen went over to gather up the dead body with expressionless faces. Sixth Son raised his head from the puddle of vomit, 2 lines of clear tears on his face. "I really want him to rot here. Let him die as a wild ghost, die in the territory of my Xia soldiers. My little uncle can kind of get what he wants." As a result, when Rocco raised his eyes, he saw the body being lifted up by the police again. Neck has been broken. The 2 police officers' movement amplitude is large. The neck snap a misalignment, almost folded to the chest, only the skin epidermis loosely attached. Rocco didn't hold back for a moment and manhwaed again. The little bit of meat I had eaten in the morning was vaguely recognizable in shape at this point. So many people have swallowed their pâté without chewing it that the undigested meat is now clearly visible as the white of the meat with the lean parts attached. It's hard not to think of the man who was just executed. Holy shit, I've wanted to be a fucking vegetarian my whole life. That's disgusting. Vomit. I get sick to my stomach when I smell meat. Centipede looked at the crowd's reaction and didn't expect the class to be surprisingly strong. With his hands behind his back, he said, "Gather. You've seen it all. And today you'll be taught the most important lesson before you go to war. Hold it in if you're going to throw up, too, and get in the car and go back to the army." The crowd was just about to leave when they were suddenly stopped by Ruan Dongxing's serious shout. "Wait, don't even go." The crowd woefully covered their mouths as the stomach flips continued. A group of people looked at Ruan Dongxing in disbelief. "How come the chief of staff's face is whiter than ours? He can't watch a bloody scene either?" Ruan Dongxing locked his gaze on Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, come here." The new recruits looked at Qin Lang in unison. "What's going on here? What did Qin Lang do to piss off the chief of staff again?" The crowd curiously sized up Qin Lang. Qin Lang also covered his mouth when he entered the country and pretended to retch. I wonder how the others would feel if they knew that the golden actor who was now accompanying them in their revulsion had killed 3 gunmen with his bare hands half an hour ago. Qin Lang walked to Ruan Dongxing as if he was out of breath. Reporting to the chief of staff, "Is there anything I can do for you?" "Humph. What's going on that you're not aware of? Still pretending with me?" Ruan Dongxing snorted coldly, and Deputy Bureau Chief Sun on the side also put away the smile that had been hanging on his face and sized up Qin Lang. Ruan Dongxing and Centipede explained a few words, and the 2 of them led Qin Lang to the office building. "What's going on? I see that both the Chief of Staff and Deputy Secretary Sun look particularly bad. Did Qin Lang cause trouble again? It can't be, can it? Qin Lang has been eating and living with us all these days, and he's been behaving well. Could it be that Deputy Secretary Sun has taken a liking to him and wants to poach him?" A group of people exchanged words and whispers, curiously sticking their necks out to see Qin Lang's expression. "All right, whatever your business, less prying." Centipede seriously interrupted their bottomless speculations. "Hurry up and get in the car. Let's go back first." Hao Dawei asked worriedly. "Isn't Qin Lang coming with us?" "He'll be back with the Chief of Staff in a few minutes." "Instructor, nothing will happen to Qin Lang, right?" "I don't know. Go ahead." Qin Lang was taken to a room that looked like an interrogation room. with a small table set up next to the doorway. Directly in front of the doorway, there was a chair for the interrogation inmates and a camera directly in front of it. When Qin Lang went in, he swept around, stared at the chair used for interrogating prisoners and said, "This isn't supposed to be for me, is it?" Ruan Dongsheng sighed. "It's a temporary seat for you right now, but it's hard to say if you'll be here on a monthly basis." Qin Lang sashayed and sat down. Good thing he didn't come up 2 police officers to his handcuffs. Ruan Dongsheng asked with a cold face. "Qin Lang, you said you were going to the restroom on the way here. Did you really go to the restroom?" Qin Lang nodded, 1,000 times over. Ruan Dongsheng was furious and slammed the table. "You don't fool me here. Just now, Mr. Sun received a call from the police saying that 3 corpses were found in the forest, and when they rushed there, the corpses weren't even cold yet, and that call was made during the time you were out, and you're still saying it wasn't you." Qin Lang said unhurriedly. "Oh, 3 corpses were found. What were their identities?" This time, Deputy Director Sun leaned forward, crossed his arms on the table, stared at Qin Lang and said, "It's still being verified, but they're holding a gun in their hands, so they should be able to be identified soon." Knock, knock. "Deputy, word just came in that the 3 men were identified." The incoming police officer's eyes hovered between Qin Lang and Ruan Dongsheng for a moment, hesitating to speak. Deputy Secretary Sun said in a faint voice, "But there's no harm in saying it." The small policeman swallowed his throat and said, "It has just been verified that all 3 have ancestry on the south border of the Upside Down, and are closely related to the man who was on death row today. These 3 people are also engaged in the drug business. Once the Xia police mediated with them for a long time, and never netted them, but they later shifted their positions and went to the Cotton Triangle. Their time in the country was limited, and in the past few years, because of drug trafficking, they carried several murders on their bodies, among which there were also those of the anti-narcotics police in my country of Xia." The more detailed the small policeman said, the more grave the expressions of the 2 chiefs in front of them became. "Deputy?" Deputy Director Sun glanced at Ruan Dongsheng, then said, "Leave the information. You go first." After the small police officer left, Deputy Director Sun looked at the information on the table. "Chief of Staff Ruan, what do you think about this matter?" Ruan Dongsheng turned his hand and kicked the ball into Qin Lang's hands again. "Qin Lang, what do you think about this matter?" Qin Lang said with an innocent face, "How can I see? I use my eyes to see that the people are drug dealers, armed with guns. Who knows if they came over today to kill people or to save them? This kind of person is fortunate to be stopped from coming, or else it would have been a big disaster today." Mr. Sun couldn't help but get serious. "Then what do you think the real culprit who killed these 3 people was doing it for?" Qin Lang shook his head. "How do I know? It's probably just being helpful and not wanting to see anyone else get hurt." Ruan Dongsheng let out a dry laugh from the side. "Who knows if it's a whim or an itchy hand?" Qin Lang looked down at his pants leg. There was a blood stain on it that was covered by black mud and was not obvious. With a helpless face, Ruan Dongsheng sidled up to Vice Bureau Sun and said, "Vice Bureau Sun, let's not talk about who did this, but he's standing in unity with the Xia police and Xia soldiers." Like Qin Lang said, the nature of these people is very serious, and they all have guns in their hands. If they really got the jump on them, perhaps more than just the 3 of them would have died today. Deputy Secretary Sun said with a leathery smile, "Chief of Staff Ruan, you're kinda siding with the one who did it." Ruan Dongsheng awkwardly glared at Qin Lang. "No, I'm just talking about the matter." Director Sun repeatedly turned over the information in his hand. The drug trafficking network involved behind these people is so intertwined. Who knows if there will be other cases involved behind them. In case it affects the layout of the narcotics police, the loss this time is quite heavy. The information in his hand was slapped. Ruan Dongsheng was also at a loss for words. This matter, if it had to be investigated down, might not be locked on Qin Lang's head for a while, but after all, Qin Lang has a criminal record, and it is quite a delay to hold him here as a suspect target. What's more, Qin Lang was Ruan Dongsheng's key surveillance target. Although Qin Lang's big operation this time was completely out of his expectation, but pondering over this matter carefully, if Qin Lang had carried it out as a Xia soldier, not only would he not be suspected, but he would even be able to apply for a 3rd-class merit. After thinking about it, he still felt that Qin Lang was doing nothing wrong. To say that there is really a problem, at most it is a failure to report before going out on a mission, and at most he will be penalized for writing a 3,000 word review. Just as he was racking his brain trying to figure out how to get him out of the hands of Deputy Secretary Sun, Qin Lang stared at the barbs that were sticking up on his left thumb, picking at his hand as he said, "You want information behind the 3 of them? Good point. I have a friend. Maybe he can have some access." "What kind of friends are you? You can still find information on drug dealers?" Ruan Dongsheng twitched his eyebrows twice, thinking, "Your friend? Sure it's not yourself?" Ruan Dongsheng looked at Deputy Director Sun. So what do you mean? Deputy Director Sun stared meaningfully at Qin Lang and seemed to smile. Since the new recruit under Chief of Staff Ruan's hand can have such connections, it's naturally no better for us. But it's about the deployment of the police operation. And I'll have to confirm the specifics with the police on the south border of the subversion. Deputy Secretary Sun tapped the paper on his desk. I'm afraid, Chief of Staff Ruan, you'll have to let the new recruits under your command stay with me for a while. Ruan Dongsheng immediately felt a headache. Gritting his teeth, he waited for Qin Lang. You kid, do you hear me? Don't care what was going on before. This time you must obediently cooperate with Deputy Bureau Sun for me. Qin Lang stretched his back. Hey, I feel a bit sore after sitting for a long time. And I don't know if I can contact my friend. Who this friend was, the two chiefs knew by heart. But naturally, everyone was unwilling to poke through this layer of window paper. So they could only go along with Qin Lang's request. Xiao Zhu, you take Qin Lang to the dormitory and let him rest and relax. Xiao Zhu was shocked. This new recruit in front of him had a crutch on his shoulder. And in terms of police rank, he was quite a bit higher than the other guy. But it feels like the two leaders are paying so much attention to him. Is this kid really something? Xiao Zhu, both curious and suspicious, brought Qin Lang to a dormitory for temporary hospitality. This is the dormitory of the penal colony. Usually very few people sleep here except those on duty. The beds in the dormitory are clean. You can rest here now. Qin Lang had noticed it when he came in. There were 2 cameras in the hallway, and all the windows had protective netting outside. Qin Lang went in and then lay on the bed to ponder the two chiefs' meaning. Seeing how they are, I don't think they'll blame me, and I'll still be a pretty useful pawn for them if I give them information. In reason, they shouldn't even be able to fire me. Thinking of this, Qin Lang inevitably felt that he had acted somewhat impulsively today. In the army is not compared to their usual solo mercenary missions, the usual disorganized and undisciplined tube. The first reaction to danger is to go up and solve it yourself. I thought I was doing a good job, but I didn't realize that the layers of scrutiny down, but also found myself in trouble. If I run into this next time, Qin Lang sighed. If I run into it again, I'm sure I'll still do it. I can't gamble with potential dangers. The office at this time. The two of them, Ruan Dongsheng and Deputy Secretary Sun, stared dryly. Deputy Secretary Sun, you also know that Qin Lang is most likely one of Reborn, right? The matter that he was once a mercenary is also clear to you. It's because it's clear. That's why I feel that Qin Lang has connections on him that can be utilized. And since anti-drug work has always been a top priority for our summer country, if Qin Lang helps us this time, won't it just prove his position? Ruan Dongsheng said helplessly. In fact, we've always been clear about Qin Lang's position, but the meaning on the side of the National Security Bureau is that they want to examine and investigate first, and then follow up by lobbying for him to utilize Reborn's identity to help us in the Summer Kingdom to eradicate potential dangers. If Deputy Bureau Sun utilized Qin Lang's mercenary status to investigate the information, once exposed, it would likely affect the military's operational setup at a later stage. Deputy Bureau Secretary Sun pinched the pen, pulled the cap off and closed it again, and after repeating it several times, he said, since this is the case, I won't force the issue. Since Qin Lang is a move you value, it is natural that your mission is your priority. We give our cooperation in anything. As for these 3 corpses, I'll type up a written submission and submit it. Since Qin Lang doesn't admit that he did it, the merit can't be implemented. Although Deputy Bureau Sun was very reluctant, but after all, if these 3 people could fall into the net, it would be a happy ending for all. The killing of 3 not-so-big and not-so-small ringleaders will at least paralyze some of the drug trafficking networks in the Upside Down for a while now, as well as allow the police to reposition themselves. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the office. Deputy Sun asked with a grimace. Who is it? Report, this is Qin Lang. Deputy Director Sun was surprised and Ruan Dongsheng looked at each other, both of them explaining confusion in their eyes. Come in. Qin Lang walked in calmly and asked, didn't you want the information? Do you still need it? Deputy Secretary Sun frowned and said impatiently, no need. You can follow Chief of Staff Ruan later. Ruan Dongsheng feigned anger and glared at Qin Lang. Did you hear that? Don't be quick to thank Deputy Director Sunday. This is Deputy Director Sun sending you a favor. This matter is so over. In the future to do things before there is a string in the head. Know what can be done, what cannot be done. Qin Lang frowned slightly, his expression somewhat astonished. Didn't you just righteously ask me to find information for them? How come you turn around and it's different? And he said he'd send me a favor, making it sound like I'd made a big mistake. And I, Qin Lang, have always disliked owing favors. Qin Lang said expressionlessly, fine, then I'll go out and sneak around. Ruan Dongsheng still had some follow-up things to explain to Deputy Secretary Sun, and instructed Qin Lang, don't go anywhere. Just sneak around here. Xin Lang found it somewhat amusing. It felt like listening to Ruan Dongxing's tone. He was like a child who didn't know any better. And he was like an old father who worried every day. Xin Lang passed by the janitor's room. There were 2 policemen standing guard outside the door. And in the janitor's room sat an old man with a serious expression, wearing glasses, staring intently at the computer screen. Through the reflection of Moncler Outlet Store, the mirror of the presbyopia mirror, it was found that Moncler Outlet Store he was playing an online game. And every time he was about to decapitate the boss, he used up the last of his bloodstain. An expression of remorse unexpectedly appeared on that meticulous face. Xin Lang knocked on the glass of the janitor's room. Moncler Outlet Online. His glasses slid to the bridge of his nose, and he lowered his head and lifted his eyes to look at Xin Lang above his glasses. Something? Xin Lang said smilingly. Old chief, I've played this game you're playing. I'll help you pass. Moncler Outlet Store eyes instantly lit up. Really? However, the other party immediately took another alert look at Xin Lang's uniform, as well as an abduction on his shoulder. Are you a new recruit? What are you doing here? Xin Lang came close to the glass and propped his 2 hands crossed on the windowsill. Hey, isn't there a death row execution today? Our instructor brought us here to take a look. It dawned on the doorman that this kid was still a cadet in this year's Special Forces. Hey, but didn't the bus just leave? Xin Lang raised his head inside. Our chief of staff hasn't left yet. I'll accompany our chief of staff back later. Inside the army, the fact that a new recruit could be chosen to go with the chief of staff was proof enough that he was a key target for training. The oldest man's eyes glowed as he waved at him. Come here, you can help me look at this game. Xin Lang pushed open the door and moved a chair to sit on the side of the janitorial grandfather. Don't look Moncler Outlet Store at the age of almost 60, but he is full of energy. Even when he plays the game, his waist is also straight. It looks like he was once a soldier. Xin Lang stared at the computer in front of him and asked, Grandpa, this computer is your own, right? Specially bought a game book. Moncler Outlet Online, as soon as he heard someone praise their own professional, immediately smiled and couldn't stop smiling. Older. Every day here is nothing. Just on the internet randomly selected a computer. Playing games can be used on the line. Xin Lang immediately said, Old chief, your graphics card is a 4090. Who dares to say that you are not professional? I guess a lot of people who play games don't have such good equipment as you. I guess it's been a long time since anyone talked to the old man. Xin Lang coaxed the old man's mouth to close in just a couple of sentences. Xin Lang thought to himself, luckily you have a good graphics card. If it were an ordinary computer, I might have just encrypted the IP and the computer would have shut down before I even logged onto the darknet. Old chief, let me try. The janitor Moncler Outlet Online has a serious expression every time he plays the game, as if he is commanding a large battle. He was sitting on the sidelines watching the battle, all rather instructive. This game Xin Lang had never played before, but he knew a few of the game's basic operating buttons. After a few tries and gradually finding a pattern, he began to gradually get the hang of the game and take a big swing at it. Previously, every time it was the gatekeeper's turn to fight the boss, almost half of his blood was left, but as a result, when it came to Xin Lang's hands, he had just used less than 1/5 of his blood bar to deal with the minions in front of him. Old chief, you fight the boss. The doorman looked at Xin Lang in dismay. Aren't you having a good time here? Xin Lang got up and moved his chair away. Old chief, you fought this level 3 times. You fought the boss pass by yourself. That's only cool. I've just been helping you to clear the small soldiers in the front face. The doorman nodded in satisfaction, with a look of children can be taught. Before, he didn't dare to make a big move, and every time, his hands were tied up for fear of costing blood, but this time there was plenty of blood, and the last 2 big moves came out quite nicely. When the word victory appeared on the screen, the janitor was all smiles. What's your name? The game is playing really well. My name is Xin Lang. Xin Lang squeezed his eyebrows and said at the grandfather, Grandpa, I entered the army this is half a year. Even the computer has not been touched. Can you also let me have a good time too? I'm faster. He had a wicked grin on his face, and Moncler Outlet Store understood it in seconds. Okay, you boys play. I just happened to be out for a little stroll. Moncler Outlet Store squeezed his eyes at Xin Lang. You pay attention to yourself. Then, grabbing a glass of water, he went out. It's much easier when you're left on your own. Just now Xin Lang looked at this computer connected to the network. Not the internal network, but Moncler Outlet Store owned by portable Wi-Fi. Although the signal is not as stable as the internal network, but can be operated more freely. Play the small online game is enough. Xin Lang moved nimbly and began to use his hacking skills, first disguising his IP and then logging into the darknet. I guess Director Gao and Director Luo are keeping an eye on my darknet account every now and then, but there's nothing else I can do. Meanwhile inside the NSA, a staffer keeping an eye on the Reborn account in real time urgently rang the warning bell. Immediately the corridor was filled with the sound of soldierly footsteps. A man pushed his way in. What's wrong? Reborn is online. Ha! Notify Director Zhao immediately. Director Zhao's mouth was dry all morning, just ready to drink a mouthful of water. But the result was hastily called to the information office again. Where's Reborn's IP? The other side encrypted the IP layer by layer. And it's still cracking, but it should be on the Nisu side. Director Zhao's eyebrows twisted into twists. Determine Qin Lang's location. Isn't he training in the army? An underling immediately called to confirm. Just got the news. Qin Lang is not inside the army. They should have gone to see the execution site of the death row inmates this morning. And he what? Don't stutter. Something's up. It is rumored that 3 people were killed on the way to Qin Lang at base. Director Zhao immediately felt thunderstruck. What? Qin Lang killed someone? The henchman waved his hand back and forth. Not really. Those 3 are drug dealers and armed. They are said to have a connection to the people who are being executed today. Not sure if they are here to rob the court or if they have other intentions. Director Zhao's hanging heart instantly relaxed. Scared me to death. Can you not take a big breath next time? This kind of thing you just say. I almost had to go out to the police to arrest someone. The henchman's red face apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. It won't happen next time. There's still a meeting over there about Qin Lang to study the issue. So Qin Lang and Ruan Dongsheng, the chief of general staff of the 76th Group Army, are still staying at the penal colony. Director Zhao mentally muttered, this Qin Lang people in the eyes of the 2 chiefs should not be able to commit crimes, right? Keep your eyes peeled and report any movement to me immediately. Reborn was online for a short time, no more than 5 minutes, and then went offline. Before their side could decrypt the final address layer by layer, Qin Lang's side had already gotten the desired information. Qin Lang had helped a certain organization in the Cotton Triangle region that had infighting a little bit, and at that time, the other party was so grateful that they even signed a gentleman's agreement with Qin Lang, saying that their future dealings would definitely not involve the Summer Kingdom, but the major local transportation channels they know something about. When Qin Lang found them, they sent all the information they had learned in their hands to Qin Lang without saying a word. What we know is not comprehensive, but their leader is this man undoubtedly. The Cotton Triangle is now in control of most of the sales paths and routes. He has long been dissatisfied with the situation. Some years ago, he began to bury the line in the Summer Country. I heard that in the last few years to go to the Summer Country's goods. Qin Lang instantly replied. Thanks. Next time you have any quests, look for me again and I'll give you a freebie. Qin Lang was in the habit of sending discount messages to his old customers, but then suddenly remembered that he was now a soldier, and his previous bad habits had to be changed. He added, but I've been busy lately, so I'll stop doing business for now, and I'll be the first to tell you when I'm back in the game. The other party cheerfully said, what business is not business? We are not friends? If you always put the customer and so on the mouth, that is not think of me. After he logged out of his account, he cleaned up the traces on his computer, and used the printer in the janitor's office to print out all the information in the meantime. It was all in foreign languages, but these were small potatoes to them. When Qin Lang came out with a pile of information, he Moncler outlet store had just come back from a leisurely stroll. What are you doing with a bunch of paper? Qin Lang said, didn't you say that you can take the military school exam in the army? I thought of using my free time to review my foreign language, and I just printed out some information online. Qin Lang showed the first 2 pages to the janitorial grandfather twice. Moncler outlet store sweeping through it, he didn't notice anything different. Instead, he felt that Qin Lang was the smartest and sweetest kid, resourceful and hardworking, and patted Qin Lang's shoulder. Good, go for it. Qin Lang laughed and said with a squeeze, old chief, I just drew a permanent Qianquan talisman in your game. You should bring it with you every time you start the game. It can help you resist 15% of the damage. The gatekeeper's eyes stared round, as if unbelievable, that Qianquan talisman is the game's top auxiliary equipment. I have been playing for 2 years, have not drawn. You kid all of a sudden to draw? Qin Lang, luck. The gatekeeper was excited and ran all the way back, wanting to get a glimpse of the Qianquan charm. Qin Lang, on the other hand, was holding a pile of information and knocked on the office door. Inside the house, Ruan Dongsheng was saying goodbye to Deputy Secretary Sun when he was suddenly diverted by this uninvited guest. Ruan Dongsheng said unhappily, Qin Lang, didn't I tell you to wait for me outside? Qin Lang placed the information in front of Deputy Sun. The information is all here. You guys translate it and take a look. It will definitely help you. The 2 men were dumbfounded, staring at the information in front of them with shocked faces. This is information on those drug dealers, their drug trafficking network behind them? Qin Lang said, this is from someone else. Also only mastered part of the key information. The internal specific how to go goods, how to extend the branch, specifically is not clear. But the information on these important leaders should help you a lot in your detection. Sun's hands trembled with excitement as he flipped through the information page by page, with printed out photos on top. Shocked, Ruan Dongsheng asked suspiciously, "Where did you get the information? And printed it out in such a short period of time?" Qin Lang said in an unusual voice. Qin Lang, don't like people rewarding face. If there is a place where I owe a favor, I can return it. Never procrastinate. Ruan Dongsheng froze. I didn't expect that Qin Lang would care so much about what he said subsequently. However, Deputy Secretary Sun hurriedly said, "You two rest for a while. I'll pass the information back first. Xiao Zhu, bring out that Iron Goddess of Mercy from my office and make a pot of tea for Chief of Staff Ruan and Qin Lang." Xiao Zhu looked confused. Isn't that Iron Goddess of Mercy Sun's treasure? Just pinched a small box and put it in the torture chamber's office for backup. Normally, if it's not a big leader coming over, Deputy Secretary Sun never mentions Tiguanyin. It seems that this Chief of Staff and Qin Lang are the guests of honor of Deputy Secretary Sun? Xiao Zhu couldn't help but look at Qin Lang twice more. What's this kid got to do with it? Even when he poured tea for Qin Lang, he looked at him a few more times. Not long after, Deputy Secretary Sun walked back with a red face. Excitedly, he shook Ruan Dongsheng's hand. "Staff Sergeant Ruan, you've really helped me this time. Thanks especially to Qin Lang, and Qin Lang's friends. Now it's already afternoon. A little later the mountain road will not be easy to walk. You two go back first, when I will definitely treat you two to dinner alone some other day." Ruan Dongsheng exchanged pleasantries with Deputy Secretary Sun with a bewildered look on his face, until the two of them sat in the car. Sun Vice Bureau told Xiao Zhu to make sure to deliver the people. Qin Lang, however, said, "There's no need to trouble Officer Zhu to give us a ride. I'll just drive back." Seeing Qin Lang's resolute attitude, Deputy Secretary Sun did not insist. The car hadn't even driven 100 meters from the base of the penal colony when Ruan Dongsheng asked with a cold face, "Qin Lang, tell me properly, what's going on here?" "Nothing's going on. I know people. It just so happens that the police need it, so I'll just stop by and do a little favor." "Didn't they say that the military and police are one family?" Ruan Dongsheng's face reddened anxiously. "Qin Lang, you know in your own heart how sensitive your identity is. Do you know exactly how many pairs of eyes are staring at your every move?" Qin Lang's voice also cooled a few points. "I do things on the premise of ensuring that I don't harm the country and follow my heart. I don't think there's any fault, if any." Qin Lang looked at Ruan Dongsheng through the rearview mirror. "Aside from the incomplete formalities, it shouldn't be worth your anger. It must be that what I did might not meet some people's expectations." He didn't finish, and he smiled. "If someone thinks of me as a move, the layout person is a bit careless. I'm a Leiko card, within a reasonable game, but with a plan that doesn't fit everyone's expectations." Ruan Dongsheng's face suddenly turned pale. He was hinting at him and the group behind him. Ruan Dongsheng gave up on himself and said, "All right, I don't care. Just drive your car properly. If I keep talking to you, I'm going to be pissed off sooner or later." Military base at this time. David Howe and the others were given an antipasto set meal when they returned from lunch. As a result, the group of people looked at a table of white meat, and a variety of brightly colored and contrasting food, and immediately felt their stomachs flip. Not only did I not eat a bite at lunch, I almost threw up my overnight meal. Despite all this, one of them still misses Qin Lang. Qin Lang was called away alone. "What's going on? It's been almost 3 hours. Why aren't they back yet?" At the time the Chief of Staff had that black face almost as black as sriracha soy sauce, and I always felt it wasn't good. Vomit. Quickly, don't talk about Qin Lang. I'm having a hard time thinking about that scene in the morning right now. I'm definitely going to have nightmares tonight. While everyone was talking endlessly, a car came in through the base gate. The car stopped in front of the crowd, and Qin Lang had just gotten down from the driver's seat when Centipede hurriedly opened the backseat door. Ruan Dongsheng still had a dark face and seemed to be holding his anger. Qin Lang looked at everyone's face with a lack of spirit. "What's wrong with you guys? What kind of training in the afternoon can torture you all like this?" De Koen cried haha and complained. "Qin Lang, are you for real? It's not because of that shooting scene this morning. I didn't even eat my lunch, and now when I close my eyes, it's all about that dead man." Qin Lang nodded awkwardly. "Oh, right. Almost forgot." The crowd was shocked. "Forgotten? Forgot? How can you forget a scene like that?" They couldn't even force themselves to forget. The scene played over and over again in front of their eyes like a slideshow. Ruan Dongsheng looked at Qin Lang in a million different ways, but then sighed. If these energetic recruits knew that Qin Lang had killed 3 armed drug lords in front of him, and that killing people was already a routine for him, they really didn't know what kind of expression they would have. Centipede looked at him like he was about to say something and asked, "Are you going to say something, Chief of Staff?" Ruan Dongsheng shook his head. "There's nothing to say. Ghost hand." You organize their training. Centipede, you and I will come to the office. As soon as he entered the door, Ruan Dongxing slumped in his chair as if he wanted to be drained of his soul. Centipede hurriedly poured Ruan Dongxing a cup of warm water. Chief of Staff, what's going on today? Are those 3 murders in the morning really unrelated to Qin Lang? At the mention of Qin Lang, Ruan Dongxing had a headache. He pressed his temples. Don't mention which bastard. I've been tossed around by him all day. My mood is all over the place. The centipede was even more curious. Since Qin Lang was able to come back in one piece, it meant that the matter had been resolved. I'm sure Qin Lang should be fine too, right? Do we need to take special care of him? Ruan Dongxing sighed heavily and said, this kid is a bit tactful. The 3 people who died were drug traffickers. The police tried to arrest them before but failed. And as a result, they were solved by this bastard Qin Lang. The most important thing is, that deputy son is not a light. He's trying to find ways to hold Qin Lang, even pulling out all those nonsense words about the police's back layout. Speaking in anger, Ruan Dongxing's face was red, and he slapped the table. Bah! The police deployment can hardly be implicated so quickly? Behind the back of countless dark lines are ambushed. Old son just wanna bluff Qin Lang. Qin Lang left behind. In case the superiors to pursue down people in his hands, he good to have an explanation. Centipede listening to the scalp numb. These people's stomach bent a bunch of. Like his stomach did not have two oil people. And these old oils say a few words. I guess the old bottom have to explain out. He wiped the sweat from his palm in fear. I see that Qin Lang is not back? Could it be waiting to be summoned at any time? Oof. After venting, Ruan Dongxing's temper eased a bit. He pursed his water. Qin Lang was quick to react. And I don't know where he printed out a bunch of information. But he really found out the backbone members of the drug gang behind those 3 drug dealers. Ha! Centipede was completely dumbfounded this time. Really? Where did he find it on such short notice? Who knows? He said he asked a friend for it, but it kind of gagged Deputy Sunday. Ruan Dongxing grunted disdainfully, but with the smile in his eyes and the eased tone, he seemed to be a little proud. With a dry mouth and a flurry of output, the glass of water bottomed out in the blink of an eye. Centipede hurriedly poured another glass, but his mind was still pondering about Qin Lang. Centipede. Centipede? It took 2 screams for the centipede to rush back to its senses. What are you thinking about? It feels preoccupied. Centipede whispered. Chief of Staff, do you remembering my mission a year ago? When I was captured and almost had no return. Ruan Dongxing's face was instantly grave as he said in an icy voice. Of course I remember. That time it was me who made a mistake in my command, causing you to fail to keep up with your follow-up resources, and almost more than a year had passed. But every time this matter was mentioned, Ruan Dongxing's face was as cold as ice and frost, and the hand clutching the cup gradually tightened. Luckily you were saved in the end. Ruan Dongxing froze as he raised his head in hindsight and looked at Centipede in shock. Are you trying to say that the person who saved you guys back then was Qin Lang? Centipede nodded gravely. Ruan Dongxing's body went limp, paralyzed in his chair for a long time. How did you determine this matter? Qin Lang told you himself? Centipede let out a bitter laugh. Qin Lang's mouth is so tight that he can't even pry it open. Mentioned it once, all of which he cartwheeled around. But I'm also more determined that it's him. Centipede's words left Ruan Dongxing in no doubt. He waved his hand at Ruan Dongxing. You go out first, I'll be quiet by myself. Walking to the door, Ruan Dongxing still turned around and said with a complex expression. Chief of Staff, this person Qin Lang sometimes looks lawless and unorganized without a record. But he has never thought of harming Xia, but has always protected Xia in his own way again. Ruan Dongxing waved his hand feebly. Of course he knows. After this period of contact, he had learned a lot about Qin Lang's purpose and original intention, although he could be exasperated to death if he had something to talk to him about. However, Qin Lang always put the interests of Xia in the first place. After Ruan Dongxing and Centipede left, all the new recruit singletons surrounded Qin Lang. Qin Lang, what's going on? Are you being singled out and named to go? Are you going to be given some kind of assignment? Are you okay? You're not hurt? Hao Dawei worriedly grabbed Qin Lang's sleeve and looked Qin Lang over from front to back. Seeing that the rolled-up cuffs were about to be yanked down by Hao Dawei, Qin Lang hurriedly took off his jacket and rolled the blood-spotted sleeves in his shirt. What can I do? Just before, wasn't I better at night sniping? There was a cop who didn't believe me and wanted to spar with me. Qin Lang spoke frankly, but the crowd didn't believe it. Less bluffing about how it's possible. If it's really a cut, why don't you say it in front of us and call you away in a mysterious manner? That's right. It's nothing to be ashamed of. So what's wrong with us looking at it together? Qin Lang said indifferently. It's fine for me to skip half a day of training, but you guys will have to work overtime to make up for skipping half a day of training. The faces of the crowd became even uglier. Qin Lang, that's enough. Don't poke at our hearts. Shouldn't have cared. I'm making a fool of myself. Vomit. You just mentioned shooting and I conditioned myself again. Ghost Hand listened to them yakking for half a day. But he didn't hear any key information himself. Get on your feet and wait 10 kilometers right away. Now get ready. In the next few days, Qin Lang trained early in the morning and late at night as usual. The three bodies thing seems to have turned over. The recruits still think of that day in the torture chamber from time to time. Many people often have nightmares and are frightened and scream in the middle of the night. A shout woke up half the dormitory, only for everyone to mumble a few curses before falling back to sleep. One day, the sun was blazing. The recruits on the training ground, bare-chested, sniped their rifles in a collective succession. The sun was hot on his body, and the skin on his shoulders was cracking. All of you, with water bottles hanging from the end of your rifle. Whoever's water bottle slips off will be penalized with 300 push-ups. And if you drop it twice, you'll be stacked. Rocco's arms were sore, both of them shaking like butterflies on the wing. Splat! The kettle fell to the floor. Rocco, second time I've dropped the kettle. Push-up 600. Rocco grumbled a couple times. Who's going to last 20 minutes here? There's no way it can be finished. Look at Qin Lang. From the beginning until now, he hasn't moved a muscle. How can he do that? Sixth son muttered in his heart, is Qin Lang a human being? Qin Lang's physical endurance is sick. Okay? How do we normal people compare to a pervert like him? But he couldn't say it. After all, saying it would prove that he admitted that he was weaker than Qin Lang. Where's the training? Qin Lang, come here for a moment. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the crowd's training. Many thought a break had finally come and took the time to lower their guns slightly. One by one. What for? Don't think I didn't see it. Several people just lowered their guns. So hurry up and raise them. The recruits screamed in their hearts. How could such a small action be detected? These people have scanners on their eyes, right? While his hands were raised up, his eyes and ears followed Qin Lang. Qin Lang removed the water bottle from the head of his gun, holding it in one hand, and walked over to Ruan Dongsheng. Good day, Chief of Staff. Ruan Dongsheng had a bellyful of resentment. What's good about it? It's not good at all. Come here with me. Qin Lang handed the gun to Ghost Hand and picked up his own short sleeve to put it on. As soon as they left, the recruits started whispering again. What the hell is going on here? Qin Lang has been summoned individually a bit too often lately. Could it be that he's about to soar? Right? Flying high my ass. I always feel that the Chief of Staff and Qin Lang are hiding something from us. It must still be something big. What? The Chief of Staff is going to have to report to you guys on everything for any future decisions? Let you guys approve it? Ghost Hand's voice interjected coldly. The crowd was shocked and shut up. Qin Lang followed Ruan Dongsheng and went to his office. When he pushed the door in, he saw a familiar figure, sitting on the sofa with a grave expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Upon seeing Qin Lang enter, he hurriedly got up. Qin Lang, I have something to tell you. Vice Bureau Sun, you've come all the way here. You're not going to pursue the matter of those 3 corpses again, are you? Deputy Secretary Sun sighed and pulled Qin Lang to sit on the sofa. Qin Lang was flattered, and his mind reinforced his idea that Deputy Bureau Sun would not be good. As expected, as soon as he opened his mouth, it made Qin Lang look embarrassed. Qin Lang, over at the upside-down Public Security Bureau, you're going to be seconded there first. Qin Lang grinned, sucked in a mouthful of cool air, glanced at Ruan Dongsheng, and said awkwardly, no, for such a small matter, you're going to toss me to the police station? Chief of Staff, why don't you say something for me? Ruan Dongsheng's nose was not his nose and his eyes were not his eyes. Humph, what can I help you with? It's not because you caused trouble by flaunting yourself. Qin Lang muttered in his heart. If I had known that you guys are so good at turning small problems into big problems and big problems into bombs, I would have never been helpful. So, what then? It's not going to take my head, is it? This is serious. Absolutely not. If it's true, I'll have to take out my legal weapons to defend myself. Deputy Secretary Sun glared at Ruan Dongsheng and hurriedly pacified Qin Lang. No, don't listen to Chief of Staff Ruan scare you. Didn't you give us a piece of information last time? This information has helped the police a lot. They've been laying out for more than a week, preparing for a large-scale arrest operation. And they've also contacted the military in the Cotton Triangle, who are going to assist us. Qin Lang nodded. This is a good thing. The drug dealers who have been rampaging for so long can finally fall into the net this time. You should go to the police to celebrate. What are you looking for me for? Sun Deputy Bureau faced difficult. Hey, the police thought the layout seamless, but did not think in the final action to wrap up the critical juncture. They actually first noticed the action. We are unable to catch some drug dealers, but there are 2 drug lords, hostage 2 of our police officers, escaped. When Qin Lang heard this, he thought, they don't think that they have connections with the gangs in the Cotton Triangle, do they? Qin Lang immediately raised 3 fingers, standing like 3 incense sticks. I swear, this matter absolutely has nothing to do with me. This section is my daily training from morning and night. How do you police lay out how to close the net? Where do I know to go? Anyone in my dormitory can testify for me. I am definitely a good person. Deputy Secretary Sun hurriedly said. I know that this matter definitely has nothing to do with you. I'm not here to find you this time to blame you. I want to ask you for a favor? Qin Lang's mood turned 180 degrees. He pointed his index finger at himself. You, want to ask me a favor? Deputy Secretary Sun had a sincere attitude and a serious expression. Ruan Dongsheng also helped out by saying, just now, Deputy Bureau Sun approached me about this matter. I thought I'd ask for your opinion. This is a covert rescue operation. They originally wanted to have other special forces carry out this mission, but it occurred to me that you might be experienced and have a relative understanding of the Cotton Triangle region. It might be more convenient for you to carry it out. Qin Lang didn't expect them to play this game. He laughed twice in embarrassment and played dumb. Ha! What experienced? I don't know much about the Cotton Triangle. Ha! Ruan Dongsheng couldn't watch anymore. He coughed. Alright, no need to pretend. This time it's just a temporary mission, seconding you over to enter the Cotton Triangle territory alone. You must get the captive policeman back. There can't be any delay now. After all, they lost so many people. The policemen are likely to have been killed in their hands, and we have to race against the clock. Qin Lang, what are your plans? Qin Lang's expression couldn't help but be a few degrees more serious. Their choice was indeed correct. Not to mention whether or not this disguise on Qin Lang's body was known to everyone, but he had infiltrated the Cotton Triangle several times to carry out mercenary missions. If he goes to the Cotton Triangle, it's the direct equivalent of going back home. Qin Lang nodded. I'll go. When do we leave? Deputy Sun was relieved and said happily. It's great that you can go. Now I'll send you to the Upside Down Public Security Bureau. It's estimated that the journey will take about 2 hours, and after that, they'll talk to you about the specific plan of action. Chief of Staff, I'll just go over there first. After all, human lives are at stake. I can't just stand by and watch the Xia police being controlled by that inhumane beast. Ruan Dongsheng also put away the idea of joking with Qin Lang and instead said, okay, Qin Lang, I won't say much else. You must pay attention to your own safety. Rarely seeing this kind of expression on Ruan Dongsheng's face. For a while Qin Lang was still a bit unaccustomed to it. He joked, Chief of Staff, if I come back safe and sound, are you going to have to greet me with a banner? Get me some flowers or something? Ruan Dongsheng grunted at Qin Lang's lack of decency. Hurry up. Where are we going to get you flowers and banners? Do you think the army is a supermarket opening? But as Qin Lang walked to the door, he still couldn't help but urge, be sure to protect yourself. Qin Lang didn't turn around and waved his hand with his back to him. I thought, usually look at Ruan Dongsheng like a cold-blooded old man who doesn't recognize his relatives, but I didn't expect him to have such an elder's side. 3 hours later, Qin Lang entered the border of Upside Down South. The air is humid, so if you're coming over for a vacation, this is definitely the place to be. At this time, a public security bureau in Bump South City. All the police forces gathered in the conference room. They are always on the trail of the remnants of the drug gangs, but unfortunately, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Nothing can be found. If we keep on spending money like this, I'm afraid that old Yao will not be able to do anything. A female officer with glasses and a melon-faced face was worried. Another slightly older male police officer patted her shoulder. Think of the good beforehand. Lao Yao is an experienced police officer. He will be companionable to buy himself time. But the crowd was just consoling themselves. Those inhumane drug dealers. If they really wanted to torture Lao Yao and by how? I'm afraid that the two of them would already be in a bad way. Captain Lee, didn't you say that Deputy Sun went to ask for outside help? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Captain Lee was in a hurry in the house and didn't know how many times he had turned around. He bit his bare thumbnail and frowned. I'm also in a hurry. Deputy Sun said that the person has a special identity and is now on his way to the bureau. What kind of status does this person have? For Deputy Sun to personally invite him? Has he participated in any operations? Experienced? The specifics are unknown to Captain Lee. And when the bodies of the 3 drug dealers were found some time ago, it was a sensation for the entire police department. Sun was originally from another public security bureau, but as a result, he was said to be in possession of a confidential document, and the higher-ups temporarily transferred Sun to the Anti-Narcotics Brigade. However, Deputy Secretary Sun is also not involved in other cases, but only passes information to them, and all the rest of the deployment is carried out entirely by the Anti-Narcotics Brigade. This is also right. After all, Sun Deputy Bureau was originally a deputy director of the management of criminal cases. The situation within the anti-narcotics brigade, he also only understand the writing of the skin. If he is allowed to intervene with full authority, the other people must be unconvinced. The deployment turned out to be a problem, and although Sun did not intervene or do the commanding, some uninformed newcomers wondered if Sun's information was flawed. As a result, he was criticized by the higher-ups, which made the newcomers of the most urgent anti-narcotics brigade not even dare to breathe on weekdays. Old Yao usually treated the recruits well, and everyone was on good terms with him. He had been missing for almost 10 hours, his life and death unknown, and everyone was worried that he was in real danger. Make way. Deputy Sun is back. A cacophony of footsteps sounded in the hallway. 2 policemen on duty trotted all the way to the office. Everyone looked behind the door, wanting to see just what kind of saint Deputy Secretary Sun had invited. Squeak! The door to the office was pushed open, and a young man in army training uniform stood behind Deputy Secretary Sun. This person looks about early 20s, tall, strong body full of power, childish face, although tanned, but still instantly recognizable student looks. That's one hell of a student soldier. Are you sure this is the savior that Vice Commissioner Sun brought all the way here? What's so special about this guy? I'm afraid he's never even been to war and can't hold a gun steady. Many people's opinions were not small at the first sight of Qin Lang. It's estimated that any cop in here who's been on the job for more than 5 years has seen more storms than the student soldiers. Qin Lang, sit here. Lily, pour Qin Lang a glass of water. However, Deputy Bureau Chief Sun, a deputy bureau chief who had always been unruffled, was even respecting Qin Lang. This made many people even more curious about Qin Lang's identity. Lily, a melon-faced policewoman wearing glasses, gave an O and hurriedly poured a glass of warm water. Qin Lang Tong, comrade, please drink water. Thank you. Or let's start with what's going on now. Captain Lee pushed the whiteboard over and explained the last deployment in detail to Qin Lang. But when Qin Lang heard the latter, his brows tightened. Captain Lee was over 40 this year, and in terms of age, he could be Qin Lang's father. As a result, Qin Lang seemed to be very dissatisfied with his report, which made him quite unhappy inside. What's wrong? What's wrong with our operation? Qin Lang's index finger gently tapped the desktop. The time is too tight. Since the two of them, Old Yao and Bai Hao, were raiding, but they hadn't even mapped out the specifics before the periphery made its move. It's hard not to draw the other party's attention. Being instructed by a youngster, Captain Lee was a bit embarrassed in his face. You don't understand the situation at that time. The periphery had already found our ambush team members. We had to get ahead of them to make a move. Lao Yao and the others had already wiped to the room where the backbone members were at that time. Qin Lang didn't refute the latter, but in his heart, he figured out the reason why this operation failed. When Captain Lee had finished presenting all the current circumstances, Deputy Secretary Sun asked Qin Lang, what's your problem? As a result, Qin Lang looked up slightly. What model of sniper rifle? Ha! Deputy Secretary Sun froze and hurriedly said the sniper rifle model commonly used by the narcotics brigade. It's okay. It's got a range of 800 meters at most in average stability. But it's enough. Captain Lee's face was getting worse and worse. This young man was not very old. Why was he so rampant? Captain Lee asked another police officer to talk to Qin Lang in detail about the location of the other party's disappearance, and took Deputy Sun to the office himself. Deputy Sun, is this kid reliable? Has he reached 20 yet? See how he's still wearing the training uniform of a new recruit? He's just a columnist. The lives of Lao Yao and Bai Hao can't be blocked in the hands of this kind of newcomer. Captain Lee was furious. He didn't understand how a director could joke with human lives. Sun Deputy Bureau tensed his face and said calmly, there is no more reliable than him. I can't say much about other things. Those 3 corpses on the mountain. He solved them. A sentence that immediately exploded above Captain Lee's head like 5 thunderbolts. Him? Who the hell is he? Deputy Secretary Sun shook his head. I'm not at liberty to say anything else, but you just know his strength in your heart. Handing this matter over to him is more reassuring to me than handing it over to anyone else. Captain Lee, still in the stage of being thunderstruck out of his mind by the news he had just received, nodded woodenly. He looked at Qin Lang, who was assembling a gun in his office, and had mixed feelings inside. Qin Lang offered, I would like to use a computer that is not connected to the intranet. Lily pushed up her glasses. We don't have computers here that aren't connected to the intranet. Qin Lang said, give me one of the communication tools. Mine was taken away before I became a soldier. They rushed to locate the backup phone, which was installed with a locator and police bugging system. Can I have $5? An old police officer frowned and stared at Qin Lang for half a day. Are you finished? Are you treating us like your servants? What do you need money for? Qin Lang swept a glance at the computer and said, there are a lot of websites on your intranet that are troublesome to log on to, so I'll go to the opposite internet cafe to get online. The policewoman Lily found a $10 bill from the drawer and sheepishly handed it to Qin Lang. Qin Lang smiled faintly at Lily. Thank you, officer. It's still a female police officer who is attentive. I don't want those male police officers. They just know to give me a look. Lily's face turned even redder when she heard that. Captain Lee's mind was filled with some black deals on the darknet after hearing Qin Lang's words. Fearing that Qin Lang would take advantage of the opportunity to do something else, he quickly said, "No, I have to follow along." Qin Lang lightly swept him a glance. "I don't play well when someone is around. What do you say, Deputy Sun?" Deputy Secretary Sun coughed and stopped Captain Lee. "Captain Lee, just do what he wants." Captain Lee threw his arms in exasperation. "Fine, then we'll stand at the door and wait. That's not too much to ask, is it?" This time Qin Lang didn't insist, but the opposite internet cafe was on thin ice. On weekdays, because of the special location of this internet cafe, not many people come over to surf the internet. In desperation, the owner of the internet cafe directly changed into an internet cafe, which served the police station across the street, almost every day to order coffee drinks, business which can be maintained. The good thing is that it's your own home and you don't have to pay rent. As a result, this afternoon, the boss was propping his neck up and drifting off to sleep at the front desk when the front door burst open. A man in camouflage walked in and handed him a police department worker's ID card and $10. "Boss, drive for half an hour." The internet cafe owner immediately bounced up from his chair and stood up straight. "Little comrade, this is not your ID card, is it? We're a proper internet cafe here, and non-members can't access the internet here." The internet cafe owner trembled with fear that he might have said something wrong. Qin Lang pointed to the door. "Officer Luo of this ID card is right outside. He's the one who told me to come over." The internet cafe owner looked hesitantly toward the door, not daring to make a decision. Qin Lang looked at his indecision, so he shouted at the door, "Officer Luo, trouble you to come in for a while. This internet cafe non-me will not give the boot ah." Officer Luo, who was chosen, had a black face and walked in without a good look on his face and said to the boss, "Open it for him." The owner warily swiped his identity in. Third row. Machine number 22. Officer Luo smoothly drew away his ID card and glanced at Qin Lang in disgust. The internet cafe owner couldn't figure out this weird atmosphere between them, and always felt as if Officer Luo had been hijacked by this young soldier. But this is across the street from Officer Luo's unit. Say what you will, there can't be a situation where the officer gets hijacked instead. Officer Luo seemed to be scrupulous about something as he admonished his boss, "Keep an eye on him. I'll be right outside the door. Call me if anything happens." The owner was dumbfounded. Aren't you all in this together?" Officer Luo cursed and walked out, spitting with another cop. "Why is this kid so rampant? Instructing us is used casually. What does he take us for? Look at the way he looks at nothing. Those who don't know will think we're guests." The other policeman was silent for half a day and suddenly said, "Just now he said he went on the dark net. How could he know so much as a new recruit? Did you just see Captain Lee's reaction? He doesn't have a small opinion of this newcomer either. But it's Vice Bureau Sun who was vigorously defending him. Yeah, I just pondered that this Qin Lang should have a couple of skills, or else such a risky thing can't be given to a newcomer." The two of them were chatting away when the door to the internet cafe was suddenly opened. A clear voice, coming from behind them, carried the air of a college student. "What about you two discussing me?" The two men immediately froze. Saying it behind their backs and exploring it in person were two effects. Officer Luo said stiffly, "Don't flatter yourself." "Who said you?" Qin Lang did not care, fiddling with his cell phone. Then, the phone drip rang twice. Officer Luo and the others were very sensitive to this sound. This kind of cell phone on a special mission. The ringtone was all slightly different from the usual ringtone. They reflexively looked at Qin Lang's cell phone. "Wasn't this cell phone just given to you? How did someone contact you?" Qin Lang didn't say anything, just looked down at the content on his cell phone. After returning to the police station, Qin Lang shook his cell phone. "You all saw the message that this cell phone just received. I've already made arrangements on the Cotton Triangle side. I'll be able to solve the rest of the matter myself. I have only one request, that you don't tell me what to do, that I have my own plans, and that if in the course of your forcible intervention some unnecessary harm occurs, I am not responsible for it." His words were hard to hear, especially coming from a rookie, and sounding especially ridiculous as he warned the higher-ups about the police. However, Deputy Secretary Sun nodded and said, "Don't worry, unless there are some special circumstances, we won't interfere with your personal actions. But I must emphasize one point. First confirm the safety of Lao Yao and Bai Hao. If both of them really have accidents, then you." Deputy Secretary Sun had wanted Qin Lang to ensure his safety and escape. There was no need to add unnecessary casualties. Whether the two policemen are in danger or not, I will kill all the remnants of the drug gangs. and there's no way I'm going to let them rise again one day. Some police officers found Qin Lang's words a bit ridiculous. If it was so simple to eliminate a remnant party like Qin Lang, with the upper lip touching the lower lip, then why would they have to go through all the trouble of arranging so many innings? However, at that moment, even though there was no more distrust in Qin Lang, there was only one way to let go. The police had originally planned a course of action for Qin Lang, only to be rebuffed by him. Qin Lang said, "Give me an SUV and I'll drive straight there." The police immediately refuted Qin Lang's idea. "No, you're armed. How can you just go through? What if you are checked out at the gate?" Qin Lang said, "Just your shitty gun. I don't carry it. I just tried it. The feel is too bad. I'll go over there all by myself, and I'll take care of the rest by myself." Several times Captain Lee's anger was about to be pressed back, but then he was stopped hard by a look from Deputy Secretary Sun. Deputy Secretary Sun warned again and again, "Qin Lang, are you sure that your operation is safe? Are you sure there will be no complications?" Qin Lang smiled and nodded. "Those people aren't capable of making a move on me yet." Many people scoffed at this. Deputy Bureau Secretary Sun handed Qin Lang a small video recording device. Button size, pinned to his clothes, easily not causing others to notice. Qin Lang played with it for half a day. "Okay, I'll bring it. I'll leave when the car is ready." Before he left, he saw a parlor fruit basket on the desk in the director's office. There was a folding fruit knife inside, and Qin Lang took the fruit knife away in his hand. The action was so fast that the others didn't even notice. Only Lily was staring at the fruit at the time and thinking about things when she suddenly saw a hand reach out and take away the fruit knife. When she looked up, all she saw was a row of backs, and she wasn't sure who had taken them. Deputy Secretary Sun changed Qin Lang's clothes and gave him a new identity so that he could go straight through the check at the barrier. Qin Lang, who changed into a sportswear, took a black frame glasses and put them on in the costume room. Except for his skin, which was darker than back then, his appearance looked like that of a college student. "Please load up my car with everyday items, including a camera and such. My status for this trip is global self-driving." When everything was ready, Deputy Director Sun bent down and looked at Qin Lang in the cab. "Qin Lang, make sure you remember the purpose of this operation." Qin Lang gave him an okay, then raised his head and left. Many people looked at the layer of dust brought up by car exhaust. Is Qin Lang reliable? From the time he came to go, I didn't see anything in him that was different from the others. Captain Lee said with a complicated look. "I also hope that everything goes in the direction I expected." Qin Lang passed the inspection smoothly and entered the Cotton Triangle territory. He didn't stop at a nearby city, but drove straight to another city closer to here. In the command room at this moment, everyone was staring closely at Qin Lang's course of action. Where is he going with this? Didn't the last information we received say that the remnants were likely to remain in the hanging mouth? Deputy Secretary Sun shook his head with a grave expression. "It's not clear. Track Qin Lang's cell phone and see if anyone sent him a message." The information officer pulled up Qin Lang's cell phone and said, "It's the same initial message. Nothing else. Pull up where this text message was posted." A few minutes later, the information officer said, "Report, just checked. The positioning of the message sent is the same as the direction Qin Lang is traveling right now." The crowd had a number in their hearts, guessing that Qin Lang should have gone to look for this person who sent him the message. The people in the room were each harboring different thoughts, and some sighed for the unspecified number of times. Deputy Secretary Sun, you should make it clear to us why you trust Qin Lang so much. Isn't any one of us here more experienced than him? Captain Lee also frowned and said, "Deputy Secretary Sun, you'd better make it clear to everyone, or else we all won't have a clue about this operation in our hearts." To be honest, despite what you just told me, I saw him as a student face, and it was hard for me to put those things against him. Almost everyone looked at Deputy Secretary Sun, waiting for him to give the crowd a statement. Deputy Secretary Sun sighed helplessly and said, "Then let me get this straight. This person Qin Lang is not as simple as you guys seem to be. I can't say about his previous identity, but he's a specially recruited Special Forces soldier, and with his melee strength, he can easily take care of a Special Forces unit all by himself." The crowd thought they were dreaming. "Did I hear you wrong? He looks weak. It feels like I could take him down with one punch. How can someone like that possibly tackle the Special Forces? Is there a scientific basis for this? Sure it's not by luck?" Deputy Secretary Sun also confirmed Qin Lang's identity with the above only after he got the information from Qin Lang last time. "I don't know the good." When he understood Qin Lang's identity after 7 or 8, also shocked for a long time cannot calm down. Luck? If luck can bring someone back from the dead dozens of times, then this person's luck could probably win the lottery just by buying a lottery ticket. Many people looked at each other in dismay, looking more and more forward to Qin Lang's next performance. Qin Lang drove the car directly to a small town where the economy was not high and most of the streets were lined with two-story stores. Quite a few vendors were yelling on the street, and a number of Summerlanders were eating at nearby stalls or looking around to see what was going on. Qin Lang parked his car in front of a nearby hotel, waved with the owner and spoke to the other party in Cotton Mandarin. The owner seemed to know Qin Lang, and by looking at his expression, he should have let Qin Lang go into rest. The command room at this time. On a computer to the side, a translation of their conversation was automatically generated. Qin Lang, sister, leave the car parked here for a while. I'll go fetch something. Boss, it's quite hot. Come in first and rest for a while before you go. Those people probably haven't arrived yet. Qin Lang, it's fine. I'll go around first. Captain Lee frowned. This boss said those people aren't expected to arrive yet. Does he know what they are? They really do know each other. The control of this place, the Cotton Triangle, was not strict by nature, and people with guns or wearing the uniforms of some organization could often be seen on the road. And every time they saw an unfamiliar face, they came over to ask questions with their guns alert. Qin Lang encountered two groups of people. Those people's eyes were fierce and vicious, but Qin Lang seemed to show these people something off camera, and those people's attitudes immediately shifted, moving away from Qin Lang. This made the crowd wonder a bit. What was it that Qin Lang showed them? Haven't we all seen Qin Lang's clothes? Or did he say something with his mouth? Since Qin Lang didn't want them to know, these people were just dry guessing. He walked around the neighborhood for half an hour, visiting this store and that store at one time. The police did not find any useful clues in Qin Lang's footage. Captain Lee was inevitably a bit anxious, ignoring Qin Lang's initial words of warning them, and turned on the microphone to admonish. Qin Lang, I need to remind you that the mission is the priority at the moment, and you should not forget your identity. Qin Lang let out a light laugh. If you guys say one more word, I'll immediately destroy this video equipment. Do you believe me? Captain Lee was on fire. Deputy Secretary Sun grabbed the microphone and comforted Qin Lang. Captain Lee is just a bit anxious. You follow your rhythm. Qin Lang walked into a tea store. The boss looked at the young lad warily. Usually the Cotton Triangle was in a special situation. It was rare for a young man of this age to come over here alone. What are you buying? The owner asked in broken Summerland dialect. Qin Lang, on the other hand, skillfully said in Cotton Mandarin, 3 packs of tea, no black tea, no Iron Goddess of Mercy, no jasmine. The owner's face changed instantly, hurriedly bringing Qin Lang to the parlor inside. He made a pot of tea for Qin Lang and then went to the backyard to make a call. Boss, wait a little. They'll be here soon. The transformation of this scene completely stunned the people in the command room of Xia. What? What's going on here? Why are they so respectful to Qin Lang? Does he know any big shots? Holy shit. What exactly is this Qin Lang's identity? I have goosebumps. Inside the command room, the hearts of the crowd hung in the air. The atmosphere did not dare to take a breath. Qin Lang's identity was confusing, and the truth seemed to be about to be revealed. Suddenly, a few car engines rattled from outside the small store, and those inside the command room hated to wonder who was coming. But Qin Lang loomed large, sitting in a chair and drinking tea leisurely. Soon came over one person. The other, masked, smilingly walked over and greeted Qin Lang cordially. Long time no see. I just said the beginning of a sentence, but then I stopped in time and changed my address. Little brother. But the crowd in the command room was keenly aware that he seemed to have unfinished words. What? What was he just going to say? Who is this person? Isn't Qin Lang a college student? How come he still knows someone like this? Qin Lang put down his teacup and said, did you find what I asked you to look for? I hastily said. I looked, but the other side has a strong sense of counter-surveillance, and I can only determine that they're in a certain range. I'm not sure of the specifics. The man named A took a tablet from his men. It's got their definite bearings on it. Quick, zoom in on the orientation on the video and identify it. Captain Lee pointed at the screen and said. The information officers hurriedly zoomed in on the image, and after the picture quality was restored and then compared with the audit information database within the public security system, they found that the neighborhood was a plantation area for prohibited plants, and this place is close to the rainforest. It is said that this rainforest covers a total area of 10,000 square kilometers, but even the locals has only been to the outside of this rainforest as much as 1 kilometer. In the inside, it is said to have no return. The air circulation inside this rainforest is bad all year round. There is a lot of miasma close to the landmarks, and it is rumored that there are a lot of undiscovered poisonous insects in there. So even if the locals go in, I'm afraid that their life and death will be uncertain. These people can't be that crazy to go here, can they? But Qin Lang looked at it before saying, have you prepared everything I asked you to prepare for me? The other party immediately said, don't worry, I'm all set. He beckoned, and the men following him immediately brought over a handbag. When opened, there were 2 foreign sniper rifles of the latest model with good power and stability. The bag also contains protective clothing as well as in some protective helmets. The man in Qin Lang said, "Little brother, this is the latest goods we got. The effect is definitely not worse than the ones you've used before." The other party seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing again, and hastily shut up, awkwardly waiting for Qin Lang's comment. After disassembling it and cautiously checking the various parts, and even installing a silencer, Qin Lang tested the accuracy of the gun inside the house. When Qin Lang wasn't smiling, he had an air of unruffled authority about him, and the little brother who followed the man couldn't help but sizing up Qin Lang. After Qin Lang made sure everything was in order, he asked for a car with the other party. "Your local cars are good for business." The other party immediately gave Qin Lang the car he used. Qin Lang pulled on the zipper of his handbag, smiled and said to the other party's boss, "Thanks a lot this time. Wait for me to come back." The other party nodded repeatedly. "No problem. When you come back safely." Before he got into the car, he circled around the car, carefully identifying it with his radar scanning skill to make sure that there were no other problems with this car before getting into it. Granted, they had been old acquaintances and crossed paths before, but after all, the paths were different, and they didn't know who they were in the moment, but they were probably wary of their mercenary's venomous stance. It's not a guarantee that they're not going to get one of their muscles right. In case they want to do something to themselves, it's always right to be cautious. The men were relieved when they saw Qin Lang's car take off. He frowned and asked, "Boss, if we do exactly what he explained, will he turn around and make a move on us?" The masked face of the boss in front of him clouded over. "What do you know? He's a reborn. He's always only received money for his work. I guess he's taken on some important mission this time. We have no grudge against him. He won't make a move on us. But if we take the opportunity to make a small move and he knows about it, I guess by tomorrow morning, the news of our organization's annihilation will be spread all over the world." The minions behind him were creeped out. "Boss, you're kidding, right? He doesn't even look as big as me? Is it really that hard?" The boss's gaze was distant, the images of Reborn's actions back then still fresh in his mind. A man of thunder, a sniper rifle, a dagger, surprisingly made 7 or 8 mercenaries helpless. Being fooled by him, even in that situation, while being surrounded by mercenaries, Qin Lang was able to take the time to take care of the enemy ambushed behind him for himself. From then on, he realized the awesomeness of the lad before him, and later on, Qin Lang also helped them solve the problem of organizational infighting in passing. He admired Qin Lang in his heart, but was even more afraid. He subconsciously had only one thought: mess with no one but Reborn. His men seemed to be a bit unconvinced, but it's a bit of a challenge to your authority to put you, a boss, in such a bad position, isn't it? The terrorist organization's boss let out a laugh. "You think this is provoking my authority? Wrong. We call it going with the flow, and we can still reap the benefits." The henchman was uncertain. The boss smiled. Doing this favor for Qin Lang seemed like he was selling Qin Lang a favor, but in reality, he was also borrowing Qin Lang's hand to help himself eliminate an opponent. The market is limited. Although the other side of the business has moved on to the summer, but it is inevitable that the other party will use some tactics, openly or secretly, to do something to their business. So since Qin Lang is coming to the Cotton Triangle to do big business, he is naturally obliged to help Qin Lang. The Summer Kingdom upsets the southern border. A public security bureau, general command room. The faces of all the people in the small space were heavy. Keep a close eye on Qin Lang's every move. Just now, did the other party say that the goods they got were no worse than the ones Qin Lang had used before? Wasn't the gun Qin Lang used before the army? Isn't that the same kind we're using? Deputy Bureau Secretary's son didn't know how to explain, and could only say coldly, "Don't listen to those useless gossip. Keep an eye on Qin Lang's moves more than anything else." However, someone worriedly said, "That person supported Qin Lang to that kind of place in one shot. You guys, will he take advantage of the chaos to ambush Qin Lang?" "Yeah, that birdshit place. The locals aren't confident that they can come back alive. Can Qin Lang do it?" Captain Lee was worried. However, he still endeavored to adjust the atmosphere in the office. "Alright, all of you cut the crap. Since we have chosen to let Qin Lang carry out the mission, we can only trust him at the moment." The car took 7 turns and went down a secluded mountain road. Qin Lang used his eagle eye skill to make sure that his surroundings were safe, and then he changed into a protective suit at fire speed, wearing a bulletproof helmet on his head, only revealing a pair of eyes. The headset silkily reminded Qin Lang, "You've got to take the camera with you. We've got to make sure you're safe." "Make sure I'm safe?" Qin Lang smiled faintly. "Whether you want to make sure I'm safe or you want to monitor my movements, you know it yourselves." However, Qin Lang still wore the camera on his body and just said, "After I get off the bus in a while, you guys don't say a word, but if anyone interferes with me while I'm moving, I'll immediately destroy the surveillance and intercom. If you don't believe me, Just try it. Qin Lang's voice was calm, but it carried an unquestionable feeling, and Deputy Bureau Chief Sun hurriedly said, "Don't worry, you just act." On the one hand, Captain Lee was concerned about the operation and pinned all his hopes on Qin Lang. On the other hand, he was worried about Qin Lang's inexperience and whether there were any other remedies in case this operation really failed. He was conflicted and torn inside. After changing his equipment, he did not drive away directly, but with his gun on his side, he walked to the nearby woods and looked around for half a day. The man in the command room looked skeptical. What is Qin Lang looking at? It feels foggy inside. The cameras can't even see. Qin Lang wouldn't be trying to lock on to the other side's position with his naked eyes, would he? Joking aside, this place is so big, how is he going to lock it down with his naked eye? If I were a drug lord and picked such a shithole, I'd definitely have someone crouch in an easily defensible place, with the convenience of first reporting when they see someone. Several people were explicitly questioning Qin Lang's course of action. There were even some people who had their brows furrowed, seriously suspecting that Qin Lang was preparing to directly give away his head. Many people's hearts hung in the air, but Qin Lang turned his eyes and drove the car toward the surrounding woods, where a number of trees and weeds formed a natural cover. Afterward, Qin Lang jumped down from the car with all his equipment and hurriedly ran into the forest. The camera, in a flash, is all about the vignettes of the surrounding trees. Suddenly, he was on his back, the camera pinned tightly beneath him. Xia Gua, the command room of the Public Security Bureau of the bumping south border. Out of sight. I wonder what Qin Lang's situation is now. Should we talk to Qin Lang? Deputy Bureau Chief Sun said with a cold face. What are you talking about? Didn't you hear what Qin Lang said just now? Boom. A sudden gunshot startled everyone. He shot? What the hell is going on? I'm in too much of a hurry. Qin Lang then got up, and a figure seemed to be visible in the upper left corner of the shaky camera. Quick, zoom in on the top left corner and see what the hell that is. The information officer hurriedly zoomed in on the upper left corner of the screen and did a restoration of the picture quality. A crooked man fell to the ground, a blood-red bloody hole in his brow, blood spraying all over his face. Policewoman Lily screamed out in terror the moment she saw the image. Ah, this is dead, but Captain Lee's brow was furrowed. The figure in the image was quite small, and the distance from Qin Lang's position to the other party was predicted to be at least 500 meters. The location of the shot was unbiased right in the center of the eyebrow, indicating that the other party had not even noticed Qin Lang's presence when he was opposite him. This Qin Lang, his reconnaissance and camouflage skills are good. After resolving one, Qin Lang ran towards the location of the death with a swagger. Someone in the police station was worried. He shouldn't have rushed the dead directly, and he doesn't know the deployment of the other side, in case there are other people in the neighborhood. Isn't Qin Lang throwing himself into the net? Deputy Director Lee slapped his hand on the table. Alright, you guys have just been gabbing for half a day. Don't look down on Qin Lang just because he's young. I see that Qin Lang's movements just now were much stronger than yours. Watch quietly. Qin Lang won't do anything he's not sure of. There were a couple of 27, 28-year-old police academy graduates, small cops, all arrogant. Ever since he saw Qin Lang, he treated him as an imaginary enemy, and every time he saw where Qin Lang acted in a way that didn't conform to the logic of the actions of academy professors, he immediately had to stand up and point out. At this moment, he even muttered for half a day, until he was blocked by Captain Lee's sentence, and only then did he reluctantly shut his mouth. However, in his heart, he was still picking and choosing Qin Lang's movements. The fringes of the rainforest at this time, located at the edge of the land. This place still has a living atmosphere, and occasionally you can see a few built cabins, which should be the place where the people who are on fire watch in the vicinity, occasionally live when they rest. At this point, however, some of the cabins have been dovetailed. Shoo! A strange bird call sounded. Qin Lang quietly hid behind a tree, and without moving, he adjusted the muzzle of his gun and aimed it at a small cabin. This time, the cabin recorded on camera was less than the size of a soybean grain. The location is estimated to be at least a kilometer or so based on scale. Can you guys see where Qin Lang is aiming? Several people stared at the picture for half a day. In the distance there were nothing but trees, and quite a few dead trees were sandwiched between them. And from a distance, certain curves were extremely similar to the human body. Several times they were almost wrong. Didn't get a good look. It was dark in there. Boom! The gun with the silencer installed was not very loud. Only a muffled thud could be felt and the camera shook slightly. Fancy him hitting anywhere? It seems like it's that cabin. Holy shit, you've got to be kidding me. How far is that? Are you looking at it wrong? The information officer put the footage from just now on the screen alone, slowed it down, and determined, almost frame by frame, that the shot Qin Lang had just fired had indeed hit the cabin. Holy shit, there's something about this guy. It was only after zooming in that I vaguely saw a figure in the cabin. How did he see it? Qin Lang? I now take back what I just said. I feel guilty for initially speaking out against Qin Lang for that shot just now. Even if I were possessed by the greatest goddess, I wouldn't be able to hit at that level. Suddenly, Qin Lang whispered, I saw where the few remaining gangs live, and there's a green tent inside. It was Qin Lang who took the initiative to speak, and after deliberating for a moment, Deputy Director Sun said, Qin Lang, adjust the camera slightly so that we can see the position of the tent. After saying that, and feeling as if he didn't sound too good, he added, May I? Immediately after, the screen began to turn slightly. After turning about 30 degrees to the left, it suddenly settled. Quickly zoom in and find where Qin Lang said the tent location is. However, there are limitations to the height and clarity of the camera, and slightly smaller leaves can block the view quite a bit. That wasn't seen either. It's at least 1,000 meters without seeing that green tent. If it's really like what Qin Lang said, the tent is at least 1,000 meters away. Then just how amazing is this Qin Lang's eyes? Then, Qin Lang began to move again, and the screen began to rapidly rewind to the back. The men in the command room looked dizzy for a moment. A few moments later, Qin Lang lurked down under a tree as he slowly got up to scout the tent. In the shot, a clear full view of the green tent appears. This is a kind of military green marching tent similar to the one often stationed when troops practice maneuvering tasks. But there was only a tent here, and outside the door were two large dying figures chained to a tree by ropes like trash. Both men's arms and lower legs were bent in bizarre shapes, and even their jaws were removed to prevent them from screaming. Spit mixed with blood soaked the uniform on his chest. The two men were in a coma of pain, their brows furrowed and their breathing rapid. Lily's tears were even more uncontrollable when she saw this scene. She covered her mouth and suppressed the sobs that hovered in her throat, afraid of disturbing the others, and silently turned away, wiping her tears in the corner. Officer Luo was also furious. Old Yao and Bai Hao were actually tortured like this. Still breathing, still saved. Don't worry. He seemed to have sensed their worries, and after seeing the injured police officer, Qin Lang first pacified the situation of the personnel in the command room. There were 3 men in the tent, and 6 men patrolling outside the tent, but 2 of them were standing near the police, so that they could be the first to tackle the police in case of a special situation. Officer Luo was worried and wanted Qin Lang to secure the lives of the 2 policemen first, but his hand, ready to grab Mike, was held down by Captain Lee. Have you forgotten what Qin Lang said just now? Let Qin Lang follow his own ideas. Human life is at stake. Qin Lang, he knows which is more important. What you have to say, he definitely knows. Officer Luo awkwardly withdrew his hand and whispered, It was an oversight on my part. The few people outside the tent were extremely vigilant, and every now and then they walked like the surrounding woods to inspect the surrounding area. Qin Lang waited for half a day, preparing to break them down one by one. It seemed that it was time for the shift change of the men standing guard at the cabin, and one man, holding a gun, swung it to the left and to the right, and several times swept the head of the gun over Qin Lang. But the man in question did not perceive the greatest danger. As this person disappeared within the line of sight of several other patrol officers, Qin Lang instantly fired a shot, directly killing the other party with a single blow. Even the direction of the fall seemed to be measured, falling crookedly into the grass on the ground. The weeds here are more than a meter high, and there are poisonous snakes and insects everywhere, and within half an hour of a person falling to the ground, he or she will become natural food for the insects and ants. Of course, old Yao and Bai Hao, who had been trapped in the doorway for a long time, were probably not able to escape the attack of the insect ants. It is said that some of the poisonous insects in this forest take less than half an hour from the time they take their bite to the time they die. Looks like it's time to get a grip. After salting one man, Qin Lang got down on the ground again, and after creeping for some distance, he aimed at another man with a gun. Still as he did, and the man fell heavily on the ground. Just as Qin Lang wanted to aim at the third man, a violent quarrel suddenly erupted inside the house. How many times have I told you that there's no need to spread the line so densely? Now it's good. In case they do come after us, we'll definitely die for sure. A woman's shrill voice rang through the room. What's the point of you talking about this now? We only have these few people left. We need to find a way to make a comeback. Can we undo the damage by shirking our responsibilities to each other? Another man with a raspy voice said, Humph, I've said it all. Bringing the police is a liability. You guys don't have many encounters with the Xia police and don't know that they're like a poisonous snake. As long as they bite, they'll never let go of their mouths. We bought some time by taking their people with us, but sooner or later they'll be catching up and killing us all. The woman said, We can't keep hiding here. Haven't we contacted someone? Let's leave at night, take a detour to the Mediterranean. Make sure we can escape and then stomp these 2 half-dead losers. One seemed to think of the 2 policemen as the culprits who had ruined them. Furious, he lifted the tent and walked out, kicking old Yao in the face. Old Yao, who was in a coma, seemed to frown slightly in pain. Go to hell. It's all your fault or we wouldn't be in such a mess. So much of our family fortune. So many years of the tournament's kingdom, to be destroyed by people like you. He kicked at old Yao and by how one by one, and still didn't seem to be relieved of his anger, as if he was ready to wrench up a rock on the side and break old Yao's ribs. Inside the command room, the heart of the person who was watching the surveillance at all times seemed to be clenched in a fist. It hurt so much they couldn't breathe. Why hasn't Qin Lang made his move yet? I think old Yao is about to hold out. Ooh, Hao is so heavily injured. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on. Lily only looked at it for a second before looking away in disbelief. She was crying up and down. Captain Lee also said with a heartbreaking voice, Qin Lang can't do anything about it. He just solved 4 people. There are still 4 bodyguards left patrolling around. Plus there are still 3 bosses inside the house. Even if Qin Lang's marksmanship is more powerful, it's not possible for him to solve all these 7 people at the same time in a split second. It's imperative that he doesn't expose himself. And once he does, I'm afraid the target will shift to him. Captain Lee stared at the screen and analyzed it with worry. Boom. As a result, in the next second, Qin Lang shot the man who made a move on Lao Yao and Bai Hao. The shot went across the heart, and the man's grip on the stone instantly loosened, slamming heavily on his feet. Someone is sneaking up on. The man slowly fell to the ground, and when it was too late, Qin Lang immediately turned his gun and aimed at the patrol officer who was in the closest position to the dead man, and there was a knockout shot. 2 more were then eliminated as they should have been. There is only 1 patrol left at this point. After solving 4 people one after another, Qin Lang still attracted the attention of the other party. There's a sneak attack. There's a sneak attack. The 2 men inside panicked and reached for their guns, lifting the tent up a small crack and shouting at the outside in a very timid manner. Are you people on a diet? Don't kill him yet. I'll give you a raise. I'll give you a raise. You have to kill him for me. The woman stared at the 2 dying policemen, a vicious expression on her lips. She picked up the gun and slowly aimed it at Lao Yao. Gritting his teeth, he said, You 2 scourges, go to hell. In a flash, a grenade was thrown at the back of the tent. The command room at this time. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Did Qin Lang miss? The hearts of the crowd hung in the air. Boom! A gunshot preceded the woman's bullet and landed in her chest. Well, the woman stared in horror. She had calculated everything, not realizing that in the end the one who had the most danger of losing her life was herself. Boom! The loud explosion set off a wave of heat that instantly swept away all the remaining gangs and women in the house. All that could be heard was the howls of pain from the men in the room. The only remaining patrol member saw the situation and immediately turned and fled into the rainforest. The man was woefully unprepared. The rainforest is full of slippery moss, tree roots exposed to the earth, and vines everywhere. The man slipped on one careless foot and hit his head hard on a tree root. Hiss ah! He stumbled to his feet, propping up his gun in a sorry state. His heart was pounding and he didn't dare to look back, so he could only try to hide behind a tree that couldn't be surrounded by one person. Run! Why don't you have the strength? He was horrified. Quickly raising his gun, he turned behind him and looked at the man who had crept up on him at some point. What are you doing? Qin Lang smiled faintly. I didn't come after you to kill you. Do I want to chat with you? The man hurriedly pulled the trigger, but the bullet did not land on the man in camouflage across the street as expected. Ah, my hand. In that flash of lightning just now, his hand was actually broken hard. The gun was instantly turned to the sky, and the bullet startled the birds in the trees. The man was so scared that his pants got so hot that he peed. He forced himself to endure the pain and knelt on the ground to kowtow to Qin Lang repeatedly. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you don't kill me. I don't want to die yet. I really don't want to die. I'm simply hired by them on a temporary basis. I don't even know what they do. Qin Lang kicked him to the ground. Stepping on the man's neck, he said, Do you really know nothing? Lying in front of me. Are you trying to die a worse death? The man's voice trembled with fear. I know. I told you everything. Spare me. Qin Lang's foot was slightly harder as he said carelessly. Then speak quickly. Don't ink. The man hurriedly said. I am indeed in league with them. Their remaining core cadre has also just been killed by you. I'm just a small person who plays the sauce. I can't even get involved in the internal dealings of the organization. Our base was also destroyed by you, and you took the rest of the goods. I really don't know the rest. Will you spare me? Qin Lang wiggled his neck and said, Still killing? The man folded his hands and lay on the ground begging for mercy. Don't kill. It's useless to kill me. It was only clear in the command room of Bump South that Qin Lang was asking what they meant. The clean and sharp movements of Qin Lang just now conquered everyone in the room in an instant. The crowd had not yet recovered from the scene they had just witnessed, not realizing that Qin Lang would turn around and ask them what they meant. For a moment, it was flattering. No, don't kill. We'll try again, Captain Lee said as he took the microphone. Team Lee, say that again. The microphone wasn't on just now. Xin Lang tied up the only remaining person like a dumpling. Returned to check on the injuries of the two officers. The breath is weak, but it shouldn't be life-threatening. I'll take the men back now, and you'll be the pickup at the border. The police quickly picked up the injured and the remaining gang and brought them back to the country. Xin Lang and the police bought a little more time. I have some personal business to attend to and will be back this evening. Deputy Secretary Sun hesitated for a moment. Xin Lang, you have to pay attention to your own identity. You should be clear in your heart about what you should and shouldn't do right now. Xin Lang let out a light laugh. Don't worry, it was hard for me to put on this uniform. It's impossible for me to easily take it off again. Only, I have to go return a favor. Xin Lang changed back into the same clothes as before, and the moment his glasses were put on, his temperament instantly changed. The car stopped at that tea store, pushed open the door and shook the still sunny male college students. The store owner immediately contacted their boss when he saw Xin Lang. Xin Lang placed his handbag on the table. The shopkeeper immediately came over respectfully and poured Xin Lang a cup of tea. Boss, he's on his way. You wait a little while. Not a moment too soon. A certain boss then winds up in a hurry. Shocked. I can't believe you solved it in such a short time? Xin Lang sipped his tea. Don't you know? I've always focused on efficiency. The man across the table froze and said, I was aware of that, but I didn't realize it would be this efficient. As an afterthought, he asked, well, you're not hurt, are you? Xin Lang shook his head. Just these two people are not enough to injure me. Everything is returned to you, and the body's in that place. You take the time to clean up before some unnecessary trouble arises. Don't worry, I've already arranged for someone to go there. Xin Lang put down his teacup. Thanks a lot this time. It's also considered to have indirectly dealt with no small amount of trouble for you. The old rules, looking for pins without touching the summer country. In the future you have urgent matters to find me. Just a word. The opposite party was flattered. Which, how dare I? You've helped me so many times. I'm just doing you a small favor by the way. I don't dare to trouble you again. Blade Song, where are the things I asked you to prepare? The boss turned back to his little brother and asked him. The little brother quickly raised a beautifully wrapped gift box from the car. It's a small token of my appreciation for you. And it's not a good one. It's a refresher when you're tired. Xin Lang opened it and saw that 6 tea cakes were placed inside. Just from the taste and smell, you know it's definitely top quality. Xin Lang was not polite either. Alright, I'll take the stuff. Let's go first. If we're late, we won't be able to catch the evening roll call. The other party laughed dumbly. You are not all juniors at this level. Just let others do this kind of thing. Why do you need to do it yourself? I'm the one who was named. You are the one who doesn't know the pain of working people. Xin Lang waved his hand and carried the gift box away, leaving several people in the store staring at each other. What did he just mean? That he goes to work? That sounds like what happened. Holy shit, Reborn, who is the 7th on the global mercenary list, even needs to go to work? You still have to rush back for roll call? Am I sure I'm not dreaming? I think it's pretty dreamy too, but I don't think it seems odd to put it on him. What kind of person would have a henchman like Reborn? The shopkeeper winced. I guess I'd have to have nightmares for a month straight when I think of someone under my command being a murderous mercenary.